go talk to a lawyer and ask if they need to file. There's been less of that since the pandemic began.
There are weirdly resilient careers that thrive during times like this, like repo men and bankruptcy protection lawyers. So like those people aren't yet seeing like a boom in business.
Correct. I talked to a number of bankruptcy lawyers reporting on this story, and a lot of them told me they're having one of their quieter years ever. Most of them are expecting a big pickup, but for the most part, that hasn't started yet.
Yeah, is there a sense on when that might happen?
I've heard a lot of people say a lot of different things. Everyone seems to agree that a wave is coming with the level of unemployment we saw in March and April. Not very many people have a great idea of when. It will likely have to do when some of these protections stop, and next year when we see the foreclosure moratorium end and some of these other things. There are a couple of things that have already ended that maybe could lead to a pickup in the fourth quarter of this year, like the enhanced unemployment benefits. It's been a long time since there was a stimulus payment, so there likely are going to be more people who are cash stressed the rest of the year than there have been so far.
Maybe we're looking at a ticking time bomb waiting to go off. If you're considering personal bankruptcy, you're not alone.
Hello, I'm Emma Barnett, and I'm a journalist and presenter. This is my new show, Emma Barnett Meets. First, I'll be meeting Chinese artist and dissident Ai Weiwei, and I'll talk to the novelist and political scientist Elif Shafak. Tune in to watch those who shape our world explain how the world shapes us. This is Emma Barnett Meets on Bloomberg Quicktake.
Access the financial world on demand. Hear from leading economists, policymakers, and industry experts via live and on-demand webinars, only from Bloomberg. Start exploring to see what's moving the markets. Visit Bloomberg.com/webinars.
How worried should I be about inflation as a retail investor?
This is Trillions ETF MasterChef, where we interview the chefs of the finance world on their hottest investment recipes.
If you're an investor that really believes in investing for the future, that can handle or withstand some of the volatility that can come, then yeah, it could be used as a core holding.
You have athletes and you have influencers as clients. I'd assume they're into crypto. Are you getting them exposure?
We're absolutely overlaying it on the portfolio.
What's your favorite ticker?
It's the best ticker ever. It really kind of captures the themes.
What you're trying to always deliver is a very simple solution. And if you can deliver that simple solution powerfully, I think that resonates quite well in the market.
Tell us about this portfolio. Where's that spice going to come from?
We're looking for portfolios that have less risk than the market, but that perform better.
You are building a portfolio. It's much like, cooking a meal. And ETFs, I just think, make investing just so convenient and easy.
Trillions ETF MasterChef, only on Quicktake.
What am I worth? Well, I've got a few assets, and to be honest, more than a few debts. Most people say that to calculate your net worth, you should add up those assets and then subtract those debts. But that really doesn't show the whole picture. The thought of having a net worth above zero when you're just starting out, maybe you've got student loans and very little income, might sound ridiculous, and I understand because I'm very young and cool too. But even if you don't have a lot of money to invest, you can still invest in... Wait, is it really that corny?
Yeah.
You can still invest in yourself. Or to put it better, you can invest in your human capital.
With Suzanne Woolley of Bloomberg Wealth, thank you so much for being on Good Money. Can you explain to me what human capital is?
Human capital is basically our potential. You may feel, first starting out, that you don't have a lot of money, maybe you have student debt, you feel like you're not very rich in assets. But the fact is that here's another corny line for you, like you are your biggest asset. You have years of earning potential. So you may not have a lot of money in the bank, but your potential at that point is huge. So you're actually rich in that respect, even though you may feel sort of everyday poor.
Can you explain to me the ways in which human and financial capital sort of converge as a lifetime goes by?
So when you just start out, you have untapped human capital. You have huge earnings potential for decades and decades, but you don't have a lot of financial capital. Going through life, you are building your financial capital. You're also building your human capital. But say at age 55 or so, you may be in your peak earning years. So when you look out down the road, 20, 30 years, your earning potential is not that huge. But by this point, you probably have a lot of financial capital. You've saved in your retirement savings program. Maybe you have other outside savings. So at this point, your financial capital might be a little bit ahead of your human capital, say. And that's pretty much sort of as it should be.
So how can I invest in my human capital? What actions can I take to make the most impact? Huh?
Your ability to earn an income is one of your greatest assets.
Oh, hi. Who are you?
I'm Mary Beth Storjahan. I'm a certified financial planner.
Oh, well, thanks for coming on the show. How is my career one of my biggest assets?
That salary that you're bringing in, the employer benefits, there is so much that can add to your net worth over time, which is why you need to really nurture your career to make sure you're extracting everything you can out of it.
What are some steps I can take to nurture my career?
The basic ones that we all know about are those promotions, the salary increases, and asking for increased responsibility at your job. The big thing that was misconstrued, especially for young people, is those only come around so often. You can actually drive that process as well. Oftentimes, many people are waiting to be recognized. You're waiting for that annual review. You're waiting for your boss or somebody to recognize your worth or the good things that you're doing. And so the biggest thing that we can do as young people is really take your career by the reins and think and make a plan for yourself. You want to communicate with your boss and your supervisor to make sure you're clear, number one, on what you can do to advance your position in your role. You can set your own career growth goals, and really you can drive that process of meeting with your supervisor. You might not get that raise every quarter, every 6 months, but you can still have goals and check in to make sure that you're clear of how are you tracking? Are you doing the right things? Are you on track for the raise or the promotion that you are seeking out? And you're getting that feedback line. That feedback loop does not need to be once a year. The goals don't really work if we're only checking in on them once a year.
So beyond those 6-month check-ins and making sure that I'm on the right track, what else can I do on my own time to build my human capital?
So a couple things. One, I like to say focus on education. So you can sign up for online courses covering any topic that you're interested in. So for example, if you're marketing, social media marketing, how to use industry-specific software, ways to improve your leadership skills. So there's ways that you can actually round out yourself as a manager and a leader as well. A lot of the times we're focusing just on the technical skills, but there's some softer skills that we need as managers and leaders in advancing the growth ladder. Another one is checking in with your employer on if they fund or offer any continuing education opportunities. Will they actually pay for you to go and take any of those classes or courses to advance yourself? Is another one. And then certifications. So depending on your industry, there's, I'm sure, a variety of designations or specialties or certifications that you can get, and you can seek those out on your own.
So what if I feel stuck, like I'm at a dead end in my current job?
If you're feeling stuck in your current position at work, one of the things that I usually say is go back and take stock of what are your career growth goals? Are you in an industry that you enjoy? Is it something that you want to continue to pursue? And I think the biggest thing is don't be afraid to jump. If you want to go in for one last push, I like to say build a career reverse bucket list. What are all of the things that you've accomplished in your job that you're currently in? If you want to go in for one last push or kind of like conversation around negotiating or growth, and if it doesn't work out, look for another job. If you're feeling stuck, nobody says you have to stay.
Thanks so much, Mary Beth, for stopping by. So hypothetically, I get to the point in my career where I can start investing some actual financial capital. But how should I invest that based on the type of career that I have?
William Bernstein. Bill, thank you so much for joining us on Good Money. Could you just really quickly introduce yourself and say what it is that you do?
I'm a recovering neurologist, having practiced for 15 years. I write about finance, I write about economic and technological history. I do have an investment advisory firm that I co-founded with a lady named Susan Sharon, Efficient Frontier Advisors. And that's it in a nutshell, I guess.
Let me ask you, based on their careers, what should people be thinking about how they should invest their money?
You have to ask yourself, is your job a bond, or is it a stock or a lottery ticket? How risky is your human capital? And so if your human capital is not very risky, if you're that tenured professor or a government employee, you can afford to take lots of stock market risk. But if you're working in the financial services industry, you're already invested. Your job is already invested in the stock market. So maybe you want to take a lot less risk in your investment portfolio. If you look at your total capital, okay, your investment capital plus your human capital, when you're very young, your human capital overwhelms your investment capital. So there's nothing wrong with taking a lot of risk, particularly if you have a relatively secure job. So if you have a job that's a bond, you have a nice secure teaching position or government position, or a reasonably secure job in your industry with good employment prospects no matter where you are, then essentially you have a lot of bond capital in your on the human side. So there's no reason why you can't go whole hog and invest all of your investment capital when you're young in stocks. And at least the theory says that's what you should do. The problem with that comes on the emotional side, which is there are very few people, there are very few sentient beings in this quadrant of the galaxy that can tolerate an all-stock portfolio when they're 25 years old.
Let's say that you have a more freewheeling career. What kind of safe things should you be putting your money in?
The classic riskless asset is of course a T-bill. It's perfectly reasonably safe. The government can always print money to pay you back. There's no credit risk, or almost no credit risk, and there's almost no duration risk either.
In terms of the last few decades, what has changed about what jobs are bonds, stocks, and has that gotten worse or better, I suppose?
Oh, much worse. We're living in libertarian heaven right now, where no one has, fewer and fewer people have job security. I mean, you're a journalist. I don't have to tell you about that. So there are far fewer bond-like jobs out there, and a whole lot of jobs that are more like really bad lottery tickets.
Yikes. So maybe my career is more of a lottery ticket. I hope it hits.
Hello, I'm Emma Barnett, and I'm a journalist and presenter. This is my new show, Emma Barnett Meets. First, I'll be meeting Chinese artist and dissident Ai Weiwei, and I'll talk to the novelist and political scientist Elif Shafak. Tune in to watch those who shape our world explain how the world shapes us. This is Emma Barnett Meets on Bloomberg Quicktake.
Access the financial world on demand. Hear from leading economists, policymakers, and industry experts via live and on-demand webinars, only from Bloomberg. Start exploring to see what's moving the markets. Visit Bloomberg.com/webinars.
How worried should I be about inflation as a retail investor?
This is Trillions ETF MasterChef, where we interview the chefs of the finance world on their hottest investment recipes.
If you're an investor that really believes in investing for the future, that can handle or withstand some of the volatility that can come, then yeah, it could be used as a core holding.
You have athletes and you have influencers as clients. I'd assume they're into crypto. Are you getting them exposure?
We're absolutely overlaying it on the portfolio.
What's your favorite ticker?
It's the best ticker ever. It really kind of captures the themes.
What you're trying to always deliver is a very simple solution. And if you can deliver that simple solution powerfully, I think that resonates quite well in the market.
Tell us about this portfolio. Where's that spice going to come from?
We're looking for portfolios that have less risk than the market, but that perform better.
You are building a portfolio. It's much like, cooking a meal. And ETFs, I just think, make investing just so convenient and easy.
Trillions ETF Master Chef, only on Quicktake.
The Happy Valley in the Hong Kong Jockey Club, it's kind of a mecca for horse racing. People there bet more in terms of their income than almost anywhere else on the planet. In 2001, a very large jackpot had built up, roughly $20 million US. 1 million people placed a wager on the Triple Trio for that race. That's equivalent to about 1 in 7 of the population of Hong Kong at the time.
Last leg of the Triple Trio, and away they go.
The Triple Trio is 3 races, the top 3 finishers, in any order, in all 3 races. The odds are something like 10 million to 1.
Bobo Duck in front, Mascot's fighting back, Bobo in front, and there's the training double for Derek Cruz.
No one came forward to claim the prize. The winner was an American professional gambler. At that point, he was making so much money from his gambling activities that it didn't matter to him. This is the story of a shy computer nerd who came up with a system to beat horse racing and made $1 billion. My name's Kit Shalel. I'm a reporter for Bloomberg and a writer for Business Week. The fundamental unfairness of sports betting is that over a period of time, you will almost always lose. If you make a lot of bets, gambling, sports betting is slanted against you as a punter, as a gambler. Bill Benter decided to beat that system.
He just became captivated with this idea that these games, which supposedly casinos had this long-standing advantage, you could actually beat with the right methods. I'm Adam Kucharski. I'm a mathematician and science writer. When he was younger, he saw a sign in Atlantic City that said card counters are banned from our games. And for him, that sign basically said card counting must work. He picked up a book by Ed Thorpe called Beat the Dealer, which outlined the fundamentals of card counting.
You're looking for how many high or low cards have emerged and how many might remain in the pack. If you think there's a high chance that there are lots of high cards left in the pack, that changes the odds in your favour. Lots of people went and tried card counting. Bill was more successful than most, managed to make some money and make a career out of it. He teamed up with Alan Woods, an Australian professional gambler, but as is always the problem with professional gamblers, casinos don't like people who win, and they were systematically excluded from all the major casinos around Vegas, so they needed to find a new game. Alan Woods was interested in horse racing, and between them they talked about it and became attracted to the betting scene in Asia, and in particular the Hong Kong Jockey Club, where they were aware there was this huge horse racing market they might be able to tap into.
One of the reasons that Hong Kong has a big advantage if you're trying to use mathematical and statistical methods is it's almost like a laboratory for studying horse racing. In Hong Kong, you've got 2 race courses that dominate. You've got a huge amount of betting activity. You've got a pool of about 1,000 horses. You've got hundreds of races a year. So if you're designing something that's going to generate reasonably consistent data to study these patterns, Hong Kong is the place that you want to go.
So they sent Alan Woods to Hong Kong, and he came back with all the results of racing in Hong Kong going back 5-10 years, I think. And they manually fed that into a very basic early computer to try and create a statistical model. They fed the numbers into their computer. It took them a long time. It took them about 9 months.
So what they would do is use these measures of horses' quality and come up with a prediction for each horses in a given race, their chances of winning. And then they would compare that to what the odds on the board implied those horses' chance of winning. And what you want is a horse where the odds imply it has a very low chance, but your model says it has a pretty decent chance.
In the course of researching the story, I spoke to gambling experts. They said it was impossible, couldn't be done. If you bet long enough on horses, you will lose money. There are lots of factors that go into a horse winning or not. The favourite doesn't always win. In his first year of betting, I think he lost $150,000. It had all sorts of glitches because their data wasn't perfect. The fact that the Jockey Club takes a 15-17% cut makes it harder to be sustainably profitable. It means you have to be not just better than the market, but you need to be about 20% better than the market to start making a profit. In a pari-mutuel system, in this case the Hong Kong Jockey Club, the odds are determined by the action. So the number of people betting on each particular horse and the sums they bet determine the odds.
And what they did alongside developing predictions was find ways of really carefully trickling their money into the market. If there's a certain amount in the pot and you go and put a huge amount on a particular horse, you're actually going to affect how much money you can make back because you're going to swing the market so much towards a particular horse.
Eventually he came to incorporate the public odds into his model, and that was a huge breakthrough for him. He'd worked out that the individual decisions of 1 million punters in Hong Kong were actually a fairly accurate predictor of a horse's chance of success. Bill Benter has been betting for a few years in Hong Kong, and he's starting to make serious money, enough that he can hire employees to place bets over the phone for him. He buys a load of computers, he hires a nice office.
It was really operating like a business, and much like you'd see the sort of actions in a modern hedge fund, in that they were accumulating really good data, they were analysing that data, and then they were developing predictions that they could act on. And really, the nature of this business for these syndicates, it wasn't that they were placing your bet and then celebrating. It was just almost a systematic trading role where they were expecting to make money over time.
One day he gets contacted by the Hong Kong Jockey Club, and as a professional gambler who's worked in Vegas, I think he assumed it was going to be bad news. They might try and kick him off the betting pool, and instead they said, "You're one of our best customers. What can we do to make your life better?" Because they take a percentage of the total betting pool, the more computer bettors there are, and the more money they're betting, the more profit they make. Bill wanted a computer, and they gave him one. They gave him something called the Customer Input Terminal, and it allowed him to stop having to have employees pick up the phone to spend 10-20 seconds each time placing a bet. He could do it in a fraction of a second. So it allowed him to make more bets. The more bets you make, the more likely it is that your edge pays off. So when he was suddenly able to make thousands upon thousands of bets at the click of a button, it dramatically increased his profitability. There grew this kind of sub-industry of specialists. I don't think that the Hong Kong betting public had broad awareness that there were computer experts using statistical modelling to bet in the same pools that they were. They simply weren't well known, they never appeared in the press, no one knew the name Bill Benter. The amount of money that was coming out of the pool and going to computer teams just grew and grew and grew and grew. The computer betting teams got too good. They were making too much money, they were making so much money. The Jockey Club saw what was happening, and they realised that if word got out that these specialist computer teams, foreign owned and run, were siphoning money out of the betting pool to the detriment of the average bettor, it might discourage people from going to the racetrack and making bets. They abruptly cut off Bill Benter. But then this record jackpot came along. I think they made 50,000 bets, they spent well over $1 million Hong Kong dollars. They went into it deciding that even if they won, they weren't going to claim the money. They almost did it to test how good their model was by this point.
So they come up to the home bends, and Zero Faith trying to make all. Mascot Treasure goes to him now.
Does Bill Benter fit into the stereotype of a professional gambler? No, hardly at all.
Mascot Treasure got to the front and kicked a length clear.
He had more than 30 winning combinations, but he had one single winning ticket that correctly predicted all 9 placed finishes. And that was the one that had the big payout.
Mascot fighting back, Bobo in front of this.
There's a purity about what he did. You know, he was faced with a technical, numerical challenge. His job was to beat the odds in horse racing. And the way he did it was applying science to this problem in a way that most gambling people don't. He's still working away at that problem. You know, the algorithm is constantly evolving and changing and improving. And Bill was really one of the first people to apply computing power and technology to a system of odds making. But that practice is now spread all over the world, not just by bettors, but by bookmakers too. So in a sense, he transformed the industry. His obsession is the science of gambling and probability, and to this day, it's what he does.
Hello, I'm Emma Barnett, and I'm a journalist and presenter. This is my new show, Emma Barnett Meets. First, I'll be meeting Chinese artist and dissident Ai Weiwei, and I'll talk to the novelist and political scientist Elif Shafak. Tune in to watch those who shape our world explain how the world shapes us. This is Emma Barnett Meets on Bloomberg Quicktake.
Access the financial world on demand. Hear from leading economists, policymakers, and industry experts via live and on-demand webinars, only from Bloomberg. Start exploring to see what's moving the markets. Visit Bloomberg.com/webinars.
How worried should I be about inflation as a retail investor?
This is Trillions ETF MasterChef, where we interview the chefs of the finance world on their hottest investment recipes.
If you're an investor that really believes in investing for the future, that can handle or withstand some of the volatility that can come, then yeah, it could be used as a core holding.
You have athletes and you have influencers as clients. I'd assume they're into crypto. Are you getting them exposure?
We're absolutely overlaying it on the portfolio.
What's your favorite ticker?
It's the best ticker ever. It really kind of captures the themes.
What you're trying to always deliver is a very simple solution. And if you can deliver that simple solution powerfully, I think that resonates quite well in the market.
Tell us about this portfolio. Where's that spice going to come from?
We're looking for portfolios that have less risk than the market, but that perform better.
You are building a portfolio. It's much like, cooking a meal. And ETFs, I just think, make investing just so convenient and easy.
Trillions ETF MasterChef, only on Quicktake.
Coming up on Quicktake.
On October 19, 2017, at the Haleakala Observatory in Hawaii, human beings detected the first ever visitor from interstellar space. It's called Oumuamua, which roughly translates as messenger from the past reaching out to us in Hawaiian.
We would like to have missions that are maybe ready to go, built and in orbit waiting for a new discovery, or something that could be launched immediately.
That's why teams of scientists are planning missions to wait for objects in space and spring into action as soon as something interesting is detected. It may be humanity's only chance to see an object from another solar system up close.
Then,
the very bizarre thing is that when you're in a place where gravity is stronger, time moves more slowly.
Though humans don't experience it in their daily lives, gravity and movement can change how time elapses. Ultra-precise atomic clocks are now able to measure these tiny changes, known as time dilation. It's a technological advance that could revolutionize our understanding of time. All this and more on Quicktake.
On October 19, 2017, at the Haleakala Observatory in Hawaii, human beings detected the first ever visitor from interstellar space, an object from outside our own solar system.
A pair of Harvard scientists say a massive, fast-moving visitor to our solar system may have been a probe sent by an advanced alien civilization.
It's an alien spacecraft.
Some sort of alien technology, perhaps exploring the cosmos.
It's called Oumuamua, which roughly translates as messenger from the past reaching out to us in Hawaiian.
Everything in our solar system is on a closed loop. Some orbits are nearly circular, some are elongated. This one was an open-ended orbit, which means it's coming from outside the solar system.
Then, something even more strange happened. Upon leaving the inner solar system, astronomers reported an unexpected acceleration, only adding to the hypothesis that Oumuamua was some sort of alien creation.
It would be exciting to think this is an alien spacecraft. It's one of the burning questions on many minds is, are we alone? But you have to be responsible about it, and if there is a perfectly common explanation, you shouldn't go to the exotic explanation.
After observing the object, most astronomers agreed that it's probably a comet, like 2I Borisov, the other interstellar object seen a year later. But we may never know for sure.
Things that come in on these type of very elongated orbits move really fast when they're close to the sun, and then they're much slower as they move out of the solar system. So when you looked at the brightness of this object, it was going to only be easy to observe for about a week.
In that short window of time, with just a pinpoint of light, scientists were able to make guesses on the object's shape, its size, how fast it was spinning, and its color, which is thought to be reddish. But there are a lot of questions about Oumuamua and space that will remain unanswered unless we're able to act more quickly.
Right now, many of the teams are saying we need the capability to have reactive missions, fast missions that can respond to a discovery. Because right now the missions, the way NASA works with the small missions, is you put in a proposal and it takes many years to get that approved, and then it might be a decade between proposal and actually launching a mission. And obviously for Oumuamua that would have been pointless. So we would like to have missions that are maybe ready to go, built and in orbit waiting for a new discovery, or something that could be launched immediately.
That's why teams of scientists are planning missions to wait for objects in space and spring into action as soon as something interesting is detected. It may be humanity's only chance to see an object from another solar system up close. The space between solar systems is huge. Unless warp drives become a reality, traveling from one to another anytime soon is probably not possible.
Well, I mean, I'm a Star Trek fan, and according to Star Trek, in 2063, I think, Zefram Cochrane invents the warp drive.
Zefram Cochrane? Of Alpha Centauri? The discoverer of the space warp?
That's right, Captain.
So, if that happens, definitely. If not, I think it's quite difficult to reach anything within my lifetime.
Currently, the only way that we have to see some of the material from these other star systems is stuff that is in interstellar space that gets to us.
Although we've never gone near an interstellar object, we've learned a lot from approaching objects from within our solar system. In 2014, the European Space Agency's Rosetta probe rendezvoused with Comet 67P.
Rosetta is the first mission that ever delivered a lander to the surface of a comet. This had never been done before. It is the first mission that went into orbit around a comet, and it accompanied it for 2 years and a bit, from 2014 to 2016.
And from this mission, the European Space Agency made a lot of interesting observations.
I think this shape was one of the major surprises that we had at the beginning. No one really expected that. Another really big discovery, I think, was that the water that came off Comet 67P is not that kind of water that we have on Earth. And if it's not the same, you know that they're probably not from the same source. So I think this was quite unexpected, because people really thought this comet could be a real possibility to bring water to Earth.
Scientists are still looking at the data from the Rosetta mission and making exciting new discoveries about 67P. And those discoveries, in turn, give us hints about the early days of our solar system.
I think comets are very interesting because they can actually tell us where we come from. The comets are always thought as kind of leftovers from the solar system formation. And if we explore comets, we can understand how the solar system formed, how Earth formed, and basically how humans in the end came to be, because without Earth, we wouldn't be here.
While the Rosetta mission was a success, Comet 67P orbits the Sun every 7 years and is affected by the heat, losing gases and changing its composition with each orbit. Scientists at ESA recognize the need to study a comet with a pristine surface, one that's never been near the Sun and that's largely unchanged since the formation of our solar system. This is known as a new comet.
They were talking about this problem of pristine surface versus changed surface. And they said, well, you know what we should do? We should try and get to one of those new comets.
And so, the Comet Interceptor idea was born.
This is very different from previous missions that we've done, where we've always gone to comets that go round and round in the solar system. And the reason why we go to these is that we know where they are. We can observe them and then get their position very accurately. But Comet Interceptor doesn't want to do that. Comet Interceptor wants to go to a very new comet and observe it with 3 different little spacecraft, one mother spacecraft, as we call it, and 2 subspacecraft. And we want to basically observe everything we can. We'll take pictures of the comet's nucleus, which is the little thing in the middle. We'll take pictures of the gases around it, the dust that comes off of it, the environment.
Interstellar objects are not Comet Interceptor's primary target. Since we've only ever detected 2, we don't know when or if we'll detect another one. This mission is mainly going after unknown new comets from beyond Neptune in the Oort cloud. This is the spherical outer part of the solar system and is believed to contain trillions of comets. The majority have never entered the inner solar system. But every once in a while, one of these icy bodies gets a gravitational bump from another object, flinging it into the inner solar system. And Comet Interceptor hopes to be ready for the next one.
And there's another very interesting target family, let's say, which is interstellar objects. So if there is an interstellar object, like Oumuamua or Borisov, that's obviously where we will be going, because that's by far the most interesting thing that we can explore. And Comet Interceptor is the only mission that has the capability to explore such an interstellar object.
Hello, I'm Emma Barnett. This is my news show. First, I'll be meeting Chinese artist and dissident Ai Weiwei, and I'll talk to the novelist and political scientist Elif Shafak. This is Emma Barnett Meets on Bloomberg Quicktake.
Access the financial world on demand. Hear from leading economists, policymakers, and industry experts via live and on-demand webinars, only from Bloomberg. Start exploring to see what's moving the markets. Visit Bloomberg.com/webinars.
How worried should I be about inflation as a retail investor?
This is Trillions ETF MasterChef, where we interview the chefs of the finance world on their hottest investment recipes.
If you're an investor that really believes in investing for the future, that can handle or withstand some of the volatility that can come, then yeah, it could be used as a core holding.
You have athletes and you have influencers as clients. I'd assume they're into crypto. Are you getting them exposure?
We're absolutely overlaying it on the portfolio.
What's your favorite ticker?
It's the best ticker ever. It really kind of captures the themes.
What you're trying to always deliver is a very simple solution. And if you can deliver that simple solution powerfully, I think that resonates quite well in the market.
Tell us about this portfolio. Where's that spice going to come from?
We're looking for portfolios that have less risk than the market, but that perform better.
You are building a portfolio. It's much like, cooking a meal. And ETFs, I just think, make investing just so convenient and easy.
Trillions ETF MasterChef, only on Quicktake.
But to catch up to a new comet from our solar system, or an interstellar object, they needed to come up with a way to deal with the short lead time, something that's never been done before.
The problem is that these dynamically new comets are usually detected just a couple months before they get close to Earth. And a couple months, as everyone involved in any space mission knows, is not enough to build a spacecraft and go somewhere with it. So we're actually more looking at a time frame of 5 years for the mission, where we have 5 years of waiting time, and we can choose whenever we detect a suitable comet. And we think that the chance of detecting a suitable dynamically new comet that we can reach is over 90% over these 5 years.
To be able to wait for a comet out in space for up to 5 years, they'll send a small probe to the Earth-Sun Lagrange point, a place where the gravitational pull from both bodies cancel each other out, creating a stable orbit.
And when Comet Interceptor gets there, it'll just wait for 5 years. And once we detect the comet, we'll be setting off towards a rendezvous point. And this will be done with chemical propulsion.
Data gathered by the interceptor could be compared to other comet missions, so scientists will be able to predict the effects of the sun on comets, giving them clues as to what the formation of our solar system was like, and in turn, teach us how Earth came to be.
It is a very ambitious mission. That's, I think, why it's so exciting. I mean, if you just do things that are easy, it's a bit boring. So this mission is very difficult to pull off. And I think that the team here at ESA has done a very good job in kind of reminding everyone of the constraints of the mission while still getting the best science out of it that we can expect at the end.
Although not as far along as ESA's Comet Interceptor, which is set to launch in 2029, there is a team at MIT in its initial planning stages designing a mission specifically targeting interstellar objects.
So we see interstellar objects as the new frontier in planetary sciences. And now that we detected them, it really opens up the door of like, oh, what new things can we discover, and how does these new discoveries frame our thinking about the formation of this star system and other star systems. So it's really science in a nutshell.
Their proposal is called Dynamic Orbital Slingshot for Rendezvous with Interstellar Objects. Much like the Comet Interceptor, it will wait in space and spring into action at the right time.
So the unique part about our concept is that using the solar sail, our payload remains stationary. We can completely cancel out this force of gravity. Of course, the materials that are required for this are exotic. Some of the materials are currently being developed at academic labs. So we think it's within the realm of possibility for a future mission to do something like this. We can lay in wait, watch our local space for any interstellar objects that might be entering that space, and then spring to action and get a close-up view of that interstellar object.
Once an object is detected, it would be allowed to leverage the gravitational force of the sun in a free-fall trajectory towards the detected object, matching its path. The team received Phase 1 funding from NASA, which gives them 9 months to come up with a solid plan before applying for the next phases.
We're optimistic about Phase 2, and we hope to eventually get to a Phase 3. And if we're able to get there, then this technology becomes closer to becoming reality.
And both of these missions are coming at a good time. Telescopes that are coming online in the next few years will be able to detect more pristine comets and interstellar objects than ever before.
Large synoptic survey telescope, the Rubin Observatory, is being built in Chile, and that's going to be much bigger. And scientists are predicting we might start to see one of these each year once that is built, because it goes much fainter.
Why is it important to study objects like this?
Well, I think Oumuamua and other interstellar objects are really important because they are the likely leftovers of building planets in another solar system. And right now, we don't have the sensitivity or resolution to really watch that process unfold. For example, are all solar systems chemically the same? Is it the same physical processes that build planets? Because this is important for the question of, are we alone? And so some of the ways to answer those questions require detailed chemical compositional makeup, which you can't do remotely.
I think we should be interested in Interstellar Object because it really tells us something about our own history, whether or not our star system's unique, or is our star system similar to other star systems. And if we find out maybe some compositions of the materials around other star systems, it could inform us what's out there.
If we can explore an interstellar object, we can explore by proxy another solar system. And that's something really exciting because we know there's so many other solar systems with exoplanets and with maybe even exoplanets that are kind of like Earth. And understanding those systems better, I think, is really interesting.
How worried should I be about inflation as a retail investor?
This is Trillions ETF MasterChef, where we interview the chefs of the finance world on their hottest investment recipes.
If you're an investor that really believes in investing for the future, that can handle or withstand some of the volatility that can come, then yeah, it could be used as a core holding.
You have athletes and you have influencers as clients. I'd assume they're into crypto. Are you getting them exposure?
We're absolutely overlaying it on the portfolio.
What's your favorite ticker?
It's the best ticker ever. It really kind of captures the themes.
What you're trying to always deliver is a very simple solution. And if you can deliver that simple solution powerfully, I think that resonates quite well in the market.
Tell us about this portfolio. Where's that spice going to come from?
We're looking for portfolios that have less risk than the market, but that perform better.
You are building a portfolio. It's much like, cooking a meal. And ETFs, I just think, make investing just so convenient and easy.
Trillions ETF MasterChef, only on Quicktake.
You will shed light on dark matter. You will make aging optional. You will turn 5G up to 11. Because when you subscribe to Bloomberg, you won't just get news. You'll get insight into limitless possibilities, knowledge, and inspiration to feed your ambition. So before you invent, pioneer, disrupt, before you change the world, Bloomberg.
Hello, I'm Emma Barnett, and I'm a journalist and presenter. This is my new show, Emma Barnett Meets. First, I'll be meeting Chinese artist and dissident Ai Weiwei, and I'll talk to the novelist and political scientist Elif Shafak. Tune in to watch those who shape our world explain how the world shapes us. This is Emma Barnett Meets on Bloomberg Quicktake.
In the movie Interstellar, a landing craft explores a planet near a black hole that has a mass 100 million times that of the Sun. The crew spend just a few minutes on the planet, but when they return to the main ship, 23 years have elapsed.
I've waited years.
It's 23 years, 4 months, 8 days.
The idea of time dilation by going into deeper gravitational fields is actually pretty accurate.
First theorized by Einstein in his theory of relativity, it's known as time dilation.
The very bizarre thing is that when you're in a place where gravity is stronger, time moves more slowly.
But that's not all. Another way time dilation occurs is through your relative movement through space.
If you have two observers that have clocks that tick at exactly the same rate, and then one of those observers moves away at very high speed, the moving observer's clock will tick more slowly. Their time will literally pass slower. And a lot of people are confused by this because they think it might be a mechanical thing, it's the clock. But no, it is in fact literally time. It doesn't matter what the clock is. It can be a clock, it could be your heartbeat, it's time.
This is even true for someone who is walking, compared with someone sitting at a table. Time moves slower for the person who is walking. Similarly, for gravitational time dilation, someone who is at sea level, compared with someone on a mountain, will also experience time at a slower rate. That's because gravity is stronger when you're closer to the Earth's center of mass. But in these examples, the amount of time dilation is so minuscule that it's totally unnoticeable. Apart from a few examples, humans don't deal with fast enough speeds or enough gravity to experience a significant amount of time dilation. But that may not matter, because atomic clocks are reaching a sensitivity that can measure even the tiniest amount of time dilation.
I think that's the place where relativity will start to become far more important. It's not because we can go so fast. I mean, I wish we could go fast. But I think the real place will be because we can measure things with an incredible precision. It's amazing.
That level of precision will enable us to use time in ways we never thought possible, like monitoring tectonic plates, large movements deep below Earth's surface, and climate change. Atomic clocks could even lead to new discoveries regarding the nature of time itself.
I think that's one of the really exciting things about this, is that we're really, exploring the unknown. We're able to sense effects that no one has been able to see before using the precision of the clocks.
In 2010, two ultra-precise, synchronized atomic clocks were put next to each other.
Now, these clocks were so precise that they would lose about 1 second over the history of the entire Earth.
Then, one of them was raised by just 33 centimeters. The result? The clock that was higher up began to tick faster. But nothing was wrong with the clocks. It was actually time that sped up for the higher clock relative to the lower clock due to the tiniest decrease in gravity as the clock moved higher up.
Ultra-precise clocks measured the effects of relativity side by side being changed by that much. Absolutely amazing. Fantastic experiment.
Atomic clocks were used in the 70s for that very purpose, testing relativity and other scientific experiments.
They flew some atomic clocks on airplanes around the world, compared the time before and after doing that.
What they found confirmed their predictions. Time slowed down for the moving clocks. The technology ended up being integral to devices that we depend on every day. GPS. Global navigation satellite systems depend on atomic clocks to help determine where you are. The time it takes for a signal traveling at the speed of light to reach your phone will give you the distance. Using 4 or more of them, you can triangulate your position.
I really think of the atomic clocks as constantly working in the background. You don't see it, but our atomic clocks are really important for having the whole thing run.
The invention of GPS meant that time dilation suddenly went from being a cool theory to something that needed to be dealt with on a daily basis. Due to the speed at which the satellites are orbiting the Earth, 14,000 kilometers an hour, and the lower gravity in space, they're actually experiencing time differently relative to us on Earth.
If you add everything up, the clocks change by about 40 microseconds, 40 millionths of a second of a day, which sounds like nothing. But if you did not take that relativity into account, every day your position on your receiver would say that you were 6 miles off from where you actually are. So it would very quickly be completely useless.
These dramatic effects of relativity are central to the work done here at the National Institute of Standards and Technology, or NIST, in Boulder, Colorado. NIST is a leader in the development of optical atomic clocks. These clocks use lasers to control atoms and measure their oscillations.
Atomic clocks are currently the most stable and accurate way of measuring time intervals. And like any other clock, at the heart of an atomic clock is a very stable oscillator. So you think about a grandfather clock. It has a pendulum that serves as the reference oscillator. It oscillates at 1 cycle per second. An atomic clock is very similar. So at the heart of an atomic clock is an oscillator, which is the atom itself. Instead of having a bunch of gears and levers and springs and things, it's a series of lasers.
Atoms trapped in an electric field receive a series of pulses, which aid in controlling and measuring their oscillations. Instead of 1 tick per second, these clocks oscillate or tick 1,000,000 billion times per second, allowing for much more precision.
So it's a really small inaccuracy. It's hard for anyone to conceptualize that level of performance.
These clocks are so reliable that it would take more than double the age of the universe, so around 30 billion years, to drift by even a second. That precision means relativity can also be measured with incredible accuracy.
So if you move a clock up by 1 centimeter of height, it will tick faster by this 1 part in 10 to the 18, and now we can detect that kind of change.
Hello, I'm Emma Barnett, and I'm a journalist and presenter. This is my new show, Emma Barnett Meets. First, I'll be meeting Chinese artist and dissident Ai Weiwei, and I'll talk to the novelist and political scientist Elif Shafak. Tune in to watch those who shape our world explain how the world shapes us. This is Emma Barnett Meets on Bloomberg Quicktake.
Access the financial world on demand. Hear from leading economists, policymakers, and industry experts via live and on-demand webinars, only from Bloomberg. Start exploring to see what's moving the markets. Visit Bloomberg.com/webinars.
How worried should I be about inflation as a retail investor?
This is Trillions ETF MasterChef, where we interview the chefs of the finance world on their hottest investment recipes.
If you're an investor that really believes in investing for the future, that can handle or withstand some of the volatility that can come, then yeah, it could be used as a core holding.
You have athletes and you have influencers as clients. I'd assume they're into crypto. Are you getting them exposure?
We're absolutely overlaying it on the portfolio.
What's your favorite ticker?
It's the best ticker ever. It really kind of captures the themes.
What you're trying to always deliver is a very simple solution. And if you can deliver that simple solution powerfully, I think that resonates quite well in the market.
Tell us about this portfolio. Where's that spice going to come from?
We're looking for portfolios that have less risk than the market, but that perform better.
You are building a portfolio. It's much like, cooking a meal. And ETFs, I just think, make investing just so convenient and easy.
Trillions ETF MasterChef, only on Quicktake.
Although this kind of precision could be problematic, since atomic clocks keep the official time that synchronize devices all over the globe.
That seems like a huge problem. I mean, how do you decide where to place the clocks if just the tiniest change in gravity causes time to slow down or speed up?
That is a good point, and it's a problem that we're sort of anticipating. Now the clocks are getting so good that we don't know their gravitational potential well enough to define time globally at that same level. It does seem like a simpler environment somewhere out in space, farther away from these local gravitational variations.
The problem of determining standard time aside, this 1 centimeter level precision has the potential to revolutionize the way things are measured, using clocks to calculate height and gravity based on the amount of time dilation. This is particularly useful in geodesy, the study of the Earth's shape, orientation in space, and its gravity field.
We're studying the motion of the crust of the Earth, plate tectonics, the tides, the polar motion of Earth. There are many effects that are observed and that can be explained. For instance, in Sweden and Canada, it's rising on the order of 1 to 2 centimeters per year. That's quite a lot. And on another part of our planet, there's actually a downward land movement. So somewhere it's going up and somewhere it's going down. And such effects, of course, change everything, like the global sea level, earthquakes, they change even the rotation of the Earth and much more.
Understanding these movements can help aid in understanding climate change, natural hazards, and construction of major structures like bridges and roads. If atomic clocks were used in this field, they could, in theory, give you height measurements that are sensitive to just 1 centimeter, a level of accuracy GPS is not capable of. And because current methods utilize GPS and a gravimeter for determining gravity at a single point, it doesn't always give you a clear picture of what's going on.
Well, I'm from Germany, so let's give you an example. In Germany, we're proud to have our highest mountain. It's called the Zugspitze. It's almost 3,000 meters high. But also this mountain has permafrost underneath, which is now melting. And that actually gives rise to a shrinking of the mountain. So the top of the mountain is probably decreasing by also 1 or 2 centimeters per year. But we have not observed and measured it yet. Because at that place, if you would put a gravimeter, you would not see this signal, because on the mountain you have a varying snow cover. From summer and winter, the snow is changing, the groundwater level is changing, and all these local changes in mass are disguising the actual effect. So if you would combine now your gravimeter with a clock on top of such a mountain, then you really could resolve what the melting of the permafrost is doing to the Alps. Because the clock would not be sensitive to a very local mass change like snow cover, but it will really measure an averaged mass and gravitational potential and really show you the physical height of the mountain.
That's why geodesy missions using atomic clocks are expected to take place in the next few years.
So there's actually a mission in Germany where geodesists want to make for the first time a clock measurement. They want to bring a clock to Helgoland. This is the offshore island in the Northern Sea, to compare and get the data, because at the moment this island could not be leveled. It's too far out in the ocean and satellites would not resolve it. It's too small. And that's why there's right now a geodetic mission to bring a portable atomic clock to this island and compare it to a continental clock.
Helgoland's location and size make getting precise height readouts difficult. Using GPS with gravimeter data requires multiple readouts every 2 kilometers. So offshore areas or areas near a shore technically require you to place a gravimeter in the ocean, which isn't possible. That's why the island's elevation hasn't been accurately measured to this day. Clocks can bridge the gaps to islands, deserts, or mountainous areas, which are hard to access with classical leveling methods. In turn, they can also act as height reference points for understanding ocean dynamics and global sea levels. But it's not all about geodesy. We may even learn things about gravitational effects that we don't entirely understand.
It's hard to predict what a measurement will tell you, but certainly we're up to many surprises. And this is actually the boundary that we physicists are trying to push now, to measure more and more precise time, frequency, space-time. As we know, it's connected in general relativity.
Atomic clocks could be the key to answering some of the biggest mysteries in physics today that shape the universe as we know it: dark matter.
We know that there's dark matter that's making up most of the matter in the universe. And there are also, models of dark matter that can be searched for and constrained using atomic clocks. So there are a lot of scientific applications.
As clocks get more precise, we could find that constants used in everyday physics equations are wrong, and that could completely change how we understand the universe.
Atomic clocks that we're building are the most sensitive way to look for this present-day variation in the fundamental constants. It really has the potential to revolutionize physics.
So do you think atomic clocks could lead to an Einstein-esque discovery about time?
I think it's certainly possible if we did detect that there was a drift in the fundamental constants over time. That would be a revolution similar to, the discovery of relativity or the discovery of quantum mechanics.
Basically, we're doing a lot of tests on the predictions of Albert Einstein, because can we really assume that general relativity is the sole theory explaining everything? Or is there maybe a deviation from the predictions that general relativity makes?
The fact is, I don't think we do understand time very well. It's always possible that there is going to be some bright young person out there who's really terribly disturbed by the conundrum of time and thinking it over and might come up with something brilliant. But it's going to require a different way of thinking. It's going to require that flash aha moment that happens once per century or even once per millennia.
Hello, I'm Emma Barnett, and I'm a journalist and presenter. This is my new show, Emma Barnett Meets. First, I'll be meeting Chinese artist and dissident Ai Weiwei, and I'll talk to the novelist and political scientist Elif Shafak. Tune in to watch those who shape our world explain how the world shapes us. This is Emma Barnett Meets on Bloomberg Quicktake.
Access the financial world on demand. Hear from leading economists, policymakers, and industry experts via live and on-demand webinars, only from Bloomberg. Start exploring to see what's moving the markets. Visit Bloomberg.com/webinars.
How worried should I be about inflation as a retail investor?
This is Trillions ETF MasterChef, where we interview the chefs of the finance world on their hottest investment recipes.
If you're an investor that really believes in investing for the future, that can handle or withstand some of the volatility that can come, then yeah, it could be used as a core holding.
You have athletes and you have influencers as clients. I'd assume they're into crypto. Are you getting them exposure?
We're absolutely overlaying it on the portfolio.
What's your favorite ticker?
It's the best ticker ever. It really kind of captures the themes.
What you're trying to always deliver is a very simple solution. And if you can deliver that simple solution powerfully, I think that resonates quite well in the market.
Tell us about this portfolio. Where's that spice going to come from?
We're looking for portfolios that have less risk than the market, but that perform better.
You are building a portfolio. It's much like, cooking a meal. And ETFs, I just think, make investing just so convenient and easy.
Trillions ETF MasterChef, only on Quicktake.
If you looked on a globe and found the most remote, landlocked point, this is where you'd end up. And it's near this spot where Kazakhstan and China have built a giant multi-million-dollar land port, economic zone and border towns entirely from scratch. Their goals? To lure manufacturers to the area that might want to take advantage of an overland shipping route to Europe, establishing Kazakhstan as a logistics and manufacturing hub, and to strengthen an economic partnership that's been decades in the making. But on the China side, in the heavily policed Xinjiang province, known for its detention of Muslim Uyghurs, it isn't proving to be the ideal business environment.
In the early 90s, the people could travel without visas. Yeah, but very quickly it finished. And now it's difficult for Chinese to get visas to Kazakhstan, and it's difficult for Kazakhstanis to get visas to China. And now with what's happening in Xinjiang, it's becoming, even more problematic.
So can money alone attract businesses to a route so far from the beaten track of global trade, where geopolitical tensions run high?
Korgos is on the Chinese-Kazakh border, near an area that geographers refer to as the Eurasian point of inaccessibility. This is literally the middle of nowhere. By definition, it's one of the furthest places from any major ocean. We have satellite imagery of that area in 2010, and there's nothing there. It's barren steppe.
You flash forward 7 years, and you see this gleaming infrastructure that's there.
If everything goes to plan, it will be the largest dry port in the world. But the port itself is only a small piece of the puzzle.
They have not only new train track, but also facilities that are set up to transfer cargo from the Chinese gauge track, which is more narrow, to the former Soviet track, which is broader. And they also have a special economic zone, and they've set out an area that they hope will be developed into manufacturing facilities. And they even have a town that they're building near this that is supposed to house workers.
On the China side, a town of 100,000 people called Korgos has been built in just 6 years. These new towns, train routes, and facilities are what China and Kazakhstan hopes is the start of a major rush out west. But so far, it's not attracting clients as they'd hoped. Although there has been a steady increase, experts say it's due to heavy subsidies given by the Chinese government to companies that use the new train routes.
And were those subsidies to be taken away, I think you would see some of the usage go down in those routes. We haven't talked about the fact that there's a lot less coming back too from Europe, just given the trade imbalance, and that's a structural challenge that these routes face.
Because China exports so much more than it imports, trains often return empty. And with border crossings, different rail gauges, and political issues not encountered on maritime routes, the majority of companies using sea or air are unlikely to switch to less predictable and significantly more expensive overland freight shipping.
So I think last year Korgos had 160,000 TEU, which are, think of it as containers that are moving through there. And to put that into perspective, Shanghai, which is the world's busiest port, had 43.3 million, 270 times what Korgos is doing.
Although it doesn't appear to be a great investment by China, that's not the whole picture. Korgos has become a highly publicized flagship project of Xi Jinping's One Belt, One Road initiative. Promoted as a reopening of the ancient Silk Road that transported goods overland from China to Europe starting from the 2nd century BCE. Including Korgos, the initiative promises to invest over $1 trillion in nearly 140 countries and organizations.
Xi hopes that by extending credit and creating a network of economic dependencies around Asia, Africa, Latin America, and Europe, China will also be able to punch at its weight in terms of global influence.
Critics call this method infrastructure imperialism, but it's also been called infrastructure diplomacy, and it's not the first time it's been used.
The Roman Empire famously built roads and highways spiraling out from Rome as a conduit for military and commercial activity. The US Marshall Plan in the years after World War II was an attempt to shore up Europe to create a bulwark against the threat of Soviet imperialism, and a big part of that was US financing for the reconstruction of Europe after the devastation of World War II.
Working together with the aid of the Marshall Plan, the nations of Europe have come a long way toward recovery.
And some would argue it worked. The countries were rebuilt and in return sided with the US, limiting the influence of the Soviet Union.
Where China differs, I think, is on the pace and the scale of the activity. The Marshall Plan was big, but $15 billion in spending even back in 1948, wasn't that significant. China, on even the most modest estimate, is spending hundreds of billions of dollars and building not just in Europe, but around the world. There's also an economic dimension. China has the world's leading construction companies. It has enormous capacity to produce steel and cement. China hopes to export its production capacity, creating new markets and new profits for its businesses.
The main question on economists' minds: will China's strategy of building first and finding demand later ever lead to real growth?
China follows a field of dreams strategy on infrastructure building. If we build it, they will come. If we go back in time around 10 or 12 years and we think about one of the main stories in China, it was the ghost town narrative. China had built enormous amounts of real estate and there was no one living in it. And journalists in China traveled around and they saw cities in the desert that were unoccupied, tower blocks where no lights came on at night. What happened though was that over a period of years, with policy support, with incomes rising and with continued urbanization, a lot of those ghost towns filled up. I think about Zhengzhou, for example, a ghost town 10 years ago, now a thriving urban center. Beijing's hope for its Belton Road project is that a similar dynamic will play out. They built early, they provided supply ahead of demand. Demand will catch up.
And China is set to get something else out of all this: the development of Xinjiang, the country's largest administrative region that borders Kazakhstan.
Yeah, one of the expressed goals for the Belton Road, expressed by Chinese officials, was to develop Western China. And it was also to try to address some of the inequality that exists between Eastern China and its coastal cities and Western China inland.
That economic disparity, along with the government's repressive policies against religious and cultural practices, has led to clashes between the local Muslim Uyghur majority and the more well-off Han Chinese who live in the area. By developing the economies of Xinjiang and Kazakhstan, which share many cultural similarities, Chinese policymakers hope to put an end to unrest in the region.
The same communities live on both sides of the border. We have a lot of Uyghurs in Kazakhstan, we have a lot of Kazakhs, 1 million Kazakhs living in Xinjiang. So there are these connections, and Uyghurs in Xinjiang, they have family links with Kazakh citizens. We are Muslims, we eat the same food. So there are important and deep linkages.
Xinjiang has a large Kazakh community, about 1.6 million people, while Kazakhstan has a large Uyghur diaspora with a population of around 261,000. This link could be an incentive for China to develop the region and calm ethnic tensions by investing money in Kazakhstan.
The main goal is to become one of the 30 most developed countries, which implies modernizing the economy, upgrading the economy, diversifying it for sure. I would say quite a few projects wouldn't be possible without China, not only without Chinese money, but Chinese kind of belief in the usefulness of these projects.
Мы видим, что шелковый путь вновь меняет мировой уклад, создает новую глобальную реальность.
A year after the program was announced, President Nursultan Nazarbayev announced their own infrastructure project called Bright Path. This project works in tandem with the Belton Road Initiative, a $9 billion domestic economic stimulus plan to develop and modernize roads, railways, ports, IT infrastructure, education, and civil services, and is necessary to lessen the country's dependence on oil, which has seen a sharp decline since 2014.
It has this natural resource wealth that is not going to exist forever. And I think in order to make the most of that, they need to make investments with an eye toward the future and what kind of economy do they want to have. And I think they want more services, a little more manufacturing. All of those are goals that you see in small ways in the planning around Korgos.
But it hasn't come without resistance. The shift towards China and away from Russia has played into deep anti-Chinese sentiments and fears of China that date back hundreds of years. Kazakh nationalists complain that their country, having gained independence from Moscow, now risks becoming a satellite of Beijing.
And these fears, they are linked to the territorial disputes that we had historically. In some Chinese textbooks, the parts of the territory of Kazakhstan are considered part of historical China. And in fact, there was kind of this dual jurisdiction of Kazakh lands.
When the Kazakh government announced legislation in 2017 to let foreigners rent land for long periods, protesters took to the streets to denounce what many saw as the start of a Chinese land grab. To make matters worse, worries have grown in recent years as China has built a sprawling surveillance state and internment camp system to target its Turkic Muslim population, especially Uyghurs.
But now, over the past couple of years, Kazakhs also found themselves inside these camps. So the public opinion got even more concerned with what's happening in China and what they're doing to our co-ethnics.
It's unclear how many people are in some sort of detention, but the US State Department estimates more than 1 million people have been detained since 2017. China, who at first denied the existence of the camps, is now doubling down on the need for them and beginning to defend them as a vital weapon against terrorism. This has led the US and EU to increase sanctions on companies who operate in the region.
I do think that Western China exposes what is really a big contradiction in the Belt and Road. The Belt and Road is advertised as something that's supposed to increase connectivity between China and the world.
The belt connects to land, the road moves on the sea. The promise that they hold is during prosperity.
You go into Western China and there are security checkpoints everywhere, and you have minorities who are being detained. It's abhorrent from an ethical standpoint, but it's also, in very practical terms, a horrible business environment. And so China has talked about increasing connectivity, and yet in this area it's putting up barriers not only for the flow of goods and people, but also for data.
The difficult business environment may be why Korgos hasn't been met with the enthusiasm governments had hoped for. And with the China-US trade war, a controversial security law in Hong Kong, and the global pandemic, China is signalling a tougher stance elsewhere on the Belt and Road. The $62 billion Chinese-Pakistan economic corridor has been scaled back amid Pakistan's increasing debt problems, while a major port deal in Myanmar was slimmed down from roughly $7 billion to $1.3 billion.
I think we're not really going to know how many white elephants are roaming along the Belt and Road until a bit longer, but we are now increasingly in an economic environment where some of that I expect is going to start bubbling to the surface.
At this point, it's unclear how much China is willing to spend to make the Korgos dream a reality.
20 years ago, it was America, it was Europe, it was the World Bank that was funding infrastructure development spending around the world. As the West has been rocked by a series of crises and shifted the focus of their economic policy back towards problems in their domestic economy, a huge gap has been opened up. A huge infrastructure funding and expertise gap. China is now moving into that space. And on a project-by-project basis, there are successes and there are failures. The larger picture, though, is that as China's dollars continue to flow, as China's concrete continues to pour, China's influence continues to increase.
Hello, I'm Emma Barnett, and I'm a journalist and presenter. This is my new show, Emma Barnett Meets. First, I'll be meeting Chinese artist and dissident Ai Weiwei, and I'll talk to the novelist and political scientist Elif Shafak. Tune in to watch those who shape our world explain how the world shapes us. This is Emma Barnett Meets on Bloomberg Quicktake.
Access the financial world on demand. Hear from leading economists, policymakers, and industry experts via live and on-demand webinars, only from Bloomberg. Start exploring to see what's moving the markets. Visit Bloomberg.com/webinars.
How worried should I be about inflation as a retail investor?
This is Trillions ETF MasterChef, where we interview the chefs of the finance world on their hottest investment recipes.
If you're an investor that really believes in investing for the future, that can handle or withstand some of the volatility that can come, then yeah, it could be used as a core holding.
You have athletes and you have influencers as clients. I'd assume they're into crypto. Are you getting them exposure?
We're absolutely overlaying it on the portfolio.
What's your favorite ticker?
It's the best ticker ever. It really kind of captures the themes.
What you're trying to always deliver is a very simple solution. And if you can deliver that simple solution powerfully, I think that resonates quite well in the market.
Tell us about this portfolio. Where's that spice going to come from?
We're looking for portfolios that have less risk than the market, but that perform better.
You are building a portfolio. It's much like, cooking a meal. And ETFs, I just think, make investing just so convenient and easy.
Trillions ETF MasterChef, only on Quicktake.
Coming up on Quicktake.
When I started, I had no idea it was going to turn into this, which is a tracksuit empire. I don't have any investors. All this is all money in. This is me going out and hustling, bringing that money back, and just building it. You gotta think about a person that was homeless at one point, didn't really have any money coming in. The fact that this person was relentless and just determined to succeed and not let rock bottom define him as an individual. I like to do it the old school way, with respect. I can take things and put them together and take them apart and make them better and put them back together. I respect the craft, so I don't want to minimize and disrespect the value of each step of the craft and do by machine what should be done by hand.
All this and more on Quicktake.
I like to do it the old school way, with respect. I can take things and put them together and take them apart and make them better and put them back together. I respect the craft, so I don't want to minimize and disrespect the value of each step of the craft and do by machine what should be done by hand. I've made a career out of making colorful clothes. Like, I'm a grown man that makes colorful clothes. These clothes look so playful and easy, but it's such an intricate process. And I want people to know that this is what it is. This is luxury. This is luxury athleisure.
For many generations, African American designers have not been included within the conversation of high fashion or considered high fashion. In recent years, we see that emergence in that movement to really kind of put Black designers on that same level that we had cared for European designers in that way. With Black designers, their work is just as critical, just as artistic as any European or white designer or non-Black designer.
I hope that Black fashion is inspired by my movements, by the simplicity of what I do, by how clean my stuff is, by my ability to just put my flag in luxury and say, I'm a Black designer and I do luxury too.
Hello, my name is Fresh. I'm the creator, I'm the CEO, creative director for luxury label Rich Fresh. We specialize in luxury athleisure and tailored garments. I'm a tailor by trade. I'm a designer by choice.
We're downtown in the garment district, close proximity to where everything is. There's just an energy that's downtown. There's a creative energy. We knew that we could find the type of factory we need to build.
You gotta think about a person that was homeless at one point, didn't really have any money coming in. The fact that this person was relentless and just determined to succeed and not let rock bottom define him as an individual.
Those are for Puff Daddy.
I always say I'm from Memphis, but I was born in Germany. My parents were both military, they were in the Army.
A lot of my early memories are like Germany. So like the colors on the clothes that I used to see people wearing, the font was different, the advertisements were different, the architecture was different. Everything was just different in Germany than it was in the US. Subconsciously, it just got planted there somewhere, and I always kind of revert back to, this doesn't feel like something you see in America. It feels like something you could see in Germany or abroad. Once we moved to the States, in my first grade was normal, but I was bored. I was bored out of my skull. The second grade, they put me in this advanced class with second graders and third graders who were really performing on like a 5th and 6th grade level. And there was this girl who I had a crush on. Mind you, I'm one of the smartest kids at the school, and math is my thing. So the teacher asked if I would tutor her. And then I had this moment where I heard God. And I have this thing from time to time where I hear the voice of reason that said, you're doing this all wrong. She has a higher purpose. She has information that you need to acquire. So the first day of tutoring, as soon as we sat down, I just looked her right in the face and like, you need to know math. I'm very, very, very good at this. I got you. I suck at girls. How about we do an exchange? I'll teach you this, you teach me that. She was like, honestly, it's the way you dress. Like, I think if you dress different, girls would like you. Like, you dress like a kid. I said, what's it called? She said, I think it's called fashion. I said, all right, well, let me see what this fashion thing does. Appreciate you, bro. First thing I do is I meet with the client. Ellis. All right, man, all right. I take their measurements. 39, 44 3/4, 27 1/2, 22, track jacket length at a 26 1/2, skin angle at an 11 1/2. And then we discuss colors, concepts.
Navy black kind of goes with that, yeah. And that olive is nice popping color nowadays too. Yeah, I like that.
Then I put together a digital mock-up of the tracksuit with all the various colors, that I'm gonna use for the base, for the top stripe, the bottom stripe, the piping, all the different layers of the tracksuit. Then I'm gonna send that to Michelle, who's my production manager. She takes everything from concept to production. She is responsible for delegating who gets what. Like, I've got a number of jacket tailors, I've got a number of pant tailors, I've got a number of hand finishers who are going to complete the process. The first step of the production cycle is the pattern. You can't make any garments without a pattern. So she's gonna take it to our pattern maker and show him all the various measurements. He's gonna build out the pattern, draw every piece out, cut every piece.
It's an old school process of measurements, marks, measurements, marks, measurements, marks. Drawing lines, drawing lines, drawing lines, drawing lines, drawing lines, drawing lines, cutting. That's your block, that's your pattern. So the pattern has to get transferred to the garment, and oftentimes it'll just get laid on top. Tailors are so precise, they don't even need to pin it. And then from there, you gotta cut out the fabric. It's a special grade of neoprene, more water repellent, it's a little bit more dense, it's a lighter weight. It absorbs colors really well, and it has a nice sheen to it, it looks really luxurious.
My senior year in high school, I was like, I'm gonna take home ec just to see if there's anything else I can learn. My teacher was out. We had another teacher who came in to instruct, but they couldn't sew. So I volunteered to be that person because I could sew better than anyone else in the class. The kids would call me Ralph. They would call me Tommy because, it's Tommy Hilfiger, was Ralph Lauren.
My brother Chase, he used to dress real rough. Camouflage pants, oversized, and I always saw how he got dealt with. And so one day I was like, hey bro, we gotta switch that up.
The first moment I knew there was like something different, like other than the rest of the kids that were playing basketball and tennis in baseball in the neighborhood was this dude made a pair of moccasins and then took them to school and was like selling them to kids, and actually taking orders.
So I started like dressing them, you know, styling them like the whole thing from head to toe. You're gonna get your hair cut. When I get my hair cut, we're gonna do this, boom, boom, boom. And so I saw his image shift. He was perceived differently.
And regarding this new era that we're in, this new chapter where you have these Black designers really inserting themselves into the luxury space, is quite a fascinating dichotomy. I applaud it. They're really kind of building on the shoulders of African American designers who couldn't really stay there for a long time and have long-standing power. Zelda Wynn Valdez, very much known in the Harlem realm of dressmaking and in New York fashion, specifically Uptown. She was credited with manufacturing the Playboy costume, kind of a heralding figure within fashion and for African Americans, because really she was a part of several organizations that really mobilized around the education of African Americans within dressmaking and within the garment industry, and giving them new opportunities that most people weren't even thinking. You have Stephen Burrows in the 1970s, who rose to fame with one of the most notorious fashion events on this side of the pond, the Battle of Versailles in 1973, that took place at the Palace of Versailles, where you had the American designers pitted against the French designers. Stephen Burrows was the only Black designer present. A lot of things happened within his journey, some things that were out of his control. You have to chalk it up to the system of fashion that didn't allow him the standing power that someone like Ralph Lauren had.
Hello, I'm Emma Barnett. This is my new show. First, I'll be meeting Chinese artist and dissident Ai Weiwei, and I'll talk to the novelist and political scientist Elif Shafak. This is Emma Barnett Meets on Bloomberg Quicktake. Hello, I'm Emma Barnett, and I'm a journalist and presenter. This is my new show, Emma Barnett Meets. First, I'll be meeting Chinese artist and dissident Ai Weiwei, and I'll talk to the novelist and political scientist Elif Shafak. Tune in to watch those who shape our world explain how the world shapes us. This is Emma Barnett Meets on Bloomberg Quicktake.
How worried should I be about inflation as a retail investor?
This is Trillions ETF MasterChef, where we interview the chefs of the finance world on their hottest investment recipes.
If you're an investor that really believes in investing for the future, that can handle or withstand some of the volatility that can come, then yeah, it could be used as a core holding.
You have athletes and you have influencers as clients. I'd assume they're into crypto. Are you getting them exposure?
We're absolutely overlaying it on the portfolio.
What's your favorite ticker?
It's the best ticker ever. It really kind of captures the themes.
What you're trying to always deliver is a very simple solution. And if you can deliver that simple solution powerfully, I think that resonates quite well in the market.
Tell us about this portfolio. Where's that spice going to come from?
We're looking for portfolios that have less risk than the market, but that perform better.
You are building a portfolio. It's much like, cooking a meal. And ETFs, I just think, make investing just so convenient and easy.
Trillions ETF MasterChef, only on Quicktake.
Everything is custom. Everything is so specific. We don't have an assembly line system. When it touches a tailor, it finishes with that tailor. The pattern maker is also cutting the fabric. So he's gonna cut the block that's gonna be the trouser. He's gonna cut the block that's gonna be the jacket. There are a number of steps that go into it. We've got to assemble the sleeve panel. This sleeve is a 2-panel sleeve. So this is 2 different pieces that have to be sewn together. We need to top stitch just to reinforce the outer seam on the sleeve. We've got a chest panel which takes into account each of the track stripes. We've got a pocket that's cut into the lower panel on each side, but again, this pocket is cut through the stripes. They've got to put each of these pieces together very specifically. We've got our collar assembly, the outer collar. We've got our inner collar assembly.
The back has to be assembled, so, you know, all the stripes have to be built into the back panel as well. There, the zipper assembly with the zipper facing is built in. All the final touches before it makes its way to hand finishing. I got married young, I got divorced young, but I got married when I was 20, so now I'm 21. I'm starting this new business, doing alterations, because it's the only thing I really knew how to do. And I figured, you know, the goal is to get volume. I need to get money. I started my first business maybe 6 months later, doing alterations for dry cleaners. 2 years, I had it and then I closed it, which was a traumatic experience. But then I noticed a cool thing. People started calling me, not for the cleaning, but for the tailoring. They were like, hey man, sorry to hear about your cleaners, but can you still alter this suit? I really love the way you did this, that, and the other. So I was like, I'm gonna position myself as a concierge tailor, and I'm gonna just travel to people. Before I got divorced, I had a child. So right when my daughter was like 6 months old, me and her mom split. It was the first time I just thought about, like, I don't have to do this thing here in Memphis. Like, life is gonna change dramatically. I don't have to do this thing the way I've been doing it. You know, I just got tired of being broke in Memphis. Then my brother lost his job in Nashville. So I was like, bro, just, you know, come back to Memphis, we'll figure out what it is. We would talk about dreams and big things and like what could one day be possible. We just came to the realization that it was where we were. Didn't matter how progressive we moved, the environment was not gonna lend itself to the success that we deserve. We had to be somewhere else. Let's go to the West Coast. We hopped in the car and we just drove for 3 days across the country. Landed in San Diego, started up the old business doing alterations for dry cleaners. And then, you know, disaster struck. Our parents got divorced right when my daughter was born. So up to that point, my dad had never even seen my daughter. And then out of nowhere, we get a call that he's in the hospital and it's bad, and he dies at 52. Just out of nowhere. I ended up losing all my accounts with the dry cleaning stuff. Like, my brain wasn't there. I didn't care about any of that anymore. So one day, we decided to just take a drive to Los Angeles. And I had a client, a rich client. He said he needed a bunch of suits made. I was like, you're talking my language, Jack. I used my money to front the cost to produce all these suits, which is all of the money. That payment never got made. So here I am now, I ain't got no more money. I went from having $8,000 just the other day to now I got like 200 bucks. I look up and now I'm homeless. I hear God, and I hear this voice that says, you know, you're so mad. You're just so mad. I'm just really disappointed in how you've chosen to make this man your God and not me. You go to this dude every day asking for this money. You ain't came to me not once. He cannot save you. I can save you. You need to talk to me. And I listen to God. I don't want to be this guy rich who has just chased the money, but he lost his soul in the process. I want to be something different. So I want to change my name to Fresh. I want to chase that. The money's going to come, but let me just be focused on the business and being different. I left the shelter with $300. And I told God, I'm gonna take this measly ass $300 and I'm gonna turn this into $1 million in a year.
The real kicker was that tracksuit. When he dropped the tracksuit, I was like, that was it, that was game over.
I noticed this lady with a color block sweater on, and I just thought about how cool it was that whoever designed that sweater could design it one way, but change the colors and manipulate it to create 10,000 different variations of that one sweater. I thought about what I could create like that. And I came up with this pant that had prominent stripes. You know, they were like trousers, but it was some color blocking, and I could design it one way and make it in a bunch of different colors, and the material would be super comfortable. Then I followed up with a jacket. I needed a jacket to wear with it. And I like retro style.
He did some suits for Draymond Green and some other ball players, like right out the gate. He was doing some really dope suits.
Rich Fresh made the suit. He go by Rich Fresh. He from LA. Well, he not from LA, but he lives and works out of LA. He's really good.
A Rich Fresh garment is not a Rich Fresh garment without two indicating factors. One is this yellow tab right on the side of this garment. There's a yellow grosgrain tab. It's very specific. It's on the side of every single Rich Fresh garment in existence. On the trousers, as well as the jacket. On every garment, whether it's a suit jacket, whether it's a robe, I don't care. And then the second thing, there's always Rich Fresh made in Los Angeles because it is in fact made in Los Angeles, and people should be aware of that. And then it goes from there to almost the last step in the production process. You've got the waistband. This is the Trouser Waistband. It's got a built-in hook and eye closure. If you do lose a little bit of weight, you can actually cinch this and it'll take it in 3/4 of an inch on each side. Once the sewing process is done, it goes to one of the hand finishing tailors. There's a lot of handwork even on a tracksuit. Like the hem on these trousers is done by hand. There's an insane amount of hand finishing on the insides of the jackets because it's unlined. So when you open it, it's beautiful.
Yo, what's good? What's good? What's good, man?
Oh man, appreciate you.
Absolutely, absolutely.
Once I'm presenting the suit to the client, it's a full-on presentation. So it's a very minimal garment bag. You don't know what to expect. I kind of like that element of surprise.
You didn't see it all, did you?
No.
Great, great, great. Remember what we discussed?
Yes.
I'm from Memphis. I'm gonna say something slick. What did we discuss?
It's the navy blue with the black.
Ooh, and then what else?
Little olive.
Ooh, is that true? Is that what you're thinking?
And then I'm gonna open it, and the client's usually gonna scream.
Ooh. Just like this?
Man, I see some
Like
fire.
Or exhale real heavily.
There's always a moment of drama every time I unzip and fold it back.
Oh, goodness.
It wasn't by chance.
Bro.
By chance.
Bro.
Some shit like this? Something like this?
Man.
You put these on, and when you come back, I'll put this on you.
All right, bet. That's what we're in the bathroom.
So I let them have their moment.
Oh, 100%. 100%. 100%. Right, bro. Like, you don't even have to think about it. Right?
I'm gonna make sure that, everything fits the way it's supposed to. And again, if anything needs to be modified, now's the time. But if not, we shake hands, we hug it out, and they take it with them.
I noticed it, but I'm just taking all of it, in.
My hope is that they will be given more and more opportunities to flex their skills, to show how dynamic they are and what new, fresh elements of art they can bring to the fashion industry.
It's kind of like a pursuit of happiness story almost. And like that was one of his favorite movies. I'm not even gonna lie. He watched it so much, it used to get on my nerves. It became part of his story. But one of the most important things I could take away on an entrepreneurial level and as a businessman is just dream big and go after your goals. The only one that can stop you from becoming successful is yourself.
When I started, I had no idea it was going to turn into this. This is a tracksuit empire. I don't have any investors. All this is all money in. This is me going out and hustling, bringing that money back, and just building it, building it, building it.
There's so much more beyond this guy. There's really no telling what he would come up with, but we do know whatever he comes up with is gonna be dope. So, yeah, there's no limit. You can't put him in a box. You can't put a sky over him because he's gonna bust through it. Yeah.
Hello, I'm Emma Barnett. This is my new show. First, I'll be meeting Chinese artist and dissident Ai Weiwei, and I'll talk to the novelist and political scientist Elif Shafak. This is Emma Barnett Meets on Bloomberg Quicktake. Hello, I'm Emma Barnett, and I'm a journalist and presenter. This is my new show, Emma Barnett Meets. First, I'll be meeting Chinese artist and dissident Ai Weiwei, and I'll talk to the novelist and political scientist Elif Shafak. Tune in to watch those who shape our world explain how the world shapes us. This is Emma Barnett Meets on Bloomberg Quicktake.
How worried should I be about inflation as a retail investor?
This is Trillions ETF MasterChef, where we interview the chefs of the finance world on their hottest investment recipes.
If you're an investor that really believes in investing for the future, that can handle or withstand some of the volatility that can come, then yeah, it could be used as a core holding.
You have athletes and you have influencers as clients. I'd assume they're into crypto. Are you getting them exposure?
We're absolutely overlaying it on the portfolio.
What's your favorite ticker?
It's the best ticker ever. It really kind of captures the themes.
What you're trying to always deliver is a very simple solution. And if you can deliver that simple solution powerfully, I think that resonates quite well in the market.
Tell us about this portfolio. Where's that spice going to come from?
We're looking for portfolios that have less risk than the market, but that perform better.
You are building a portfolio. It's much like, cooking a meal. And ETFs, I just think, make investing just so convenient and easy.
Trillions ETF MasterChef, only on Quicktake.
To me, a good tattoo is a clean outline, smooth shading, if it's color, solid color, and originality.
What makes a good tattoo changes. If you have lighter skin, you can almost do a tattoo just as you would a painting. But if you have darker skin, then you need to simplify it so it can be seen.
When it comes to tattooing, I'm just a vessel of that creativity. I'm just sitting back watching my hand move. I'm not thinking about it. I know it ain't me no more. It's creation, it's God, it's another place. And I don't care what the complexion of the person is. I'm gonna make them something beautiful. Who is Maya Bailey? I would probably say an artist, community builder, team builder. I would describe Peter Street Station first as an art and design community center down here in Atlanta. We got tattoo artists, our painters, our writers, our musicians, our singers under one roof, and we feed off each other. And my whole goal here is to create new styles of art and let these younger artists shine, train them, make sure I got full attention on their resources. My whole goal is to see them to go as far as they want to go.
Right now, I shall lead you into the humble abode.
When people come in and they get a tattoo, we give them a tour of the building.
Maya has his private art collection hanging up here.
My whole goal is to make sure that people come here feel welcomed.
So this is Maya's station. This is where you will be getting tattooed.
I want them to be excited too, because when they're excited, it made me excited. When the client get here, I'm not gonna be here, but I got apprentices. And what they're supposed to do is get this client comfortable.
Nice to meet you. All right, so what are you getting today?
I don't know.
You don't know?
No. There are a couple of elements I would like to include. Like, I would like an ohm. That's very important to me. Like, it's a very big part of who and what I am.
Before I get to work, the first thing I do, I make sure I got some alone time, take a long walk. I kind of take as much time as I can with my dogs, enjoy that, watch them play around. I really, truly don't know exactly what I'm gonna do till I get there. Good to meet you there.
You as well.
Hey, tell me your concept today.
So, I'm a tattoo artist.
Yeah.
Right? And you are my inspiration for being one.
Oh, thank you, man. Damn.
I would love anything in your style. I like bright colors and I love cartoons.
If you can, like, your favorite cartoon
Simpsons.
characters. The Simpsons?
Yes.
When I meet the person for the first time, I kind of just let them do their talking. You know what I'm saying? Like, when they explain it to me face to face, I can feel it.
I like abstract work. I like masks. I have a lot of people in healthcare in my family, so I wanted to kind of just give a little tribute to the healers in my family.
Okay. Once they start reading out the story, it's like, okay, either it can be family-based, or trauma, or overcoming, or spiritual growth.
When I was telling my wife about coming here and like how this was, I don't want to say it's a religious experience for me because, but it is, you know what I mean? And so I just want that pouring into this.
Before we start step one, my apprentices, they prep the whole area. They set up my inks in certain orders through darks to lights. Then they gonna shave the arm and just make sure that the skin is completely smooth without hair. You don't want a needle jagging up in a piece of hair. Or you run over a piece of hair and you mess up your line, or you get tangled and it pulls the hair out. That hurts, you know what I'm saying? The next step is the freehand work. I get my red marker first. Red is just sketch. So you'll see me sketch with the red. Get a nice rhythm going. Then I take a black marker and then I do the black line. That's the actual line that the client is gonna see. That's when I'm showing the actual designs, my guidelines, the black lines. When I use straight lines, that means I'm thinking logic, thinking thoughts. But anytime you see curves and movement in it, it represents love or emotion. After I finish doing the black ink, then that's when you know I'm kind of finished the design. Let the client stand up, look in the mirror. Usually they like it. I just wait for that expression. And once I get that expression on their face, then I know that it's gonna be a good session.
You will shed light on dark matter. You will make aging optional. You will turn 5G up to 11. Because when you subscribe to Bloomberg, you won't just get news. You'll get insight into limitless possibilities, knowledge, and inspiration to feed your ambition. So before you invent, pioneer, disrupt, before you change the world, Bloomberg.
Hello, I'm Emma Barnett, and I'm a journalist and presenter. This is my new show, Emma Barnett Meets. First, I'll be meeting Chinese artist and dissident Ai Weiwei, and I'll talk to the novelist and political scientist Elif Shafak. Tune in to watch those who shape our world explain how the world shapes us. This is Emma Barnett Meets on Bloomberg Quicktake.
How worried should I be about inflation as a retail investor?
This is Trillions ETF MasterChef, where we interview the chefs of the finance world on their hottest investment recipes.
If you're an investor that really believes in investing for the future, that can handle or withstand some of the volatility that can come, then yeah, it could be used as a core holding.
You have athletes and you have influencers as clients. I'd assume they're into crypto. Are you getting them exposure?
We're absolutely overlaying it on the portfolio.
What's your favorite ticker?
It's the best ticker ever. It really kind of captures the themes.
What you're trying to always deliver is a very simple solution. And if you can deliver that simple solution powerfully, I think that resonates quite well in the market.
Tell us about this portfolio. Where's that spice going to come from?
We're looking for portfolios that have less risk than the market, but that perform better.
You are building a portfolio. It's much like, cooking a meal. And ETFs, I just think, make investing just so convenient and easy.
Trillions ETF MasterChef, only on Quicktake.
Increasingly, the institutional art world is honing in on tattooing as being a kind of art. And we've seen people that have completed their art degrees moving to tattooing. I'm David Lane. I'm an assistant professor of criminal justice sciences at Illinois State University. Part of what I study is crime and deviance, and the other part is culture and art. The crime and deviance pays the bills, but I also get to do the art part when I study tattooing. The oldest human bodies ever recovered have tattoos on them, meaning that we know it's at least a 5,000-year-old practice. There's not a single tribal society in the world in which the indigenous people don't practice tattooing. We can go to New Zealand historically, in the Maori tribes. Often their face documented a lot of things, like whether people were on their first or second marriage, what kind of labor they carried out, their family lineage. All sorts of things could be read off the face. Here in what's now the United States, we have documentation that Alaskan natives tattooed, people in the Southwest tattooed themselves. Even in Tennessee, we've found 2,000-year-old tattoo needles. And then ultimately, if we think about our contemporary context, tattooing, it's more popular and accessible than it ever has been before. There were a few sort of pop culture things that all sort of coincided over a number of decades. You had pop stars getting tattooed, and by the 1980s, and definitely by the 90s, you're starting to see athletes, whether it's football or NBA, they're visibly tattooed. By the time we get into the mid-2000s, we sort of have the birth of social media. And that allows people to take images of their own tattoos or take images of tattoos they produced and spread it to new audiences easier. When I first started doing this research, and this is over a decade ago, Jackie Gresham was one of the first names that ever came up. The conversation around Jackie, it can be summed up in a couple words: original and groundbreaking.
My name is Jackie Gresham, and I've been in New Orleans for 45 years tattooing. I'm the first black woman to tattoo. This shop, back in the 70s and 80s, we had bike clubs come in here. Every Sunday they would come in here. And back then, that was pretty much your clientele.
Jackie was doing imagery that was an aesthetic challenge to what some white tattooers had considered the sort of essence of tattooing. So she's sort of broken ground in that sense.
Today, tattoos, the different types are endless. If you can see it, we can do it as a tattoo.
Miss Jackie, the world should know who she is, in my opinion. She's special. Imagine what she had to deal with. Came up in the 90s and it was super racist. So I couldn't imagine the things she had to go through.
I think it makes it harder that I was a black person. I think also women in the industry have a hard time as well. When I wanted to buy this building, I had $15,000 down, that's 25%, but the people would not sell it to me. So that is a prime example. But with our society today, I don't think you're gonna have a problem. They have a lot of super black artists that are incredible tattoo artists. And I think that people will come to you and appreciate the good artwork that you're doing.
Once this tattoo is laid out and I'm doing freehand, I start everything from the right-hand corner, so I don't swipe off my stencil. So you'll see me go and do a quick outline around the whole entire thing, because if I don't, it's gonna be wiping off. The person's gonna be sweating, all this stuff. So I'm doing a quick outline around the whole entire thing so I don't lose it. Then I come in different line weights, doubling up lines to make it fatter, thicker. And then I fill up my solid black areas next to build out contrast. When I'm doing color, I always say, what's the darkest point of my tattoo? So I might say, hey, I'm gonna use turquoise. And I'm gonna do another color next to turquoise that's not related to turquoise. So it's gonna make the darker turquoise color look even brighter. With the black and grays, there's more thinking with black and gray a little bit. Because with black and gray, you really gotta make an image pop out using only a few tones. With a color tattoo, the black and gray under the tattoo is just your contrast. And you throwing color right on top of that, like an overlay. So those pores are open and they're healing at the same time. So you gotta hurry up doing this color. It's getting swollen, it's sore right now. I gotta knock this out before this person tap out on me. I was probably always an artist growing up. My mom was like, I wouldn't even walk and I could draw. And then as a child, I was going to the library and one of the books I picked up was created by Don Ed Hardy. And I read it, and I thought about my father having a tattoo. So my mind clicked. I was like, man, I think I'm something I'm interested in doing. And in my time, it wasn't black tattoo artists at all. It was probably at this time, probably 4 in the world. And it was no black tattoo artists in North Carolina, period. I was the first one. So I ended up going to a tattoo shop called Liquid Dragon. Took me in, man, and just showed me some ropes. But I was messing around in the streets and kind of blew that. Just trying to find myself as a young man, getting in a whole bunch of trouble like most young men do. And I blew my opportunity, but It kind of opened up a door for me to move out of my hometown and move to Atlanta. And I ended up opening up my first tattoo shop. It made some good money, so it gave me that freedom to be able to paint and explore art more in the gallery scene. I'm a painter. That's what I really do for a living. Painting, I feel like that's Maya right there. You get to see pure me. I'm not worried about nothing. I'm not worried about if it's pretty or not. Because tattooing, I gotta make it pretty. I gotta make it beautiful. With painting, you don't have to make it beautiful. You feeling ugly, then you can express that. We are done. Once you finish the color or the black and gray, whatever tattoo you're doing, the next step is really, they're gonna see it. They look at it from that angle, but then you want to look in the mirror so they can see the reflection of how it will be naturally on their arm. The second reaction is very important. You know what I'm saying? Because you definitely is over. You want them to feel relief and you want them to be happy at the same time.
You like it?
I love it.
Give me a hug. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Honor.
That's the part I like the most. When that client look in that mirror and see that permanent thing I put on them, yeah, man, it's a big responsibility. Then we bring them back. I take my photos, my pictures for my social media, and then I wrap them up. I use like a saran wrap, basic stuff, just to catch the blood and it'll mess up their clothes.
Thank you so much.
When it's done, I'm more thankful than anything, because I'm like, damn, I just made $1,500 and this money is gonna go back to this apprentices hosting them. It's going back to their careers, getting them a place to work, and it's just a good cycle. That's what I'm trying to do.
If you want there to be a vibrant tattoo culture, you ought to go be a member of it. So go meet tattooers and get to know them and figure out if you like them, because you're gonna have a moment that's gonna be with you for a while. You might as well have a good time while doing it.
When it comes to tattooing, I be feeling more like a healer or shaman. Even though you really don't need a tattoo, but it made me feel like they needed that. And it's a relief for them, it's a relief for me.
Hello, I'm Emma Barnett, and I'm a journalist and presenter. This is my new show, Emma Barnett Meets. First, I'll be meeting Chinese artist and dissident Ai Weiwei, and I'll talk to the novelist and political scientist Elif Shafak. Tune in to watch those who shape our world explain how the world shapes us. This is Emma Barnett Meets on Bloomberg Quicktake.
How worried should I be about inflation as a retail investor?
This is Trillions ETF MasterChef, where we interview the chefs of the finance world on their hottest investment recipes.
If you're an investor that really believes in investing for the future, that can handle or withstand some of the volatility that can come, then yeah, it could be used as a core holding.
You have athletes and you have influencers as clients. I'd assume they're into crypto. Are you getting them exposure?
We're absolutely overlaying it on the portfolio.
What's your favorite ticker?
It's the best ticker ever. It really kind of captures the themes.
What you're trying to always deliver is a very simple solution. And if you can deliver that simple solution powerfully, I think that resonates quite well in the market.
Tell us about this portfolio. Where's that spice going to come from?
We're looking for portfolios that have less risk than the market, but that perform better.
You are building a portfolio. It's much like, cooking a meal. And ETFs, I just think, make investing just so convenient and easy.
Trillions ETF MasterChef, only on Quicktake.
You will shed light on dark matter. You will make aging optional. You will turn 5G up to 11. Because when you subscribe to Bloomberg, you won't just get news. you'll get insight into limitless possibilities, knowledge, and inspiration to feed your ambition. So before you invent, pioneer, disrupt, before you change the world, Bloomberg.
I always try to put a little bit of my soul in the guitar. This is a mixture of sweetness, which I sometimes have, not always, and a little bit of bravery. The part that I love the most about working with wood, it's touching it, the feeling of the wood in my hands. It's something that always reminds me about who I am, where are my roots, where I belong to. The wood needs to be dried at least for 30 years, which means that I'm using the materials that my grandfather bought. I never met him, he died 1 month before I was born, so I get to touch the things that he picked without knowing if they will be for me, because I'm the first woman in the family to make guitars, so it's quite special. Once you have picked the materials, then you start to prepare all the parts of the guitar. We always start with shaping of the neck. Second part, it's the top. When we decide the materials, we decide which one of the templates that we have are we gonna use. The first thing that you do when you cut it is to put it in the solera. The solera is a mold that we use for the top and the back to give the guitar this little curve so it sounds better. And then for the top, we need to put the rosette in it. And it's little pieces of wood, and we make the drawing, the design, and we have to start putting every single piece so it matches. The rosette, it's one of the most difficult parts to do, but it's also one of the most creative ones where you are allowed to do whatever you want. It takes me like 2.5 months to make a couple of guitars, because we are always making a couple of them, so when one is gluing we can work with the other one. Actually, when a guitar is gluing, we're gonna use this old form of clamp. These ones we made ourselves here, so we can put pressure on the guitar. The flamenco and classical guitar, they may look equal, but in the construction they're different. Classical player, they always look for a neat note, bright sound, but the flamenco ones, they just want soul. Everybody asks about the sides bending. You have to put them under the water for a couple of hours, and then you do this bending with heat. We use a little oven, and if you get the wood wet through the process, you can bend the sides to the shape of the guitar. The condo business started with the uncle of my grandfather in 1915. Nowadays, in this workshop, we are 3 people, plus my father. At first, continuing the tradition, it was not something that I had in mind. My father suggested me to come to the workshop in the evenings, just to try. And I found it beautiful to know how the family business works and how to make a guitar. The first guitar that I closed, I remember going back home and my smile couldn't be bigger. Because it's the first moment that you see a complete guitar. For joining off the back, we need to put enough pressure to stick the back and the sides, but it's not so much so the sides could break. The tradition is to give your first guitar to your mother, but I'm not a boy, so I decided to give it to my father, which was my master. I was totally afraid that it would be a mistake and a mess and it wouldn't sound. But it did sound, and it did sound well, and I couldn't be more proud. I remember this as one of the most exciting days in my life. Once you have stacked all the guitar together, then you start with a fingerboard. We always use ebony from Africa, and it's a really tough material because it has a lot of density, it's really heavy. You have to be very careful in the distribution of the frets. If you are mistaken by just 1 millimeter, you wouldn't be able to tune it. It would be impossible. After that, you only have to give the last touches. Once a guitar is finished, we have to adjust the neck bone and the bridge bone. And this is really important because that will decide the tension of the strings. Sometimes you need a whole day to adjust a guitar to find it perfect. But I guess it will never be perfect because it depends on the person who plays the guitar. I have really good memories with flamenco music, and for me it means home actually. It comes from the heart of a person.
Canto por bulería y a mí me da pena. Recuerdo los cantos de Antonio Chaqueta.
I have this romantic idea that this is my grain, that I live in this world so someone else can make music, which gives life to all of us.
Que yo me voy emborracha, que yo me voy emborracha con un buchito de aguardiente, con un buchito de aguardiente. Los Chaquetas cantaba a la pinita mía, contigo nadie se podía comparar. Por eso mi Chaqueta te he tenido siempre en la historia. Por eso mi garganta de corazón te canta. Tu canta llevo siempre yo metido en mi memoria. Solo me pida que no se olvide de ti.
It's an ode to the way that things used to be made. It's not just something that's been mass-produced or put through a line and made millions of. We make them hand by hand, individually, each one. There's definitely faster ways, there's ways to cut corners, but how do we make something without cutting any corners? What's the best way we can do it? It's a long way to do it, it's a hard way to do it, but if there's a way to do it that way, then we figure it out. You can really see that in the quality of the bags when you get one, when you hold one. My name is Lindy McDonough, and I'm the creative director at Lotus Leather. For us, we grew up in New England, and I would get a bag one season and have a big logo on it, and then 2 seasons later, you'd almost be embarrassed to have it. And that's not in New England how we grow up, how we have goods. You should have a thing that you can pass down to your next generation, that's going to get more beautiful as you use it. And that was always the ethos for the company. The Triumph briefcase, from the outside, it looks very clean, but it's actually a very complicated bag. It's one of the most difficult bags that we make. It takes about 4 to 6 weeks to make each one. There's no rushing that. And the bag has about 61 individual pieces in each bag. We start on the cutting table. We roll out a hide. Our hides all come from a family-owned tannery. Our leather is all made specially for us. All of the leather is fully vegetable tanned, so no chromium, no formaldehyde, nothing in the base. If you've ever had a piece of leather goods that over time starts to peel and there's white that's showing through, that means that there's actually some sort of chemical or chromium inside the leather that's causing it to rust. Our leather won't do that. It'll get more beautiful and patina as you use it. You're also looking for, imperfections in the hide. So tick bites, scars, open cuts, anything like that. Just making sure at the beginning process that you find it. Make sure we don't use it. The bags then go through and all 61 of those pieces are cut from one hide. You're actually getting someone who laid out that cut and then thought about what was the piece that's going next to it and then thought about the piece that was going next to that.
They all get cut and individually numbered, and then we'll bring them over to the splitter. Splitting is taking the leather and making it thinner. We have different weights for every part of the bag. From the design process too, it's one of those things that we spend a lot of time thinking about, like, could this be a little bit thinner? Could this be thicker? We measure every single piece, and we measure it to actually the 1/10 of an ounce. We really do pay a lot of attention to the weight of every piece. Once everything is split, it goes to the grinding station. The grinding station is where all of the pieces are shaped. We take all of the pieces and we sand them straight. All of those pieces are shaped and ground and done by eye. It's one of those things of why what we do can't be automated. From the grinding station, it moves to the painting station. We have about 4 people painting to every 1 person at every other station. Because we do fully traditional burnished and polished edges, the painters get the ground pieces, they paint a layer, and they essentially raise the grain of the leather, and then they bring it over to the buffing machine and then buff it. And then they bring it back to the painting station, and then they paint another coat of edge dye, and then they would buff it again. And you're going back and forth with all 61 of those pieces at the minimum of 3 times, and some of which 8. That's why we hire artists. They have an eye for it, and they're like, this is not right yet, and they will finish it until it's right. So when we started this space, this manufacturing space, 5 years ago, we had 3 people, and now we are at 22. It's pretty rad. Our team at Lodef is 75% women, 75% of them are under the age of 35, and about 70% of them have a bachelor's degree. Always the biggest struggle has been, how do you find work that you have a day job from 9 to 5 that can support your life as an artist? And that was always the vision behind what we do for Lodef. We have furniture makers, jewelry designers, printmakers, illustrators, painters, and so making a great job, they could come in, work with us 30 hours a week, get full benefits, healthcare, all of those benefits, and then getting to do their studio practice outside of it is a really amazing thing, and we get amazing work because of that. And I think it's what makes what goes into the bag so special. In between the painting phase and the stitching phase, there's one piece in every bag that gets the bag number and the Lodef logo. And so those pieces come to the monogramming station. We log all of the numbers in our records, so we know what pieces we're going through, what color it was, what style it was, and what number is correlated to that. Then things go to stitching. So all 61 of those pieces for the triumph will get brought over and get the first level of stitching. We use a super strong thread that's made by a local maker. We get all the thread dyed to match each one of the leather colors. For the most part, every single one of the pieces has a specific amount of stitches that's there. Stitch width from the edge is really specific. The amount of stitches per inch is really specific. All of that is considered. And then they get moved to the turn and burn station, which is our hand stitching station. So they finish the thread with a hand-tied knot, burn it, and then tuck it back into the same hole where it came from, so it will actually hold, and then close the leather over it. So it's locking essentially that stitch inside of the leather. The hand stitching element is something that makes our bags pretty special. After it's turn and burn, it would go back to painting and buffing, and then it would all go to assembly. Assembly station is where they're gluing and assembling the bags from the 2-dimensional pieces into the 3-dimensional, and there's different levels of that. They will take all of the gussets and all of the partitions, glue them, and then they hammer it. And there's kind of a lot of back and forth between those stations until it's done. It goes back to grinding, and then back to painting, and then does the full loop all the way again, and it does that about 5 times before the bag is finished. The very last thing that we do is monogramming the bags. And then we handwrite a note, and then there's a card that goes in every bag that has the bag number. It's put in a beautiful gift box. That's the last step before the bag is shipped out. It's important that everything's made here. It's about accountability. It's accountability to our customers. It's making sure that we are doing things the way that we say that we're doing it and watching every step of the way. And we really couldn't do that if we weren't making it here and making it ourselves. And we can really say that we look at every single piece and make sure that it's perfect before it goes out the door. We're not just a marketing company, but we're a maker company.
Hello, I'm Emma Barnett, and I'm a journalist and presenter. This is my new show, Emma Barnett Meets. First, I'll be meeting Chinese artist and dissident Ai Weiwei, and I'll talk to the novelist and political scientist Elif Shafak. Tune in to watch those who shape our world explain how the world shapes us. This is Emma Barnett Meets on Bloomberg Quicktake.
How worried should I be about inflation as a retail investor?
This is Trillions ETF MasterChef, where we interview the chefs of the finance world on their hottest investment recipes.
If you're an investor that really believes in investing for the future, that can handle or withstand some of the volatility that can come, then yeah, it could be used as a core holding.
You have athletes and you have influencers as clients. I'd assume they're into crypto. Are you getting them exposure?
We're absolutely overlaying it on the portfolio.
What's your favorite ticker?
It's the best ticker ever. It really kind of captures the themes.
What you're trying to always deliver is a very simple solution. And if you can deliver that simple solution powerfully, I think that resonates quite well in the market.
Tell us about this portfolio. Where's that spice going to come from?
We're looking for portfolios that have less risk than the market, but that perform better.
You are building a portfolio. It's much like, cooking a meal. And ETFs, I just think, make investing just so convenient and easy.
Trillions ETF MasterChef, only on Quicktake.
You will shed light on dark matter. You will make aging optional. You will turn 5G up to 11. Because when you subscribe to Bloomberg, you won't just get news. You'll get insight into limitless possibilities, knowledge, and inspiration to feed your ambition. So before you invent, pioneer, disrupt, before you change the world, Bloomberg.
I think one of the things that you can say about me is when I was broke, I didn't let my bank account define me. And when I'm not broke, I'm not gonna let my bank account define me. Right. I'll try to be my own person, and just my friends are my friends. That never changed. My Pittsburgh friends are still my great friends. My college friends, my rugby friends, all the different segments of my life, they're still my guys.
What's going on?
What up, CP?
Not a thing.
Good.
How you doing?
Good, man. Thanks for having me.
Man, I appreciate you.
My pleasure.
Appreciate you coming through.
Absolutely.
So to start it off, tell us who you are.
Oh my goodness. Grew up in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Born in Squirrel Hill, moved to the South Hills, Birdland, and then Mount Lebanon. And my dad did upholstery on cars. My mom did odd jobs. Just a normal kid, man, that just happened to have an aptitude for business from as long as I can remember.
Was it one of your dreams, like as a kid? Like I know I was in the backyard, me and my brother was trying to be Michael Jordan and Scottie Pippen. I was MJ, of course. But was it a dream of yours to own an NBA team?
No, hell no. It wasn't, yeah. Honestly, it wasn't until I tried to buy the Mavs that it even crossed my mind.
Really?
When I was a kid, I played sports not very well, but yeah, I wanted to be Earl of Pearl Monroe. I had a spin move and everything, and a baseball player.
Went Salem State University, by the way.
Yeah, exactly. I never really thought that I would ever be in a position to own anything, man. I just wanted to have a good life and try to find my way to college.
So now, all these things that you've done in life, all this stuff that's been a part of your journey, tell us a little bit about what that was like what it was like growing up in
Pittsburgh. My mom was really young when she had me. She was 20, and so, in hindsight, I realized how little my parents really knew, right? Because they were just young. But my dad would just get up and go to work, and neither one of them went to college, and they were like, you guys, I have two younger brothers, Brian and Jeff, you guys are going to college, and we're going to figure it out because education's important, and you've got to find your own path. And he was always pushing me, and both my parents were pushing me to be independent. And however it started, I don't know, from the time I was 9, 10 years old, I was hustling. I was one of those kids that was always selling something. Yeah. Like I was selling baseball cards, right?
Really?
I would go buy baseball cards and then I'd flip them, right? Get as many, get good at flipping, package them. Then I'd go down to the park where we would play pickup or whatever. There would be this bench that was there and I would just sit there and repackage baseball cards. And I'd say, okay, there's definitely one Pittsburgh Pirate in one of these, right? You might get Roberto Clemente, you might get Willie Stargell. And I'd mark them up and make some money. And that's how I'd get spending money. And I remember one day my dad was playing poker. I was like, Dad, I need a new pair of Converse, right? Mm-hmm. And he's like, I see those shoes on your feet. They still work, right? And I'm like, yeah. And he's like, well, when you have a job, you can buy whatever you want. But until then, those shoes still work. And I'm like, Dad, I can't get a job. I'm 12 years old. And one of his poker buddies speaks up and goes, yeah, I got a job for you. I'm like, what? He goes, I've got these boxes of garbage bags, and you can go sell them around the neighborhood. And I'm like, cool.
Like boxes of garbage
bags, right? So literally, I would go to our neighbors, and I go, hi, I'm your neighbor, Mark. Do you use garbage bags?
You sound like a Shark Tank.
Yeah, right? Yeah, exactly. And of course, everybody uses garbage bags. So I'll never forget, they cost me $3 for a box of 100. I would sell them for $6, and I would just take them to them every couple of weeks, right? Whenever they needed more garbage bags. And I'm making $20 a week, which was like big time. Right. And I got my shoes and, but that taught me to be confident. And that taught me that I could sell. And that taught me that selling was helping, not convincing, because once I figured out that everybody needed garbage bags, then it really became obvious to me that if I can find things that people needed and wanted, and I could do it a better way than what they were doing it, then I can make some money. And that's kind of stayed with me since
I was just about to say, it's crazy how you was thinking about that at 12, and everything you just said basically translates to everything you basically 100%. Doing now in life.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, because that's what it's all about. I mean, selling isn't convincing somebody to do something they don't want to do. Selling is understanding what Chris Paul needs and then finding a way to provide it in a better way than what they're doing now.
You make it sound way too easy, but
it's not as hard as it sounds, right? But most, it's like basketball, right? There's a lot of guys that maybe were more talented than you, right? One thing I know and respect about you, and the few times we've talked, like you talk about, doing the work, right? Getting on Synergy Sports, which I was excited about because it was a company I had helped get going, right, and invested on, and always watching the plays, knowing the other team's plays, when they call them out, so you know what's going to happen, being able to guide. Business is the exact same way. Most people don't put in the work. Business is the exact same way. I have all these corny sayings. Practice till you can't get it wrong. How you do anything is how you do everything. Yeah. Right? I just still, to this day, try to remind myself of these things all the time.
For you, you started college in Pittsburgh.
Yeah.
And then went to Indiana.
Yeah.
Why?
When I was 16, I decided I wanted to take college classes at night just to see if I was as smart as I thought I was. And so...
So at 16, you were what?
Junior
in high school.
Yeah.
And you just started taking college classes.
Yeah, so I just said, what the hell, right? I'll just take these classes. And I took a psychology class and did good in it. And then I wanted to take a business class at my high school, Mount Lebanon High School, and they wouldn't let me do that. And so I'm like, well, then I'm just going to go to college. Right, so I dropped out of high school, didn't go back for my senior year, and went to the University of Pittsburgh. But they didn't have a real business school back then. I decided I wanted to go to business school, saw a list of the top 10 undergraduate business schools, and Indiana was the cheapest, and got in, and had never seen the campus, didn't visit, none of that stuff, just went sight unseen, and turned out okay.
You graduated from Indiana. Mm-hmm. What was your dream job?
Well, I wanted to start my own company at some level, right? So all through Indiana, I had all kinds of side hustles because I pretty much had to pay for my own college. And so whether it was party promoting my freshman and sophomore years, to having a chain letter to pay for my junior year, to opening up a bar that was like the hot spot on campus my senior year until we got busted for letting all my friends in because I just turned 21, So I was a hustler. A bunch of my buddies had come down to Dallas, and they were like, you got to come down.
Is that what got you to Texas?
Yeah. A bunch of my buddies were down here, and they're like, look, the weather's good, the economy's really starting to hop, and the women are hot. I'm like, I didn't hear the first two. I'm like, I'm coming, boom, right?
I'm on my way.
On my way. 3-bedroom apartment, 5 other roommates, so 6 of us living in a 3-bedroom apartment. I was in last. So I was the guy who didn't have his own room, didn't have his own closet.
On the couch or on the floor.
Floor, couch, right? Or some, buddies were out, I'm taking their bed. So that's where I got started in Dallas, and I got a job working as a bartender at night, and then finally got a job in the computer industry. And that's really where I realized, okay, I really like these computers. I mean, I have an aptitude for it, and this is it. I'm going for it.
So when I say broadcast.com, what does that mean to you?
Ching, 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 ching.
Right. When it comes to crypto and blockchain and stuff, how do you feel about that?
I think it's a big part of the future. Right. I really, really do. But I think people are looking at it the wrong way.
Hello, I'm Emma Barnett, and I'm a journalist and presenter. This is my new show, Emma Barnett Meets. First, I'll be meeting Chinese artist and dissident Ai Weiwei, and I'll talk to the novelist and political scientist Elif Shafak. Tune in to watch those who shape our world explain how the world shapes us. This is Emma Barnett Meets on Bloomberg Quicktake.
Access the financial world on demand. Hear from leading economists, policymakers, and industry experts via live and on-demand webinars, only from Bloomberg. Start exploring to see what's moving the markets. Visit Bloomberg.com/webinars.
How worried should I be about inflation as a retail investor?
This is Trillions ETF MasterChef, where we interview the chefs of the finance world on their hottest investment recipes.
If you're an investor that really believes in investing for the future, that can handle or withstand some of the volatility that can come, then yeah, it could be used as a core holding.
You have athletes and you have influencers as clients. I'd assume they're into crypto. Are you getting them exposure?
We're absolutely overlaying it on the portfolio.
What's your favorite ticker?
It's the best ticker ever. It really kind of captures the themes.
What you're trying to always deliver is a very simple solution. And if you can deliver that simple solution powerfully, I think that resonates quite well in the market.
Tell us about this portfolio. Where's that spice going to come from?
We're looking for portfolios that have less risk than the market, but that perform better.
You are building a portfolio. It's much like, cooking a meal. And ETFs, I just think, make investing just so convenient and easy.
Trillions ETF MasterChef, only on Quicktake.
You will shed light on dark matter. You will make aging optional. You will turn 5G up to 11. Because when you subscribe to Bloomberg, you won't just get news. You'll get insight into limitless possibilities, knowledge, and inspiration to feed your ambition. So before you invent, pioneer, disrupt, before you change the world, Bloomberg.
So when I say broadcast.com, what does that mean to you?
Ching, 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 ching.
Right.
Yeah, I don't think people realize what it was all about, though, because it's been so long now. I sold my first company, Micro Solutions, in 1989, 1990, I guess, when it closed, and retired. Just took time off, partied like a rock star, and would get together with one of my Indiana buddies, Todd Wagner. And one day he's sitting down, it's late 1994, early 95, and he's like, look, this new internet thing, there's gotta be a way that we can use it to listen to Indiana basketball. Because we're in Dallas, and this is before you could get it with DirecTV or cable or whatever, right? And I'm like, okay, let me see if I can figure it out, because my first company, I would write software, taught myself to write software, did networking wider, so it was a perfect fit to figure it out. So I bought a Packard Bell computer, put it in the second bedroom of my house, connected a radio to it, and we just started working with different software. Didn't write all the software, but wrote enough to get it up and running. Next thing you know, we started this website called AudioNet, worked with the local radio station, KLIF. I set up a VCR, an old school VCR, next to their radio station. I would record it, take the VCR tapes, encode it, put it on a server in the second bedroom of my house, and then just email and go online and tell as many people, look, if you want to listen to Dallas sports and stuff, come to the site called audionet.com. Blew up immediately. 3 years later, it turned into broadcast.com. We added video. We went public. It was the biggest first day IPO in the history of the stock market at the time. And we were YouTube. I mean, literally, hundreds of internet radio stations, hundreds of radio stations, TV stations, you know, streaming. Like, we went and got the rights to North Carolina basketball. And we were showing online Michael Jordan mixtapes and
Once
stuff
you
like
get
that.
It's a wrap.
Yeah, right. And so we just blew up. And then Yahoo came along and bought us and paid us, I think it was $5.7 billion in stock, not in cash. So then I had to protect the stock that I got because, you know, fortunately I did this thing called hedging, and it protected me when the whole internet bubble burst, and that allowed me to turn it into cash. And then a couple weeks later, I was trying to buy the Mavs.
Yeah, so on to that. So all of the stuff that you were doing in technology, computers and everything like that, why the Mavericks?
Well, I was a season ticket holder, right? But I'd been going to Mavs games since I got to Dallas. But in the 90s, they were really bad. And literally, you could buy a ticket upstairs and just walk down and sit in the front row, right? Because there was nobody there. And even though we were awful, it was the start of the 99-2000 season. I was there with my girlfriend, now wife, and the place wasn't sold out, you know?
And so you're a season ticket holder in 99-2000.
Yeah.
Right, and where are your seats at?
My seats are right by the Mavs bench.
Where you sit most of the time?
Closer, yeah, a little bit, yeah, 2 rows back. I was into it, right? And then there was nobody there. And I remember...
Even then?
Yeah, there was nobody there, right? Nobody. It was opening night, and the place wasn't sold out, and this was in the old Reunion Arena. And I'm like, I can do a better job than this, right? And then it hit me, ding, ding, ding. Now I can afford this stuff, right?
Right.
You know, so I talked to my ticket rep, a guy named Mark, who then connected me to Mark Aguirre. And Mark Aguirre was working for Ross Perot Jr., who was the owner then, and he connected me together. And the season started like beginning of November, end of October. By January 4th, so only 6 weeks later, give or take, I owned the Mavs.
What?
Yeah.
No. Tommy, you rewind. You don't just sit at the game and then 6 weeks later,
pretty much
own the.
Yeah.
I like that. And what's crazy for me is around then I was 17 years old, and I'm a high school basketball player. And I'm telling you, man, like my senior year in high school, even like when I was a freshman at Wake, like I loved everything Dirk.
Yo, yeah,
everything
Dirk was the man.
Yeah, I used to like turn my feet in on my free throws. You remember when Dirk used to shoot free throws like that?
Yeah, the little knock knee.
Yeah. I used to do that for a little while, whatnot, just so I could shoot like Dirk. And I tell you, even to sit here and have this conversation is so crazy because I remember when you bought the team and I saw you like this, right? Yeah. Seriously, I think at some point we all thought that someone buying a team or something had to have a suit on and all this different type of stuff. And to see you today the same way you were then, I think says a lot. You've always genuinely been a fan of not just your team, but the game. And that's dope to see, man.
Yeah, I mean, because it's for all of us, right?
Yeah.
And I would say I don't own the team, I just handle the finances, but all Mavs fans everywhere own the team. That's what makes basketball, or all sports, right, so much different than traditional businesses. Look at Apple, right? Multi-trillion-dollar market cap. No one's throwing a parade in Cupertino when they have, you know, a super quarter. Right. There's not a whole city that gets on fire, right? When you're moving, like when you guys, you know, with the Suns last year, just coming out of nowhere and bam, getting to the finals. Yeah. The whole city's on fire.
That's a great point.
Yeah.
Shark Tank.
Yeah.
What was the pitch to you that got you involved in Shark Tank?
It was like, we're doing this business show, right? Do you want to come on as a guest? And I'd watched the show. And I'm like, okay, you know, it was on ABC, and it was bouncing around, right? It wasn't on any one night, and I'm thinking, all right, I'm gonna go on, and I'm just gonna blow them up, right? Because they're not gonna see me coming, and this is a business show, and it's okay, right? But I don't think it's gonna last. So I'm just gonna, this is, you know, primetime network TV, and I'm just gonna mess with everybody. So I get on there and just tear them all up. They had no idea what was coming, but all of a sudden, you know, like it did in other countries, Shark Tank starts to take off. And, you know, from what it started as me just having fun to what it's become, which is a way to educate families, kids about business and really get kids excited about entrepreneurship. That's what got me really to stay with the show.
We be locked in.
Yeah,
we be locked in. It's the coolest thing because, like you said, it's not just for adults, right?
Yeah.
Like my whole family, my parents, my wife, my kids will be sitting there watching, and there are products that we buy now all the time that came from.
As long as they're my deals, I'm good with that.
Right. So, but for you, you'd have heard hundreds of pitches, like maybe thousands of pitches in trying to figure out all these different deals or whatnot. What would be your biggest advice to an entrepreneur, somebody trying to start a business?
Well, first know your business, right? I think people will always stop me and say, well, I want to start a business, what should I do? And if you don't know, you're not ready.
Right.
You've got to have something that you're good at. And if you're going to do it, you got to be the best at it. Because I'll tell them, look, if I come in and compete with you, I'm going to kick your ass. Are you ready to compete with me?
Yep.
Right? And you've got to work like there's someone working 24 hours a day to take it away from you.
You have a website that lists all your different businesses.
Yeah.
Right?
MarkCuban.com.
Right.
Yeah.
All your different businesses and all, because do you have like a separate company that's just for like Shark Tank?
No.
Right?
No, they're all, so I don't have like a fund that invests in all the different companies. It's just me making direct investments in all of them.
Yeah, but it's not just the money, it's the time.
Oh,
right?
yeah, no, I have people who help me. Yeah.
There's a lot going on.
I have a lot of people who help me. Yeah, it takes the people a lot smarter than me to make all this work. Yeah.
Right.
I've got a lot of really, really great people that are around that make me look smart.
So when it comes to crypto and blockchain and stuff, how do you feel about that?
I think it's a big part of the future.
Right.
I really, really do. But I think people are looking at it the wrong way. People get really amped up about the price of the currency, cryptocurrencies, right? The tokens. And they think that's really what crypto is, but it's not. That's the noise, right? The signal is, if I were going to start a business, how can I use this new technology to give myself a competitive advantage and disrupt an industry? And so, to give you an example, is NFTs, right? Everybody's always amped about NFTs, and you see guys with their Bored Ape Yacht Club.
All day long,
right? And it's a collectible, just like anything else. But to me, NFTs are just a proof of concept and an example of how smart contracts work. When you go through the process of creating an NFT, one of the things they always ask you is, what's your royalty rate? And so when I set one up for the first time, I'm like, royalties? How the hell does that work? Because there's no other way to make money every time a digital asset is resold and get paid a royalty. And then I'm thinking, okay, well, if it works for these NFTs, where else can I use this stuff? Right? What other business applications can I come up?
Right. The NFTs were just showing you another way to do other things.
Proof of concept.
Right.
Proof of concept. Again, it's like basketball, right? Basketball right now is changing, and technology keeps on changing. Right? It went from,
post up and all this different type stuff. The game changes.
It changes because the technology made people smarter.
Right.
You went from synergy, right, to second spectrum. Right. And then the data's different, and now we're getting into using computer vision and AI for pose estimation. All this is just technology changing the game.
That comes back to biomechanics and all that.
Yeah, all the biomechanics, but how do you track the biomechanics?
Right. I done seen you win championships, I done seen you win big games, but I don't ever think I've seen you as happy as you are when you're on those videos with your kids.
If I can get them to do them every day, twice a day, I would do them. I don't care how embarrassed I get by them.
Yeah.
It's fun, right?
Hello, I'm Emma Barnett. This is my new show. First, I'll be meeting Chinese artist and dissident Ai Weiwei, and I'll talk to the novelist and political scientist Elif Shafak. This is Emma Barnett Meets on Bloomberg Quicktake.
Access the financial world on demand. Hear from leading economists, policymakers, and industry experts via live and on-demand webinars, only from Bloomberg. Start exploring to see what's moving the markets. Visit Bloomberg.com/webinars.
How worried should I be about inflation as a retail investor?
This is Trillions ETF MasterChef, where we interview the chefs of the finance world on their hottest investment recipes.
If you're an investor that really believes in investing for the future, that can handle or withstand some of the volatility that can come, then yeah, it could be used as a core holding.
You have athletes and you have influencers as clients. I'd assume they're into crypto. Are you getting them exposure?
We're absolutely overlaying it on the portfolio.
What's your favorite ticker?
It's the best ticker ever. It really kind of captures the themes.
What you're trying to always deliver is a very simple solution. And if you can deliver that simple solution powerfully, I think that resonates quite well in the market.
Tell us about this portfolio. Where's that spice going to come from?
We're looking for portfolios that have less risk than the market, but that perform better.
You are building a portfolio. It's much like, cooking a meal. And ETFs, I just think, make investing just so convenient and easy.
Trillions ETF MasterChef, only on Quicktake.
You will shed light on dark matter. You will make aging optional. You will turn 5G up to 11. Because when you subscribe to Bloomberg, you won't just get news. You'll get insight into limitless possibilities, knowledge, and inspiration to feed your ambition. So before you invent, pioneer, disrupt, before you change the world, Bloomberg.
One of your recent hires in the past couple years was Cynthia.
Yeah, Cynthia Marshall.
Yeah, Cynthia Marshall.
Yeah, she's a machine. I mean, she's a force of nature. She's amazing. We had some challenges that we went through 3 years ago, and I hadn't been connected to the business side of it. I was always on the basketball side, and some things went wrong, and I had to own up to them. I needed somebody who could come in that understood how to turn the culture of an organization around. And she has just been a superstar.
She don't play either.
No, she don't play. That's her.
Play.
Yeah. She says that all the time. I don't play. Yeah. I don't play. But that's who she is. And she changed the culture. She changed the organization. Diversity and inclusion is a tough topic. Mm-hmm. Because a lot of people look at it as just being about a checklist. And what I've learned, particularly from her, is that it's not about checking the boxes. It's about being pragmatic and doing business the right way. Because what I learned from her is when we bring people from different communities, that opens doors into those communities, right? And so, like, Dallas has the 6th largest Indian population in the country. I didn't know that.
Did not know that till you just said that.
And so you want to find people from that community to sell into that community. You want to find people of color who can connect, because I can walk in there, and people who look like me can walk in there.
Yep.
I'm not going to have the same impact or have the same understanding. And she already knew that, right? Mm-hmm. She knew how to not only understand it, not only recognize the impact, but how to deliver it. And that's what makes her special. And she's just got that energy and that vibe and that love that comes out of her.
Genuine. It's unbelievably 100%. Genuine. So I'd known you for a while, Mark, and I didn't even know that you had kids until I seen you on TikTok. I seen you on TikTok.
Renegade.
I seen you on TikTok with your daughter, man. And to tell you the truth, because I've done a few with my kids, you know what I mean? Yeah. And I'm telling you, man, I done seen you win championships. I done seen you win big games, but I don't ever think I've seen you as happy as you are when you're on those videos with your kids.
If I can get them to do them every day, twice a day, I would do them. I don't care how embarrassed I get by them.
Yeah.
It's fun, right? Because, now, they're the joy of my life. They're everything. And, it took me a while to realize that, because, like, when they're really, really little, you don't really appreciate it.
Yep.
But once they became real people, there's just nothing better. And if I had a choice between just spending time with them, it's like I tell people, the most precious word in the dictionary for me is dad.
Yeah.
When you hear your kids call you dad,
there's
only one way. There's only 3 people in the universe who can say that to me, and those are most important.
All that we talked about, you could see you was into it, but when I brought up your kids, you about jumped out your seat. You jumped out your seat.
And it's scary too, right? Because, you had to work your way up, and and it's your success in a lot of respects. But then it just terrifies you, because your kids can't copy that same path.
Right.
As much as you know your path and I know my path, and it's not going to be my kids' path. They've got to find their own, and it scares me because I don't want them to grow up to be entitled, right? I don't want them to take everything for granted. I want them to feel some of that. You have to work for it to get it.
Yeah.
And but they ain't dumb.
They ain't dumb. No,
they know exactly, who paid for the house and how.
But that's the challenge I think that a lot of us face, man. And I'm just grateful to sit down and talk to you. All these years, man, we never talked this long, man. So, Mark Cuban, thank you so much. Appreciate you. Yes, sir.
Yeah,
thank
absolutely.
How worried should I be about inflation as a retail investor?
This is Trillions ETF MasterChef, where we interview the chefs of the finance world on their hottest investment recipes.
If you're an investor that really believes in investing for the future, that can handle or withstand some of the volatility that can come, then yeah, it could be used as a core holding.
You have athletes and you have influencers as clients. I'd assume they're into crypto. Are you getting them exposure?
We're absolutely overlaying it on the portfolio.
What's your favorite ticker?
It's the best ticker ever. It really kind of captures the themes.
What you're trying to always deliver is a very simple solution. And if you can deliver that simple solution powerfully, I think that resonates quite well in the market.
Tell us about this portfolio. Where's that spice going to come from?
We're looking for portfolios that have less risk than the market, but that perform better.
You are building a portfolio. It's much like, cooking a meal. And ETFs, I just think, make investing just so convenient and easy.
Trillions ETF MasterChef, only on Quicktake.
Hello, I'm Emma Barnett. This is my new show. First, I'll be meeting Chinese artist and dissident Ai Weiwei, and I'll talk to the novelist and political scientist Elif Shafak. This is Emma Barnett Meets on Bloomberg Quicktake. Hello, I'm Emma Barnett. This is my new show. First, I'll be meeting Chinese artist and dissident Ai Weiwei, and I'll talk to the novelist and political scientist Elif Shafak. This is Emma Barnett Meets on Bloomberg Quicktake.
Part of what I love about business is you get to build things from nothing.
I don't have any investors. All this is all money in. This is me just building it.
It's pretty much full service shadow banking with nobody in charge.
I'm Scarlett Fu. I've been covering business news since the 90s.
I'm Madison Mills. I was born in the 90s and I grew up on MySpace.
I grew up on mixtapes and a savings account that got 7% interest.
I don't really see the value of a savings account when interest rates are near zero. So I'm going to ask Scarlett all of my complicated financial questions.
And Maddie will be my guide to the world of influencers and meme stunts. Sit down. We're going to take off soon. So here's the situation. Food prices are way up, and this has broad-reaching social and economic repercussions.
And political ones, right? Remember Biden clapping back at that Fox News reporter the other week?
That's a great asset. More inflation. What a stupid son of a...
Not good.
Not good. But it goes to show that, voters, especially young ones, I don't think that they're thinking about the economic concept of inflation. So Scarlett, I want to talk about one of my favorite things, food. Prices are all over the place, and I'm a big dollar slice fan, but the dollar slice is dying in New York City. So I got us an interview with one of the final remaining pizza shops that has a dollar slice available. So we're gonna go talk to him in a little bit.
Find out how he's working this out and how he manages through this whole situation. I think we should also talk to Bloomberg's restaurant editor, because you've got dollar slice on the one hand, then you've got high-end restaurants. They have more room to figure out how they're going to pass the cost along to their consumers.
Absolutely, yeah. And this affects us in all of our life decisions, right? Like
every day, 3 times a day.
Exactly. Nothing is more important than food.
It's what we talk about all day long. We've got a fast-growing economy, we've got plentiful jobs apparently, but if everything is going up in price, you're not feeling too good, and people will take that to the polls when they vote for their next elected official.
Right, we keep hearing about how it's the workers' economy and we have all this power now, but I don't know that it feels that way for everyone. I mean, just open your TikTok feed, right? We're seeing so many videos of people complaining about the financial situation, understandably, and a lot of them are asking, why can't the government just print more money? And we know that that is not a solution, but why is that, Scarlett?
Well, the government has already printed a lot of money. It's distributed a lot of cash to a lot of people, and there are arguments that that's contributed to the rapid rise in prices. That's contributed to inflation. So if the government were to do even more of that, that would perhaps exacerbate the inflation that we're seeing now.
Yeah, and it affects everyone from the top of the food chain to just everyday Americans. Like, this is a Jay Powell issue as much as it is a family issue. I noticed this stat in the paper the other week that shocked me. There's been an 8% increase in fast food prices over the past year. And it makes me just remember the lower cost items of New York that are so near and dear to our hearts, like the dollar slice. So I set us up with the owner of a pizza shop in Soho that still has the dollar slice.
Interesting.
Yes, so we're gonna go down there today, open up the books, get a look into his finances, and figure out how
I have so many questions for him.
You're going to be amazing with him. I already know it. Yeah.
So food prices have risen so much, it's pushed up our grocery bills. You wonder how that changes the calculus for actually going out to eat as opposed to cooking at home.
Right, and we will always take an excuse to not cook.
Yes.
It brings us back to the basics of New York, a slice of pizza.
Let's check out Champion Pizza.
With its original store opening in 2009, Champion Pizza has grown into an award-winning, celebrity-attracting, bona fide New York slice of life, a labor of love for its owner, Haki Oktanes.
You own 5 pizza stores in New York City?
Yes, I do.
And how are things going as we head into 2022?
What do you think?
The cost for everything must be going up, and you must be feeling it.
Yeah, I mean, I show you guys, like.
What are these? What are we looking at here?
So this is the company Concordura that I buy supplies from them since 2010, and it's been almost 12 years here. The same company, same supply, same food, everything same. Only different is the price.
Inflation in action.
Yeah. The pepperoni, how much was like?
Pepperoni sliced here is $3.89
per unit.
Right now it's a $5.44.
Yeah.
Each pound. I use like almost like every day, like almost 20 pounds. That cost me almost $7, the pepperoni.
Alone?
Yeah, just pepperoni, yeah.
Production snags and lack of competition have driven up meat prices. Labor shortages and increased shipping rates have made tomatoes more costly, and droughts, heavy rain, and deep freezes slammed wheat crops. That pushed flour prices up. All of these factors have duly affected the humble slice.
Are you charging more for your pizzas?
No, the price is the same. I couldn't change the price. The Essex pizza shop, I increased like 50 cents. But for the kids, I couldn't change it because the kids, they don't have money.
So it's still $1 a slice for kids?
It's still $1 for the kids. Last year, like, believe it or not, I saved money for my son to college. I take all his money in college.
So you used your savings?
I take everything, just for my business.
When you're having to make such tough personal decisions, how do you not just say, guys, I'm not doing dollar slices anymore, you need to pay $2?
That's why, like, I keep my customer. If I play with something, I'm so scared that I'm gonna lose what I have.
Consistent pricing isn't just a business decision for Haki, it's a personal one from a guy who had a tough journey and wants to give back.
So Haki, you know a lot about flatbread because this is something that you liked eating when you were a child growing up, right?
Yeah.
In Turkey?
Yeah, in Turkey, yeah. I started work like 11 in Turkish pizza shop. I learned a lot over there and about the dough. So I come to New York in 2001, January 28th, and I have $240 in my pocket. Wow. I don't speak a word of English, and 2 weeks later I become homeless. And I met one guy, he's from Senegal, his name Ronnie, he speaks French as well, he was homeless as well. So he take me to Bowery Mission as a homeless shelter on Bowery, as the hardest thing in the world, okay, to be homeless. No one choose to become homeless, believe that, guys, no one. When you don't have money, it's $1 is your net worth, it's your everything. Yeah. And $1 for them is like $1 million. The first paycheck, when I get paid, I went to the bathroom and I said, thank you, God, thank you for everything, right? I cry a lot.
And that's partly your thinking behind why you're keeping your prices the way they are.
Yeah.
100%.
Keep it accessible for people.
I'm not gonna change it.
You'd rather close stores than raise your prices.
Yes. Even I have one store, I still could survive and take care of my family and, send my kids in school. I could still survive to working behind my counter.
Hard work and love drives a lot of small business owners like Hockey. But what's driving his customers is simply a love for great pizza.
Oh my God,
this
it smells so good. I mean, this is all my favorite foods.
This looks amazing.
That one is lasagna.
What's your favorite one out of all these to eat?
I usually eat this one or this one.
Yeah.
Either one.
You like the burrata?
Yeah, I love burrata, but
So
it's just
good.
too much, a little bit, sometimes.
Yeah, yeah.
So
You're
if
trying
you want
to
to go
keep
be
it tight.
healthy,
Yeah.
I go for this one. Yeah.
It's so good. Thank you.
So that's your basic pizza slice or pizza pie in this case.
I know, but you kind of have to wonder how all of these millions of other restaurants are handling inflation. Yeah?
Yeah, absolutely.
Let's go talk to Bloomberg's restaurant editor.
Let's go.
Access the financial world on demand. Hear from leading economists, policymakers, and industry experts via live and on-demand webinars, only from Bloomberg. Start exploring to see what's moving the markets. Visit Bloomberg.com/webinars.
You will shed light on dark matter. You will make aging optional. You will turn 5G up to 11. Because when you subscribe to Bloomberg, you won't just get news. You'll get insight into limitless possibilities, knowledge, and inspiration to feed your ambition. So before you invent, pioneer, disrupt, before you change the world, Bloomberg.
How worried should I be about inflation as a retail investor?
This is Trillions ETF MasterChef, where we interview the chefs of the finance world on their hottest investment recipes.
If you're an investor that really believes in investing for the future, that can handle or withstand some of the volatility that can come, then yeah, it could be used as a core holding.
You have athletes and you have influencers as clients. I'd assume they're into crypto. Are you getting them exposure?
We're absolutely overlaying it on the portfolio.
What's your favorite ticker?
It's the best ticker ever. It really kind of captures the themes.
What you're trying to always deliver is a very simple solution. And if you can deliver that simple solution powerfully, I think that resonates quite well in the market.
Tell us about this portfolio. Where's that spice going to come from?
We're looking for portfolios that have less risk than the market, but that perform better.
You are building a portfolio. It's much like, cooking a meal. And ETFs, I just think, make investing just so convenient and easy.
Trillions ETF MasterChef, only on Quicktake.
The cost of producing cattle right now is the highest I've ever seen it, and it don't seem to be an end in sight.
Pat Dean has been raising cattle his entire life. A third-generation rancher, he's used to working 7 days a week, 365 days a year.
We try to get up and get started about 7 o'clock, and we go just as long as we can to accomplish as much as we can, and hopefully if nothing out of the ordinary arises, we get to quit at a decent time, and sometimes we're out all night.
Over the years, he's seen a lot of ups and downs, but never a crisis quite like this.
Low prices for our product and high prices for everything we need to produce this product. But it seems like in the last year or 2 years, all our outgoing money or all our expenses, the things we have to buy, have just skyrocketed.
American farmers are feeling the pinch of inflation across entire production lines. The price of fertilizer, corn, fuel, and labor are up with no ceiling in sight.
Well, we definitely think a lot more about purchasing anything. I mean, we try to get by with what we have the best we can and not buy any new equipment and try not to do a lot of unnecessary work.
As people like Pat struggle, demand for beef is spiking. Prices were up more than 20% in November from a year earlier. Despite those markups, many ranchers say profits aren't being evenly distributed.
There's no guarantee of anything. Prices could be 10 cents lower, 10 cents higher. We're at the mercy of the buyers at the sale today. Where most people produce something, they kind of control the price. We don't. We just get what we get and hope it's enough to pay the bills.
Federal data shows that for every dollar spent on food, the share that went to ranchers and farmers dropped from 35 cents in the 1970s to 14 cents recently. That could lead to some tough decisions.
I hope to be able to do this till I'm about 65 and then downsize to just a few at the house. Hopefully we've got enough money to live on by that time, but if we don't, we can sell our property and downsize there too and retire on that.
The White House is pointing the finger at meat packers. Since the 1980s, the industry has seen rapid consolidation with only 4 major companies dominating the space today.
Part of that is a movement into bigger slaughterhouses and bigger meat processing facilities that create these economies of scale that reduce the price of meat, but obviously that creates a capacity constraint, and it's a big capital investment to create a new one.
Mike Dorning is a Washington correspondent for Bloomberg News, overseeing coverage on agriculture. He says that there are a lot of factors at hand.
Meat companies would tell you one of the problems they face is it's harder for them to get enough people to work and keep those factories going at the kind of pace they want and still pay the wages that they want.
The Justice Department is investigating these companies to determine whether they are violating antitrust laws. The probe started in the last year of the Trump administration, and Biden's administration is pushing forward. Earlier this year, the government unveiled $1 billion in aid for smaller meat industry producers.
So much of the food inflation has been meat inflation, be it beef, pork, chicken, and that's politically sensitive, not just on the rancher side, but on the consumer side. And it especially hurts middle and low income people who use a bigger part of their budget for food. So the Biden administration has been looking for ways to try to attack inflation.
While they wait on assistance, farmers are looking for a future that keeps them on land and following their passion.
I hope I'm always able to have a few just because we enjoy raising them, and that's what we do. We just kind of take it one day at a time, and whatever comes along, we'll get through it one way or the other.
Kate Crater is Bloomberg's restaurant editor. We're talking about food price inflation and how it's showing up in restaurants. You cover high-end restaurants in New York. What are you seeing from where you sit? Are restaurants changing up their menu, raising prices?
They're doing all of it. I mean, they're doing everything they can to combat inflation because it's real between supply chain shortages and labor shortages. They are looking at every means possible. And there's still also a lot of hopes and, sort of betting that people who went to live with their parents or who started teaching yoga online are going to say, you know what, I need to go back and have a job that pays me an hourly wage.
It's a brutal business to be in.
Truly.
Still sounds like they're not raising it by the full amount. They're not passing everything along to the consumer.
Right, is there a ceiling that they're not willing to go past?
In some places there's a ceiling. Over the summer we were documenting a big increase in seafood prices like scallops, and so we had a very good line that at the Clam there are no scallops, and the Clam's a great West Village restaurant.
Yeah.
And the owner, Mike Price, said that he can't have an entree that's over $40. It's a neighborhood, like so many places in America, if you're a neighborhood restaurant, you have to keep an eye on what people will spend and be conscious of it. So he had to take scallops off the menu, and he put in halibut instead as an alternate high-end protein.
So we met with Hockey, who owns a couple of pizza restaurants, including one that sells $1 slices to students. He had to raid his kids' college fund in order to keep himself in business. How long can people do that for? I mean, if you're not raising prices by a whole lot and you are determined to stay in business, there's got to be a point in which they have to make a decision.
It's such a scary scenario. They're all hoping for government. They're hoping for government support. During the pandemic, there was the Restaurant Revitalization Fund, and there was a huge lobby effort going on to get that reinstated or to access more money for that, and that's what so many restaurants are hoping for.
Hockey seemed really passionate about this idea that inflation was going to be transitory, that this was only going to be a momentary issue and that things would get better. But we talk all the time about how it's not going to get better. It's here to stay.
I mean, I think there's some, I think that not every restaurateur is an economist, and so I think there's a lot of like hopeful thinking that even if the prices don't go all the way down to pre-pandemic, that you will see some relief from this. And the other thing they're suffering from really badly is labor shortage. That's pushing up a lot of prices on menus.
But I have to talk about my important part of the meal, which is the cocktail.
Yes.
I feel like my cocktail glasses, in the city at least, are hilarious. They're like these teeny tiny little baby glasses. What's up with that? Is the bar a hedge against inflation?
I think, well, yes. I mean, bars in general for restaurants are a good moneymaker. They make, because your profit margins on food are much smaller. Usually it's in the single digits or the low double digits because, you know, things can get wasted. It takes like a lot more prep. With a cocktail, you can just pour a couple ingredients in and they have a much, you know, they have a forever shelf life basically.
Oh,
so
you don't have to throw it out.
You don't have to throw it out. You can keep that bottle of vodka for your espresso martini, like you've got it for a while. But I have noticed that it seems to be, before the pandemic, prices were going a little bit crazy. Like it was no surprise to see a $20-something cocktail, you know, whether you were in New York or you were in Houston. Now I feel like there's a ceiling on the, I think most cocktails I see are like $18 or $19, but they are shrinking. It's true.
Okay, good to know. I'm not making it up.
It's sometimes in your head, but it's not too much in your head if you can see it. What does this mean in terms of the ceiling for how high a price restaurants can charge? I mean, you mentioned that they're limited by their clientele, but it seems like in a city where the rich are getting richer because the markets are doing well, the economy is doing well overall, people who have jobs continue to hold on to their jobs and get paid big bonuses. How high can they go in terms of charging people food prices?
That is an excellent question. I think that, like here in New York, there's a big trend in $400 sushi counters, and they are like packed. You know, they're filled every night, and I don't know if there's that many other cities that can absorb that, but I'm hearing about a new place in Atlanta that is going to have sushi that is over $200 a person. So I think that is actually the food. You know, it used to be that you would have these high-end French places, and those are sort of disappearing in the continental places. And now sushi has become, you know, the sort of like elite, I don't want to say elite, but has become the food that people are like, the pricey food that they're like, wow, look at this. And, you know, it looks good on Instagram too.
Kate, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Hello, I'm Emma Barnett. This is my news show. First, I'll be meeting Chinese artist and dissident Ai Weiwei, and I'll talk to the novelist and political scientist Elif Shafak. This is Emma Barnett Meets on Bloomberg Quicktake.
You will shed light on dark matter. You will make aging optional. You will turn 5G up to 11. Because when you subscribe to Bloomberg, you won't just get news. You'll get insight into limitless possibilities, knowledge, and inspiration to feed your ambition. So before you invent, pioneer, disrupt, before you change the world, Bloomberg.
How worried should I be about inflation as a retail investor?
This is Trillions ETF MasterChef, where we interview the chefs of the finance world on their hottest investment recipes.
If you're an investor that really believes in investing for the future, that can handle or withstand some of the volatility that can come, then yeah, it could be used as a core holding.
You have athletes and you have influencers as clients. I'd assume they're into crypto. Are you getting them exposure?
We're absolutely overlaying it on the portfolio.
What's your favorite ticker?
It's the best ticker ever. It really kind of captures the themes.
What you're trying to always deliver is a very simple solution. And if you can deliver that simple solution powerfully, I think that resonates quite well in the market.
Tell us about this portfolio. Where's that spice going to come from?
We're looking for portfolios that have less risk than the market, but that perform better.
You are building a portfolio. It's much like, you know, cooking a meal. And ETFs, I just think, make investing just so convenient and easy.
Trillions ETF MasterChef, only on Quicktake.
You will shed light on dark matter. You will make aging optional. You will turn 5G up to 11. Because when you subscribe to Bloomberg, you won't just get news. You'll get insight into limitless possibilities, knowledge, and inspiration to feed your ambition. So before you invent, pioneer, disrupt, before you change the world, Bloomberg.
Oh my gosh, eating is so stressful now.
I know.
Whether you're going out or you're eating at home, everything's so expensive.
Oh my God, yes, exactly. The substitutions are a huge thing too. I mean, I just went and got this cup of coffee. Guess how much this cost me?
That little one?
Yeah.
$5?
Yes. Okay.
What?
Yes, I know, and it's tiny. I did get oat milk, which I know is a whole thing, but like
I think it would cost that regardless, right?
I know. I really didn't anticipate that. So it's happening at the low end, the high end, the middle.
I think about how even if food prices start coming down, like we see gas prices go down and up as oil prices change, but you'll see meat prices and you'll see fruit prices change. But your box of cereal probably is not going to go down even if wheat prices start to come down.
Yeah.
Because that's kind of baked in already. So it's sticky as opposed to transitory, meaning it's going to stay around as opposed to be temporary. And that's got people feeling less wealthy, less rich, and kind of down on the economy, even though by all accounts, everything's good.
It's like there's a psychological component to this, because I've found that I've sort of created all of these little mini food buying rules for myself because of inflation. Like, I'm not allowed to order in if I'm by myself. That is a hard pass. I could do that, but just psychologically, I feel like it's just morally wrong to order like $30 worth of food for one person. Like, I just can't justify doing that at all.
And throwing out food now like gives me serious concerns.
Right?
I don't want to throw any food out ever because it costs so much to bring it into the house.
Right,
to get it.
Those blueberries were $10. Like, we're gonna use the blueberries. Yeah. And like you mentioned, Scar, this is impacting everyone across the country.
Food costs are dramatically increasing. It's the first time since we started that we've had to across the board raise prices on our food, and I just cringe every time I have to do that, but we have to. My name is Katie Plohocki, and I am the Executive Director of the Healthy Community Store Initiative. I'm in charge of fundraising and management with the board of directors. I'm also manage day-to-day operations and relationships with all of our community partners.
The Healthy Community Store Initiative is a group of programs that provide underserved communities with access to fresh foods and groceries. The programs include micro grocery stores, mobile markets, and a community farm.
We are located in North Tulsa. We have a multifaceted approach to addressing healthy food access. We run a mobile grocery store. We also have a farm and a food hub and a commercial kitchen. And that all kind of integrates together to ensure that our clients have access to fresh food.
19.4% of the population in Tulsa, Oklahoma lives below the poverty line. That's higher than the national average of 12.3%.
The pandemic has affected these communities and the access to food in several different ways. One, food costs have increased 26% since January. With the school shut down, many of these single parents, even parents that are married, have been unable to work because there's no childcare. And then getting to groceries, if they don't have transportation, 19% of our households do not have a car. So, people are afraid to get on the public bus and be able to, in riding to a grocery store, which round trip takes about 4 hours.
Well, it's hard for me to get to a grocery store and use my grocery store other than dollar store, That's about the only two places I shop because I can't get around good. I don't have a car and no way to get around.
With costs soaring, low-income Americans who participate in the Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program, otherwise known as SNAP, are once again caught in a crunch. Last year, the Biden administration announced it would implement a permanent increase to SNAP benefits. The boost, combined with an emergency allotment in place since the start of the pandemic, was a huge relief for the 42 million people who rely on the program. But in 2022, most states are ending pandemic-related emergency aid, which will substantially decrease the amount of money that people receive.
We're concerned that we're going to see an increased need in food as people get reduced amounts of food stamps.
To make matters worse, most SNAP recipients are exposed to the worst of the U.S. food system. More unhealthy foods in stores and fewer healthy foods that are financially within reach.
And we've seen with the pandemic that, these vulnerable populations that we work with were even more susceptible to health disparities. As the cost of food goes up, what do you eat? You go back to eating hot dogs and bologna. That's what's cheap. And that's what's killing us. Our health is going to be affected by this increase in food costs because people are going to start eating less fresh food and eating more processed food.
People need to get used to the fact that we're going to be paying more for food going forward. I mean, I think about how maybe technology might solve some of the problems. Maybe we'll come up with more plant-based meat, and that might bring some prices down. And technology is certainly one reason why inflation was not really a problem for the last 10 years. The automation of everything prompted everyone to say inflation's dead, but clearly it's not the case, and something the Federal Reserve will think about as they get ready to hike interest rates a couple of times.
Well, I think this all means I'm going to be using this kitchen a lot more.
Let's put it to use then.
Yes.
Chicken shawarma from Trader Joe's today?
You know that's always the food of choice in this house.
Oh, no? That's how we're ending it.
Access the financial world on demand. Hear from leading economists, policymakers, and industry experts via live and on-demand webinars, only from Bloomberg. Start exploring to see what's moving the markets. Visit Bloomberg.com/webinars.
How worried should I be about inflation as a retail investor?
This is Trillions ETF MasterChef, where we interview the chefs of the finance world on their hottest investment recipes.
If you're an investor that really believes in investing for the future, that can handle or withstand some of the volatility that can come, then yeah, it could be used as a core holding.
You have athletes and you have influencers as clients. I'd assume they're into crypto. Are you getting them exposure?
We're absolutely overlaying it on the portfolio.
What's your favorite ticker?
It's the best ticker ever. It really kind of captures the themes.
What you're trying to always deliver is a very simple solution. And if you can deliver that simple solution powerfully, I think that resonates quite well in the market.
Tell us about this portfolio. Where's that spice going to come from?
We're looking for portfolios that have less risk than the market, but that perform better.
You are building a portfolio. It's much like, cooking a meal. And ETFs, I just think, make investing just so convenient and easy.
Trillions ETF MasterChef, only on Quicktake.
Hello, I'm Emma Barnett, and I'm a journalist and presenter. This is my new show, Emma Barnett Meets. First, I'll be meeting Chinese artist and dissident Ai Weiwei, and I'll talk to the novelist and political scientist Elif Shafak. Tune in to watch those who shape our world explain how the world shapes us. This is Emma Barnett Meets on Bloomberg Quicktake.
Coming up on Quicktake.
Have you ever been cruising on a highway and wondered, where the heck are all those trucks going? There's a behind-the-scenes world of logistics that makes virtually everything in our modern lives possible. Not only do we take it for granted, we're completely oblivious to its environmental cost. But thanks to a handful of companies, there's a hidden revolution happening that, as it turns out, is perfectly suited to delivering a cleaner future.
All this and more on Quicktake.
Have you ever been cruising on a highway and wondered, where the heck are all those trucks going? There's a behind-the-scenes world of logistics that makes virtually everything in our modern lives possible. Not only do we take it for granted, we're completely oblivious to its environmental cost. But thanks to a handful of companies, there's a hidden revolution happening that, as it turns out, is perfectly suited to delivering a cleaner future. For years, online ordering and rapid home delivery have been booming. And thanks to the pandemic, this trend has evolved into a way of life. But what actually happens when I click that tempting button to buy, let's say, an old school, real hardcover book?
For mighty Amazon, which tends to capture the lion's share of all book sales, they're trucked, along with other books, to one of several Amazon inbound fulfillment centers. Now the book is in Amazon's massive fulfillment network. Copies then journey along the so-called middle mile and can be redistributed to any of the hundreds of smaller warehouses or nodes closer to customers in major population centers. The last step is the so-called last mile, how it gets to a buyer's home. The book might be sent to an Amazon delivery station, then put in the back of a Mercedes Sprinter van and dropped off by Amazon itself at the customer's front door.
This system, while it's a marvel of modern-day logistics, still relies mostly on traditional combustion engine vehicles for middle and last-mile delivery. As demand for rush delivery rises, so does the number of gas-guzzling trucks hustling between warehouses.
Environmentally, it's one of the biggest issues there is, and the quicker that the globe can sort of decarbonize transportation, the better it's going to be. So if you look at total greenhouse gas emissions in the US, about 28% of that is transportation. And of that chunk, of the 28%, about a quarter of it come from medium and heavy duty trucks. So middle mile and sort of long haul trucking. If you really want to move the needle on carbon emissions, this is a really good place to look.
So how do we solve this growing emissions problem and still satisfy our addiction to same-day delivery? As it turns out, the size, shape, and predictable limited range of these vehicles makes them the perfect candidate for a solution.
I'm Dakota Semler. I'm the CEO and co-founder of Exos Trucks. So we are a manufacturer of commercial electric vehicles. We manufacture trucks that are in the Class 5 size all the way up to Class 8 regional haul tractors. And those are things like the UPS or FedEx step vans that you see delivering packages every day. We actually started this because we were fleet operators ourselves. We had a fleet of medium-duty vehicles, and we saw how challenging it was becoming to operate diesel vehicles.
The technology exists to convert last-mile fleets from diesel to electric. Batteries and the prices of those batteries have fallen dramatically in the last 10 years, and any routes that are around 200 miles or less are really ready to make that transition.
So Exos is trying to perfect the frame of the car. They call it the chassis. So this is everything sort of underpinning the car, the electric motors, the battery pack, all the battery software and cooling and technology, and kind of the brains of the car, if you will. And then the business model is basically to sell that and let the end consumer dictate what goes on top.
Our platform we call the X platform. UPS is using an X platform with a parcel delivery van body on top of it. Loomis, who operates an armored car fleet, uses the same exact X platform, but with an armored body on top of it.
Exos is currently making their modular battery packs here in Los Angeles, and the packs can be customized for specific applications. But while one big problem, vehicle cost, is improving as battery prices continue to fall, there's still another major hurdle at the other end.
The best way to describe the current state of charging infrastructure in the US is anemic. These companies don't want to build chargers unless they're electric vehicles. People don't want to buy electric vehicles unless there's chargers.
That's a big problem for the personal EV space, where range anxiety is often cited as a roadblock to mass adoption. But when it comes to delivery, there's a much simpler solution.
When you think about last mile vehicles, they're not operating in different bases of operation. They actually return to the same depot every single night where they do their charging. Exos actually has a division helping fleets install that charging infrastructure. These fleets will actually bring their vehicles back to the yard, they charge them overnight, and then by the time morning rolls around for their next shift, those vehicles are fully charged, ready to go with the infrastructure that's on site.
With pilot programs up and running with delivery giants UPS, FedEx, and Amazon, Exos is quickly becoming a major contender in the electrification game. But there's another enormous part of this puzzle which may end up eliminating more than just gasoline.
So I'm Gautam Narang. I'm the co-founder and CEO of Gatik. At Gatik, we do autonomous vehicles for the middle mile segment of the supply chain.
Again, middle mile is one step back from last mile. trucking that goes from one factory or warehouse to another.
The middle mile is evolving at a rapid pace, and with the pandemic, the middle mile segment of the supply chain was put into high gear. The prominence and the significance of the middle mile is only gonna grow in the coming years.
So Gatic's a really interesting company. What they're doing is trying to both make middle mile delivery autonomous and electric. So they're trying to move the ball in two ways here. And what's really interesting with them is they focus specifically on a certain sector of users, namely large companies that have very fixed routes.
Just as the predictable routes of shipping and delivery make electrification easier, they make autonomy a lot easier too. If your trucks are going the same way every single time, like Gatic's, that's a much easier puzzle for an AI to navigate.
So what they do, they find the route they need to run, and they agonize over it for 4 to 6 weeks, just mapping it inside and out, figuring out where all the trouble spots might be, and coding their vehicles to deal with it. And often they're not taking the most direct route, they're taking the safest route, they're taking the route that's most predictable in terms of traffic.
There's a common understanding in the industry that unprotected left turns and doing multiple lane changes are some of the most trickiest problems in the AV space. With middle mile, frankly, you can avoid all of that. You can take 3 right turns to make a left turn. You know, a bag of potatoes won't care.
Gatic's ultimate goal is to provide a cheaper, cleaner alternative to the middle mile of today by saving money on gas and maintenance via electric motors and saving money on, well, drivers by going autonomous. They've already sold some major players on their vision, and scoring Walmart as a customer bodes well for the future. Startups like Gatic and Exos are betting that the delivery industry is ready for a full-on high-tech refit. In a sector where only about 1% of vehicles have been electrified, that's a lot of potential for change.
You know, the usual suspects are where you're gonna see adoption come first. You know, the larger, more stable companies. So Walmart, Amazon, UPS, FedEx, etc. I think you'll see them experimenting with it more, and the more routes that they can get it to make sense on, the faster adoption's going to be.
And as the technology matures and batteries continue to get cheaper, there's another huge category of vehicles that's ripe for this kind of an upgrade.
So the Biden administration has been super aggressive about a pledge to electrify the entire federal vehicle fleet, which is just under 700,000 vehicles. What's interesting is the federal fleet is both really old and really inefficient. The average age of these cars and trucks is about 14 years, and the average cost is about $1 a mile when you add up fuel and maintenance and depreciation, which are the 3 big ones. It's a good place to look if you're looking to get carbon out of the transportation system.
While the most exciting and flashy developments in the world of electric vehicles are usually around personal EVs, the more impactful transition is happening behind the scenes. So the next time you order something online and it effortlessly appears on your doorstep, your package might have made at least some of its hidden journey without consuming an ounce of gasoline.
Hello, I'm Emma Barnett. This is my news show. First, I'll be meeting Chinese artist and dissident Ai Weiwei, and I'll talk to the novelist and political scientist Elif Shafak. This is Emma Barnett Meets on Bloomberg Quicktake.
Access the financial world on demand. Hear from leading economists, policymakers, and industry experts via live and on-demand webinars, only from Bloomberg. Start exploring to see what's moving the markets. Visit Bloomberg.com/webinars.
How worried should I be about inflation as a retail investor?
This is Trillions ETF MasterChef, where we interview the chefs of the finance world on their hottest investment recipes.
If you're an investor that really believes in investing for the future, that can handle or withstand some of the volatility that can come, then yeah, it could be used as a core holding.
You have athletes and you have influencers as clients. I'd assume they're into crypto. Are you getting them exposure?
We're absolutely overlaying it on the portfolio.
What's your favorite ticker?
It's the best ticker ever. It really kind of captures the themes.
What you're trying to always deliver is a very simple solution. And if you can deliver that simple solution powerfully, I think that resonates quite well in the market.
Tell us about this portfolio. Where's that spice going to come from?
We're looking for portfolios that have less risk than the market, but that perform better.
You are building a portfolio. It's much like, cooking a meal. And ETFs, I just think, make investing just so convenient and easy.
Trillions ETF MasterChef, only on Quicktake.
The Hyperloop. There's a good chance you've heard the name by now.
This is the Hyperloop system. It can take people hundreds of miles in minutes.
The Hyperloop, a series of tubes that would transport people in pods at ultra-high speeds over long distances.
It's a remarkable new form of transportation that can whisk people from city to city in a flash.
29 minutes from New York to D.C., 30 minutes from L.A. to San Francisco.
For years, we've been seeing these futuristic, utopian renderings of some cross between a spaceship and a monorail. But lately, the Hyperloop is becoming much more real.
Yes! It was surreal to be even sitting inside a Hyperloop, and just even more incredible to actually be like riding down a track in something that was nothing more than a crazy idea 6 years before.
Companies all around the world have been developing and testing the technology needed to propel passengers at speeds of over 1,000 kilometers per hour. But for many, speed is only the first step to unlocking the full transformational effects of a new mode of transportation.
Fast is what we just sort of take for granted in the Hyperloop world. It's the network effects that really deliver the benefit. And that opens up a completely different scale of economic opportunity.
We've got planes, trains, automobiles, and boats for getting around Earth. But what if there was a fifth mode? And I have a name for it, which is called the Hyperloop.
The Hyperloop?
Hyperloop, yeah.
In 2013, while riding high on the growing success of Tesla and SpaceX, entrepreneur Elon Musk released a white paper outlining the basic framework of the technology he called Hyperloop. The basic idea goes a little something like this. A tube reduces the air pressure to a near vacuum-like environment. A Hyperloop pod is then suspended in the tube, usually by magnetic levitation. The whole pod can then be propelled forward. Because there's no traditional friction sources like air resistance or rolling friction that would push back against the pod, the Hyperloop is able to move at incredibly high speeds and do so fairly efficiently. Despite its futuristic name, however, the general concept behind Hyperloop is actually pretty old. In fact, New York City's first attempt at an underground public transit system in the 1870s was based on a similar principle. The pneumatic transit system was short-lived, however, only stretching one block and topping out at a rather leisurely 10 miles per hour. While Elon would make some 21st century improvements to this concept and bestow a very 21st century name, he wouldn't end up pursuing the technology itself, instead electing to focus his efforts on something a little bit deeper, literally digging the requisite tunnels via his boring company. It would take another billionaire industrialist who dabbles in spaceflight. No, wait, not that one. Yeah, that's the one. After Richard Branson would make a large investment in the company Hyperloop One, it would be renamed to Virgin Hyperloop.
What we've always been trying to do as a company is show that this technology could work, that it could be made safe, and that ultimately it's something that's happening in the next couple of years, not the next 20 years.
Josh Geigel is the co-founder and CEO of Virgin Hyperloop. In a familiar tech startup story, he's seen the project go from a garage to a large-scale testing facility outside of Las Vegas.
So we started building the first kind of Hyperloop system in 2016. We've done a lot of work, about 500 tests that we've done on that over the last 5 years. And what we realized that we need to do is take that technology, show that it can be commercial, so drive the cost down, improve the efficiency, improve the performance. But the key thing is, is actually making it approachable and safe for individuals.
In order to do that, Josh, along with Virgin's head of passenger experience, Sarah Lucian, bravely volunteered to take the inaugural ride.
What her and I were realizing is we're the first two people sitting in a Hyperloop. The only type of people that have gone through this environment are in spacesuits, and there we are in just normal clothes because of the system, the safety of what we've designed.
3, 2, 1, launch.
And then once we started going, you felt a bit of acceleration. We accelerated a little bit harder than we would in commercial, be like a sports car. Yes! We got to about 108 miles an hour on that test. And it's a short run, it's about 500 yards or so, and came to a stop.
The test, lasting only about 20 seconds and covering only a quarter of a mile at just over 100 miles per hour, is a long way away from a true functioning Hyperloop. But as for optics, it's a crucial step for the future of funding.
The number one question we got from investors or from project proponents or just people in general was is a Hyperloop safe? And what better way to show something is safe than by actually getting people on it?
But convincing investors and governments that would likely be fronting some of the construction costs for an unproven technology is no easy task. First and foremost is the question of safety.
Most people don't know how an airplane works, but yet they get on an airplane. They get on an airplane because it's faster than driving, and most importantly, they've probably gotten off of one before, they've seen someone get off of one before. And so what we set out to do was actually show that Hyperloop could be safe with two normal people, not astronauts, not adrenaline junkies or test pilots or anything like that. Two normal people getting on a Hyperloop, and then most importantly, those two people getting off.
But beyond safety concerns, constructing Hyperloops will undoubtedly require a significant capital investment, to the estimated tune of around $60 million per kilometer of track. So a track from San Francisco to Los Angeles, for example, is likely to come with a price tag over $10 billion. And before large governments are willing to come in and front those costs, investors who are funding Hyperloop development must accept it as a long-term mixture of technology and infrastructure investing.
Investors that are used to short returns because you're developing apps or something to that effect, those aren't the investors that really get excited about Hyperloop. What you start to see is the people that are looking at platform technologies, right? So this idea that because the smartphone existed, Uber could exist, right? So who are the Vanderbilts of this century? And that's the part where you're gonna get a lot more no's than yeses. But those people that have the ability, the fortitude to stick it out, to see the game-changing platform here, those are the people that we're looking for. And since we've done that passenger test, there has been a lot of interest that's really, this is a lot sooner than I thought.
Envisioning the ripple effects of what Hyperloop could achieve, though, is fairly challenging at this stage of development. It's fast, yes, but for point-to-point travel, traditional maglev trains can move pretty fast as well. And outside of China, South Korea, and Japan, even those haven't seen much adoption elsewhere due to the high costs and questionable profitability. The Shanghai line in China, for example, loses around $100 million every year. Hyperloop companies, however, believe they can offer something different than traditional railway lines.
My name's Alan James, and as far as I know, I'm the only guy on the planet who's written a government-level business case for 300 kmh conventional high-speed rail, 500 kmh maglev, and 1000 kmh Hyperloop. It's fundamentally about moving people from where they are to where they want to go, when they want to make those journeys, and doing it in much smaller numbers. So pod designs for Hyperloop range from 12 to 28 seats typically. Why are they small? It's because small enables the network to operate flexibly. And a great example of that is the east-west strategic route across the north of England, from Liverpool to Manchester to Leeds. So to get from Liverpool via Manchester to Leeds by train is just short of 2 hours today. It'll probably take you 2 hours driving as well in average traffic conditions. Net result is those three city regions remain three separate entities: Liverpool, Manchester, Leeds. There's very little commuting traffic between those urban areas. Hyperloop absolutely changes that from the ground up. Liverpool to Manchester is a 5 or 6 minute journey. Manchester to Leeds is also a 5 or 6 minute journey. What that effectively does is create a single super city economy.
In this vision, the Hyperloop acts a little more like a highway, where pods have fixed destinations and don't need to stop along the way. Meaning you can travel on a Hyperloop network from, say, Liverpool to Leeds, while the pod behind you travels from Liverpool to Manchester. And if that metro Hyperloop network is connected to other networks from the same location, you could travel from Liverpool to Paris or Liverpool to Amsterdam, all without making a single stop.
For passengers, for business, for leisure, that is utterly transformational. For high-value freight and logistics, it's equally transformational. But critically, if you do a Hyperloop network at scale, you begin to deliver massively significant carbon savings too.
A multi-regional Hyperloop network could become a replacement for both short-haul passenger and cargo flights and traditional ground transportation, both of which are significant carbon producers.
One Hyperloop-connected distribution hub, perhaps at an airport that is predominantly used for international air freight, replacing maybe 10, 12, 15 distributed road hubs. It takes a lot of polluting and inefficient truck haulage off the roads. That itself means roads gain extra capacity.
Hyperloops will still need to use electricity to both move pods and maintain the near vacuum environment in the tube. Proponents of the technology believe that this can be done by using renewable sources, including a combination of solar panels and battery technology that could be used along the Hyperloop itself. But even with all multipliers of time and carbon emission savings that a Hyperloop network may provide, the investment capital required to actually build such a network becomes even more economically and politically daunting.
Committing doesn't mean spending billions on day one. Committing means, how do we phase it?
One company in the Netherlands is working to develop that technology, and perhaps more importantly, the international coalition needed to make the Hyperloop network a reality.
So we are here in Europe's first full-scale Hyperloop test facility, where we can already prove every conceptual technology of the Hyperloop.
This is Tim Houter, a co-founder and CEO of Hart Hyperloop, headquartered in the city of Delft. And while this testing tube might not seem as large as others, inside is a key technology to create the on- and off-ramp type infrastructure of a Hyperloop network. That is, a lane switch.
That's something we can already test here. You can actually see it here, that the track is diverging from one track into two. That makes it possible to eventually split up the Hyperloop track in two sections. And in that sense, you can create a complete Hyperloop network that in the end will make it possible to travel, for example, over a whole continent. Take Europe, for example, with the same ease as you can now travel with a metro in a city.
The nice thing about this magnetic levitation system that we've developed is that there's absolutely zero moving components in the track. So for example, if you have to do a lane switch, all you do is that the tube basically splits up, and statically the tracks also split up. And whenever the vehicle enters a switch, it either pulls itself to the right with its magnets, or it pulls itself to the left with its magnets.
Lane switching on traditional rail requires the physical movement of the rail. Even modern magnetic levitation tracks use lane switching techniques in order to transfer trains from one track to another.
And this is a very crucial element because this is the thing that limits the capacity and, in the end, the usefulness of the rail network. Because the moment that a track is switching, that means that at that moment you are creating an unsafe environment for the trains behind it. So you need a lot of space between trains. But in a Hyperloop, because you have no moving components in the track, all the vehicles can be much closer to each other. You can achieve a very high frequency and basically have your vehicles moving and merging in and out of the network very much like a highway.
For now, though, HART's physical testing has been limited by the size of their tube. Because the test track is only 30 meters long, they haven't tested this lane switch at speeds greater than 20 kilometers per hour. However, the company is working to build a new test site where it plans to increase that testing speed to 300 kilometers per hour.
We're now in a phase where we have proven most of the most important technologies in the test facilities that we already have. And we have also demonstrated the viability and the feasibility of a network. If you look at all the subsystems that it consists of, most of those are proven systems, already demonstrated in lab conditions. So we don't really believe that the technology itself is going to be the biggest challenge.
Because for all Hyperloop companies out there, actually building a Hyperloop system requires more than just a good product.
We're talking about the safety aspects, we're talking about integration into the environment, we're talking about the social aspects. Do people feel comfortable traveling in such a system? So it's about all these different aspects, and the complexity is really getting all the different stakeholders that are relevant and that do need to contribute to bring this to market, to get them all following the same roadmap.
Access the financial world on demand. Hear from leading economists, policymakers, and industry experts via live and on-demand webinars, only from Bloomberg. Start exploring to see what's moving the markets. Visit Bloomberg.com/webinars.
How worried should I be about inflation as a retail investor?
This is Trillions ETF MasterChef, where we interview the chefs of the finance world on their hottest investment recipes.
If you're an investor that really believes in investing for the future, that can handle or withstand some of the volatility that can come, then yeah, it could be used as a core holding.
You have athletes and you have influencers as clients. I'd assume they're into crypto. Are you getting them exposure?
We're absolutely overlaying it on the portfolio.
What's your favorite ticker?
It's the best ticker ever. It really kind of captures the themes.
What you're trying to always deliver is a very simple solution. And if you can deliver that simple solution powerfully, I think that resonates quite well in the market.
Tell us about this portfolio. Where's that spice going to come from?
We're looking for portfolios that have less risk than the market, but that perform better.
You are building a portfolio. It's much like, cooking a meal. And ETFs, I just think, make investing just so convenient and easy.
Trillions ETF MasterChef, only on Quicktake.
You will shed light on dark matter. You will make aging optional. You will turn 5G up to 11. Because when you subscribe to Bloomberg, you won't just get news. You'll get insight into limitless possibilities, knowledge, and inspiration to feed your ambition. So before you invent, pioneer, disrupt, before you change the world, Bloomberg.
In order to help build this coalition of private and public interest in Hyperloop development, HART in 2018 partnered with other Hyperloop companies from Europe and Canada. The goal was to define, establish, and standardize the framework to regulate Hyperloop systems.
Right now we are working with all the Hyperloop developers together in setting up the first, structure for starting the standards drafting.
One of the most important goals for HART is interoperability, which is essentially making sure the different systems can communicate with each other.
Interoperability is so important because what we want to achieve is actually have this seamless travel experience. So you don't want to end up, for example, going from Madrid to Paris and then switching because you need to use a different technology to get, for example, to Amsterdam.
The idea being that as companies around Europe create the first commercial Hyperloop tracks between individual cities, one day those can all be connected to a larger network.
Everyone that believes that Hyperloop is a future transport system also realizes that there is a need to have this network because that's where Hyperloop thrives.
Hyperloop is such a huge project. It's definitely not something that you can do on your own or as a single company. So you need to do it with a lot of other companies. You need to have the governments. I think in that sense, the biggest challenge that we've encountered is to really get all the required parties together to take the steps in development and in commercial implementation.
HART's next plan is to build the European Hyperloop Center, an open testing facility which will include a 2.6-kilometer test track. And the company hopes to test travel speeds there at up to 700 kilometers per hour. Virgin Hyperloop is also racing to construct the first commercial Hyperloop route, with projects in various states of development in India, Saudi Arabia, and the United States. Recently, the company announced plans to build a Hyperloop certification center in West Virginia, which will include a 6-mile-long test track. Proving the technology here will be crucial if Hyperloop networks can find a home among infrastructure investments that the Biden administration hopes to make.
The idea that there's multiple Hyperloop companies, I think, is a redeeming aspect in the business. People really want to see something happen, so having multiple people move forward is good for that.
I was struck when Josh and Sarah rode the pod. 2 or 3 of the major outlets used the phrase, "We now have a new mode of transport." And although all of that technology had existed before those 2 human beings rode it, it was the moment at which those 2 human beings traveled that short distance down the tube that in popular imagination, Hyperloop became a mode of transport.
The metaphor I use with my team is that, the Wright brothers were first, but none of us fly on Wright brothers airlines anymore. If you don't continue to innovate, you're not going to be around, and so we'll continue to be at the forefront of building Hyperloop.
Back in 2013, Elon had an idea. I think the difference now in 2021 is some brilliant engineers have spent real time grinding out the details. And I thoroughly expect the next 3 to 5 years to be decisive.
Access the financial world on demand. Hear from leading economists, policymakers, and industry experts via live and on-demand webinars, only from Bloomberg. Start exploring to see what's moving the markets. Visit Bloomberg.com/webinars.
How worried should I be about inflation as a retail investor?
This is Trillions ETF MasterChef, where we interview the chefs of the finance world on their hottest investment recipes.
If you're an investor that really believes in investing for the future, that can handle or withstand some of the volatility that can come, then yeah, it could be used as a core holding.
You have athletes and you have influencers as clients. I'd assume they're into crypto. Are you getting them exposure?
We're absolutely overlaying it on the portfolio.
What's your favorite ticker?
It's the best ticker ever. It really kind of captures the themes.
What you're trying to always deliver is a very simple solution. And if you can deliver that simple solution powerfully, I think that resonates quite well in the market.
Tell us about this portfolio. Where's that spice going to come from?
We're looking for portfolios that have less risk than the market, but that perform better.
You are building a portfolio. It's much like, cooking a meal. And ETFs, I just think, make investing just so convenient and easy.
Trillions ETF MasterChef, only on Quicktake.
You will shed light on dark matter. You will make aging optional. you will turn 5G up to 11. Because when you subscribe to Bloomberg, you won't just get news. You'll get insight into limitless possibilities, knowledge, and inspiration to feed your ambition. So before you invent, pioneer, disrupt, before you change the world, Bloomberg.
If you haven't noticed lately, we're living in the future. Technology that was only imaginable in science fiction is now so mundane that we practically take it for granted. But there's still one thing that's conspicuously absent from our futuristic present.
Where are the flying cars? I was promised flying cars. I don't see any flying cars. Why? Why?
The one thing that both utopian and dystopian visions of our future have seemed to agree on is that by now we'd be flying around our cities. But for the vast majority of us who don't happen to own private helicopters, we still mostly move around at or below ground level, often stuck in congestion. But over the last decade, a growing cadre of bootstrapping startups and industry stalwarts have been raising and spending oodles of money on a new mode of transportation known as urban air mobility. Could these autonomous, human-ferrying super drones finally be the flying cars that we've been waiting for?
I think there are two things that are driving the investment and the attention to the sector. The fact that people are moving to cities, and cities are getting more congested, and urban dwellers do not want to own cars. So anything that can move an urban dweller from A to B is interesting to investors. We saw it with micromobility solutions. We saw it with shared mobility solutions. The next natural step is shared aviation solutions.
The concept of urban air mobility isn't totally new. For decades, helicopters have been a means for those with means to hover and glide over traffic in major urban centers like New York, San Francisco, and Sao Paulo. Past attempts at turning helicopters into a form of mass transit, however, have been grounded, mostly by the inevitable problems of helicopter technology: noise, inefficiency, and danger. Thanks to these issues, many cities have either limited or banned helicopter transit outright, except for limited use, such as in emergencies. But imagine a future in which instead of driving your own car or hopping on a city bus or subway or taxi, you could cut your transit time significantly by booking a flight on a sleek, safe, and relatively quiet electric-powered drone, or eVTOL, short for electric vertical takeoff and landing.
If we look at just 0.1% of the Americans that are driving in their cars from work to home, and we assume that's going to be our addressable market, we're talking about 100,000 passengers a year, more or less, that need to be moved. If we assume that these aircraft can carry about 4 to 5 people, and they're doing 4 to 5 trips a day, we would need roughly 5,000 of these aircraft. So that gives you a sense of the massive opportunity we have here.
Given this potential market, the field is unsurprisingly very crowded.
There are over 180 companies developing some type of a VTOL. A lot of them are drone developers. So it's all about scale. If I can build a small version, I should be able to scale it to a larger version.
One of these drone-turned-mega companies is EHang, a Chinese firm founded in 2014 that has already earned a spot on NASDAQ.
From the very beginning, we designed big drones to carry passengers, right? And second, you can see that for normal drones, the technology is one-on-one. That means we need one person to control each drone. But for us, we designed the system to control multiple AAVs simultaneously by using one single platform.
EHang recently secured approval from the Korean government to perform test flights over Seoul, showing off the company's prototype during a recent 3-hour tour. Although EHang is designing its remote-controlled prototype to fit applications ranging from medical evacuations to sightseeing, it's this so-called last 10-mile problem that seems to be the most ripe for disruption.
For example, if you take a train to arrive in Beijing, right? The train takes about 1 or 2 hours, right? And after the train, if you take a taxi, it takes another 1 hour or even 2 hours to go to the destination. which doesn't make any sense. But if you can transfer our AAV, right, it takes maybe 15 minutes to arrive at your destination. That's very cool.
Meanwhile, on the other side of the globe, a German company called Volocopter has spent the last decade or so designing a fleet of prototypes that have recently been flying in demonstrations over cities both at home and abroad.
We are extremely pragmatic. We set out to build a vehicle that can meet the highest safety standards, that can be certified based on existing technologies that are available today. What came out is the Volocopter. We explicitly designed it as a multi-copter concept. So we have, 18 independent rotors that give us a very high degree of redundancy. So any 3 rotors can fail and we can still safely complete our mission, which gives us a huge safety advantage over any other concept. And particularly on the urban mission, where it's about, safely transporting people from A to B in an urban context, as quiet as possible, we believe the multi-copter concept is the winning design for that particular mission. There may be other missions that require different design concepts.
Volocopter's ambitious plans have attracted interest from a number of large companies hailing from other sectors of the transportation world, such as Chinese auto giant Geely, Germany's Daimler, and most recently Japan Airlines, all of whom have participated in funding rounds for Volocopter that have raised well over 100 million euros so far. Of all the companies currently working on eVTOLs, Volocopter seems to be the furthest along in committing to a launch date, already taking reservations for flights beginning as soon as 2023 at an introductory price of around 300 euros. But the main hurdle that could disrupt that timeline isn't merely a technical one.
This is a very safety critical, transportation mode, and you need to make sure that you have all relevant stakeholders involved. So we are really relying on the buy-in of the regulators and, gaining their trust. So we always talk to them and be like, okay, do we have an alignment of vision? Do we have the Civil Aviation Authority on board? Do we have the airspace manager on board? You need to make sure that you have alignment, because any one of those stakeholders can block you from ultimately, achieving your goal.
Part of the added challenge in gaining regulatory approval for civilian carrying eVTOLs is that the standards issued by regulatory agencies are evolving in tandem with the technology itself.
They have to be airworthy, these aircraft. They're going to be running on batteries. And batteries need to be also approved as safe enough to be in an aircraft for this particular application.
Volocopter, EHang, and other well-heeled eVTOLers, such as Lilium and Joby, are each taking a slightly different approach to engineering an all-electric passenger drone. Some of the designs are more of a hybrid between an eVTOL and a small plane, capable of both navigating a dense urban environment and flying long distances at up to almost 200 miles per hour. And while some of the engineering solutions for challenges like battery capacity are pretty innovative, such as Volocopter's hot-swapping charging stations, any eVTOL's viability ultimately comes down to proving its safety in a variety of conditions and scenarios. So assuming that eVTOL technology eventually passes those regulatory hurdles, that still leaves a very important question about this untested market. Who exactly are these for?
If we look at Elon Musk's master plan, the first iteration in 2006, he was very clear. He said he was going to build an expensive car to help paying for a less expensive car to help pay for a mass market car. So I think we're going to see something quite similar in this specific segment, where companies will be offering the service to high-end consumers, but in the end, that will subsidize the technology so that everybody can access it in the long term.
Mass adoption of urban air mobility, though, might pose its own potential issues.
Once the product trickles down and more people start using it, we fear it might actually cannibalize users from public transit in cities, which will have negative consequences in our view, mainly because it will just shift congestion from the road up into the sky.
Before we get to that point, though, these companies face yet another technical challenge: integrating urban air mobility into the existing transportation landscape. On this front, Uber is taking advantage of their own learned experience building a revolutionary ride-sharing platform to bring their technology into a third dimension. And they're not even waiting for eVTOLs to get started. Back in the quaint pre-pandemic days of late 2019, I gave their Uber copter service a whirl.
There is no smoking allowed.
All right, we're en route to JFK. Yeah, I can take this to work every day.
We're really thinking of this as kind of a version 0.1 of our vision of this future Uber Air product. The key thing, what we think, is the important learning that we are developing right now is this foundational feature, kind of this core experience of multimodality, so true multimodality. So we're, with a single button press for the product, we dispatch the first mile car, the helicopter, and the last mile car bidirectionally from downtown to JFK. And we are using our technology to do that all behind the scenes.
Admittedly, it's extremely satisfying to fly above New York City's snarling rush hour traffic and plop down on a landing pad at JFK Airport within 10 minutes, where a car is waiting to shuttle you directly to your terminal. But even Uber understands that once the novelty wears off, it needs to make economic sense in order for customers to adopt it.
The economics of these vehicles will allow us to push and bring it to be a much more accessible product that a broad base of users can use on a daily basis. We actually think the long-term vision, we can actually get to the point where flying in these types of aerial networks can be competitive with driving your car, with owning a car, in terms of like the marginal cost of ownership. It's not gonna happen right away. It's not even gonna happen in the medium term, but we think in the long run that we can actually make flying in this type of a fashion, kind of a economically rational thing for most people to do every day.
Despite the sleek renderings of swanky rooftop heliports and city skylines buzzing with eVTOLs, the commercial case for urban air mobility is still up in the air, putting pressure on the companies vying for viability.
Given the complexities of the solution, the complexities of the regulation, we do not expect to see a very diverse ecosystem in the long term. We rather expect to see a handful of developers, of manufacturers, working with a handful of service providers.
And that consolidation seems to already be underway. In late 2020, Uber handed off its ambitious Elevate project to Joby, the current eVTOL valuation king, with nearly $1 billion to its name so far. Boeing and Airbus seem to be stepping back from their experiments as well. Some of the smaller startups have vanished entirely, leaving behind expired domain names and silent Crunchbase profiles. So as the field narrows, the technology matures, and the regulations are ironed out, you may someday find that this perennial sci-fi fantasy could become another mundane option for getting around.
The way that we envision this to play out is ultimately the customer, whether it's a citizen in the city or a visitor to the city, has their mobile phone, has a mobility need, and he just gets a choice of different transportation modes. Each, comes with a price point, with a comfort point to it, and a predictability point to it, and then he chooses whatever is the best format for him. And obviously, we're working very hard to make your choice as often as possible.
Printing in progress. Please stand clear. Printing. 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 Assembling navigation system. Energizing flux capacitor. Installing artificial intelligence. Your vehicle is ready.
For 100 years, we've been making vehicles pretty much the same way, the assembly line. And it's efficient. A large modern factory can roll out thousands of vehicles per day. But it isn't very flexible when it comes to changing designs very often. Here in Knoxville, Tennessee, a company called Local Motors is taking a different approach. Have they discovered the way of the car-making future? That's what I'm here to find out. So is this the biggest 3D printer in the world?
As far as I know, yes. As of this moment, this is the world's largest commercial, large-scale additive manufacturing machine.
Can you explain how something's actually made with this machine?
Yeah, certainly. Whatever it is that you want to make, what we do is put it into a program. That's the instruction set that tells the machine what to do and where to go. And based on that pattern, we deposit material, and in a layer-by-layer fashion, you start building up your shape.
Local Motors prints the chassis of its vehicles out of a composite material that's about as hard as a traditional metal car body once it cools.
And then, if you really want it to be very precise, then you can come back in and you can machine it. You can take that material off and get those precise edges, those hard contours and shapes.
About how long does something take to make?
Something like a vehicle chassis takes about 9 hours.
Stick on a few non-3D printed items like wheels and headlights, and the result is one of the company's sleek-looking all-electric cars. The company gets its vehicle designs through a sort of crowdsourcing process, in which engineers from all around the world submit designs in competition for cash prizes and royalties on the finished car. So if I had a design I wanted to bring and have you guys print, like how detailed does that design need to be?
You just need the basic CAD model, your computer-aided design, and we can work from there. We can take this one machine and we can change what it produces very easily because that's just done in a computer file.
When I hear 3D printer, I usually think about the MakerBot-style desktop machines that were all the rage in the early 2010s, when it seemed like everyone was going to have a 3D printer in their house within a few years. In reality, though, the major advances in adoption in 3D printing have been happening behind the scenes, used for applications ranging from building houses in developing countries to printing living human tissue. It's morphed into a $10 billion industry that's projected to more than triple by 2024. But back in 2014, when Local Motors CEO Jay Rogers first started trying to 3D print entire cars, things were a little different. 3D printing had been used to make individual car parts, but printing an entire car body was another question entirely.
There were far many more naysayers than there were supporters. People who said it can't be done or it shouldn't be done.
No one had ever done it. Nothing, to my knowledge, had ever been done at that scale, right? So it was less about the fact that it was a car, more about the fact that it was larger and 3D printed.
Faced with a daunting engineering challenge, Local Motors reached out to Oak Ridge National Laboratory, a Knoxville-based government facility that was instrumental in the creation of the first atomic bomb. They were developing giant 3D printers, and they agreed to help Local Motors make the first 3D printed car ever, live at an international trade show in full public view.
We said, let's 3D print the first vehicle in the world and assemble it and drive it off the show floor right there. That was the goal. It was very nervous-making because we were getting close by the time we went to the show, but we were still failing in some of the prints. And so we were very nervous that we would get to the show and fail.
How did it go?
It was successful.
And this is the result, the Strati.
How you doing driving, by the way?
I love this.
It's pretty simple, right?
Man, it's like second nature. It's smooth. I mean, it's somewhere in between a golf cart and like a dune buggy, you know. I mean, it's nimble. You're so low to the ground that you just feel very stable.
Yeah.
We had limitations, so like our roll bar that's back here, as you'll note, it's a little shorter than my head because the printer wasn't, at the time, capable to go up higher.
What would you say the top speed is of this configuration?
I think this configuration should be 25 miles an hour. I don't know, what would you say? Does it feel like we're zipping along?
I feel like we could hit about 25. Yeah, feels about right. Maybe on a downhill 30.
Yeah.
The Strati proved that a 3D printed car was possible. But as a car, there wasn't much to it, and it's never really been commercialized. The company's first 3D printed production vehicle, the Ollie, is a bit more interesting.
Ollie is a electric, connected, self-driving, 3D printed vehicle. It's a cute little box. In Japanese, it would be called a hako. and it is meant to driverlessly deliver people to places around a campus.
A few ollies have already made it out into the world, like here at National Harbor, just outside Washington, D.C. They can run completely autonomously on a fixed route, though a human still rides along to take over when the AI can't figure out exactly what to do.
So right now, are we in autonomous mode? Or
Yeah,
are we
yeah.
driving?
No, we're in autonomous mode. So right now we're in a geofence fixed route kind of environment. In the future, we could do dynamic routing where people could actually call the ollie, just similar to an Uber or an Lyft.
Oh, wow. What happens if like someone steps into the middle of a crosswalk or something?
Well, yeah, so obviously if the vehicle perceives the pedestrian or cyclist stepping in, the vehicle will stop. So for example, right now it just saw that vehicle and it gave it the right of way.
Right.
So it understands what obstacles are there and then how to avoid them.
It's amazing how quickly it feels like totally natural. Like I just don't even think about it anymore. You know,
You haven't
That's the
turned
goal.
around the whole time, right?
I haven't
You-
checked
you-
the driver, like
Yeah.
he's still awake. Right?
Right.
It doesn't matter, right?
Yes.
Do you like driving? I mean, would you miss it if it all became autonomous?
I think there is a set of people that will always want to drive. But I think in the future, you will have vehicles that are allowed to be driven on certain tracks for specially licensed and trained people. And then the rest of us will all drive in a connected, automated, shared mobility solution.
Whether you think that future sounds amazing or appalling, it's probably the general direction things are headed. The trickier question is what role 3D printing plays in that future. For Local Motors, the main advantage is that it makes developing and retooling vehicles much faster than before.
Traditional manufacturing is 5 to 7 years from a decision to build a vehicle to see the first product come out. We are 12 months total to a sellable product. So we are, at a minimum, we're 5 times faster.
That increased speed means Local Motors could update or customize its vehicles much more easily than a traditional car maker can. In fact, they already have a ton of ideas for future designs for the Ollie, some of which are pretty unorthodox, like mobile grocery stores, mobile conference rooms, post offices, and even a mobile podcast studio. And Local Motors isn't the only auto company using 3D printing. It's been adopted by larger auto manufacturers such as Ford and BMW, where it's been used for prototyping new parts and even creating discontinued parts for classic cars. It's come in particularly useful in aviation, too, where companies like GE and Honeywell are using 3D printed parts to reduce the weight of airplane engines. But before you get too excited, 3D printing isn't likely to replace traditional factories anytime soon. There's still a major drawback: volume.
What it doesn't do is things very quickly. So if I wanted to make 100,000 of something, this probably wouldn't be my process. You'd want to, maybe scale and do something else.
Add in the time it takes to assemble the rest of the vehicle, and you're looking at only about 1 Ollie per day from this factory. The company plans to boost production by building dozens more of these so-called microfactories all over the world. But for now, they only have this one in Knoxville. Still, there's an undeniable power in the ability to make basically anything you can imagine. In fact, I've already started designing my fantasy vehicle. So, Local Motors, when you're ready to make me a flying car with afterburners and, let's say, an espresso maker, give me a call. I'll be waiting.
Access the financial world on demand. Hear from leading economists, policymakers, and industry experts via live and on-demand webinars, only from Bloomberg. Start exploring to see what's moving the markets. Visit Bloomberg.com/webinars.
How worried should I be about inflation as a retail investor?
This is Trillions ETF MasterChef, where we interview the chefs of the finance world on their hottest investment recipes.
If you're an investor that really believes in investing for the future, that can handle or withstand some of the volatility that can come, then yeah, it could be used as a core holding.
You have athletes and you have influencers as clients. I'd assume they're into crypto. Are you getting them exposure?
We're absolutely overlaying it on the portfolio.
What's your favorite ticker?
It's the best ticker ever. It really kind of captures the themes.
What you're trying to always deliver is a very simple solution. And if you can deliver that simple solution powerfully, I think that resonates quite well in the market.
Tell us about this portfolio. Where's that spice going to come from?
We're looking for portfolios that have less risk than the market, but that perform better.
You are building a portfolio. It's much like, cooking a meal. And ETFs, I just think, make investing just so convenient and easy.
Trillions ETF MasterChef, only on Quicktake.
You will shed light on dark matter. You will make aging optional. You will turn 5G up to 11. Because when you subscribe to Bloomberg, you won't just get news. You'll get insight into limitless possibilities, knowledge, and inspiration to feed your ambition. So before you invent, pioneer, disrupt, before you change the world, Bloomberg.
I think one of the things that you can say about me is when I was broke, I didn't let my bank account define me. And when I'm not broke, I'm not gonna let my bank account define me. I'll try to be my own person, and just my friends are my friends. That never changed. My Pittsburgh friends are still my great friends. My college friends, my rugby friends, all the different segments of my life, they're still my guys.
What's going on?
What up, CP?
How the thing?
Good.
How you doing?
Good, man. Thanks for having me.
Man, I appreciate you.
My pleasure.
Appreciate you coming through.
Absolutely.
So to start it off, tell us who you are.
Oh my goodness. Grew up in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Born in Squirrel Hill, moved to the South Hills, Birdland, and then Mount Lebanon. And my dad did upholstery on cars. My mom did odd jobs. Just a normal kid, man, that just happened to have an aptitude for business from as long as I can remember.
Was it one of your dreams, like as a kid? Like I know I was in the backyard, me and my brother was trying to be Michael Jordan and Scottie Pippen. I was MJ, of course. But was it a dream of yours to own an NBA team?
No, hell no. It wasn't, yeah. Honestly, it wasn't until I tried to buy the Mavs that it even crossed my mind.
Really?
When I was a kid, I played sports not very well, but yeah, I wanted to be Earl of Pearl Monroe. I had a spin move and everything, and a baseball player.
Went Salem State University, by the way.
Yeah, exactly. I never really thought that I would ever be in a position to own anything, man. I just wanted to have a good life and try to find my way to college.
So now, all these things that you've done in life, all this stuff that's been a part of your journey, tell us a little bit about what that was like what it was like growing up in
Pittsburgh. My mom was really young when she had me. She was 20, and so, in hindsight, I realized how little my parents really knew, right? Because they were just young. But my dad would just get up and go to work, and neither one of them went to college, and they were like, you guys, I have two younger brothers, Brian and Jeff, like, you guys are going to college, and we're going to figure it out because education's important, and you've got to find your own path. And he was always pushing me, and both my parents were pushing me to be independent. And however it started, I don't know, from the time I was 9, 10 years old, I was hustling. I was one of those kids that was always selling something. Yeah, like I was selling baseball cards, right?
Really?
I would go buy baseball cards, and then I'd flip them, right? Get as many, get good at flipping, package them. Then I'd go down to the park where we would play pickup or whatever. There would be this bench that was there, and I would just sit there and repackage baseball cards, and I'd say, okay, there's definitely one Pittsburgh Pirate in one of these, right? You might get Roberto Clemente, you might get Willie Stargell, and I'd mark them up and make some money, and that's how I'd get spending money. And I remember one day my dad was playing poker. I was like, Dad, I need a new pair of Converse, right? And he's like, I see those shoes on your feet. They still work, right? And I'm like, yeah. And he's like, well, when you have a job, you can buy whatever you want. But until then, those shoes still work. And I'm like, Dad, I can't get a job. I'm 12 years old. And one of his poker buddies speaks up and goes, yeah, I got a job for you. I'm like, what? He goes, I've got these boxes of garbage bags, and you can go sell them around the neighborhood. And I'm like, cool.
Like boxes of garbage bags,
right? So literally, I would go to our neighbors, and I go, hi, I'm your neighbor, Mark. Do you use garbage bags?
You sound like a Shark Tank.
Yeah, right? Yeah, exactly. And of course, everybody uses garbage bags. So I'll never forget, they cost me $3 for a box of 100. I would sell them for $6, and I would just take them to them every couple of weeks, right? Whenever they needed more garbage bags. And I'm making $20 a week, which was like big time. And I got my shoes and, you know, but that taught me to be confident. And that taught me that I could sell. And that taught me that selling was helping, not convincing, you know, because once I figured out that everybody needed garbage bags, then it really became obvious to me that if I can find things that people needed and wanted, and I could do it a better way than what they were doing it, then I can make some money. And that's kind of stayed with me since
I was just about to say, it's crazy how you was thinking about that at 12, and everything you just said basically translates to everything you basically 100%. Doing now in life.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, because that's what it's all about. I mean, you know, selling isn't convincing somebody to do something they don't want to do. Selling is understanding what Chris Paul needs and then finding a way to provide it in a better way than what they're doing now.
You make it sound way too easy, but
it's not as hard as it sounds, right? But most, you know, it's like basketball, right? There's a lot of guys that maybe were more talented than you, right? One thing I know and respect about you, and the few times we've talked, like you talk about, you know, doing the work, right? Getting on Synergy Sports, which I was excited about because it was a company I had helped get going, right, and invested on, and always watching the plays, knowing the other team's plays, you know, when they call them out, so you know what's going to happen, being able to guide. Business is the exact same way. Most people don't put in the work. Business is the exact same way. You know, I have all these corny sayings. Practice till you can't get it wrong. How you do anything is how you do everything. Yeah, right? I just still, to this day, try to remind myself of these things all the time.
For you, you started college in Pittsburgh.
Yeah.
And then went to Indiana.
Yeah.
Why?
When I was 16, I decided I wanted to take college classes at night just to see if I was as smart as I thought I was. And so...
So at 16, you were what?
Junior.
Junior in high school.
Yeah.
And you just started taking college classes.
Yeah, so I just said, what the hell, right? I'll just take these classes. And I took a psychology class and did good in it. And then I wanted to take a business class at my high school, Mount Lebanon High School, and they wouldn't let me do that. And so I'm like, well, then I'm just going to go to college. Right, so I dropped out of high school, didn't go back for my senior year, and went to the University of Pittsburgh. But they didn't have a real business school back then. I decided I wanted to go to business school, saw a list of the top 10 undergraduate business schools, and Indiana was the cheapest, and got in, and had never seen the campus, didn't visit, none of that stuff, just went sight unseen, and turned out okay.
You graduated from Indiana. What was your dream job?
Well, I wanted to start my own company at some level, right? So all through Indiana, I had all kinds of side hustles because I pretty much had to pay for my own college. And so whether it was party promoting my freshman and sophomore years, to having a chain letter to pay for my junior year, to opening up a bar that was like the hot spot on campus my senior year until we got busted for letting all my friends in because I just turned 21, you know. So I was a hustler. A bunch of my buddies had come down to Dallas, and they were like, you got to come down.
Is that what got you to Texas?
Yeah, a bunch of my buddies were down here, and they're like, look, the weather's good, the economy's really starting to hop, and the women are hot. I'm like, I didn't hear the first two. I'm like, I'm coming, boom, right?
I'm on my way.
On my way. 3-bedroom apartment, 5 other roommates, so 6 of us living in a 3-bedroom apartment. I was in last. So I was the guy who didn't have his own room, didn't have his own closet.
On the couch or on the floor.
Floor, couch, right? Or some, you know, buddies were out, I'm taking their bed. So that's where I got started in Dallas, and I got a job working as a bartender at night, and then finally got a job in the computer industry. And that's really where I realized, okay, I really like these computers. I mean, I have an aptitude for it, and this is it, I'm going for it.
So when I say broadcast.com, what does that mean to you?
Ching, 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 ching.
Right. When it comes to crypto and blockchain and stuff, how do you feel about that?
I think it's a big part of the future. Right. I really, really do. But I think people are looking at it the wrong way.
Hello, I'm Emma Barnett, and I'm a journalist and presenter. This is my new show, Emma Barnett Meets. First, I'll be meeting Chinese artist and dissident Ai Weiwei, and I'll talk to the novelist and political scientist Elif Shafak. Tune in to watch those who shape our world explain how the world shapes us. This is Emma Barnett Meets on Bloomberg Quicktake.
Access the financial world on demand. Hear from leading economists, policymakers, and industry experts via live and on-demand webinars, only from Bloomberg. Start exploring to see what's moving the markets. Visit Bloomberg.com/webinars.
How worried should I be about inflation as a retail investor?
This is Trillions ETF MasterChef, where we interview the chefs of the finance world on their hottest investment recipes.
If you're an investor that really believes in investing for the future, that can handle or withstand some of the volatility that can come, then yeah, it could be used as a core holding.
You have athletes and you have influencers as clients. I'd assume they're into crypto. Are you getting them exposure?
We're absolutely overlaying it on the portfolio.
What's your favorite ticker?
It's the best ticker ever. It really kind of captures the themes.
What you're trying to always deliver is a very simple solution. And if you can deliver that simple solution powerfully, I think that resonates quite well in the market.
Tell us about this portfolio. Where's that spice going to come from?
We're looking for portfolios that have less risk than the market, but that perform better.
You are building a portfolio. It's much like, cooking a meal. And ETFs, I just think, make investing just so convenient and easy.
Trillions ETF MasterChef, only on Quicktake.
You will shed light on dark matter. You will make aging optional. You will turn 5G up to 11. Because when you subscribe to Bloomberg, you won't just get news. You'll get insight into limitless possibilities, knowledge, and inspiration to feed your ambition. So before you invent, pioneer, disrupt, before you change the world, Bloomberg.
So when I say broadcast.com, what does that mean to you?
Ching, 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 ching.
Right.
Yeah, I don't think people realize what it was all about, though, because it's been so long now. I sold my first company, Micro Solutions, in 1989, 1990, I guess, when it closed, and retired. Just took time off, partied like a rock star, and would get together with one of my Indiana buddies, Todd Wagner. And one day he's sitting down, it's late 1994, early 95, and he's like, look, this new internet thing, there's gotta be a way that we can use it to listen to Indiana basketball. Because we're in Dallas, and this is before you could get it with DirecTV or cable or whatever, right? And I'm like, okay, let me see if I can figure it out, because my first company, I would write software, taught myself to write software, did networking wider, so it was a perfect fit to figure it out. So I bought a Packard Bell computer, put it in the second bedroom of my house, connected a radio to it, and we just started working with different software. Didn't write all the software, but wrote enough to get it up and running. Next thing you know, we started this website called AudioNet, worked with the local radio station, KLIF. I set up a VCR, an old school VCR, next to their radio station. I would record it, take the VCR tapes, encode it, put it on a server in the second bedroom of my house, and then just email and go online and tell as many people, look, if you want to listen to Dallas sports and stuff, come to the site called audionet.com. Blew up immediately. 3 years later, it turned into broadcast.com. We added video. We went public. It was the biggest first day IPO in the history of the stock market at the time. And we were YouTube. I mean, literally, hundreds of internet radio stations, hundreds of radio stations, TV stations, streaming. Like, we went and got the rights to North Carolina basketball, and we were showing online Michael Jordan mixtapes and
Once
stuff
you
like
get
that.
It's a wrap.
Yeah, right. And so we just blew up. And then Yahoo came along and bought us and paid us, I think it was $5.7 billion in stock, not in cash. So then I had to protect the stock that I got, because fortunately I did this thing called hedging, and it protected me when the whole internet bubble burst, and that allowed me to turn it into cash. And then a couple weeks later I was trying to buy the Mavs.
Yeah, so on to that. So all of the stuff that you were doing in technology, computers and everything like that, why the Mavericks?
Well, I was a season ticket holder, right? But I'd been going to Mavs games since I got to Dallas. But in the 90s, they were really bad. And literally, you could buy a ticket upstairs and just walk down and sit in the front row, right? Because there was nobody there. And even though we were awful, it was the start of the 99-2000 season. I was there with my girlfriend, now wife, and the place wasn't sold out. you know.
And so you're a season ticket holder, 99, 2000.
Yeah.
Right, and where are your seats at?
My seats are right by the Mavs bench.
Where you sit most of the time?
Closer,
Okay,
yeah, a little bit,
okay.
2 rows back. I was into it, right? And then there was nobody there. And I remember...
Even then?
Yeah, there was nobody there, right? Nobody. It was opening night, and the place wasn't sold out, and this was in the old Reunion Arena. And I'm like, I can do a better job than this, right? And then it hit me, ding, ding, ding. Now I can afford this stuff, right?
Right.
You know, so I talked to my ticket rep, a guy named Mark, who then connected me to Mark Aguirre. And Mark Aguirre was working for Ross Perot Jr., who was the owner then, and he connected me together. And the season started like beginning of November, end of October. By January 4th, so only 6 weeks later, give or take, I owned the Mavs.
What?
Yeah.
No. Tom, you rewind. You don't just sit at the game and then 6 weeks later,
pretty much
on the.
Yeah.
I like that. And what's crazy for me is around then I was 17 years old, and I'm a high school basketball player. And I'm telling you, man, like my senior year in high school, even like when I was a freshman at Wake, like I loved everything Dirk.
Yo, yeah,
everything
Dirk was the man.
Yeah, I used to like turn my feet in on my free throws. You remember when Dirk used to shoot free throws like that?
Yes, a little knock knee.
Yeah. I used to do that for a little while or whatnot, just so I could shoot like Dirk. And I tell you, even to sit here and have this conversation is so crazy because I remember when you bought the team and I saw you like this, right?
Yeah.
Seriously, I think at some point we all thought that someone buying a team or something had to have a suit on and all this different type of stuff. And to see you today the same way you were then, I think says a lot. You've always genuinely been a fan of not just your team, but the game. And that's dope to see, man.
Yeah, I mean, because it's for all of us, right?
Yeah.
And I always say, I don't own the team, I just handle the finances, but all Mavs fans everywhere own the team. That's what makes basketball, or all sports, right, so much different than traditional businesses. Look at Apple, right? Multi-trillion-dollar market cap. No one's throwing a parade in Cupertino when they have, you know, a super quarter. Right. There's not a whole city that gets on fire, right? When you're moving, like when you guys, you know, with the Suns last year, just coming out of nowhere and bam, getting to the finals. Yeah. The whole city's on fire.
That's a great point.
Yeah.
Shark Tank.
Yeah.
What was the pitch to you that got you involved in Shark Tank?
It was like, we're doing this business show, right? Do you want to come on as a guest? And I'd watched the show. And I'm like, okay, you know, it was on ABC, and it was bouncing around, right? It wasn't on any one night, and I'm thinking, all right, I'm gonna go on, and I'm just gonna blow them up, right? Because they're not gonna see me coming, and this is a business show, and it's okay, right? But I don't think it's gonna last. So I'm just gonna, this is, you know, primetime network TV, and I'm just gonna mess with everybody. So I get on there and just tear them all up. They had no idea what was coming, but all of a sudden, you know, like it did in other countries, Shark Tank starts to take off. And, you know, from what it started as, me just having fun, to what it's become, which is a way to educate families, kids about business and really get kids excited about entrepreneurship. That's what got me really to stay with the show.
We be locked in.
Yeah,
we be locked in. It's the coolest thing because, like you said, it's not just for adults, right?
Yeah.
Like my whole family, my parents, my wife, my kids will be sitting there watching. You know, and there are products that we buy now all the time that came from.
As long as they're my deals, I'm good with that.
Right. So, but for you, you done heard hundreds of pitches, like maybe thousands of pitches in trying to figure out all these different deals or whatnot. What would be your biggest advice to an entrepreneur, somebody trying to start a business?
Well, you know, first know your business, right? I think people will always stop me and say, well, I want to start a business, what should I do? And if you don't know, you're not ready.
Right.
You know, you've got to have something that you're good at. And if you're going to do it, you got to be the best at it. Because I'll tell them, look, if I come in and compete with you, I'm going to kick your ass. Are you ready to compete with me? Right? And you've got to work like there's someone working 24 hours a day to take it away from you.
You have a website that lists all your different businesses.
Yeah. Right? MarkCuban.com.
Right.
Yeah.
All your different businesses and all, because do you have like a separate company that's just for like Shark Tank?
No.
Right?
No. No, they're all, I mean, so I don't have like a fund that invests in all the different companies. It's just me making direct investments in all of them.
Yeah, but it's not just the money, it's the time.
Oh, yeah,
right?
no,
Like,
I have people who help me. Yeah.
There's a lot going on.
I have a lot of people who help me. Yeah, it takes a lot of people who help me. Yeah, it takes the people a lot smarter than me to make all this work. Yeah.
Right.
I've got a lot of really, really great people that are around that make me look smart.
So when it comes to crypto and blockchain and stuff, how do you feel about that?
I think it's a big part of the future. Right. I really, really do. But I think people are looking at it the wrong way. People get really amped up about the price of the currency, cryptocurrencies, right? The tokens. And they think that's really what crypto is, but it's not. That's the noise, right? The signal is, if I were going to start a business, how can I use this new technology to give myself a competitive advantage and disrupt an industry? And so, to give you an example, is NFTs. Right? Everybody's all amped about NFTs, and you see guys with their Bored Ape Yacht Club.
All day long.
All day long. And it's a collectible, just like anything else. But to me, NFTs are just a proof of concept and an example of how smart contracts work. When you go through the process of creating an NFT, one of the things they always ask you is, what's your royalty rate? And so when I set one up for the first time, I'm like, royalties? How the hell does that work? Because there's no other way to make money every time a digital asset is resold and get paid a royalty. And then I'm thinking, okay, well, if it works for these NFTs, where else can I use this stuff? Right? What other business applications can I come up?
Right. The NFTs were just showing you another way to do other things.
Proof of concept.
Right. Proof of concept.
Again, it's like basketball, right? Basketball right now is changing, and technology keeps on changing. Right? It went from,
post up and all this different type stuff. The game changes.
It changes because the technology made people smarter. Right. You went from synergy, right, to second spectrum. Right. And then the data's different, and now we're getting into using computer vision and AI for pose estimation. All this is just technology changing the game.
That comes back to biomechanics and all that.
Yeah, all the biomechanics, but how do you track the biomechanics?
Right. I done seen you win championships, I done seen you win big games, but I don't ever think I've seen you as happy as you are when you're on those videos with your kids.
If I can get them to do them every day, twice a day, I would do them. I don't care how embarrassed I get by them. It's fun, right?
Hello, I'm Emma Barnett. This is my new show. First, I'll be meeting Chinese artist and dissident Ai Weiwei, and I'll talk to the novelist and political scientist Elif Shafak. This is Emma Barnett Meets on Bloomberg Quicktake.
Access the financial world on demand. Hear from leading economists, policymakers, and industry experts via live and on-demand webinars, only from Bloomberg. Start exploring to see what's moving the markets. Visit Bloomberg.com/webinars.
How worried should I be about inflation as a retail investor?
This is Trillions ETF MasterChef, where we interview the chefs of the finance world on their hottest investment recipes.
If you're an investor that really believes in investing for the future, that can handle or withstand some of the volatility that can come, then yeah, it could be used as a core holding.
You have athletes and you have influencers as clients. I'd assume they're into crypto. Are you getting them exposure?
We're absolutely overlaying it on the portfolio.
What's your favorite ticker?
It's the best ticker ever. It really kind of captures the themes.
What you're trying to always deliver is a very simple solution. And if you can deliver that simple solution powerfully, I think that resonates quite well in the market.
Tell us about this portfolio. Where's that spice going to come from?
We're looking for portfolios that have less risk than the market, but that perform better.
You are building a portfolio. It's much like, cooking a meal. And ETFs, I just think, make investing just so convenient and easy.
Trillions ETF MasterChef, only on Quicktake.
You will shed light on dark matter. You will make aging optional. You will turn 5G up to 11. Because when you subscribe to Bloomberg, you won't just get news. You'll get insight into limitless possibilities, knowledge, and inspiration to feed your ambition. So before you invent, pioneer, disrupt, before you change the world, Bloomberg.
one of your recent hires in the past couple years with Cynthia.
Yeah, Cynthia Marshall.
Yeah, Cynthia Marshall.
Yeah, she's a machine. I mean, she's a force of nature. She's amazing. You know, we had some challenges that we went through 3 years ago, and you know, I hadn't been connected to the business side of it. I was always on the basketball side, and some things went wrong, and I had to own up to them. I needed somebody who could come in that understood how to turn the culture of an organization around. And she has just been a superstar.
She don't play either.
No, she don't play. That's her.
Play.
Yeah. She says that all the time. I don't play. Yeah. I don't play. But that's who she is. And she changed the culture. She changed the organization. You know, diversity and inclusion is a tough topic. Mm-hmm. You know, because a lot of people look at it as just being about a checklist. And what I've learned, particularly from her, is that it's not about checking the boxes. It's about being pragmatic and doing business the right way. Because what I learned from her is when we bring people from different communities, that opens doors into those communities, right? And so, like, Dallas has the 6th largest Indian population in the country. I didn't know that.
Did not know that till you just said that.
And so you want to find people from that community to sell into that community. You want to find people of color who can connect, because I can walk in there, and people who look like me can walk in there.
Yep.
I'm not going to have the same impact or have the same understanding. And she already knew that, right? Mm-hmm. She knew how to not only understand it, not only recognize the impact, but how to deliver it. And that's what makes her special. And she's just got that energy and that vibe and that love that comes out of her.
Genuine. It's unbelievably 100%. Genuine. So I didn't know you for a while, Mark, and I didn't even know that you had kids until I seen you on TikTok. I seen you on TikTok.
Renegade.
I seen you on TikTok with your daughter, man. And to tell you the truth, because I've done a few with my kids, you know what I mean? Yeah. And I'm telling you, man, I done seen you win championships. I done seen you win big games, but I don't ever think I've seen you as happy as you are when you're on those videos with your kids.
If I can get them to do them every day, twice a day, I would do them. I don't care how embarrassed I get by them.
Yeah.
It's fun, right? Because, I mean, you know now, they're the joy of my life. They're everything. And, you know, it took me a while to realize that, because, like, when they're really, really little, you don't really appreciate it.
Yep.
But once they became real people, you know, there's just nothing better. And if I had a choice between just spending time with them, it's like I tell people, the most precious word in the dictionary for me is dad.
Yeah.
You know, when you hear your kids call you dad, there's only one way. There's only 3 people in the universe who can say that to me, and those are most important.
All that we talked about, you could see you was into it, but when I brought up your kids, you about jumped out your seat. You jumped out your seat.
And it's scary too, right? Because, you know, you had to work your way up, and and it's your success in a lot of respects. But then it just terrifies you, you know, because your kids can't copy that same path.
Right.
You know, as much as you know your path and I know my path, and it's not going to be my kids' path. They've got to find their own, and it scares me because I don't want them to grow up to be entitled, right? You know, I don't want them to take everything for granted. I want them to feel some of that. You have to work for it to get it.
Yeah.
And you know, but they ain't dumb.
They ain't dumb. No,
they know exactly, you know, who paid for the house and how. You know.
But that's the challenge I think that a lot of us face, man. And I'm just grateful to sit down and talk to you all these years, man. We never talked this long, man. So, Mark Cuban, thank you so much. Appreciate you. Yes, sir.
Yeah,
thank
absolutely.
How worried should I be about inflation as a retail investor?
This is Trillions ETF MasterChef, where we interview the chefs of the finance world on their hottest investment recipes.
If you're an investor that really believes in investing for the future, that can handle or withstand some of the volatility that can come, then yeah, it could be used as a core holding.
You have athletes and you have influencers as clients. I'd assume they're into crypto. Are you getting them exposure?
We're absolutely overlaying it on the portfolio.
What's your favorite ticker?
It's the best ticker ever. It really kind of captures the themes.
What you're trying to always deliver is a very simple solution. And if you can deliver that simple solution powerfully, I think that resonates quite well in the market.
Tell us about this portfolio. Where's that spice going to come from?
We're looking for portfolios that have less risk than the market, but that perform better.
You are building a portfolio. It's much like, cooking a meal. And ETFs, I just think, make investing just so convenient and easy.
Trillions ETF MasterChef, only on Quicktake.
Hello, I'm Emma Barnett. This is my news show. First, I'll be meeting Chinese artist and dissident Ai Weiwei, and I'll talk to the novelist and political scientist Elif Shafak. This is Emma Barnett Meets on Bloomberg Quicktake. Hello, I'm Emma Barnett. This is my news show. First, I'll be meeting Chinese artist and dissident Ai Weiwei, and I'll talk to the novelist and political scientist Elif Shafak. This is Emma Barnett Meets on Bloomberg Quicktake.
Part of what I love about business is you get to build things from nothing.
I don't have any investors. All this is all money in. This is me just building it.
It's pretty much full service shadow banking with nobody in charge.
Gwadar is a strategically important point on the map of Pakistan. It sits very close to Iran, actually, on the very southern coast. It's about a 10-hour drive west of Karachi, but it's only about an hour drive to Iran. The area is extremely poor. It's very arid. It doesn't have enough water. Electricity has been very spotty. One of the most surprising things about visiting Gwadar is the high degree of security that is absolutely everywhere. There are armed guards that are required to escort foreign visitors everywhere you go because it is a contested region, because there have been militant attacks in the past.
Despite all this, Gwadar is a key part of the China-Pakistan Economic Corridor, also known as CPEC, the crown jewel of President Xi Jinping's Belton Road initiative.
We will leave no stone unturned in ensuring that CPEC and all the projects under its umbrella are materialized in time and in full.
So far, just 1/3 of all CPEC projects have been completed. In Gwadar, none of them have been, and the promised improvements for local people like job creation and better infrastructure have not materialized. So, what has China got to gain from developing this seemingly obscure city on the Pakistani coast?
We have seen this movie before. An outside power comes into Pakistan. It spends heavily on big infrastructure projects. China's not the first to do it. Right after Pakistan became independent in the late 1940s, early 50s, the US was sending advisors into Pakistan to help plan its economy. The US was doing infrastructure projects there too.
Those early projects helped the US gain Pakistan as an ally against the Soviet Union during the Cold War. The US has provided about $80 billion in aid to Pakistan since its independence, but overall the result is disappointing. One of the recent attempts was in the late 2000s as part of the US effort to combat terrorism in Afghanistan.
The number one item on that aid package was to build these high visibility infrastructure projects. So there are literally projects that the United States tried to do or Pakistan proposed to the United States in the 2000s during that period that have become Belton Road projects.
China is stepping into a gap which has been left by retreating ambition from the US.
为“一带一路”建设美好的未来，为各国发展繁荣干杯。
The Belton Road Initiative is China's President Xi Jinping's signature foreign policy initiative. Launched in 2013, it comprises an overland belt stretching through China, Central Asia into Europe, and a maritime road stretching around Southeast Asia through the Indian Ocean and up past East Africa. So a benign way of characterizing China's Belt and Road Initiative would be infrastructure for influence.
So when Xi Jinping announced the Belt and Road Initiative, shortly afterwards China designated Pakistan as its showcase flagship project. So the China-Pakistan Economic Corridor was going to be the biggest and most important showcase for the success of the Belt and Road. Pakistan is in great need of infrastructure development. They wanted to create a railway, a highway, roads, all kinds of economic development that is intended to help Pakistan. And it's meant to provide jobs, 2.3 million jobs for Pakistanis. It's meant to provide a 2.5% boost to GDP growth.
And China would gain economically as well. CPEC was intended to reduce oil and gas routes from the Middle East by thousands of miles, a way to cut overland into Western China instead of going around Southeast Asia by ship. Projects in Pakistan also provide Chinese state-owned companies with an additional market. Chinese workers are brought to Pakistan to build infrastructure and then take wages home. CPEC is also strategically significant for China and Pakistan. China wants to strengthen this relationship to counter their shared rival India.
CPEC is both an instrument of Chinese power as well as a test of Chinese power. If it succeeds, China will be demonstrating that it's able to do what great powers have not been able to do in Pakistan, including the United States.
Which is why Gwadar is so important. It's in Pakistan's Balochistan province, an area with serious electricity and water shortages.
Balochistan province is actually populated by people who are of Baloch origin. They're a different ethnicity, they speak a different language from the majority in power in Islamabad. And they feel, as the poorest province in Pakistan, they have not sufficiently benefited from some of the economic achievements that the rest of Pakistan has had. That area is quite contested by the Balochistan Liberation Army, the people who feel that even Pakistani people have encroached into their territory. So quite a number of people are still staging attacks, and they attacked the biggest international hotel in Gwadar, shot up the lobby and killed, I think, 5 people.
But this unsettled city is where the China-Pakistan Economic Corridor is supposed to lead to. Authorities plan to develop Gwadar into an international port city.
Gwadar Port has an interesting history and an interesting location too. It's located in Balochistan. It's about 120 kilometers from Iran. Pakistan purchased this territory from Oman, I think in the 1950s. And so for a long time, Pakistan has had on its agenda trying to develop this area. Since the 70s, it's wanted to build a port in Gwadar. Actually approached the United States in the 1970s and tried to convince the Nixon administration to pay for a port. Even offered naval access if the United States was willing to pay for that.
The US rejected Pakistan's offer, concerned that the port would not be commercially viable and would cause geopolitical tension. But in the early 2000s, a Chinese company was awarded the contract to build the port, and they completed phase 1 of construction in 2006. The port was then managed by a Singaporean government entity. In 2013, a Chinese port operator took over from the Singaporeans. In 2015, China announced that it will expand the port as part of the CPEC initiative, but 5 years later, little has happened.
When you look out at the port, you can see it has only 3 berths, and all of them were empty. And the only ship that was in the port at the time was a Pakistan naval frigate. And so it indicated to me that the port is not particularly operational for commercial purposes, and a number of analysts have talked about the strategic importance in a military sense if eventually China were able to use the port of Gwadar as a military base.
You know, no one would be surprised if China did use it in that way. I don't think in the short term, like it is set up in Djibouti, where it has a permanent base. think it's more likely to use it as almost like a sort of forward-based resupply option, something it can use when it wants to.
Other projects, like building Pakistan's largest airport in Gwadar and 2 special economic zones, have been delayed. A 19-kilometre highway linking the port with the Makran Coastal Highway in Balochistan is under construction too.
Most of the people who live there and work there already are fishermen. They rely on access to the sea. The way that the express highway from the port was originally proposed would have cut off their sea access, and so that was a real point of contention with the community. There have been some proposals to allow them an underpass. It's still a little bit unclear how that is finally going to be resolved.
Even if those projects are eventually built, there are serious questions about who will work there.
There is a problem with manpower, of course, in Gwadar. It's a very small city, and so one proposal has been, well, we'll just ship Chinese workers in from China and build lots of fancy housing for them.
The first Chinese-built community in Pakistan, a $500 million development spanning over 10 million square feet, with over 60% open spaces.
That kind of proposal is what makes a lot of the Pakistani local people quite upset.
A Gwadar-based journalist expressed concerns to Bloomberg over projects like this. The journalist spoke anonymously for fear of persecution from the Pakistan government.
These projects are creating jobs, but they're not really creating jobs for the local people of Gwadar. They're not against economic prosperity, but they're against the development that leaves them behind.
Pakistan doesn't have the money to build these projects. It's gone to the IMF for its 13th bailout since the 1980s. By engaging in CPEC projects, the government of Pakistan has incurred more debts from China, not only posing challenges for Pakistan, but possibly the international community if Pakistan eventually defaults on its debts. But CPEC is still set to go on. Even if most current projects haven't been completed, the two countries have recently signed new projects worth $11 billion. Pakistan's Prime Minister said the country's economic future is linked with China.
It's hard to imagine how the China-Pakistan economic corridor is going to be the game changer that the Pakistan government would like it to be. We're not seeing the economic growth or benefit from the projects that were set out and we're supposed to have seen by now. We're not seeing the job creation.
Project delays, accumulating debts, commercial viability. These problems of CPEC are also typical of Belt and Road projects around the world.
For China, though, it's never the narrow accounting perspective that matters. It's the bigger strategic benefits. As China's dollars continue to flow, as China's concrete continues to pour, China's influence continues to increase.
How worried should I be about inflation as a retail investor?
This is Trillions ETF MasterChef, where we interview the chefs of the finance world on their hottest investment recipes.
If you're an investor that really believes in investing for the future, that can handle or withstand some of the volatility that can come, then yeah, it could be used as a core holding.
You have athletes and you have influencers as clients. I'd assume they're into crypto. Are you getting them exposure?
We're absolutely overlaying it on the portfolio.
What's your favorite ticker?
It's the best ticker ever. It really kind of captures the themes.
What you're trying to always deliver is a very simple solution. And if you can deliver that simple solution powerfully, I think that resonates quite well in the market.
Tell us about this portfolio. Where's that spice going to come from?
We're looking for portfolios that have less risk than the market, but that perform better.
You are building a portfolio. It's much like, cooking a meal. And ETFs, I just think, make investing just so convenient and easy.
Trillions ETF MasterChef, only on Quicktake.
From the US-China trade war, a controversial security law in Hong Kong, building in the South China Sea, projects. There is undeniably a Cold War-like battle for influence on all fronts. And that includes space.
We're in a space race today, just as we were in the 1960s. And the stakes are even higher.
Although China hasn't come close to achieving what the US has, they're catching up. Since 2018, China has launched more rockets into orbit than any other country. In 2019, they became the first to land a rover on the far side of the moon. And in 2020, China released the last satellite in their global navigation satellite system, called Beidou, China's answer to the US-made GPS. Like China's big infrastructure projects here on Earth, their goals are to get a foothold in space technology that will drive profit, make them independent from US technology, get an upper hand in military operations, and show superiority on the world stage. With Joe Biden in the White House, experts think space spending could slow, although the Democratic Party has stated that it will continue the goal of sending Americans back to the moon and beyond to Mars.
We are launching humans to the moon for the first time since 1972.
And that might not be a bad thing. While a Cold War scenario has dangerous political and economic implications, a race to the cosmos, like any good rivalry, could be a huge benefit for space and other industries.
If you think that the US-China competition is going to be not just a clash of strategies, but a clash of systems, it's going to be a contest over whether American-style liberal democracy or Chinese-style authoritarian capitalism is best suited to the demands of the 21st century, then it's entirely possible that you could see the United States make investments in infrastructure and education and technological innovation and basic research that it wouldn't otherwise make as a result of that competition.
In 1957, the Soviet Union shocked the world by putting the first ever satellite into space, Sputnik 1.
There is real military significance to these launchings.
The satellite's unanticipated success brought on the American Sputnik crisis, a period of public fear and anxiety in Western nations about the perceived technological gap between the United States and Soviet Union.
And so the National Defense Education Act of 1957 is passed in response to Sputnik, and it includes major investments in a variety of intellectual pursuits that were considered critical to staying ahead in the Cold War. And so the rise of entire industries like aerospace, the rise of entire regions like Silicon Valley or Orange County, semiconductors, the internet, a variety of other things that we associate with the rise of the information age were originally conceived as part of the military-industrial complex in the 1950s and 1960s.
And let me say that our scientists and engineers, in offering their services to the government in this field, have been generous, patriotic, and prompt.
And nowhere was government spending more apparent and highly publicized as the space race of the time.
In the Eisenhower years and then Kennedy years, the US started pouring money into the space program. By I think the mid-1960s, the US was spending about 4% of its total budget on space.
It was the largest percentage of the budget spent on space in American history. And the intense rivalry allowed for some of the biggest accomplishments humanity has ever seen, including the first living animal to enter space by Russia, the first man to enter space by Russia, and the first probe to land on the moon, also Russia.
And so that led to a huge surge in US spending on the space program, which culminated in 1969 with Neil Armstrong and Buzz Aldrin stepping on the moon.
The moon landing is considered a conclusion to the space race, and as US-Soviet relations improved, space spending waned.
I think that one of the reasons that the US has not been as focused on space is because of the end of the Cold War.
Since the Apollo program, the NASA budget has hovered around 0.5 to 1%. But in the last few decades, the world has seen the rise of a new power, China. While governed by an authoritarian regime like the USSR was, China also has far more economic strength and greater resources than the Soviet Union ever did. And that worries the US.
The president has already signed into law the largest NASA budget since the days of the Apollo program.
There is very much an ideological challenge. It's sort of a contest over which sort of system, democracy or authoritarian capitalism, will win the day in the 21st century. And I think what American officials fear is that the Chinese will not be content to have second-tier status in a world that is led by the United States and its allies.
But space isn't simply a show of technological strength like it was during the Cold War. The space industry is now worth an estimated $345 billion, with technology that we use every day depending on it, like GPS. China started launching an alternative to the American system called Beidou in 2000. The recently completed version is 20 centimeters more accurate than GPS by some estimates.
China's Beidou space program brings prestige and practical benefits. The prestige from announcing their arrival as a power in space, similar to the prestige which the US achieved from its first moon landing. The practical benefits, both military and commercial. If you want to target a missile or a fast food delivery, you need a GPS system. With its Beidou system, China has its own GPS capability in place, and so independence from US influence on that key part of infrastructure in the information economy.
China even opened up the private space industry in 2014 in the hope of encouraging competitors to the US private space industry. iSpace was the first private company in China to successfully launch a rocket and satellite into orbit in 2019. And a company called Galaxy Space plans to launch 650 low Earth orbit satellites similar to SpaceX's Starlink, which will give better, faster internet access to people all over the world. But it's not all about business.
I think that for President Xi Jinping, this Chinese space program is hugely important, not just for all the practical applications, but also just for prestige. It's important for President Xi to show that China is a superpower. Superpowers have space programs.
China will have to prove that they can perform the kind of missions NASA has done, and possibly go even further, like China's recent moon rover, Chang'e 4. Although it was the third country to land a rover on the moon, it was the first to land on the far side of the moon. And China's recently launched Mars rover isn't the first, but it's the first orbiter, lander, rover all-in-one mission. China even has a Voyager-like mission in its initial planning stages that will do a flyby of Neptune and then out to explore interstellar space. But more importantly, China will build its own space station, which will serve as an essential tool for tests and research in space, and offer an alternative to the International Space Station.
When it comes to innovation, China will have some advantages when it comes to directing the entire resources of a state or the entire resources of a society towards some particular technological challenge, AI, for instance. But the cost of that is that there's less of an open economic and intellectual ecosystem in China than there is in the United States. There's more inherent dynamism in a society where you have truly open information flows and where innovation is as much a bottom-up as it is a top-down phenomenon. And so that's not to say that the United States is destined to win the race for AI or 5G or any other technology. I think there's real danger in a lot of these fields. But if the United States puts forth the energy and puts forth the investment that's necessary in these areas, there's no inherent reason that it can't succeed because it is a democracy.
And there are signs that China's space program is stumbling. In 2020, a Long March 5B rocket scattered debris over Côte d'Ivoire after an uncontrolled re-entry of the rocket's core stage. This was the largest botch of its kind in years.
So the worry is that China is just not that transparent when it comes to this sort of thing. So was this just a one-off? Was this just something went wrong? Or is this just an example of what might be happening going forward?
The competition may prove to be too much. China is up against not only a space program with a long and decorated history, but one with more ambitious missions than ever before. The US is now trying to beat China back to the moon, to build a lunar base, harvest resources, and then use it as a stepping stone to get to Mars.
This time when we go to the moon, we're going to go to stay with a purpose of learning how to live and work on another world so that we can take that knowledge and information to Mars.
I think that the sense of urgency that we're hearing from the Trump administration about the need to accelerate the Artemis program to get to the moon by 2024, I think part of that is because of the perceived threat from China, right? So in that sense, I think that having China as a more serious player in space could potentially be good for NASA, good for the American space program.
Other NASA projects include a Mars mission equipped with a mini helicopter to fly on the surface of the red planet, another mini helicopter mission planned for Titan, Saturn's largest moon, and the launch of the James Webb Space Telescope, an upgrade to the Hubble Space Telescope, whose photographs changed our understanding of the universe as we know it. The ambitions of China and the US may depend on how long their rivalry continues. If history is any lesson, the bigger the rivalry, the further the two space superpowers are likely to push themselves.
Very cohesive.
The overall goal with China's space program, I think, is to match the United States. China does not want to be subordinate to the US on Earth and doesn't want to be subordinate to the US in space. Right now, the plan is to try to narrow the gap.
And so if you are looking at this from an American strategic perspective, the concern would be that China may have a jump in the areas of high-tech innovation that will be most important in terms of powering innovation and productivity during the 21st century, and that can perhaps be turned into advantages on the battlefield. I should say that the jury is really still out in terms of how effective China will be in mastering innovation in these areas. But if China continues to lack the open informational ecosystem that we've typically associated with success and innovation, there may still be significant obstacles to maintaining the dynamism needed to spur innovation over the long run.
Hello, I'm Emma Barnett. This is my new show. First, I'll be meeting Chinese artist and dissident Ai Weiwei, and I'll talk to the novelist and political scientist Elif Shafak. This is Emma Barnett Meets on Bloomberg Quicktake. Hello, I'm Emma Barnett, and I'm a journalist and presenter. This is my new show, Emma Barnett Meets. First, I'll be meeting Chinese artist and dissident Ai Weiwei, and I'll talk to the novelist and political scientist Elif Shafak. Tune in to watch those who shape our world explain how the world shapes us. This is Emma Barnett Meets on Bloomberg Quicktake.
Tensions between the US and China have been steadily escalating as they spar on everything from democracy in Hong Kong to the data security of TikTok. But there's one place where a military battle between the superpowers is most likely to happen: the South China Sea. What started as a territorial dispute over rocks and reefs grew into clashes over fishing and natural resources. Now, the South China Sea is home to escalating war games between two of the world's largest militaries.
I think we're getting to a point now where confrontation is more likely.
Recent tensions have threatened to boil over.
It used to be in the old days that the Americans were clearly the superpower. They could sail where they wanted and nobody else could do anything about it. Whereas now I think the Chinese are starting to think that maybe they have the military power, the weapons that could actually threaten the Americans.
as Joe Biden comes into office, this is an issue that's not going to get any easier to solve because China sees it as part of its very core strategic interest to control that territory. That's not going to change whoever is in the White House.
We're at a kind of dangerous phase at the moment and looks set to continue.
So, how did an East Asian dispute over a group of small islands become a significant flashpoint for US-China relations? The South China Sea encompasses 1.4 million square miles, making it almost 1.5 times bigger than the Mediterranean Sea. It's a key commercial gateway that sees 1/3 of the world's maritime shipping pass through it every year, accounting for more than $3 trillion in trade. Beneath the surface, the maritime life is vital to the diets and economies of the surrounding nations. Around 12% of the global fish catch comes from these waters, which also hosts more than half of the world's fishing vessels. Even further down, beneath the seabed, is the promise of natural gas and crude oil reserves. The exact amount is disputed, with both the US and China giving vastly different estimates. The US estimates that the sea holds about 190 trillion cubic feet of natural gas and 11 billion barrels of oil.
South China Sea, it's a strategic crossroads, really. It links on one side the Pacific and the other side the Indian Ocean, and then north to China and south to Australia. Huge amounts of world trade go through, huge amounts of oil. Most of the things that we buy in the shops that come out of China, Japan, Taiwan, all travel through the South China Sea.
For decades, China and neighbouring Southeast Asian nations have disputed territorial claims within the area, largely centred around two groups of islands: the Spratly Islands in the south and the Paracel Islands in the north.
It's a point of contention because there are two kinds of disputes. There are disputes about the islands, who owns them, but they overlap with disputes about what you can do in the sea, whose rules apply, and they also overlap with this great power competition between China and the US. So it's this intersection of these three layers of disputes. That's what makes the situation so dangerous.
Brunei, Malaysia, the Philippines, Taiwan, and Vietnam all have claims in the region, but it's China's claims that are the most contentious. China claimed more than 80% of the South China Sea, referring to a map from 1947 that shows a U-shaped line looping down to a point about 1,100 miles or 1,800 kilometers south of its Hainan Island.
China's claim in the South China Sea emerged between 1907 and 1947, in those 40 years. And it really emerged in the context of China struggling against foreign powers in the first half of the 20th century. Against Japan, and then later against France, and then against Japan again during the Second World War. It became an emotional question. It became a time when China wanted to stand up against the world, and one way of doing that was by staking a claim to territory.
But Beijing didn't start actively asserting this claim until later in the 20th century.
It's really when oil gets discovered in certain parts of the South China Sea in the late 1960s, early 1970s, that's when it starts to heat up a bit more, and you start to see more of the islands being occupied. Philippines moves in the 70s, the Vietnamese also do the same thing, and then the Malaysians get in the game. The Chinese government doesn't make its first occupations, actually physically planting the flag in the Spratly Islands, until 1988, so they come very late to the game at that point.
In the years that followed, nations jostled among themselves for control of the islands, but since the mid-1990s, the occupation of most parts of the Spratly and Paracel Islands hadn't changed significantly. But as China's position on the world stage grew, so too did their activity in the region.
In the Chinese telling of how this spat began, China says, back in the early 2000s, China and the Southeast Asian nations who also have claims there got along fine. And what really kicked off the conflict was when, during the early days of the Obama administration, they had this pivot to Asia. And so when the US did this pivot to Asia, it sort of encouraged a lot of the Southeast Asian nations to start exerting their claims in the South China Sea, to start building on islands that they had occupied. And so then China, by Beijing's telling, felt compelled to do the same and to do it to a greater degree.
I think there have been two major changing points in recent years. So there's the 2008 financial crisis, when the American economy goes into a nosedive. You have, at the same time, you have the Beijing Olympics, when China suddenly appears on the world stage. And you get a new confidence in China that maybe their way is superior to the American way of running the world. And I think that then leads into the selection of President Xi in 2012 by the Communist Party as their party leader.
China's once-in-a-decade transition of power was completed earlier today.
Xi Jinping, head of the Chinese Communist Party, has just been elected president of China in a near-unanimous vote.
Before Xi becomes party leader in 2012, you notice in the South China Sea different bits of the state, the Coast Guard, the Navy, the fishing protection, the police or whatever, all following different policies. From 2013 onwards, once Xi's in power, you see much more centralized control. And that's in 2013 when you start to see China building these massive artificial islands in the Spratly Islands with huge military bases on them.
We continue our look this morning at what China does not want you to see. The United States says the superpower is reclaiming land in the South China Sea.
China has begun this campaign of building islands in the South China Sea, taking reefs and rocks and building on top of that with sand and filling in the water. And on top of that land, they've built airstrips. They've put missiles in. They've put in installments where military personnel can be there full time.
Beijing transformed the disputed reefs and rocks by reclaiming 670 acres of land from the sea to create islands with administrative buildings, hospitals and sport complexes. There's also runways that can land fighter jets and are equipped with defensive systems, radar antennae and radio systems which are intended to monitor the area around them. China's use of the islands in this way prevents other countries developing resources, and that directly breaches the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea, also known as UNCLOS. UNCLOS was established in 1982, and it states that a country can have a territorial zone of 12 nautical miles off its coast, a further 12 nautical miles where it has limited controls, and an exclusive economic zone of 200 nautical miles. China argues that the Paracel and Spratly Islands are part of its territory, and therefore they own anything within those exclusive economic zones, be it fish or natural resources, and it's been enforcing this in increasingly hostile ways.
Hello, I'm Emma Barnett, and I'm a journalist and presenter. This is my new show, Emma Barnett Meets. First, I'll be meeting Chinese artist and dissident Ai Weiwei, and I'll talk to the novelist and political scientist Elif Shafak. Tune in to watch those who shape our world explain how the world shapes us. This is Emma Barnett Meets on Bloomberg Quicktake.
Access the financial world on demand. Hear from leading economists, policymakers, and industry experts via live and on-demand webinars, only from Bloomberg. Start exploring to see what's moving the markets. Visit Bloomberg.com/webinars.
China's general military philosophy is something called active defense. And the idea is to appear to be non-threatening and to be defensive, but to create situations where you lure the opponent into making a move which then allows you to respond in force and in full.
Philippine military aircraft, I'm warning you again. Leave immediately, or you will bear forward responsibility for all the consequences.
So what it's doing now is using these islands as a means of projecting power. So it's successfully intimidated Vietnam and stopped it developing its offshore oil and gas reserves. It's done the same thing to the Philippines. It's tried to do the same thing with Malaysia, but with less success. China, in effect, has established a kind of a block on the other countries developing their maritime resources. I suppose the next thing that might happen will be that then China might try and use its force to develop resources which it doesn't have a claim to under the UN Convention on the Law of the Sea.
In 2016, an international tribunal in The Hague ruled that the Paracel and Spratlys were rocks rather than islands, and therefore would not get the benefits of EEZs. The ruling also stated that there was no legal basis for China's claims.
And what that meant was that suddenly the value of the disputed islands became much less in theory, because it meant you couldn't claim huge amounts of resources, oil and gas and fish from around them. However, China has refused to recognize this ruling, and the reason is obvious, is that it actually diminishes the value of these disputed islands and makes the case for the surrounding countries, Vietnam, Malaysia, Philippines, Brunei, much, much stronger for the resources, for the oil and the gas and the fish.
Diplomats in China and ASEAN countries have turned their attention to an earlier legally binding document in the hope of a resolution.
The ASEAN nations and China said to have reached an agreement to begin negotiations on a code of conduct in the South China Sea.
Unfortunately, the long-term outlook is not good. The fact is that you have a negotiation process between ASEAN and China that is not really going very well. They're trying to establish a code of conduct that would set some parameters for how business is conducted in the South China Sea. At the same time, however, they don't actually address the dispute at all. So no dispute resolution mechanisms are really being negotiated seriously at this time. What's perhaps more concerning is the ever-evolving China-US competition dynamic, which is becoming more aggressive in nature.
The US's response in the South China Sea has been mainly driven from its sort of overall strategic interests, because the South China Sea connects America's west coast from California to the Indian Ocean and to the Middle East, and so they see it as a vital strategic corridor for them, for civilian shipping but also military shipping to go through.
During the Obama administration, the issue was very contentious already. And so when Trump came in, what really happened was not that the conflict arose, but the way that the US government began to pursue its strategy became much more aggressive, became much more proactive and abrasive. That's why the situation in the South China Sea has become much more dangerous.
A US presence has been increasing in the region since 2012. Over the years, administrations have waded in on arguments over resources, but haven't taken sides in the territorial disputes until now.
Beijing doesn't respect the fundamental democratic values or those enshrined in the ASEAN Charter.
Previous years, we've seen a lot of positive language from regional partners who wish to make room for China as a global superpower. But China's come on a little hard.
The US has issued one of its strongest warnings against China over Beijing's illegal territorial claims in the South China Sea.
It's not China's maritime empire. The United States is prepared to do the things necessary to assist them in protecting their valid legal claims.
Expansion of the Chinese Navy has become one of the latest concerns for US and ASEAN nations. Beijing's anti-ship ballistic missiles are also known as carrier killers. A Department of Defense report suggests that China may be the first ever to attach this category of weapon to a warship.
There's a good reason to think that a lot of China's activities in the South China Sea in terms of building up its bases are done with a possible invasion of Taiwan in mind. They're thinking that if there was ever an invasion, an attempt to forcibly bring Taiwan into the People's Republic of China, that the United States would try and defend Taiwan. And having these islands there with missiles already on them and runways and so forth would be a way of keeping the Americans at bay. It's also, I think, part of trying to create a bastion, a hiding place for their ballistic missile submarines there, and a way of just keeping the Americans away from their southern coast. Both China and the US regard the South China Sea as pretty crucial to their overall strategic interests, which means they're going to struggle hard.
The escalation of military activities in the South China Sea, even in the midst of a pandemic, has many onlookers concerned. A war of words on Twitter and state TV has transformed into warships and military drills that could be the start of a new Cold War.
In the final waning days of the Trump administration, you've seen a slew of measures taken. And I think a lot of those measures have been taken to try and prevent Joe Biden's administration from coming in and undoing a lot of what President Trump had put into place during his time in office. Based on what we've heard from the Biden administration, it does seem that the strategy will be to work more closely with allies. If the Biden administration is able to form a united front as it comes to the South China Sea, I think two things could happen. If it becomes an alliance against China, I think you will see the Chinese become more aggressive in pushing back on that. The alternative would be some sort of more inclusive alliance that wants to welcome China into the fold. And if that is something that happens, I think you can see a much more benign resolution to the problem. Obviously, there are a lot of things going on in the United States. I don't think the South China Sea is particularly high on Joe Biden's priority list at the moment. But I think in the future, in the next couple of years, that is what will start to develop.
Hello, I'm Emma Barnett. This is my news show. First, I'll be meeting Chinese artist and dissident Ai Weiwei, and I'll talk to the novelist and political scientist Elif Shafak. This is Emma Barnett Meets on Bloomberg Quicktake. Hello, I'm Emma Barnett, and I'm a journalist and presenter. This is my news show, Emma Barnett Meets. First, I'll be meeting Chinese artist and dissident Ai Weiwei, and I'll talk to the novelist and political scientist Elif Shafak. Tune in to watch those who shape our world explain how the world shapes us. This is Emma Barnett Meets on Bloomberg Quicktake.
Imagine if the internet took hold in China. Imagine how freedom would spread.
Unrestricted internet access is a source of strength.
That country has some of the toughest internet restrictions in the world. Government in China is tightening up on internet restrictions, it says, because of the number of anonymous postings that poke fun at the government.
So you think they're ultimately going to be on the right side of history, the Chinese government?
Obvious. I am 100% for sure, because nobody can stop this technology revolution.
It's 1987 in West Germany, and a university professor has just got an email. It contains one short sentence. Across the Great Wall, we can reach every corner of the world. He's just received the first email from China.
China is embracing the reform and opening up policies, and the internet and transparency of information is part of that policy.
But it isn't until 1994 that the internet becomes available to the public under the presidency of Jiang Zemin. Like many of his compatriots, Jiang is deeply influenced by the work of Alvin Toffler, an American writer whose book Future Shock predicts a super-industrial revolution brought about by the moderation and regulation of technology.
Computers combine facts to make new knowledge at such high speed that we cannot absorb it.
But computers are expensive, and hardly anyone owns one, so the Internet Cafe is born. It costs around 25 yuan or $3 for an hour.
In the early days, internet speed was really slow, and having a personal computer was a luxury. Most of the people who frequent internet cafes were the more young, tech-savvy generation, and they would go to play games and chat with your friends anonymously online.
In 1995, a former English teacher called Jack Ma heads to the US on business. While he's there, he does a web search for the word beer, and there are no results about China. He returns home and starts an online Yellow Pages.
You don't make any money. You've got extraordinary claims, and yet you make nothing. That's the internet.
By 1999, the company Tencent releases OICQ, and Jack Ma creates Alibaba. It's the millennium and the unveiling of the Golden Shield project, which includes a new surveillance system made up of content filtering firewalls. The system becomes known around the world as the Great Firewall of China.
The government also employs an army of people that actively send out social posts to shape conversations online. These people became known as the 50-cent party, the joke being that they would earn 50 cents every time they sent out a social media post.
It only takes a couple more years for China to overtake the US and have the world's most internet users. Fast forward and it's 2012. Xi Jinping is elected General Secretary of the Communist Party with a vision of cyber sovereignty, protecting the country's internet from foreign influence.
我们应该尊重各国自主选择网络发展道路、网络管理模式。
Notable restrictions include Winnie the Pooh because of comparisons made to Xi Jinping and the letter N.
The West might think of Chinese internet users as being horribly miserable because they can't access information freely, but the truth can't be more different. China's younger generations are perfectly happy living inside the firewall where they can use the domestic apps that are screened. There really is a disconnect between China's younger internet users and the rest of the world because of the Great Firewall.
It doesn't take long for controversial new laws which ensure cybersecurity to appear. These grant the government unprecedented access to foreign companies, including their hardware and sensitive user data. In 2018, Freedom House named China as the worst country in the world for online freedom. But China soon starts exporting its take on the internet to countries like Vietnam, Uganda, and Tanzania.
In 1987, when that email was sent from China to West Germany, it said across the Great Wall we can reach every corner of the world. It looks quite ironic right now because we have a Great Wall that literally screens and monitors everything. The vision that early internet founders had is very different from China's internet landscape today.
You will shed light on dark matter. You will make aging optional. You will turn 5G up to 11. Because when you subscribe to Bloomberg, you won't just get news. You'll get insight into limitless possibilities, knowledge, and inspiration to feed your ambition. So before you invent, pioneer, disrupt, before you change the world, Bloomberg.
环保啊，节能减排啊，应对气候变化，这个和可持续发展这领域的工作，一下在这领域我干了，应该40多年。过去开始可能说这是一种职业，等你干一段时间之后呢，看到这项工作对我们国家、民族、对人类，所以它的这个影响，就已经从这个职业变成了一种事业了。
In the past decade, no politician has probably been more influential in shifting China's climate policy than Xi Jinping. As China's lead negotiator at the United Nations climate change conferences, he's been critical to forging climate agreements on the international stage. Now he's a special advisor to China's environmental ministry and the head of a leading institute for climate and sustainability research. A study done by that institute contributed to China's decision to be carbon neutral by 2060. So how is China going to achieve its carbon neutrality goals in time? And what role will this climate veteran continue to play? After working for China's Environmental Protection Ministry for almost a decade, Xi was appointed as its head in 1993.
During Xi's tenure at the Environmental Protection Ministry, a management system for major air and water pollutants were put in place. In addition, environmental targets started to be included in China's 5-year plans, these blueprints for economic and social development, which had previously been very focused on economic growth.
He resigned in 2005 after a series of chemical plant explosions in China's Jilin province. The explosions were caused by the improper storage of dangerous chemicals and left 6 dead and dozens injured. A local river was also polluted by leaked chemicals, and tens of thousands of residents had to be evacuated.
His resignation came as the environmental agency criticized local officials for covering up the accident and for this blind pursuit of economic development, which damaged China's environment. But the resignation appeared to be only a blip in his career, as Xi later assumed the role of vice chairman of the National Development and Reform Commission. At the time, the NDRC, China's top economic planner, was responsible for making environmental policy, so Xie continued to have a leading role in China's climate strategies.
In 2007, Xie was appointed as China's lead climate negotiator at the UN climate change conferences. By then, 4 decades of breakneck economic growth had turned China into the world's biggest carbon emitter. Steadily, though, the country's stance has shifted from defending its right to emit to promoting low-carbon development as a national strategy.
大家对中国的这个煤炭和煤电的发展呢，一直有些各种各样的议论。其实中国的煤炭的消费量，从2013年到2015年，实际上已经是达到了峰值。中国的环境污染问题、雾霾的问题、大气污染的问题，这个很多问题，其实它的主要来源还是煤炭。现在呢，这个对煤和这个火电各个部门呢，对它的认识逐步的清楚了。
In China's policy-making system, it's difficult to point to the role of an individual person, but we know that Xie played quite an important role in proposing ambitious climate targets for China, which were eventually adopted by the country's top leaders. So the advantages that Xie had is that he is very well versed in sort of the party structure and the party priorities, as well as international climate priorities. So he knows how to translate the international pressures into better Chinese policies.
我们是发展国家，我们要发展，我们要消除贫困，我们要保护环境，该做的我们都做了，我们已经做的你们还没有做到。
So Xie is known as a very candid, tough negotiator in international climate talks. At the Durban talks in 2011, a video of Xie repeatedly banging a table over what he believed were hypocritical demands by developed countries was widely broadcast in China. And yet his counterparts continued to speak to a sense of humor and his general likability.
所以在这个谈判场子，他只有对手，有朋友，没有敌人。所以你能够坚定地维护本国的利益，但是在这个过程当中又能够维护人类的多边的这个利益，找到一个最佳结合点，这就是一个谈判代表他应该具备的品质。
Beyond the negotiating table, Xie has a personal commitment to fight for change after traveling to parts of the world affected by the climate crisis.
我从事气候变化工作以后，到南极、到北极，到一些小岛屿国家，到一些不发达国家，到他们最基层，到农村，去看了看，确实看到了这个气候环境对这些国家的经济社会发展。比如我去了一个小岛国，一场飓风。 这个国家的92%的主导产业就是香料，全部损失了。你看到了这些问题、这些危害、这些影响，也看到这些工作能够给这些地方的老百姓带来的这个生活质量的改善。实际上，适应气候变化或者应对气候变化一些措施，是有多重的效益。说这种事儿花钱并不多。 只要你选准了这个技术跟选准了方向，其实就可以，既应对了气候变化，又改善了生活，又摆脱了贫困，又能够发展当地的经济。
In 2017, Xie received a $2.5 million award for his efforts to tackle climate change. He donated the money to his alma mater, Tsinghua University, hoping to encourage the next generation of climate leaders. He's now the head of the university's Institute of Climate Change and Sustainable Development, and his team's research has helped set China's goal to become carbon neutral by 2060.
We are already seeing some suggestions for how to make this happen. So one climate institute that works with Xie's Institute at Tsinghua has laid out a plan of increasing renewable and nuclear energy and completely phasing out coal power. The plan entails a very gradual transition over the next 15 years with a rapid acceleration after 2035. So under this particular plan, coal-fired electricity would be eliminated by 2050 and China's energy mix would undergo a dramatic transformation. We've also seen these estimates that something like $15 trillion will need to be invested over the next 30 years to meet these targets.
不能用传统的这些生产方式、生活方式、消费模式、传统的技术，要想实现这些目标是很困难的，甚至是不可能的。我们必须要创新，必须要转型，而且要加速转型，这个大力的创新。只有这样呢，才能够真正的实现这个目标。
Tensions between the US and China have been rising in recent years, and the US government has withdrawn from the Paris Agreement. But Xie is convinced there's no time to lose.
现在气候变化的这个极端气候，它的影响、它的危害已经不是未来了，已经就是眼前了。屡战屡败，屡败屡战，说最后呢，还是看到了一些希望。我觉得这个工作是非常有意义的，所以大家应该早一点认识这个问题，来采取行动。 这个世界肯定是一个非常美好的。
How worried should I be about inflation as a retail investor?
This is Trillions ETF MasterChef, where we interview the chefs of the finance world on their hottest investment recipes.
If you're an investor that really believes in investing for the future, that can handle or withstand some of the volatility that can come, then yeah, it could be used as a core holding.
You have athletes and you have influencers as clients. I'd assume they're into crypto. Are you getting them exposure?
We're absolutely overlaying it on the portfolio.
What's your favorite ticker?
It's the best ticker ever. It really kind of captures the themes.
What you're trying to always deliver is a very simple solution. And if you can deliver that simple solution powerfully, I think that resonates quite well in the market.
Tell us about this portfolio. Where's that spice going to come from?
We're looking for portfolios that have less risk than the market, but that perform better.
You are building a portfolio. It's much like, cooking a meal. And ETFs, I just think, make investing just so convenient and easy.
Trillions ETF MasterChef, only on Quicktake.
The white picket fence, space for entertaining, acres of land to call your own. These were characteristics of the American dream home. But is it still a dream worth chasing? Should you buy a home or rent? We're here at the White House at 6 Woods Lane in East Hampton, Long Island. You could own this place for the list price of $12.5 million. With a 30-year fixed-rate mortgage at 3.991% interest, you'd pay nearly $47,000 a month, and that's not including closing costs, homeownership insurance, or property taxes. Now, this kind of place might be a little pricey for you, but the same principles apply at much lower levels when you're considering whether to rent or buy a home. Now, before I break something in here, let's get back to the studio. To buy or not to buy? That is the question. We polled our YouTube audience, and they had a lot to say. One person said owning a house should not be thought of as an investment, more like something between an asset and a liability. Someone else shared a pretty common sentiment these days, that student loans would prevent them from ever buying a home. Another said, abolish private property altogether. But, okay, a majority of you think ownership is the way to go, and who can blame them? People think of buying a home as part of the American dream, the driver of middle-class wealth, a sound investment vehicle. Renting a place is less romantic, throwing money away every month on a place to rest your head and keep your stuff. But that calculus is changing. To help us run down the reasons why you may want to rent and not buy, I spoke to financial planner Roger Ma. So, can you tell me why renting is not throwing your money away?
Well, I think the flip side is, why is buying not wasting money? And I think that's a myth that when you buy, a lot of your money is building equity, but that's just not the case. Your monthly payment and the upfront and the back-end costs of buying are wasted money as well. Sure. You've got mortgage interest, homeowners insurance, property taxes, potentially homeowners association fees, not to mention the huge closing costs on the front end and the back end. If you don't plan to stay in the same area for at least 5 years, it probably makes more sense to rent. And that's because of those large closing costs.
Right.
You need to give your home a sufficient amount of time to potentially increase in value.
I feel like the generation now growing is maybe more likely to be on the move.
Definitely. Between the ages of 22 and 40, the average person changes jobs every 1 to 2 years. So they're changing a fair amount. So I think having the flexibility to change jobs could be reasons to rent instead of buy.
Right.
And that's okay.
There's no shame in renting, and if you look around the United States, depending on where you live, it might actually be more affordable. Adam Data Solutions publishes a yearly affordability index of buying versus renting, and in most places, 59% to be exact, real estate prices are outpacing rentals. In fact, in all 18 of the most populous counties in America, it's more affordable to rent than buy. Let's be real. For a lot of people, the choice of renting versus buying may not even be yours, especially if you're young. I talked to Bloomberg reporter Patrick Clark about the unique problems facing potential homebuyers. Let's talk about the unique hindrances that maybe new homebuyers might face.
There's not enough homes they can afford, right? But
sure, that would be a big problem.
At the very most basic, there's an affordability gap. A decade after the foreclosure crisis, we're still building homes, not just of where they were at the peak bubble madness, but still below the number of new homes that we were adding in like the mid-90s. The construction that is happening has been skewed towards the high end.
That is sort of pressured on the other side by maybe age, people growing older and maybe not moving out of their homes.
There's two different ways you could get listings, right? You could build new homes, or you can have homes that were already occupied hit the market. You know, there's some question of whether people want to stay in their own homes and quote unquote age in place. Older people staying in their homes longer is an issue, so there's some gridlock in the housing market.
This generation is now saddled with more kind of burdens than previously was the case.
Like way more. There's like more than $1.5 trillion of student loan debt outstanding.
Yikes. The deck is certainly stacked against this generation. But that long-standing elusive goal of homeownership seems so tempting. All in all, I'd have to put it this way. If you have your heart set on homeownership, nobody's going to stand in your way. But you probably don't need to sweat it too much either if you don't. That was probably expensive.
Hello, I'm Emma Barnett, and I'm a journalist and presenter. This is my new show, Emma Barnett Meets. First, I'll be meeting Chinese artist and dissident Ai Weiwei, and I'll talk to the novelist and political scientist Elif Shafak. Tune in to watch those who shape our world explain how the world shapes us. This is Emma Barnett Meets on Bloomberg Quicktake.
Access the financial world on demand. Hear from leading economists, policymakers, and industry experts via live and on-demand webinars, only from Bloomberg. Start exploring to see what's moving the markets. Visit Bloomberg.com/webinars.
How worried should I be about inflation as a retail investor?
This is Trillions ETF MasterChef, where we interview the chefs of the finance world on their hottest investment recipes.
If you're an investor that really believes in investing for the future, that can handle or withstand some of the volatility that can come, then yeah, it could be used as a core holding.
You have athletes and you have influencers as clients. I'd assume they're into crypto. Are you getting them exposure?
We're absolutely overlaying it on the portfolio.
What's your favorite ticker?
It's the best ticker ever. It really kind of captures the themes.
What you're trying to always deliver is a very simple solution. And if you can deliver that simple solution powerfully, I think that resonates quite well in the market.
Tell us about this portfolio. Where's that spice going to come from?
We're looking for portfolios that have less risk than the market, but that perform better.
You are building a portfolio. It's much like, cooking a meal. And ETFs, I just think, make investing just so convenient and easy.
Trillions ETF MasterChef, only on Quicktake.
Are you self-employed? Freelancing? Do you have a side hustle? All of these are various types of independent contracting that together make up what's become known as the gig economy. 3 in 10 Americans work a gig job of some kind or another, and for many, freelancing is synonymous with freedom. But freedom isn't free. There's a lot of instability that comes with the gig economy.
It's a hustle, it's a grind.
You don't have that safety net of a salaried job.
It's basically working from paycheck to paycheck.
This is Good Money, and we're here to help you run the business of you. Okay, so the gig economy is a broad topic, so let's separate it into 2 sections. There's the career freelancer and the side hustler. And let's start with side hustling, because I'm a humble video producer and I could use some extra scratch, but will I get in trouble with my company for doing that? I wish there was somebody I could talk to about this.
Hey, you gotta say, I can help you out with this.
Who are you?
My name is Mark Kohler. I'm just sitting over here reading my own book on the very topic you're talking about.
Oh, yeah, sure. Will I get in trouble with my company if I want to start a side hustle?
Generally not, unless you're gonna try to start a small business in your industry. 9 times out of 10, you're gonna be fine. You can go out and do whatever you want.
Once you are a side hustler, you're basically a small business.
Yeah. A lot of people don't realize if I'm just even driving for Uber, you're getting a 1099, baby. That's a small business. Let's take advantage of it. And the tax write-offs can be phenomenal.
Yeah, sure. Tell me about this.
Well, under the new Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, we got what's called the 20% pass-through. We've got cell phone, home office, computers, electronics, travel, auto, all these little things that you might be paying for anyway. I call them personal conversion expenses.
So what happens if my side hustle becomes so successful that it's cutting into all my time?
Well, congratulations. Now you've graduated to career freelancer. You're a full-time business owner. It's better to quit your job now and make more money at home.
You know what? I quit. Wait a second. Was that a good idea? What about my vacation time, my 401k, my health insurance, and that discounted gym membership I never signed up for? Freelancing seems like a lot more work than a staff job, mostly because you have to do everything yourself. I'm gonna need some more guidance before I call myself a career freelancer. And what better place to seek advice than the Freelancers Union? So let's head to their HQ and talk to Executive Director Caitlin Pierce. Let's say I just became a career freelancer. What can I do to feel as secure as I did as a staffer?
You know, when people are thinking about whether or not to become a freelancer, I always say before you make that leap, think about a couple of things. Yeah. One is, what is your plan for earning enough income, not just to support yourself, but also to take on the additional costs of managing your tax burden, paying for your own health and benefits, and having a savings plan for retirement.
Should I be hiring somebody to do my taxes for me?
Short answer, yes. One of the things all freelancers need, especially if they're doing this full time, is someone that can help you understand what you can deduct for your business and make sure that you've done your taxes properly so you don't end up with a liability at the end of the year.
Could you give me a few financial tips that help freelancers remain secure?
First of all, every freelancer needs to have a good contract that they've worked with a lawyer on, that they understand, that's going to protect their work and make sure they get paid on time. Right. Secondly, you should have a system by which you are automatically setting aside 30% of your income into taxes as soon as it comes in before you can touch it. And if you can, also setting aside income in short-term and long-term savings. The third thing I think is that you should really set aside 10% of your time for long-term planning. And that should include business building activities like client prospecting, networking, investing in training or upskilling. And it's really important for you to have a vision for where you're going, think about where you want to be in 5 years financially and professionally, and be making steps towards working towards those goals.
So that should get all you freelancers and side hustlers off on the right foot. As for me, I'm gonna go beg for my cushy staff job back.
Hello, I'm Emma Barnett. This is my new show. First, I'll be meeting Chinese artist and dissident Ai Weiwei, and I'll talk to the novelist and political scientist Elif Shafak. This is Emma Barnett Meets on Bloomberg Quicktake.
Access the financial world on demand. Hear from leading economists, policymakers, and industry experts via live and on-demand webinars, only from Bloomberg. Start exploring to see what's moving the markets. Visit Bloomberg.com/webinars.
How worried should I be about inflation as a retail investor?
This is Trillions ETF MasterChef, where we interview the chefs of the finance world on their hottest investment recipes.
If you're an investor that really believes in investing for the future, that can handle or withstand some of the volatility that can come, then yeah, it could be used as a core holding.
You have athletes and you have influencers as clients. I'd assume they're into crypto. Are you getting them exposure?
We're absolutely overlaying it on the portfolio.
What's your favorite ticker?
It's the best ticker ever. It really kind of captures the themes.
What you're trying to always deliver is a very simple solution. And if you can deliver that simple solution powerfully, I think that resonates quite well in the market.
Tell us about this portfolio. Where's that spice going to come from?
We're looking for portfolios that have less risk than the market, but that perform better.
You are building a portfolio. It's much like, cooking a meal. And ETFs, I just think, make investing just so convenient and easy.
Trillions ETF MasterChef, only on Quicktake.
Retirement. I could spend every day just like this, relaxing, playing golf, spending time with family. But like most of you, I can't retire right now, or really anytime soon.
Work, 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 work.
So even if we can't retire right now, there are more than a few people who made their early retirement dreams come true. No lottery ticket or well-timed crypto investment required. Those people are part of a community called FIRE. That's Financial Independence Retire Early. FIRE devotees combine high savings rates, minimalist living, and investing with low-cost index funds to reach retirement in relatively short periods of time. I talked to a guy named Bryce Lung, who, along with his wife Christy, retired in their early 30s and never looked back.
We were given the same prescriptive script that everybody, that our parents gave us for how to live. Get a job, buy a house, go into debt, go into a mortgage, spend the next 25 years paying off, and then maybe when you're 65, then you can retire with a pension. The old rule book that they played with simply doesn't apply for us anymore.
So how long was your journey once you began?
9 years after we started working, we retired. My wife was 31, I was 32 at the time, and we said goodbye to our jobs forever, and we've been traveling ever since. It's actually based not on your age, but how much money you have saved up versus how much money you need to spend to maintain your lifestyle. So the rule that we use in the FIRE community is called the 4% rule. How much you have saved up versus how much that you need to spend. If it's 4% of it, then you can retire safely and never need to work again.
Why is that number 4%?
An academic study called the Trinity Study, in which they kind of back-tested like all of the stock market history, like going back like hundreds of years. 4% is the amount that it's safe to withdraw, in that you won't run out of money over like a traditional retirement period.
How did you change your lifestyles so that you would live more frugally?
It was not so much a sacrifice of lifestyle that got us here. It was avoiding the landmines that so many people step on. The commonly accepted personal finance thing of like, you have to cut back until it's painful, no going out, no eating out, and no drinking coffees and this kind of stuff. We didn't do any of that kind of stuff, because the biggest line item in a person's life is housing, transportation, and food. And if you get those three right, then the rest of it almost doesn't even matter.
But even if you can't retire at 31 like Bryce did, there might still be some alterations to your savings or spending that you can make to retire at a more traditional age. Bloomberg reporter Suzanne Woolley is going to tell us how to plan for that more traditional retirement and the annoyances that we must overcome to get there. Should people be scared about retiring?
Isn't everyone scared about retiring? Sure. It's this so big a prospect, and it's also uncertain. Yeah. And I think people get sort of terrified by the idea of like, what is my number? Mm-hmm. Like, do I need $1 million? Do I need $2 million? Like, who knows? Right. And I think that can put people into paralysis. A lot of people don't even know how much they spend each month. Mm-hmm. So, just knowing what your budget is gives you a sense of like what you need to live on.
What mistakes are people making as they plan for retirement.
One mistake people might make is not planning for contingencies. You know, you have like a point when you want to retire. Like some people say, oh, I want to retire when I'm 62 or 65. Well, great. Yeah. But, you know, life might not go your way. You might be laid off. There might be some sort of ageism. You might get sick and not be able to work. So it's sort of when you're retirement planning, you need to think through, like, how would I live if I was laid off, 5 years earlier than I anticipated. Right. And also you need to have some sort of like emergency fund, maybe like buckets. One is for short term and it's just cash, like a year's living expenses if you can do that. The middle one is maybe in bonds and short term investments, and the other part can be aggressive. The other bucket is more aggressive, really long term, like 10 or 20 years.
So if you want to get your fire dream started, go ahead and make it happen. As for me, I'm going to do this for a few more hours, then get back to work. Turn the camera off.
Hello, I'm Emma Barnett. This is my new show. First, I'll be meeting Chinese artist and dissident Ai Weiwei, and I'll talk to the novelist and political scientist Elif Shafak. This is Emma Barnett Meets on Bloomberg Quicktake.
How worried should I be about inflation as a retail investor?
This is Trillions ETF MasterChef, where we interview the chefs of the finance world on their hottest investment recipes.
If you're an investor that really believes in investing for the future, that can handle or withstand some of the volatility that can come, then yeah, it could be used as a core holding.
You have athletes and you have influencers as clients. I'd assume they're into crypto. Are you getting them exposure?
We're absolutely overlaying it on the portfolio.
What's your favorite ticker?
It's the best ticker ever. It really kind of captures the themes.
What you're trying to always deliver is a very simple solution. And if you can deliver that simple solution powerfully, I think that resonates quite well in the market.
Tell us about this portfolio. Where's that spice going to come from?
We're looking for portfolios that have less risk than the market, but that perform better.
You are building a portfolio. It's much like, cooking a meal. And ETFs, I just think, make investing just so convenient and easy.
Trillions ETF MasterChef, only on Quicktake.
Access the financial world on demand. Hear from leading economists, policymakers, and industry experts via live and on-demand webinars, only from Bloomberg. Start exploring to see what's moving the markets. Visit Bloomberg.com/webinars.
Hey, it's Henry. So this is the last episode of our season. And it turns out we have some extra money in the budget, and I want to spend that money on myself. So for this episode, we're going to figure out how a person, in this case me, can spend money to increase their own happiness. Now I know what you're thinking. Money can't buy happiness. And you're right. Sort of. Studies have found that while having more money greatly affects the happiness for people living in poverty, once someone earns around $75,000 a year, the amount of happiness they get from additional funds flattens out. So someone who makes on average $200,000 a year isn't necessarily that much happier than somebody who makes a middle-class salary, like me. So it's kind of unbelievable to hear that, me doubling my salary wouldn't make me any happier. But while more money doesn't necessarily mean more happiness, how we spend our money does. And like any good reporter, I did a Google search and watched a TED Talk on happiness by this man, Dr. Robert Waldinger. He's the director of the Harvard Study of Adult Development, a study that started in 1938 and continues until this day, making it possibly the longest study of human happiness ever to have been conducted.
We found that many of the things we expect to predict well-being do, like taking care of yourself, taking care of your health, not smoking, not abusing alcohol, okay? Exercising. But the surprise was that the quality of our relationships with other people actually keeps us healthier and keeps us alive longer. So we looked at their cholesterol, we looked at their blood pressure at age 50, and we looked at their marital satisfaction. And what we found was that their marital satisfaction was by far the strongest predictor of what they were going to be like when they were 80. Happiest marriages at 50 predicted better health and happiness at age 80. But to be able to predict across 30 years, that's a big deal. That begins to get at causation. So relationships, it's like exercise in a way. You don't just do it 1 week and then you're done, right? That relationships have to be tended to. So your marriage, your friendships, they take work. They take constant attention over time, or they wither away.
So how can I buy good relationships?
Well, you can't. But that is a question you should ask of the researchers who actually study this.
Luckily, these researchers also had TED Talks and have been focusing on that very question, how spending our money affects our happiness.
The reason why I believe it's actually very interesting to study spending is because it's so ubiquitous. Like, we all spend and we all actually have a lot of control over our spending.
We are going to spend some of our money because we have to. And are we really thinking about spending it in ways that might actually make us happy? And if yes, what can we learn as researchers to help people?
So there's a lot of methodology and findings that come from research done by people like Sandra and Michael, but I wanted to boil down some of the biggest takeaways. First off, and this shouldn't come as a surprise, but spend money on building social relationships.
So there is built into our close relationships this element of reciprocity, of giving back and forth. What we're trying to do in our research is say, you can do more of it, actually. So it's probably not useful to give someone $5 and say, will you be a closer friend of mine? Because that's not how it works. But it does work to say, hey, I really like you and I'd like to take you out to lunch.
So if you buy a coffee, maybe you might want to kind of spend it on buying a coffee for yourself and your friend. Because we know that if you spend it on someone else, you also gain greater happiness.
The next big point is to spend more money on experiences and less on things.
Tom Gilovich and his colleagues at Cornell for about a decade now have been doing research showing that on average, buying stuff for yourself doesn't do much for your happiness, but buying experiences seems to make us happier.
What we see when it comes to actually buying material goods versus experiences is that when we buy our second watch, for example, we might get this spike in happiness, but at some point this effect of happiness goes away, and to some extent we might even regret at some point investing that much money. Whereas if we have experiences, we kind of go to a concert, there's this effect of anticipated happiness. So we look forward to going to the concert for 2 weeks, even like building up to the experience. And then after the experience, we can always go back to it. So we have a memory of the experience. We might even share it with friends, come back to it every once in a while when we get together for a fun night.
And finally, if you've been thinking, I do want that Apple Watch and I know it would make me happy, then good, buy it. You should know what makes you happy.
If people manage to spend their money in a way that is aligned with their own psychological needs and preferences, as reflected by their personality, that seems to be making people happier. If I'm an extrovert, I might be better off spending my money on going out with friends, kind of having a very social time, spending it on exciting stuff, versus like a friend of mine who's probably more introverted. What they could do instead is spend it on things that improve their quality me time, so to say.
The first thing that we recommend that people do is literally do an audit of your spending. And what's important to you is completely up to you. So I can't say these are the things that should be important to you in life, but you know the things that are important to you in life. And typically when you look at your spending in this way, you say, wow, I should really shift some money from that big category over to this big category.
So to recap the big takeaways in order to spend money to get happiness, first off, know yourself. Are you an introvert, an extrovert? How do you want to spend your money? Second, use your money to build social relationships. And third, put an emphasis on experiences over things. So if I were to analyze myself for my money, if I'm getting the best return, I am a person who loves my family and I love sharing experiences with them around food. So I'm thinking I will spend that extra budget money, for the purposes of the show, to take my mom with me to Italy. And we have some fantastic meals. What are we looking at?
Yeah.
So it turns out we got like $35.20 left in the budget. So, hey, Mom, do you want to go to the Olive Garden tonight?
Hello, I'm Emma Barnett. This is my new show. First, I'll be meeting Chinese artist and dissident Ai Weiwei. And I'll talk to the novelist and political scientist Elif Shafak. This is Emma Barnett Meets on Bloomberg Quicktake.
How worried should I be about inflation as a retail investor?
This is Trillions ETF MasterChef, where we interview the chefs of the finance world on their hottest investment recipes.
If you're an investor that really believes in investing for the future, that can handle or withstand some of the volatility that can come, then yeah, it could be used as a core holding.
You have athletes and you have influencers as clients. I'd assume they're into crypto. Are you getting them exposure?
We're absolutely overlaying it on the portfolio.
What's your favorite ticker?
It's the best ticker ever. It really kind of captures the themes.
What you're trying to always deliver is a very simple solution. And if you can deliver that simple solution powerfully, I think that resonates quite well in the market.
Tell us about this portfolio. Where's that spice going to come from?
We're looking for portfolios that have less risk than the market, but that perform better.
You are building a portfolio. It's much like, cooking a meal. And ETFs, I just think, make investing just so convenient and easy.
Trillions ETF MasterChef, only on Quicktake.
Access the financial world on demand. Hear from leading economists, policymakers, and industry experts via live and on-demand webinars, only from Bloomberg. Start exploring to see what's moving the markets. Visit Bloomberg.com/webinars.
Hello, I'm Emma Barnett, and I'm a journalist and presenter. This is my new show, Emma Barnett Meets. First, I'll be meeting Chinese artist and dissident Ai Weiwei, and I'll talk to the novelist and political scientist Elif Shafak. Tune in to watch those who shape our world explain how the world shapes us. This is Emma Barnett Meets on Bloomberg Quicktake.
Hi, my name is Dan, and I'm here in Spain to discover the land, the food, the people, and their passion through wine, as well as how the land and the wine work together. I love land. I love wine.
There is a land where every dream tells a story about wine. The better bottle that reflects your life. Oh, I love wine. Oh, I love land. Oh, I love wine. Oh, I love land.
Destination Aragon. Aragon is a land marked by history, by the Ebro River, by the Pyrenees, and by the wine. We are in the north of Spain, almost on the border with France, in one of the greatest areas of the country. I share this land with a great friend of mine from work, the incredible John. John and I have worked together and have always understood each other well. We love talking, eating, and drinking. I think Aragon is going to be the perfect destination to share. Aragon has 4 main winemaking areas, each with its own character.
So John, this is exciting to be coming up to our first vineyard.
Oh, I can't wait.
And the DO is called?
Borja.
Borja. I think Borja. I think that's right.
We are in Borja.
The first place we're going to is a vineyard called Alto Moncayo. And I think Moncayo is one of these hills or mountains around here.
Okay.
And alto means top or tall, so a tall Moncayo, right?
Okay. Okay.
Actually, that's a good analogy because here's something I'm going to tell you. But 2 of their wines got 100 points from Robert Parker.
At a place that made 2 100-point wines?
Yeah.
100-point wines are mythical. They're like unicorns.
You don't hear
them. They don't exist.
No.
So hurry up. Let's get there. And let's have some 100-point wine.
Let's go.
Thank you guys for having us here today. This is our first vineyard that we're visiting in the Aragon region. Can you tell us a little bit about the area, where we're at, the types of grapes that you grow here, and just a little bit about your vineyard?
Bueno, gracias a vosotros por venir a conocernos aquí. En esta zona, hasta 1984-85, Campo de Borja era 100% garnacha. La garnacha ha sido una variedad que internacionalmente nunca ha tenido un prestigio para hacer vinos de guarda. Ese mito lo quisimos romper.
Entonces hemos querido enseñar al mundo que realmente conocieran lo que era una garnacha, no lo que se decía que era una garnacha. La garnacha es una variedad que produce grandes vinos cuando estamos hablando de producciones no muy altas, que son viñas de vaso, en montaña, laderas, zonas de poca producción, es lo que da esa personalidad.
Well, one of the reasons I'm so excited to be here is that you guys were able to make a 100-point wine. It's a mythical moment. No one does this, and you did. Back, I believe, in 2007, 2009, your Grenache got 100 points from. I would love to know what that was like.
Que te reconozcan 100 puntos aquí en una zona como Campo de Borja, en Aragón, que nunca ningún vino ha tenido ese reconocimiento internacional, pues de alguna forma es el reconocimiento ese a un trabajo de equipo muy bien hecho y que nos ha producido una gran satisfacción, ¿no?
So, Jose Luis, where were you and what were you doing when you found out that you had gotten 100 points? And who did you call? Who did you notify?
Estamos esperando que en un momento puntual salieran las puntuaciones. Realmente no esperábamos a lo mejor conseguir dos puntuaciones 100 en esa misma cata, pero sí esperábamos unas buenas puntuaciones.
Y entramos en internet y vemos, pues ha salido la puntuación de la cata vertical del otro día. Repasamos todos los vinos, 100, 2007, 100, 2009. Esto es increíble, ¿no?
Una sorpresa.
Esto hay que celebrarlo.
No sé si fue ese día, no recuerdo, o al día siguiente, pues abrir una botella de cada una de las añadas con José Miguel, con la gente del equipo de la bodega, y probar el vino y ver dónde están esos 100 puntos en la copa, ¿no?
Y bueno, lo celebramos aquel día, ¿no? Lo celebramos. Fuimos por ahí con un poco de marcha, de cachondeo.
Lo pasamos bien.
Tell me about what it must have been like what it must have felt like to try to chase after that great award.
Al principio sientes esa relajación de lo que has conseguido, pero después piensas fríamente que tienes que seguir luchando, que no tienes que defraudar. Si alguien nos ha pedido, oye, ¿te queda algo de vino 2007, 2009? Sí, evidentemente hay vino. Precio, el mismo que tienes del vino que tiene hace 2 años o 3 años. No hemos querido de eso hacer, como te diría yo, un negocio o buscar un dinero. No porque tenga 100 puntos voy a decir, no, valía $40 y ahora vale 200. No es serio eso para mí.
Vamos a probar un vino de la nueva cosecha. Tenemos una barrica de lo que estamos elaborando ahora.
La cosecha de
Do you smell that?
Yeah. Vamos a vaciar las copas del año 2017. Y probamos el...
So this is our first visit to this area, and you're the first vineyard we're visiting. And obviously we're going to visit some more vineyards. But what are some other things within the Aragon region that we have to see?
Bueno, yo creo que algo que es muy importante de ver en Aragón o de conocer es pues todos estos pueblos que tenemos, que son pueblos muy pequeños la mayoría, que aportan esa singularidad o esa personalidad que tiene la gente de esta tierra.
Y luego es imprescindible, creo que estando en esta zona, visitar el monasterio de Veruela, que está aquí a 10 kilómetros debajo del Moncayo, de estas vistas que veis aquí, preciosas. Monasterio de Veruela, os podéis acercar hasta el monasterio de Piedra. Os tenéis que llevar un grato recuerdo de lo que es Campo de Borja y, por supuesto, Aragón, que es nuestra región, nuestra tierra.
So, it's
Aragon is a place steeped in history, and that is evident in its villages. Tarazona. It's one of the most outstanding mudéjar settings of Aragon. There is another village that we must visit, Sos del Rey Católico, and is so named because the king, Fernando Católico, was born here. This village is located in an area called the Five Villages. The earliest information from this town is from the year 211 BC.
This is such a big part of Spain. Aragon is ginormous.
It is, but did I tell you where we're going?
No.
So I was reading this article where they rank the beauty of the little villages in Spain.
Yeah.
And there's a list of 30 of them. And supposedly 10 of them are in Aragon. Wow.
Alcázar is in the region of Somontano and has a spectacular environment. It has many details that make it unique. The wine tradition of this territory is clearly evident. Proof of this is in the traditional wineries and family members of the villages, located in the mountains, well preserved until today. The winemaking tradition here is more than 8 centuries old. And of course, the Veruela Monastery has been the key piece in the history of wine in Aragon. The monks of the monastery of Veruela were great promoters and cultivators of the grape variety Garnacha.
How long this took to build?
From Veruela, we go to the Monasterio de Piedra, an impressive place. In it, there is a monastery from the 13th century and a historical garden park from the 19th century, with innumerable waterfalls and an exuberant flora. The gardens and nature here are as impressive as the history. The truth is that between nature and history, I'm not sure which one wins. One of the best things about this region is that there is generational renewal. Young people have returned to the fields. We cannot leave Campo de Borja without getting to know Bodegas Aragoneses. This winery is a cooperative of many farmers. This is the first winery in Spain to market the wines of their farmers, and today produces more than 20 million bottles.
David, thank you for having us here today. Can you tell us a little bit about where we are and what your role is here?
Okay, so first, thank you to you for visiting us. And we are in Bodegas Aragonesas. It was the first limited company created in Spain to market the wines of a cooperative.
So, David, how does a cooperative differ from a smaller independent type of winery?
Okay, so we have wine here. So let's try so you will see.
Thank you.
I can explain you also. There were a lot of growers in the cooperative. They didn't have the means to work properly the grapes. But we have people, the winemakers, we call it land winemakers, who are working whole year with them. We own 1,500 hectares of old vines, Garnacha, over 40 years old.
Is that what's considered old, 40 years and older?
Well, there's not really a rule. In our case, we consider that for a vine, 40 years start to be old. Actually, some growers, not here, but in some other regions, when the vineyards reach the age of 40, they cut. That's why we say.
I'm glad they don't do that to people.
You hit 40?
You're done.
Now, do you see a lot of young people coming into the wine business, and especially bringing up vineyards and working in the fields, or is it an older type of industry?
In the last 6-7 years, a lot of young growers had come back to town.
Really?
Yes. So there are around 400 growers in the town, and the whole population is 800. So that means that everybody have a smaller or bigger plot or vineyards, some hectares. They have a very good education, and they have even university studies. And the thing is that some of them, they move to the city to try to change the way of living. But, we had this big crisis in Spain. And so they decided to come back, but they realized that it was a steady job, a good job, a way of living.
Is there innovation in winemaking compared to, let's say, 50 years ago? I mean, are these younger people using different processes, or are they doing things in the traditional way?
The good thing of these young people is that they bring new ideas, new challenges. So, of course, nothing to do the way we work now, the vineyards, than 50 years ago.
So, David, you're on the business side of the wine industry, and one of the things you must think about is how do we get millennials or younger people drinking wine, right? The more that younger folks consume wine, the better it is for the industry. So what are you doing, or what do you see for trends to get young people interested in wine?
I read the other day that 40% of the young people between 18 and 30 years old in Spain, they never tried a glass of wine.
Wow.
40%. So
that's shocking.
Yeah. And
they don't know what they're missing.
So that's, as I said, a very hard job for us to cheer them up to drink wine.
You know, we're heading to Zaragoza, and I am not all that familiar with that city and what's there and what's available for us to do. Do you have some recommendations for us on what to see when we're in Zaragoza?
Okay, so in Zaragoza you cannot miss the Basilica of El Pilar, okay, which is actually the second largest basilica in the world after Vatican.
In the world?
In the world after Vatican. And of course, to drink wine and to eat some tapas, you have to go El Tubo, in the old part of the town. El Tubo. Don't forget.
Tubo. No, not at all. Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you for the wine. It was wonderful.
Cheers.
Okay, cheers. Salud.
Salud.
We will follow David's recommendation, and we will try local wines in El Tubo, in the center of Zaragoza. We are going to discover it with some of the locals, our ambassadors on this trip. And of course, you have to try the Spanish omelet, which they call tortilla.
What do we do? What do we have to see? How do we really experience El Tubo?
La cuestión no es solo tomar vinos o comer o bailar, la cuestión es hacer eso y estar con amigos.
We are going to another of the wineries in Aragon, Cariñena. Cariñena is located in the Ebro Valley. It is comprised of 16,000 hectares of vineyards. The soil here is unique in that it is made up mainly of stone, and they have a term, crafted in stone, which is used to describe their wines. The wines are also influenced by a dry wind of this area called Cierzo, which blows from the north, helping regulate the vineyards and prevent them from pest and disease.
Crafted in stone. What does that mean, and why is that unique to this region?
the stones together with this kind of wind that you experience today, that is called cierzo. Those are the main factors that gives the character and the power to this wine. So that's why.
So cierzo, that's not a word for wind. Wind is viento, right? So that you actually named the wind because it's always here?
It's always here, and it's typical of this area. So
I know that there has been a past issue with moths coming in and breeding and their larvae getting into the grapes and making the grapes rotten. I hear you've got an interesting approach to this called sexual confusion. Explain that. What it's piqued my interest.
I've never heard of sexually confused grapes.
No, neither have I.
Well, the grapes are not confused. What we're trying is to confuse the rot. When the larvae of these butterflies eat the grapes in the summer, we can have this rottenness. So what we do is to create, with pheromones of the female, a whole extension that smells like the female, so the male cannot find the female, so there is no next generation of rot, so we avoid the plague.
Those poor guys. They're out there looking for girls that don't exist.
Well, now if you go to a disco, you may get confused also, not finding the right partner, and you're not coming next generation.
It's pheromones. And this must be good news, obviously, for the health of the grape.
Well, it's good news for the health of the grapes and for the environment, because what we're doing, when you use pesticides, you cannot select exactly who you're killing, and you might kill some other insects. So we have recovered a lot of birds coming back to the vine, so the growers are telling us that they are listening again to birds when they are working on the field.
So sexual confusion is a good thing.
It sounds like it is.
Yeah.
Do all the cooperatives undertake this process? Do you work together on that, or is it just one?
The whole territory is working with that. I mean, we are not the first ones using the pheromones, but we're the biggest area in Spain using this technique, because being cooperative has helped to come together, and so cooperating is easy to do for us.
A follow-up to that, how do you feel America is doing in embracing Spanish wines? What do you think Spanish wine is doing in America?
The American consumer is driven a lot by the type of grape he wants to try and to drink, and Garnacha has started to be something special in the States.
When I drive around, I see little villages, not big cities. So you're doing these big things in these and from these villages that are smaller. Tell us about the people here.
People from Cariñena is like the soils from Cariñena. In the first impression is like a stone. More or less, it's very hard, very enclosed, but they are friendly and very, very loyal.
That sounds like Boston.
No, it doesn't. Sure. Friendly and loyal?
He said after you get to know them.
Oh, after you get to
right?
Well,
first we're cold, we're closed, we don't want to talk to anybody. Once you get to know us, we're your best friends, we love you, you're welcome, but it takes a little while.
I'm going to ask you a very unfair question. I want you to tell me, each of you, what is the one thing that you love best about Aragon?
For me, the food is amazing, is spectacular, yes.
I think you cannot leave Aragon without discovering Goya. Actually, his hometown is nearby here.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay, well, another thing that you can, to find out the Aragon character is one of the biggest desert in Europe is Los Monegros. Has been a defensive line in all the history of wars through Spain, where Orson Welles spent a really bad time, and then to finish up with a high spirit and drink up some garnacha from Aragon.
We can do those. Yes. Well, thank you. Thank you for having us on the recommendation.
Sure.
Let's go for Anna's recommendation. Fuente Todos is about 30 kilometers away from Cariñena. Here, we can visit the house in which Francisco de Goya was born in 1746. He was one of the greatest geniuses of the painting world and essential painters of Spanish art.
Era el lugar de reunión. Contaban con menos medios, que el clima era muy duro, pero había mucha más convivencia.
So Rosa, can you sum up for us who was Goya?
Un gran pintor y grabador, un gran genio de ideas muy avanzadas. Fue nombrado pintor del rey Carlos IV. Es una gran carta de presentación para todo Aragón, España a nivel universal.
His works can be found in many places, including the El Pilar, his first commission, where he had studied drawing since he was 13 years old. Goya was the most important European artist of his time, and the one who exerted most influence in the later evolution of painting, since his last works are considered precursors of Impressionism. His paintings are prominently displayed in the Prado in Madrid, and his presence is still felt in this area today. The food in Aragon is reason enough to visit. It is an agricultural and livestock land that has been producing top quality products for generations, from the Teruel ham to the saffron that some say is the best in the world. But if there is a king product in Aragon, it is the black truffle. Aragon sets the prices nationally for being the first world producer, and today we are going to look for it. We are going to discover the gastronomy of Aragon with one of the greatest experts in the area, Carmelo Bosque. He is one of the star chefs in the area and has had a Michelin-ranked restaurant for many years.
Nos deja venir con tantas ocasiones porque el mundo de la trufa es un mundo un poco oculto. Se salía pronto por la mañana a buscarla. Es una cosa natural, es como ir a coger setas. Entonces, bueno, tú vas a un pinar, el otro a otro.
Pero
¿no?
si puede ser que no te vea el otro. Porque...
Que no te vean.
Esto de educar a los perros, enseñarles, a mí me va bien, por ejemplo, entre los 5 y 6 meses de edad, que los tienes que ir adiestrando y hacerles coger pues, el olfato de la trufa y darles el premio, en fin. Es muy laborioso y todos tampoco sirven. Oh, no. ¡Qué guapa! Canela, tú eres la campeona.
Que estamos hablando de un producto de nuestro territorio a nivel mundial. Es nuestra joya, nuestro producto fetiche dentro de la gastronomía y gracias a ellos que nos lo atraen y nos lo ponen en la mano, ¿no? La zona de Teruel es la que marca el precio a nivel mundial de la trufa. Todos los sábados se hace un mercado y entonces de ahí sale el precio que se va a llevar en todo, en el precio de la trufa, que ahora está sobre unos 1.000 euros.
We are in the kitchen with a Michelin star 3-time chef. I am freaking out.
I know. Oh, and he's... It's the biggest piece of celery I've ever seen.
Vamos a limpiar el cardo para luego cocerlo. Y ahora ya cogemos, vamos así.
Okay. Ah.
Y así vamos limpiando el cardo para quitarle todas las hebras, uno a uno.
Just peeling all the skin off of it.
Yep, yep.
A John, ¿no? Toma. Coges, vas limpiando, partes aquí, para abajo. Ah, sí, muy bien.
Oh, I see. Yeah, just like artichoke.
Yeah.
Madurado por el frío, que le va muy bien, como le pasa a la trufa.
Crunchy.
I like this. I like this.
Una de las cosas más típicas de nuestro recetario antiguo o tradicional es las picadas. Para cocinar verduras y para cocinar también carnes. Almendra, ajo y perejil. Cocina mediterránea con almendra. Harina, aceite.
Wow. You taste the almonds right away.
Oh, bring that back.
We're gonna get more.
Productos que son de invierno, solo de temporada, solo se pueden comer desde noviembre hasta marzo. Ya lo hemos cogido esta mañana del campo y ahora las pelamos. Mira, esta está buenísima. ¿Ves? Vamos a rallar trufa encima y luego le ponemos un poquito de bacalao. Entonces ya estamos uniendo todo nuestro entorno. Más. Muy bien. Muy bien. Oh. Muy bien, más. Ya, ahora a comer, vosotros. A comer.
Os he preparado una versión actualizada de lo que es un postre tradicional de Huesca, que es el empanadico de calabaza, ¿de acuerdo? Con un toque chocolatero. Vamos a comenzar con una mousse de chocolate de leche, con un poquito de naranja. Lo más característico de este postre es la calabaza. Entonces aquí lo que hemos hecho es una sopa de calabaza con un toque de naranja para que sea un poquito más fresco. Ponemos un poquito de caramelo, algún piñón también. Lo que pasa es que hemos puesto con ron y un poquito de canela. Las hemos hidratado. Colocaremos un helado de yogur con un poquito de ralladura de naranja. Como terminación ya es un poquito de sal y espero que lo disfrutéis.
Wow. Very good.
I don't want to get in the way of that.
It was fantastic. Absolutely fantastic.
We are going to the biggest desert in Europe, Los Monegros. It is a sparsely populated area of Spain where only 7.6 people per kilometer live. In 1937, George Orwell arrived in Spain with the task of covering the Spanish Civil War that took place in 1936.
So we are in the Aragon front line, and now we are standing on the Republican side. And what is very nice from here is that if you look right there, outside, on the other hill, we can see the fascist positions.
Over there?
Yeah, over there.
On that hill?
On that hill, yeah.
How long were they fighting in this position?
Oh, they were quite long here, like almost 2 years.
Holy.
Or 3 years, yeah.
And they kept firing shots back and forth between the sides?
Yeah, but actually not all the time because the weapons were super old, so they were not strong enough to go to the other side.
So they looked, they just stared at each other.
Yeah, sometimes. And they were just insulting each other with the microphones. No, and that's real.
Really?
Really?
Yeah, that's real. Here, George Orwell was fighting in this position.
Yes.
And here?
And here.
Animal Farm makes a lot of sense to me now.
Yeah. Actually, a lot of his experience here are reflected in his
Right.
work.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah.
So we're looking out from where George Orwell was looking.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Insulting the other side.
Yeah.
I bet he had the best insults because he was an author.
Right, he's creative and could...
I know we're going to say Castilla.
Between the Monegros and the Pyrenees, there is the Salmontano in Huesca. Salmontano has led Aragon in the total innovation process of the production and marketing of wine.
Exploded in terms of the wine culture and tourism and
oh my goodness, this is so beautiful.
We are in the Castilla Valley. This is the quietest place that we have in our land. It's 40 kilometers to the south from the Pyrenees, to the border with France. The Pyrenees, the mountains, cut here the cool wind to the north. And this is very good place to grow vines.
We were driving here, and it's beautiful country, just stunning how beautiful Somatano is. And we were discussing winemaking, and we said it's a little bit science, a little bit art. Would you agree? I mean, are you doing things differently to blend, to create different flavors? Are you growing different grapes all over?
Well, the place is amazing to work because we can try here different things, no? But small plots, small parcels give you different wines. Think about it. If you have a hill, we have, in fact, 4 expressions of wine in the different orientation. Yeah. If you are able to blend it, the wine will be, of course, richer than
more complex and richer.
Yeah.
And what part of the winemaking process do you think is the most artistic or creative? Is it planting the vines? Is it blending the wines? Is it in the process?
In all process, because we have now in a terroir world. I mean that terroir is the expression of a land. No? Yeah. But in this case, the artist of the winemaker need to respect that the terroir gives to the wine. This is the expression of the wine, and of course the blend, different plots and different expressions, but after that, don't change a lot the wine with the aging in oak. Gotcha. And in this case, it's very important the condition of each year, the weather, because change a bit the wine. This is not a wine for the global market. It's a wine for few people.
You won an award, like the best wine by who? Tell us about this award.
The best wine of International Wine Challenge from London, the best wine, red wine of Spain, the best Grenache of the world, the best Grenache of the world, in fact.
Wow.
50,000 wines were tasted.
50,000? 50,000, you were numero uno?
I would like to introduce you my friend Ignacio.
Ignacio, I'm Dan, encanto.
Mucho gusto. I'm John.
How is a lunch in the vineyards that people usually
So you just put it right on top of the coals.
This at 10 o'clock.
Right, we're a little late.
That workers of the vineyards.
Aragon is a place known worldwide for its mountains. Let's check out the Sierra de Guara in the province of Huesca. This place is a pilgrimage point for mountain lovers from all corners of Spain and the world.
Like to thank everybody for making it. Take you high to your desire. The captain's gonna set your hearts on fire. All aboard for the ride of your dreams. You and me, baby. Perfect team. You'll never have seen a love like mine. I'm saying we should intertwine. He knows how to do it. I got how to do it. I'll take you high to your desire. The captain's gonna set your hearts on fire.
I'm guessing when we get to the top of this hill that we're going to be able to see over this whole valley.
You want to listen to some music?
Watch this.
Let's go to the westernmost part of Aragon, Calatayud. The wines here are soft and with good balance between alcohol and acidity. Bodega San Alejandro is a good example from this region. Yolanda is one of the few women in Spain that manages a company in the sector, and this is noticed in every little detail. Her work has earned her deep respect from the farmers in the area.
Can you help me understand what the difference is in Calatayud? Did I say that right, first of all? Because my Spanish is terrible.
Yeah, I don't know, perfect. I mean, it's Calatayud. A lot of people have problems to pronounce it because they used to say Catalayud, but it's Calatayud. So
Okay,
you did
so
it
I got it
very
right.
well.
So help me understand the difference in this region versus other regions in Aragon in terms.
I think that Calatayud is in a very privileged location. It's one of the highest one in Spain, not even in Aragon, but in Spain. Working with Renas, we are up to 1,100 meters, 3,600 feet or something like that. Sometimes we lose half of the production, so that's a big risk. And also we have to do everything by hand.
So Yolanda, how do you handle the risk? It seems really risky to grow grapes in this region. Do you take out an insurance policy on the vines, or do you just live with it?
We just live with it. I mean, when you're born here, you understand that it has to be like that. We have 210 growers, but not all of them are just focused on vines. They really know how is the risk, so they want to diversify it, and that's why they have other productions. When you're growing this variety in these special locations, you can demonstrate that you can get very nice concentration, very beautiful color, and you can put it in the barrel and still keep the fruit. But it only happens if it's all vineyards, low production, and so on. You're suffering all during the whole year, but at the end we have the results.
Speaking of the structure of the wine, how would it taste different here than perhaps from Borja?
You can talk about the same variety, but the wines are completely of different profile. Wines in Calatayud can be more fruity. They are very mineral because we have a lot of slate, a lot of balsamic because we are in the mountains, and very, very concentrate. I propose you, if you like, the experience of being winemaker for a day. So here we are in our winemaker for a day lab. But before, here is one of our winemakers, Juanbi. He's gonna help us to do this activity. But before blending the wines, I think that we have to test your senses.
Okay.
So I'm gonna use this because I don't want you to see anything at all.
Okay.
You can put it on.
All right.
You don't see anything? No,
No,
not at all?
not at all.
You only have to tell us if you're drinking a white wine or a red wine. This one first, and here you have.
Okay, this is
the glass.
Okay.
Yeah, you can smell it.
I want to see if you can do it just by the smell.
I think this is white.
Now we go for next. And you tell me if it's white or red also. Just a second. Here you have it.
Okay.
And you guess.
No, that was red. This is white. This is white.
Are you sure? And the other one is also white, or you change your mind?
Stop it! You're confusing me. I don't know. I don't know.
You wanna see it now? Can you?
Yeah, one more test. Delicious. Okay.
You take it out.
This is red? Yeah.
Very good. So now we're gonna test your sense, but in this case it's not gonna be the eyes, it's gonna be the nose, okay? So you have to put this in your nose.
Fantastic.
You will not smell anything.
And I'm gonna talk really funny.
You look gorgeous. Okay, this is the candy I choose. You only have to say the flavor.
Some kind of a berry,
Berry?
maybe.
Are you sure?
No.
But which kind of berry?
Strawberry.
Strawberry?
That's my guess.
Yeah, I think you're right, because look at the paper. Red, strawberry. Very good, huh? Yeah, because normally people used to talk about the flavor of a strawberry, but the strawberry is not a flavor.
No.
It's a smell.
Got
so
ya.
if you're not using your nose, it's difficult to...
Can I take a swab and see what
Yeah, sure, now you're... Yeah,
Wow.
it changed completely.
Boom. Yeah, now it's exactly good.
Yeah. So after tasting your senses, now it's time to blend.
Here we have 4 different wines. Then you have to blend as you want. 4 wines, 2 of them is Garnacha, and the other 2 are Syrah.
So you're competing, eh? One week will be the one telling which one is the winner.
It's very important to remember the amount of wine that you are using.
That's what I mean. Do we have pencils? We don't have pencils to take notes, but
Good point.
Yes. If no, you are not.
I might create the greatest wine, and you'll say, do that again, and I'll be like, I can't remember. This is my option.
Are you sure?
I am sure. Occupational hazard.
Yeah. I got the thumbs up.
Sounds...
No.
no.
It's a bit different between the wines.
Yeah.
Because I think that you are using much more Syrah.
Correct.
And you are using much more Garnacha. Of course, we are doing Garnacha. My option is your option.
You're the winner. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Nice
Good
job.
job. Good job.
Nice
Good
job.
job.
Good work. We are going to meet one of the best performers of the Jota, Yolanda Larpa. La Jota, in Aragon, is the equivalent of flamenco in Andalucía.
La Jota en Aragón es nuestras raíces. En realidad la Jota siempre ha estado presente en nuestra tierra, en las labores del campo, en todas las fiestas populares. Los hombres rondaban por las calles a las mujeres cantando y bailando la Jota. Es nuestro símbolo. ¿Queréis que os cante una Jota y para que veáis cómo cantamos la Jota en Aragón?
Sure.
Vamos a ver lo que sale, ¿eh? No somos a la ventana.
Wow.
Cuando vuelvo de la sierra, que a un segador no le importa que le dé el sol cara a cara. Cuando vuelva de la
Wow.
a las orillas del río, a las mañanas voy, a las orillas del río, a buscarme a las aguas que han visto al mar, cariño mío, todas las mañanas voy. Muy bien.
To finish understanding Aragon, we must have a global perspective. Let's do this with Fernando Mora, a newly appointed Master of Wine. We are going to Val de Jalón, in the center of the wine regions that we have already seen. Congratulations. Yeah, so I understand you just got the award recently, like in the last week or two?
No. It was just 2 days ago.
Yesterday, or 2 days ago.
I returned yesterday with my title.
You have the title now.
Yeah, I have it. Yeah, I have it here. I bring it to show you.
Let's see it.
One moment. So look at
Oh my gosh.
at the end. I got it.
Oh, that is
We gotta
awesome.
get pictures.
Let's show one of my top vineyards. For us, this is a very special vineyard of Macabeo and Garnacha Tinta.
Can you help me understand what the difference is between a master of wine and a master sommelier?
Okay. The program consists only in exams. Some of them are blind tasting. You need to find the place and the grape and how the wine is made and the vintage. And the other part is to do exams about viticulture, enology, business of wine, so a bit of everything. A master of wine is a person who, or they are winemakers or people involved in the trade or journalists or consultants.
It seems like a very prestigious. Now that we understand what it is, what does this mean to you?
For me, a lot of things. Imagine that, so I am an engineer and I used to do windmills for power generation, so this is like a challenge, no?
Yeah.
So I have transformed my life from an industrial guy to a wine guy. We have much better customers at the moment. Our wines has more recognition, and also we have learned how to make better wine, because if you taste 1,200 wines per year, that kind of things open you the mind, and you create your own thing, no?
Wow.
What was your biggest challenge in attaining the Master of Wine?
For me, it's like a dream. I started making wine at home in a bathtub.
Yeah?
Yeah. Not the grapes in the bathtub. No, that's not very healthy. But I did the wine in a plastic bucket.
Yeah.
And I used to put the plastic bucket in the tube with water and ice outside
to control the temperature.
Exactly.
That's funny.
For me, it's not a matter of money. It's more the passion, and you wake up every morning and you say, yes.
So Fernando, one of the things I understand from the exams that you do is a blind taste testing of 36 different wines.
Yeah.
And I'm assuming that they're from all over the world. How does Aragon and the wines from this region fit in the global market from a reputation and quality perspective?
Yeah. We can go to dinner together. I can bring some wines, some garnachas from the different parts of Aragon.
Really?
And we can see if you find the differences as I did.
That would be amazing. Yeah, that'd be great. Thank you. Yeah, we'd love to.
Cool.
Yeah.
So.
It is time to test our knowledge of wine.
Hey,
Fernando, good to see you. How are you?
Did you have a good time?
We had a great day.
I have a second surprise for tonight. So he's the best sommelier of Spain 2017.
Hey, I'm Dan.
You know what? He's from Aragon also.
Really?
Yeah. Let's taste that garnachas and see if you can be masters of wine.
After one time, right?
Okay.
We got it.
So let's play. So I have 5 glasses. All of them are garnacha. One is from Cariñena, one is from Calatayud, from Campo de Borja, from Somontano, and also from the region that we have been this morning, where we are making wine, Valdejalón. Okay? So instead of tasting separately, what we are going is to taste all together, and we are trying to find the aromatics and the differences. And after that, we will guess which region is in each glass. So let's start with the glass number 1.
Wait, Fernando, can you give us some guidance on like what regions have certain qualities?
Yeah, okay, let's start with Cariñena. The wines usually are more in the red fruit, with medium acidity, and with a touch of oak. Calatayud is the highest in altitude, so also red fruit and spiced style, and with higher acidity. Okay. So Valdejalón is in the middle of both, and usually the styles are a bit fresher, and the wines are a bit more
crunchy.
Crunchy, yeah. So Somontano, usually the garnachas are a bit more oaked.
Okay.
And Campo de Borja, the more trendy wines now in Campo de Borja are more in the red spectrum with some balsamics and touch of oak.
Right now I can point to the water as clear as a choice.
You got the first one.
The first one.
So let's start with the first glass. Do you pick more the red or the black fruit?
Oh my gosh, spices.
And you?
I think vanilla.
I don't know what it is, but I want to drink it, right?
Oh my goodness. Dan?
Ooh, definitely more peppery.
It's a bit mineral.
This is so cool.
But have you seen the diversity?
If you change the soil or if you change the altitude, definitely change the aroma.
Like smoked bacon.
I felt like this was from Borja. And then this was from Somatano.
I agree with you.
Are you changed? Are you starting to agree?
But I'm agreeing on the balsamic on number 2. That is.
Cool. Okay. Thank you.
Yes.
Okay, not bad.
Yeah.
Well, one is okay.
The second wine, Val de Jalón, Frontonio.
Oh, you got it, eh?
I knew it tasted like yours.
Yeah. Now we think.
We said Somontano.
Somontano, we thought.
That's what we thought.
Okay.
Cool. Next one, you thought that it was Frontonio.
I thought it was
and
yours.
actually is
Borja, right?
Campo de Borja.
Okay, cool. Number 5
is
okay, Cariñena.
Cariñena.
So we have done.
How you did that was absolutely fascinating.
At the end, Garnacha, as he say, is a terroir translator, and Aragon show one of the best spectrums of Garnacha in the world. Let's do a toast, no?
Let's do it.
Okay. So, for Garnacha of Aragon, and thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
I will be back.
No question.
It's saying drink me.
Aragon is rich, immense in landscape and agriculture. Its wines are a reflection of its people. Spain is an amazing place. It is an impressive country. Its wines have made me discover the richness of its landscape and the joy of its people. Spain is immense in all of its aspects. Spain, you are addictive. Once you experience it, you are hooked, just like your wines. Adios, Spain. Hello, France.
Si tu m'appelles, j'accours sans détour. Je ne veux que toi. Je ne veux rien changer. Reste avec moi pour l'éternité.
How worried should I be about inflation as a retail investor?
This is Trillions ETF MasterChef, where we interview the chefs of the finance world on their hottest investment recipes.
If you're an investor that really believes in investing for the future, that can handle or withstand some of the volatility that can come, then yeah, it could be used as a core holding.
You have athletes and you have influencers as clients. I'd assume they're into crypto. Are you getting them exposure?
We're absolutely overlaying it on the portfolio.
What's your favorite ticker?
It's the best ticker ever. It really kind of captures the themes.
What you're trying to always deliver is a very simple solution. And if you can deliver that simple solution powerfully, I think that resonates quite well in the market. Tell us about this portfolio. Where's that spice going to come from?
We're looking for portfolios that have less risk than the market, but that perform better.
You are building a portfolio. It's much like, cooking a meal. And ETFs, I just think, make investing just so convenient and easy.
Trillions ETF MasterChef, only on Quicktake.
Hello, I'm Emma Barnett, and I'm a journalist and presenter. This is my new show, Emma Barnett Meets. First, I'll be meeting Chinese artist and dissident Ai Weiwei, and I'll talk to the novelist and political scientist Elif Shafak. Tune in to watch those who shape our world explain how the world shapes us. This is Emma Barnett Meets on Bloomberg Quicktake.
I'm here in the Maraca Suite, which is the famous underwater suite here at the Conrad Maldives. So this suite is 40,000 plus per night. That is to say, it starts at $40,000, but with that you get a chef, You get a personal butler. There's an exercise room. There's all kinds of stuff you get with it. But yeah, $40,000 a night if you want to sleep under here. The suite is absolutely insane. I mean, look at it. So you got a little sitting room here, so you can just chill out and watch the fish. Oh, my favorite part is here. So this toilet situation is pretty insane. And my favorite thing is when you get close to it, it opens automatically. Look at that. And then this is your view while you do your business under the sea. And then this stairway going all the way up. So the structure itself was designed by an architect named Ahmed Salim, and Morocco means coral in the native language of the Maldives, which is Diveki. So it's named after the coral reef that it sits upon. I mean, this is just absolute peak luxury. It is huge and spacious. You've got a spare $40,000. This doesn't seem like a bad way to spend it. So Itha is the underwater restaurant of the Maldives. It was the first of its kind, and it's made by the same people that did the Morocco suite. So it's pretty cool. You get to eat lunch with a bunch of fish swimming over your head. So let's go check it out. Yeah, you have to have a reservation to get in, and it's also a fixed price menu. So you get 7 courses, and they just start feeding you. So I gave me a little face towel when I got in, which I always love. It smells really nice, nice and cool on a hot day. Okay, so this is the first course here. It is a snow crab and hamachi salad. I don't see any snow crabs around, so hopefully we're not offending anybody. Really good. For one person, it came to $252. I wanted to get a glass of white wine, and the waiter said that it was $150. I passed on the glass of wine and just stuck with still water, and they still got me for $45. For prices in the Maldives, whatever you think it's gonna be more. All right, thank you.
Bees are everywhere, all but unnoticed as they fly from flower to flower. They've existed much longer than man, but over the last 8,000 years, man and bee have become partners. In 2006, reports came out of America that millions of bees had disappeared from their hives. It sounds like a science fiction horror film, but it's not. Since the mid-1990s, beekeepers have been reporting extraordinary losses. Everywhere in the industrialized world, bees are dying, and beekeepers don't know what to do. Scientists from many disciplines have mobilized to confront this global problem. In the last 4 years, what have they learned? Can science provide an explanation, a cure, or a solution? Is it too late to save this tiny creature from extinction? Why should we care? Each year, Beekeepers everywhere perform the same spring ritual. On a sunny day, they open their hives to see how their bees survived the rigors of winter. Over the last 4 years, this ritual has become a nightmare. In Europe and the Americas, beekeepers find losses of 30 to 80%. And no one knows why.
It's more than just my income. It's, these are my girls, my bees, so I hate to see, I feel like I let them down some because, obviously we didn't do things right here possibly. We could have done more for them, save them, so it's sad, for sure.
Like thousands of other beekeepers, Ben Hogan will have no honey harvest this summer. But it's not the loss of honey that has scientists like Bernard Vessier at the French National Institute for Agricultural Research devoting countless hours to studying bees. Bees are fundamental to the human food chain. Most of our food crops are pollinated by bees, and that includes almost every fruit, vegetable, oil, and nut.
L'importance des abeilles dans le service de pollinisation a été très longtemps ignorée. Donc tout d'un coup, on découvre que les pollinisateurs sont extrêmement importants pour la production d'une partie importante de notre alimentation. Il y a 30%, un tiers en tonnage de notre alimentation qui dépend de l'activité pollinisatrice des abeilles principalement. Donc c'est quand même considérable. Et ça, jusqu'à présent, on l'a toujours pris pour argent comptant, comme le soleil ou l'air.
Seeking nectar at the heart of the flower, bees inadvertently transfer pollen to the female organ of the plant. The elaborate beauty of flowers has not evolved simply for our pleasure. It serves to attract pollinators and signals a food source for bees. With fewer bees, crops become less productive, orchards less fruitful, and scientists are asking, what's the fewest bees we can get away with and still have a workable agriculture? It's a question no one would have thought to ask just a few years ago. But there is a global crisis in the making. The agricultural demand for pollinators is growing much more quickly than the supply. In 2006, the danger became clear. Maladies swept through American apiaries. Bees simply started disappearing, leaving empty hives. Scientists named the phenomenon colony collapse disorder, CCD. Alarmed by the sudden threat to the national agricultural economy, the U.S. Congress called on beekeepers and scientists to explain the deadly malady. For a moment anyway, the bees had a voice in Congress. May Barenbaum spoke for the CCD Scientific Task Force.
Even before CCD, we estimated if honeybee numbers continue to decline at the rates documented from 1989 to 1996, managed honeybees in the United States will cease to exist by 2035.
Colony collapse disorder is an unusual phenomenon characterized by the sudden, massive disappearance of the majority of workers in a honeybee colony, leaving behind viable brood, or larvae, a small contingent of nurse bees, and a healthy queen and abundant food supplies.
Colony collapse disorder progressed inexorably from state to state. Everywhere the same scenario: abandoned brood, abandoned honey, no corpses around the hives. Urgency mounted as a total of 35 states were affected. Scientists suspected a new pathogen, perhaps a newly introduced or mutated virus.
One of the early discoveries was a new virus, Israeli acute paralysis virus, which had never been described before in America. And that got a lot of attention. And in that initial screening, there was a relationship that we still see between that virus and CCD.
The breakthrough promised a cure, a magic bullet, but hope was short-lived.
As a complete explanatory factor, Israeli acute paralysis virus really fell short a few months after that report was released, when other investigators went into their freezers, pulled out specimens and demonstrated that IAPV has been in the US since at least 2002, which antedates the appearance of colony collapse disorder.
A dead end. And scientists have had to ask themselves if this phenomenon might not have a single cause. Is it a convergence of several factors? Or is there one primary cause that weakens bees, allowing pathogens to take a heavy toll? For now, it rests just a sudden disappearance of bees, cause unknown.
Pesticides have been in vogue, virus diseases have been in vogue, cell telephones have been in vogue, UFOs have been in vogue, all sorts of things. Some of them sensible, some of them just cockamamie. But nonetheless, we really don't know what initiates it.
The mystery only deepened as reports came in of colony collapse around the world. Massive bee deaths in South America, in Taiwan, in China, in India. 5 million bees reported disappeared in just 48 hours in Croatia. And all over the rest of Europe, millions of unexplained deaths. But is it a single illness? Without a recognized cause, it's impossible to say. Summer in Provence is a sun-drenched paradise for bees and beekeepers. But there's trouble in paradise. Even here, bee populations have been steadily and quietly declining for more than 60 years. Everywhere in the world, declines in bee populations have followed the development of industrial agriculture. The post-war world demanded food for a hungry population, and in the name of efficiency and productivity, chemicals and machines were turned to a war against nature. Government policies transformed the landscape to serve the needs of modern agriculture. Hedgerows were plowed under, fields enlarged and leveled. Technicians replaced farmers as agricultural specialists, and beekeepers faced a new challenge as every insect was chased from every flowering crop.
Ça a commencé avec le métasystémox. C'était aux alentours des années 1950. 1950-1960. C'est un produit qui était d'une violence extrême. Mais là, ça a commencé sérieusement. Depuis, ça ne s'est jamais arrêté. Autrement, avant, ça n'existe pas. D'abord, il y a beaucoup de petits apiculteurs ou de moyens apiculteurs qui ont arrêté à cause de ça. Et ils ont préféré arrêter. Avant, il y avait énormément de petites exploitations dans les campagnes. Tout le monde avait 3, 4, 5 ruches. Ils faisaient leur provision de miel pour l'année, puis c'était fini. Maintenant, c'est terminé, ça. C'est fini, ça.
In the night, when the bees are in their hives, Jean and Remy Brun move their colonies. It's 16 hours of grueling work. 2 million bees moved over 200 kilometers, from the Camargue to the lavender fields of Provence. Despite heavy stress on the bees, they have to do it twice a year now, both to protect their bees from insecticides and to bring them to fresh flowers. But there is yet another threat for the Bruns to deal with. In the 1980s, a new pest arrived in France, destroying bee colonies and beekeepers.
Je vous présente un roi destructor, c'est un acarien qui tue les abeilles, qui tue nos abeilles. Il a été introduit en Europe dans les années 80. Il est présent partout dans les ruches. Il se dissémine extrêmement facilement d'une colonie à l'autre, d'une région à l'autre, etc. Les échanges et le commerce d'abeilles ont favorisé sa progression.
Varroa was first seen among bee colonies in Asia. Over the last 30 years, a worldwide market in queens and specially bred bees has spread Varroa into nearly every honeybee colony in Europe, Africa, and the Americas.
Varroa is a parasitic blood-sucking mite. It's very small, it's only about 2 millimeters in diameter, and it fixes onto the bee's body like a crab louse, and it bites the bee and sucks its blood. And in the process of doing that, it infects the bee with any viruses that it happens to be carrying. So the overall effect on a bee colony is it weakens the bees and they tend to get viruses. And in particular, the queen, who lives a lot longer than the other bees, she tends to be badly affected.
Fighting Varroa is trying to kill a bug on a bug. It's hard to find a chemical to kill the mite and not harm the bee. Over time, the chemicals lodge in the wax, diffusing a constant low dosage of pesticide. And in a cruel and vicious circle, the mites become resistant and the bees weaken. But without chemicals, the colony dies.
And so the introduction of Varroa mite into the country in the 1980s had a real effect on the ability of viruses to get transmitted from colony to colony. And so that's probably what's killing most of the colonies. We usually blame Varroa mite, but it's probably the viruses that the Varroa mites are mediating.
On a dans l'ouest de la France des colonies d'abeilles qui résistent au varroa sans aucun traitement et qui se portent bien. Et donc on s'est aperçu qu'il y a un mécanisme qui est très fort dans la résistance des abeilles au varroa, c'est la capacité qu'ont les abeilles de détecter des alvéoles qui contiennent des nymphes parasitées avec de la petite famille varroa. Eh bien, quand ces abeilles résistantes détectent la petite famille varroa, elles détruisent tout ce qu'il y a à l'intérieur de l'alvéole.
Bees with this remarkable trait of resistance manage to control the population of Varroa mites by killing infected pupae and ejecting them from the colony. It's a real form of social cooperation. But how do these resistant honeybees differ from those millions dying from Varroa? Dr. LeConte sent samples to Gene Robinson, leader of the team that sequenced the honeybee genome in 2006.
My colleague Yves LeConte in France has identified some honeybees, some strains of honeybees, that are more resistant to Varroa than other strains. He sent samples of those strains to my laboratory, and we analyzed their gene activity using the microarray technique to see if we might get some clues about the basis for the resistance. We were very pleasantly surprised to see that the main differences between the strains that are more resistant to Varroa compared to those that are more susceptible, the main differences had to do with activity in genes associated with behavior.
Varroa resistance is a collective rather than individual form of immunity. It's called hygienic behavior. Compared to other insects that have been sequenced, honeybees have fewer genes for immunity and detoxification. The individual is by nature weak in the face of pathogens and poisons. But incredibly, a strong genetic disposition for social cooperation can compensate in part for this weakness in the individual honeybee's genes.
The genes suggest that the resistant strains may be more sensitive to some odors associated with the presence of Varroa. That kind of information can lead to improvements in breeding strategies to be able to breed more resistant honeybees.
But is it really quite so easy as it sounds? Artificial insemination is more suited to the laboratory than the apiary. The Tibor Zabos, senior and junior, are commercial queen breeders, and with bees dying everywhere, business is good.
Scientists all over the world, they are talking about, we want to breed bees resistant to the mites, or some of them are tolerant to the mites. But how can we get that?
Breeding a bee that's resistant to Varroa mites is like breeding sheep that are resistant to wolves.
Yeah.
It may be possible, but it's extremely difficult, and we are not sure how. The bees have an incredible reproductive potential, and as long as we can maximize it, we can stay ahead of a lot of its problems. But it's a constant effort.
The life of the colony depends on the queen. There's only one. She's the mother of every bee in the hive. Workers feed and groom her day and night and encourage her to lay up to 2,000 eggs per day. She gives off a chemical signal, a pheromone, that calms and coordinates the workers. Should her pheromone weaken or should she stop laying, the workers will raise a new queen. A queenless colony is doomed. The art of the breeder is to trick the worker bees into thinking they need a new queen.
There's one in each cage. And we do that because if they could access each other, they'd fight. The queens are worth between $20 and $30 each, depending on the amount that the customer buys. If they buy over 100 queens here, they're $20 each, so this box would be worth $2,080 to the beekeeper. You could make 104 hives with this one box.
The market determines the character of honeybees. Beekeepers favor bees that are gentle and productive, and that's what breeders try to deliver. In North America, just a few hundred breeders supply the hundreds of thousands of queens bought and sold on the continent each year. The result is an increasingly uniform bee population, made worse by the fact that honeybees are not native to North America. They were imported by colonists in the 17th century. All the bees share a limited gene pool.
Anytime you have a lack of diversity, the population is more likely to be susceptible to diseases or to problems. And so we do think that that is potentially one of the things that could be contributing. We don't think it's the cause of CCD or of the decline of honeybees, but as far as honeybees go, it could be one of the weaknesses in our population of honeybees.
If bees around the world are weak in the face of disease, it's largely due to man. Trying to breed the perfect bee can eliminate traits bees need in order to adapt to a changing environment. Long before man appeared, bees were adapting to local conditions on their own, tuning themselves to their regions. Tough black bees from northern latitudes learned to store more honey in a shorter time to survive a long winter. The aggressive native black bee has learned to live in this harsh Scottish climate through thousands of generations of adaptation, and Willie Robson has adapted his beekeeping to their needs.
My father taught beekeeping in the 50s, and I remember my father saying, well, we'll start away, and those that die, good riddance. And from then on, we've worked on that principle, that if they didn't manage to survive the winter, then that was a good way to be. And our aim, which is what we've achieved, is to have total natural resistance to all the known diseases of bees. As Varroa progresses, we'll have to hope that they start to become resistant to that as well. And that probably will occur, not in my lifetime, but within the next 50 years. The bees are well able to adapt to these sort of things.
Using traditional methods, Willie Robson has become one of the largest honey producers in Scotland. The foundation of his philosophy is a simple trust in nature.
I think as soon as you start breeding them pure for docility and honey production, you breed out a whole lot of other necessary qualities. And that brings in itself trouble. You know? Once you breed out the disease-resistant element, you never recover. That never recovers. Then you're required to put in chemicals to control the disease. There's only a very fine line that you can take when meddling with nature before you get into trouble, you know? And the trouble costs you 10 times as much as you would think, you know? Trouble with anything, any living thing is a real headache, you know?
In an ideal world, Willie Robson would be a model, but it's too late. If beekeepers everywhere adopted total natural resistance, most of their bees would die. And without this large-scale force of pollinators, the entire agricultural economy would collapse.
Tout le monde s'est posé la question, qu'est-ce qui se passe si les abeilles domestiques disparaissent? Or, on n'a pas de remplacement actuellement. Un hectare de luzerne en fleurs, un hectare d'amandier en fleurs, c'est plusieurs millions de fleurs qui vont devoir être visitées par des abeilles, par des pollinisateurs, pour obtenir une pollinisation optimale. Et ça, on ne peut pas l'obtenir, même avec des colonies de bourdons, même si les bourdons sont plus efficaces que les abeilles domestiques pour certaines cultures. Ils ne vont pas pouvoir, une colonie de 50 bourdons, lorsqu'elle est livrée, même 100 bourdons, par rapport à une colonie de 30 000 abeilles domestiques, on n'est pas du tout au même niveau de population pour réaliser ce travail de pollinisation.
Agriculture developed over centuries in an environment with a diversity of pollinators. The domestic honeybee is just one of many bees that visit crops. There are at least 19,000 species of wild bees on the planet, but they're disappearing too.
All right, this is a small one. So we've got over 30 species of bees in my backyard, and that's without me spending much time looking for them. Here's a little sweat bee.
Declines in wild bees have been documented since 1992, but no one knows the original populations.
Different species of bumblebees that used to be fairly common have just gone through the floor. Some of them we can still find in out-of-the-way places, high mountains in Colorado or in northern BC, but we can't find them in places where sometimes they made up 30% of the bees you'd find somewhere. Now they're completely gone.
Lawrence Packer runs the largest wild bee lab in the world.
Wild bees are responsible for pollinating most of the wild flowers out there. And so imagine what would happen if all of a sudden the reproduction of wild flowers stopped. There'd be no fruit and berries to feed the birds. There'd be no nuts and berries to feed the bears. The squirrels would be in trouble. The whole terrestrial ecosystem as we know it would be very different if all of a sudden all of the bees disappeared.
Some wild bees are very specialized pollinators. They might seek food from a single flowering plant, and if the bee disappears, so does the flower.
You see it all the way up there? Il ressemble à une guêpe, ouais, mais c'est une abeille. Un antidium, c'est une mégachilidée. Donc ça, c'est un bourdon terrestre, Bombus terrestris. Tu as un autre bourdon ici. Il y a une diversité de plantes ici, à laquelle correspond une diversité d'abeilles. On a une communauté de plantes, une communauté d'abeilles. Si on modifie un élément du système, c'est tout le système entier qu'on modifie. Les deux ont coévolué ensemble et les deux peuvent périr ensemble.
Wild bees don't have varroa. They don't have viruses in common with honeybees. But something is killing both populations, and the impact of lost pollinators goes far beyond the human diet. For Paul Ehrlich, a founder of the science of coevolution, bees have the task of keeping the world alive.
It's very scary to see bees and other pollinators not doing well because they are what are sometimes called mobile links. They move around and connect things in nature. When the things that connect things in nature aren't doing well, that's not a great sign. One of the most important aspects of how evolution works, of how we get the organisms that populate our planet, that support our lives, and that, of course, evolution created us, is not just evolution operating under the pressures created by the physical environment, that is, by cold or winds or something like that, but of course, other organisms create selection pressures. So that, for example, plants and bees have evolved together over time so that the bees get their nourishment from the plants and the plants get their sex from the bees. These kinds of coevolutionary complexes are among the most important aspects of the whole process of evolution.
It's not just bees and flowers that evolve together. Coevolution is a web, and it includes one creature that has a critical impact on every living thing: man.
For the first time in history, the scale of the activities of the human system finally are impinging in a big way on the natural system, And that's why, for the first time in human history, we have the threat of a collapse of a global civilization. In other words, we may go down the drain in part because of the bees.
There is a place where all the elements of collapse have been carefully prepared. A place engineered beyond nature, where monoculture has replaced biodiversity. It's an ecology totally dependent on the whim of man. It's called the Central Valley of California. At the end of February, when every flower of 700,000 acres of blooming almond trees needs pollination. Over 36 billion bees are needed. It's the world's largest seasonal animal migration. Without bees, wind pollination produces about 40 pounds of nuts per acre. With bee pollination, they produce 3,000 pounds per acre, 60 times more. 80% of the world's almonds grow here.
If you look at almonds in California, that's the biggest story there is. Right now, half of the colonies in the country get moved to California for the almond pollination. By 2012, we expected 86% of present-day number colonies to move into California for pollination. Now, if the number of colonies decreases at the present rate, every colony in the country conceivably would need to be in California for pollination. You know, almonds makes more money for the California economy than grapes and wine do. And so there is that need, that real need for those bees.
How do almond growers get the bees they need? They place a call to a cramped and cluttered office on a side street in Bakersfield, California, where Joe Traynor has spent 40 years putting beekeepers and orchard owners together. Joe Traynor is a bee broker.
Oh, yeah, Frank, yeah, Joey. When I first started in the 1960s, there was enough bees in California to take care of the entire acreage, which was about 100,000 at that time. And the rental fees for bees at that time was about $3 a colony. But since the acreage expanded, 650,000 bearing acres now, there's not enough bees in California to handle that, so we get bees from all over the United States. And it's the transportation costs of bringing those bees out to California has driven the price up. It's in anywhere from $130 to almost $200 rental fee now.
Joe Traynor promises beekeepers a good price for the rental of their hives and promises growers strong hives for efficient pollination.
My job is to put the bee in prosperity's path. My job is to identify where she will do best. So I have to kind of think like a bee. I have to think about the resources available. And in pollination work, it's a contract. So I'm guided by revenue, enhancing the revenue. Like you can hear it. Can you hear it?
For John Miller, the sound of bees is the sound of money.
And we're looking for flight. We're looking for... I want to see what the dancing ladies are doing here. Here, look at this blossom right here. See this guy? He just opened, and the pollen grains are on right on the end of the flowering parts. This guy is yesterday's blossom, and it's all set. See the difference between this and this? The pollen's been foraged and gathered and stirred up by the honeybee as she rummages around on the blossom.
John Miller is one of a handful of industrial beekeepers who keep their bees in perpetual motion, traveling thousands of miles to pollinate crops all over the country.
Some years we do better in the pollination business. We'll make an income off the almonds. Some of the bees then go to Washington State for the apples. So we have opportunity to get 2 earning centers, but the apples don't pay nearly as good as the almonds. Then we go to the honey production in North Dakota. Well, some years it's dry and some years it's wet, and some years it's warm and some years it's not so warm. It's farming. And you roll the dice every year. You got to be comfortable with a lot of risk. It's farming. You know, some years are good and some years are terrible.
But even a good year can be terrible for the bees. There are stresses of moving, reorientation, sudden changes in diet and climate, infestations, medications. The bees have no chance to adapt.
We have to push these hives, and we know it. You know, it's the middle of winter out here, and we're trying to get those hives to where they're just busting with bees, because they then have the strength, the numbers, the capability to launch a big flight into a big concentration of flowers, because these trees all bloom at the same time. Bingo. Baby.
A migrant beekeeper can make 75% of his income in just 3 weeks of almond pollination. But to do so means pushing his bees without limit.
As we're maintaining the hives, when we find a hive that's substandard or the queen is failing or missing, we find the old queen, we kill her, and add brood or eggs from another hive, add a new queen to that hive so we don't lose it.
With over 600 million bees, Ron Spears is one of the largest beekeepers in the world.
Maybe 7 to 10 years ago, you could pretty much get 2 seasons out of them. With the miticides that we're putting in the hives, the constant movement of the hives, and the long season that the queen continues to lay, you know, up to 10 or even 11 months in some cases, the queens just get wore out. It's stocked just like horses or cattle or anything else, and they lose their ability to lay, you know, the 1,500, 2,000 eggs that they need to lay every day to sustain a strong colony of bees. She's up against the screen facing them. She cannot survive without worker bees around her.
Ron Spears buys queens from Hawaii, 7,000 to 8,000 per year. With industrial pollination, the honeybee's intimate relationship with place and season is irrevocably broken. The vast monocultures they pollinate are ephemeral and artificial landscapes. Even in the midst of plenty, bees can die of starvation. In a natural environment, many plants flower at the same time, providing a rich variety of pollens with many nutrients. But here, bees have little choice. There is but a single pollen.
Monoculture of the scale is frequent these days in American farming. Is possible. It's a problem, especially if there's micronutrients that are at low levels or absent from that particular diet of the bees, of pollen of the bees. There can be deficiencies. And so that requires a whole new management scheme of feeding good quality protein, fat, vitamins, minerals. That's a whole new way of managing colonies. We're becoming more and more like a pig farmer, a chicken farmer, in that we're supplying the diet to the animals. We're not really just turning these animals loose into the wild and expecting them to pick up adequate nutrition. We're now having to think more like a normal livestock person.
This is a hive that's already been treated, and this is a nutritional patty, this is a bag of menthol, and this is Tylan, which is an antibiotic.
What pretends to be science at the service of the bee is really science at the service of a system that works bees to death. If the bees have to be fed and medicated, it's because they've been brought into an environment they can never adapt to. They've been tricked, their instincts used against them.
You have to feed them to stimulate them, to get them to strength. If you don't stimulate them prior to the bloom coming on, then they aren't strong enough by the time the bloom does come on. They get strong towards the end of the bloom, but not at the beginning of the bloom.
It's just a totally different type of beekeeping, and I don't hold it against them. That is the nature of the business, and every step that's taken along that line invites trouble. I wouldn't like to be involved. It's not beekeeping. It's just a minefield, you know. Sad, really, yeah?
All the scourges of the bee are assembled here. Parasites and viruses abound. The rhythm of the seasons has been broken. The earth is saturated with pesticides and fungicides and chemical fertilizers. It's a hell for bees. It was among large migrant beekeepers that colony collapse disorder first appeared. Aggressive management in a terribly degraded environment are among the interacting factors many scientists point to as likely causes. Beekeepers know that colonies can simply lose morale and die.
I can't do without the almonds financially, but I think this place it's toxic. It's just amazing that they can take those extremes and still be alive.
The Central Valley of California is a landscape so extreme as to almost seem another planet. But bees live a nightmare in much more familiar landscapes, like the gently rolling hills of southwest Germany. In May 2008, in Baden-Württemberg, machines planting corn seeds raised a cloud of dust from the dry earth. The dust carried pesticide, scraped off the treated seeds. It settled on apple blossoms and flowering canola fields over an area of 125 miles. 11,500 honeybee colonies destroyed, 330 million bees.
Morgens, wenn man früh morgens zu den Bienen gekommen ist, dann waren sehr viele Toten da. Tagsüber haben die Bienen, die anderen Bienen, diese Toten wieder weggetragen, weil normalerweise eine Biene nicht im Bienenstock stirbt, sondern die machen das wie bei den Indianern. Die gehen weg von ihrem Volk, sie gehen in die ewigen Jagdgründe, sie verlassen den Bienenstock zum Sterben. Es gibt nie oder selten, dass Bienen vor ihrem Bienenstock sterben. Das ist immer irgendwie entweder Krankheit oder Gift.
Christoph Koch is one of 700 beekeepers affected. He lost 70% of his bees. The culprit was Poncho Pro, a pesticide based on the active agent clothianidin. It earns 237 million euros per year for the German chemical giant Bayer. Poncho Pro is painted on the seeds of corn rather than sprayed on the growing plant. The treatment was recommended by the regional Minister of Agriculture, Peter Hock.
Das Insektizid ist gegen Insekten, damit auch gegen Bienen, natürlich hochwirksam. Es ist deshalb als bienenungefährlich eingestuft gewesen, weil gebeizter Mais ja im Boden liegt und an den die Bienen ja gar nicht drankommen. Es liegen eben Hinweise vor, denen wir derzeit auch nachgehen, auch in der Frage der Schadensersatzpflicht, dass Saatgutunternehmen nicht sachgemäß gebeizt haben. Das heißt, das Haftungsmittel, mit dem das Insektizid an das Maiskorn gebunden wird, dieses Haftungsmittel war bei einigen Chargen zumindest nicht in Ordnung.
Everything seemed very clear, a simple accident. But in the analysis by the National Laboratory, bees showed doses of clothianidin well below the official lethal level.
Wahrscheinlich ist der Wirkstoff doch toxischer unter diesen Bedingungen, als man erwartet hat. Aber das muss noch geklärt werden.
Clothianidin residue was found in wax and pollen, and the German Food Safety Authority took the extraordinary precautionary step of suspending permission for Poncho Pro seed treatment on corn and canola. Bayer compensated beekeepers 2 million euros for their losses without admitting fault. Nothing more was heard about the unexpected findings in the toxicology lab. But on the other side of the border, French beekeepers are certain that this new family of pesticides do kill bees, and not just by accident.
Ça a été un très très gros combat des apiculteurs en France, puisqu'on a été en plus le premier pays qui a été touché par ces problèmes-là. D'ailleurs, dans les années 95, 96, 97, on parlait même du mal français des abeilles. Et donc, on cherchait les causes de nos problèmes de mortalité d'abeilles.
Starting in 1994, French beekeepers found their bees dying and disappearing around the sunflower bloom. Honey harvest dropped by 60%. Something had changed. That same year, Bayer introduced a new systemic pesticide for sunflowers and corn, Gaucho. It would become its best-selling pesticide ever, worth 556 million euros per year. Beekeepers fought to have the product banned. The battle raged for years. Gaucho is a neonicotinoid systemic pesticide, like Poncho Pro. A small dose is painted on the seeds and spreads through the body of the plant as it grows. Bayer claimed that the product had no effect on bees. The active agent, imacloprid, didn't contaminate pollen or nectar. But French researchers found toxic residue in sunflower nectar and pollen. And in lab studies, doses as small as 3 parts per billion affected the bees. Faced with contradictions, the Ministry of Agriculture suspended Gaucho on the principle of precaution.
Le public a l'impression qu'on n'utilise plus de pesticides. On ne voit plus dans les champs de pulvérisateurs avec des rampes de pulvérisation absolument énormes, ces nuages que tout le monde a vus dans des films, et ainsi de suite. Et donc, on a l'impression que dans nos campagnes, c'est merveilleux, on n'utilise plus de pesticides. Ce qu'il faut quand même réaliser, c'est que ces pesticides ont une toxicité suffisamment importante pour que quelques milligrammes déposés au niveau de la semence suffisent à rendre toxique l'ensemble de la plante, même au stade floraison. Et donc, toute la faune pollinisatrice, là, ce n'est pas spécifiquement l'abeille domestique, c'est vraiment toute la faune pollinisatrice, dès l'éclosion de la larve, en fait, pendant toute sa vie, va être alimentée avec une nourriture contaminée.
But pollen and nectar are not the only plant products contaminated by treatment with neonicotinoids. In 2009, Italian researchers found that corn grown from treated seeds exudes a lethal dose of pesticide, ingutation water, a sort of sap. The drops can be up to 1,000 times more toxic than the dosage found in nectar. Bees that drink the water die in a few minutes. Bayer counters that there is no proof that bees come in contact with guttation water in the wild. And they claim that laboratory experiments, no matter how spectacular, cannot reproduce what happens in the field. French toxicologist Luc Belzons was on the scientific committee that studied the effects of gaucho. He's been testing the latest generations of pesticides for over 15 years. He's made the disturbing discovery that neonicotinoids induce different effects at different dosages. Even extremely low, repeated exposure can have strong, unexpected effects. With these insecticides, there is no safe dose.
Il est très difficile de voir des effets comportementaux, par exemple chez un insecte qui est en train de mourir. En revanche, quand on diminue les doses, on ne voit plus le phénomène létal, c'est-à-dire la mortalité, mais on peut commencer à voir apparaître d'autres effets. Et ces effets, on les appelle des effets sublétaux, sub qui veut dire en dessous, et en dessous donc du phénomène létal, c'est-à-dire en dessous de la mortalité. Sur la base de nos études, nous pouvons dire maintenant que le comportement d'un toxique dans un organisme n'est pas forcément celui attendu. Lorsque les doses sont répétées, le toxique n'induit pas une mortalité dans le sens attendu, c'est-à-dire que les fortes doses ne sont pas forcément les plus toxiques et qu'on n'est pas forcément protégé par les faibles doses. La question qui se pose maintenant, c'est de se dire si ce phénomène qui a été démontré chez l'abeille n'est pas extrapolable à l'homme.
Sublethal intoxication causes nervous disorders, loss of memory, or temporary paralysis, catastrophic for honeybees and wild bees alike. Is sublethal insecticide poisoning the root cause of disappearing bees? Marianne Fraser's long series of field studies showed that bees are continuously exposed to many agricultural chemicals, and it's not just adult bees that are affected.
So the struggle in the beginning was, are these things out there to monitor? Are the pesticides there, and are they getting into the hive, into the bees' food, into the wax where the bees are developing? That was our original question. That question's been answered. Yes, they are there. They are getting into the hive. In some pollen samples, we found as many as 31 different pesticides. On average, we find 6 pesticides per pollen sample. It turns out honeybees are quite good monitors of the environment. They pretty much pick up everything that's out there. And while we think we put these things out there and they go away, obviously that's not the case.
The honeybee genome revealed that just as bees are weak in immunity genes, they are weak in detoxification genes. They have few defenses against pesticides. The interactions of different chemicals found in the environment are a danger of unknown dimension for bees everywhere, both wild and domestic.
We have the evidence that these pesticides, the beginning evidence, that show that these pesticides in combination have a synergistic toxic effect. So 2 or 3 pesticides they have together in a pollen diet for the bees have an additive, there's an additive effect of those pesticides. But we're finding that these things, particularly some fungicides and pesticides, can synergize, meaning that they can be much, much more toxic when they're added together than either of these 2 things are on their own or additively.
In the fall of 2009, at Apomondia, the World Bee Congress, the role of pesticides remained controversial. But in the corridors, news was circulating about a breakthrough study demonstrating a new type of synergy. The author was Jeff Pettis of the United States Department of Agriculture. His co-author, Dennis van Engelsdorp.
We exposed whole colonies to very low levels of neonicotinoids in this case, and then challenged bees from those colonies with nosema, a pathogen, the gut pathogen. And we saw an increase, even if we fed the pesticide at very low levels, we saw an increase in nosema levels in direct response to the low-level feeding of neonicotinoids as compared to the ones that were fed normal protein.
You measured that effect at levels that you could not detect the pesticides. And so that brings up the question, if it's having an effect at that low doses, we wouldn't have discovered it in our study because it was below the limit of detection. The only reason we knew the bees had exposure was because we exposed them. Otherwise, you would never have known they were exposed.
The take-home message is that interactions may be the key. So in this case, we're manipulating one pesticide and one pathogen, and we clearly see the interaction.
The conclusions of Pettis and van Engelsdorp were confirmed in a lab study by French researchers Yves Leconte and Luc Belzons, published in December 2009. Even at indetectable levels, neonicotinoid pesticides weaken bee immunity. If this is the final answer to worldwide bee deaths, then the elimination or reduction of neonicotinoids might save the bees. Or is it too late? How can pesticides that poison at indetectable levels be quantified or controlled? How can their elimination be confirmed? Industrial agriculture requires billions of bees, but bees can't live in the environments that industrial agriculture produces. What choice is there, and who will make the choice? For the moment, the answer is simple: disposable bees. But science and industry are already working on the future, looking ahead to a world without bees.
It's possible to identify forms of genes that would confer specific sorts of advantages, and then use genetic engineering to put those forms of genes into bees. Now, of course, this is a very young science, number one, and number two, we have to be very careful with this approach because we know that any gene has multiple functions. There is no gene that just does one thing. The tools are there to produce bees that will be more productive in our agricultural situations, but we need to proceed very carefully.
There are possibilities for technological solutions, for some mechanical means of providing pollination services. There may be even robotic bees designed if you go far enough in the future. So I think we have not really exploited the technological possibilities. We really have neglected pollination services, and I think both biologically and technology, many, many options are open to us, and they just require development.
One of the biggest problems we face in the world is that, in my view and that of a lot of other scientists, we've gone down some wrong roads in our agricultural technology, particularly in over-intensification and spreading very uniform, genetically uniform crops over too much of the planet, and not looking at the genetic diversity of crops, and overusing artificial fertilizers and pesticides in ways that have just made our problems worse. The biggest ecological damage done by humanity overall is through agriculture.
Miners once carried a caged canary when they descended into the earth. The death of the bird warned the miners that the atmosphere was dangerous. Bees are much more sensitive to environmental poisons than humans. They too act as environmental sentinels. In the mines, when the canary died, the miners evacuated. Today, beekeepers and their bees are fleeing into cities to escape famine and disease.
Ça, c'est un quart magnifique. Il y a 2-3 kilos, elles ont très bien travaillé après la première récolte encore. Pourtant, la saison n'est pas favorable. Les abeilles se portent mieux ici, en cœur de ville, que dans les zones de grande culture. Elles produisent plus de miel, il y a moins de mortalité. C'est quand même un vrai signal d'alarme.
On my father's grave, as bees flee home, were laid the treasure, the minutes wing their way by pleasure. These were the words of Robert Burns. As bees flee home, we laid the treasure, the minutes winged their way with pleasure. That was a reference to bees being used as a therapeutic medicine for old people and people who were recuperating, and they sat and watched the bees. And the bees worked all day, and the people were happy just sitting watching them. And the bees didn't sting them because there were cottage hives, they were in the gardens, you know. So they were used to people, you know. I'm in the country, the most beautiful countryside. And not only am I looking after bees, but I'm interacting with people in the countryside. So it's all about community, really, and a countryside community, and meeting people like shepherds and farmers and landowners, and that, as I say, a way of life. And I'm the beekeeper, and they have all their jobs as too. And it would be a great pity if all those things eventually collapsed and went away. There's the queen, look. Isn't that wonderful? She's frightened. Doesn't like the exposure, you know. Lovely queen, eh?
You will shed light on dark matter. You will make aging optional. You will turn 5G up to 11. Because when you subscribe to Bloomberg, you won't just get news. You'll get insight into limitless possibilities, knowledge, and inspiration to feed your ambition. So before you invent, pioneer, disrupt, before you change the world, Bloomberg.
Hello, I'm Emma Barnett, and I'm a journalist and presenter. This is my new show, Emma Barnett Meets. First, I'll be meeting Chinese artist and dissident Ai Weiwei, and I'll talk to the novelist and political scientist Elif Shafak. Tune in to watch those who shape our world explain how the world shapes us. This is Emma Barnett Meets on Bloomberg Quicktake.
How worried should I be about inflation as a retail investor?
This is Trillions ETF MasterChef, where we interview the chefs of the finance world on their hottest investment recipes.
If you're an investor that really believes in investing for the future, that can handle or withstand some of the volatility that can come, then yeah, it could be used as a core holding.
You have athletes and you have influencers as clients. I'd assume they're into crypto. Are you getting them exposure?
We're absolutely overlaying it on the portfolio.
What's your favorite ticker?
It's the best ticker ever. It really kind of captures the themes.
What you're trying to always deliver is a very simple solution. And if you can deliver that simple solution powerfully, I think that resonates quite well in the market.
Tell us about this portfolio. Where's that spice going to come from?
We're looking for portfolios that have less risk than the market, but that perform better.
You are building a portfolio. It's much like, cooking a meal. And ETFs, I just think, make investing just so convenient and easy.
Trillions ETF MasterChef, only on Quicktake.
Access the financial world on demand. Hear from leading economists, policymakers, and industry experts via live and on-demand webinars, only from Bloomberg. Start exploring to see what's moving the markets. Visit Bloomberg.com/webinars.
wabalisa wonke abantu wathi masakene umkhumbi ngoba liyabhubhiswe.
KwaZulu-Natal, South Africa. A province suffused with history and beauty. Boasting 2 UNESCO World Heritage Sites, KwaZulu-Natal is known around the world as the Kingdom of the Zulu. At the heart of the province lies the country's busiest port city, Durban. named one of the new 7 wonder cities of the world and listed amongst the most popular tourist destinations and top 10 cities to visit by the New York Times. Over 1.45 million people come to Durban each year to soak up the sea and the sun. And in the townships that surround the city, the history and spirits of great men like Mahatma Gandhi, John Dewey, and Nelson Mandela continue to live on. In 1904, Mahatma Gandhi established the Phoenix Settlement, encapsulating his vision for a community based on self-reliance. 90 years later, in 1994, Nelson Mandela cast his first vote at Umhlanga School, a few miles away, in South Africa's first democratic election.
It is the realization of hopes and dreams that we have cherished over decades.
After voting, Madiba walked up to the grave of John Dewey, the first president of the African National Congress and the first black person to found a school in South Africa. "I have come to report, Mr. President," he said, "that South Africa is now free." More than 20 years into democracy, townships like Inanda may be neither truly free nor self-reliant. But the true spirit of Dewey, Gandhi, and Mandela, peace and hope, is being manifested in the townships in a surprising and extraordinary way.
My name is Zwela Kevilagazi. I'm 23 years old. I was born here, but my mom transferred to Newcastle. My father passed away. There is a granny, but I support myself performing. It's hard. Sometimes I phone my mom and tell her I need some money, even though she's not working at the moment. My mom gets the money from the grant, from my other brothers and sisters. It's so difficult because I'm an artist. I love dancing, acting. Friends and neighbors don't understand what I'm doing. They start saying things like, "You're not serious in life. You're not going to get anywhere. You're not going to make it." Not accepting you as who you are. Like everybody else, I do have dreams to make my life so much better, to make success in my life. You see around this place, it's so hard. I have a hope someday that I'll just change it. I know I'll make it. I'll make it.
My name is Njabulo. I'm 24 years old, and I live in Kwamashu with G section. My mom and dad found out that they were HIV positive. It was 2006. So I was doing grade 9. Before they got tested, my mom got really, really sick, and we took her to doctors, traditional healers, but she was worse. After she got her result, it didn't mean anything at that time until I saw her the day that my grandpa and my grandmama chased her away from the house at G section. That's where I finally thought being positive is a serious matter, because now She got herself kicked out of the house, and seeing her cry over the road to the bus stop, in the bus still crying, it's not another pain. Yeah. I started dancing when I was 7 years old. I love dancing, but when I'm in tertiary, I made a promise to my granny in Joburg that I would stop dancing and focus on my studies. I would never, ever, ever dance in Joburg. I tried not to dance, but when I got to Joburg, just got myself on the stage and danced. I didn't tell my granny I was going to Chamachiga. I was dancing on TV. It was hard for me because I told my granny I won't stop dancing, but people believe in me when I'm on stage. I never had respect from people than I got from dancing. When she saw me on TV, she shouted at me and said stuff. I don't feel good being treated like an outsider by your own family. When I got back to my mom in Durban, I told myself I owe myself a try because this is what I love. Dance, for me, it's been a therapy to express my feelings, to express the pain that I've experienced in my home. My life was all over. I was more relying on people I meet than people I have, trying to please people rather than doing what I want for myself. And I've been trying to start a new life, but I'm still stuck.
My name is Sibahle Mtonga. I'm 31 years old. I live at Commercial. I stay alone because my mother, she got a stroke, so I have to work. But I just love singing. One of my friends took me to Mambazo auditions. I didn't know I was pregnant at that time. I went to Pretoria. I was happy. From September, everything just turned down. My mom got a sore on her leg, and they have to cut her leg, and then I have to struggle because I don't earn any money for now. Then I have a baby on the other side, and everything started to be tough. The only person who helped me is Manjabulo's mom. Every end of the month, she comes here with the food. If Njabulo have some money, it's helping paying my rent. If I get 100 rand, I buy electricity with it.
It is so hard here in the township. We are in a new South Africa, but we are still struggling. I've got these children that I have to look for, my sister's children and my children and myself, and to pay bills, electricity, to buy food, to make them go to school. I'm working in the movie industry, but I never actually succeeded to all I've tried to do. It's very hard when you are not working. My sister's son, he's having grant because he's mentally disabled. That's the only thing that is helping us, but it's not enough. It's never enough.
My son Freedom was involved in an accident before he can start school. He was injured in his head. Life is not easy for us. My brother is taking a lot of stress. 2006, everything went wrong. The father of my kids passed, and all my kids were involved in the accident. I fractured my left leg. My head was very bad. Freedom, fortunately, he could help because everybody was injured. He was the only one who was better. Kenny was working in Joburg, making the film Black Diamond. and he was in an accident there. His knee, it was broken, so Kenny had to come back. He couldn't work. And we both was at home, and we couldn't do nothing for ourselves.
Unable to support himself and his family, Kenneth lost his confidence and he lost hope. But then another tragedy struck.
Gift passed on. That is very painful to lose a kid. The doctor finds that the reason why the kids were sick is because of starvation.
He was my son, my second born. He was our light. Part of me died that day. It was so difficult. I was lost for so many years. It took me time to find myself again and just be happy and not feel guilty. Tabiso asked who his brother is. He never understands why does his brother get to be in heaven. Every time when I look at my son, I feel like he's incomplete. They taught me how to survive life and how to be a mother. For months when he passed, I would just lay in my bed. Sometimes I could even feel him there. It was so painful. It was hard on my ankle. It shattered everyone, just tore us apart. The night before he passed, he just got up, turned on the music, and he laid there on the floor. And everyone sort of knew that it was his way of saying, stop being sad, I'm okay, I'm fine, I can handle this. And he did. I miss him every day.
Having nobody to help. Oh, that is very hard. It affected the whole family. We are still grieving.
My life as a musician, it's been fluctuating. In musical career, it's a tough industry. I started at Natal Technicum doing classical guitar. I couldn't finish due to the lack of the funds. I went to join Kwamuhle Brass Band, where I was playing a second trumpet, and I was also involved in this Zanusi band. I learned a lot from these guys. From there, I went to join Gibson Kenton, godfather of the Township Theatre. Sarafina took me abroad, and it was exciting. There's a lot of bad stuff around my community. And some people stole my trumpet. That brought me down, and I was scared. I said, what's happening in my life? In order to keep living, I did try to be involved in a property business, like to buy land, build houses, and sell. I was on my own. I had no funds, so I couldn't go further. I started only one house, which is not even finished till today. I'm unemployed, but I have a family to support. Sometimes I want to lose hope. I lost respect from the community, and I worry I will lose the respect of my kids. Life is very tough for our family. I'm not giving up hope. I tell myself that my dream, which is making music, is still on.
My name is Kwazi Kumalo. I live at Umzinyati in Anda. I'm like a self-employed person who is a lighting technician, but there's no jobs. It's very difficult for now to live, to support my wife and kids. My first boy was supposed to go and start grade R, and the only money is a child support grant, which does nothing when it comes to schooling the children. Sometimes if you are a father of the family, it's very bad. Other children have new clothes and some toys, and you know that you've got only money for food, and those money is not enough. People are relying on me. So that makes you stressed.
Quasi's family has lived on the outskirts of Inanda near Durban for generations and are well regarded by the chief and community in the area. But in 2007, his struggle with unemployment forced Quasi to send his wife and children to live with his wife's parents.
I can't even manage to support them. It's not nice to live apart with your family and your kids. Sometimes you get a call, you don't have money for a doctor, no medical aid, nothing. It's not right. I also wish to live a nice life. Having my nice house, a nice car, that was my dream while I was at school. Instead, it gets more worse than before. You don't have a way forward because of the hard life, and I'm struggling.
Yoga can change this place, change people's mindset, and we can see a better neighborhood. Yoga can make life better.
The word yoga in Sanskrit means union, the union of mind, body, and spirit. It is known as one of the oldest holistic healthcare systems, and today, over 20 million people practice yoga, just in the United States alone. By 2013, yoga was a $27 billion industry.
Yoga is obviously body, mind, and spirit, so that's the best thing you can do. I kind of go off and on from it, but that's what you always come back to because it's the best for you.
All about being gentle with yourself and acceptance of what it is at the moment.
I am a big meditator. I just think it's everything. It's brought everything into my life that I've wanted, and it's gotten rid of a lot of negative things that I haven't wanted in my life.
I like the fact that there's always a 10-minute period at the end where you're lying down and relaxing and stretching. That part sees me through the difficult bits.
The popularity of yoga in the Western world was driven by a host of celebrities who embraced the practice, some as a passing trend, and others as a deep and lifelong spiritual and physical way of life. But in the townships of South Africa, the idea of yoga has only just begun. The history of yoga dates back to the Indus-Sarasvati civilization in India, 5,000 or more years ago. But it was only with the Upanishads, Gnostic texts, that expounded the hidden teaching about the ultimate unity of all things that pre-classical yoga came to be. The period of classical yoga that followed alludes to the eightfold yoga taught by Patanjali in his Yoga Sutras.
Patanjali's Yoga Sutras were an early series of teachings which were written down around about 2,500 years ago. This period of time was also around about the time of the Buddha. So the Buddhist teaching is related to Patanjali's Yoga Sutras. All of these teachings that were written down were previously oral traditions passed on from one teacher to another student through the generations. And it seemed that Patanjali's Yoga Sutras became a kind of a collection. Those 196 verses say that what we see is illusion. There is a way to see through and see reality. Buddha famously said that life is suffering, which really means suffering is inevitable, because even if you achieve some kind of joy or happiness or success, then somewhere in the near future you will also experience dissatisfaction. What they're suggesting in the sutras is that there's a place that we can go to beyond all that, which is a place of bliss and connection. And this is what people call yoga.
Patanjali believed that yoga brought about the separation of matter and spirit and restored the spirit to its absolute purest form. The body was not considered that important. But it was only after the Parliament of Religions held in Chicago in 1893 when Swami Vivekananda spoke of the common theme of universality, and then established the Vedanta Society of New York in 1894, that modern yoga is believed to have been born.
I am proud to belong to a religion which has taught the world both tolerance and universal acceptance.
The world was becoming open to different ways of thinking and viewing spiritual life. Vivekananda was just one of several lineages of yoga passing on their message. Some of them managed to connect outside of India.
Vivekananda opened the door for other yoga masters from India, including Yogananda, and became known as the father of yoga in the West.
Early in the 19th century, there was also a culture of physical fitness and health developing in the West. So yoga somehow got mixed up with this. Around the 60s, 70s, it really took off. When you do the yoga practices, it's nurturing the body, nurturing the physical being on many different levels. It's something that develops more energy, and then that energy can be utilized in positive ways. Sometimes yoga is just sitting and practicing meditation. And in that, you feel less separate from the person in front of you. You feel connected.
I'm so excited about this project, but I'm also incredibly nervous. It's so important in the townships because the people there live such stressed lives. I think yoga can transform aspects of the community. Yoga can transform some people. Generally, can really make a difference. Yoga brings joy. It helps people to loosen up, and when you open up your body, you open up your heart. And when you open up your heart, you release negative emotions. And if people can become happier and more peaceful, life becomes better for everyone. Apart from bringing health to your body, yoga helps us to heal on mental and emotional levels too. And I think that's also such an important thing, that mindfulness. We create the world with the mind. On our yoga mat, we learn kindness and non-violence towards ourselves. People become more aware that they have choices. And the choice isn't so much in the circumstances. In fact, the circumstances won't change, but it's how you react to them. And then you see the world differently, so then your world changes. This is why the Township Yogi Project has invited a few students in the townships to come and start their teacher training. They will learn about yoga and then take it out into their communities. They need to know exactly what yoga is. They need to know anatomy and physiology, and there's also the whole Zulu cultural aspect. We need to make sure the communication is clear. So it's a very different experience teaching them.
I am feeling very happy to be here, to be a trainee as a yoga teacher. Here in rural areas and in some township, there is no yoga. It wasn't exposed to me, but after I get an explanation of what is yoga, I realized that I must join. I need yoga to help my body, and also it will quench stress that I've got. Sometimes in my mind, I'm thinking about not working and also battling because there is nothing at the end of the month. Yoga will heal all that.
I want to do yoga because they're focusing on their energy together. And I feel like yoga is going to help me with my emotions. When I'm thinking a lot, I feel my head is so heavy. When they're doing those handstands, I think my blood is gonna flow like that, and I will feel relaxed. I feel like when I'm doing yoga, I'm gonna be flexible. I'm gonna be able to work at school. I'm gonna be able to be on stage doing what I love most. It's gonna relax my world.
I knew about yoga before. For me, doing yoga eases my mind, my body, and my soul. It makes me believe more in myself. It takes down all the hatred and it makes me focus in whatever I'm doing. It brings discipline. It makes you put yourself together. So that's why I told myself I should join the yoga class and teach yoga just to pass this to other people.
I always wanted beautiful things like yoga to come into the township. I wanted to be introduced to teachers who's going to further my dreams. I wanted to be a yoga teacher to teach the children and bring about peace to our community. Yoga will have a serious impact for the township. I am scared, at the same time excited that it's going to happen. I'm so excited.
When I first heard about the project, I thought this is what has to happen. You see all the hardship in their lives on the faces.
Become aware of the noises around you.
In the end, they let go, and in the end, you have them in your shavasana, in your resting pose, and you see the softness, and you see the effect that yoga has on you in them as well.
That first I go at the yoga class once a week to build my body so I can be a flexible dancer.
You just come straight up.
By going there, it has changed me a lot. Joining the teachers course, I found that there are many things that I can achieve. Now we came to understanding what yoga does. Yoga, it cleans your body and it calms you down. Yoga, it's not about stretching myself, being flexible now. I've learned how to live healthy. That's what we tend to lack as a youth.
What we eat affects how we think and how we feel and how much energy we have, and most importantly, how we treat people.
I believe that yoga can change mindsets. Kids can think for themselves, able to know what they want, able to know the soul.
The youth today are born with a legacy of violence and a lot of terror. It's a mental struggle that people face in these disadvantaged areas. A lot of family values are lost, and our generation is looking for love and values in destructive places. They're not thriving. They are shut down mentally and spiritually, and there's no love. The youth that are exposed to yoga, it's an opportunity just to listen to their thoughts, to be in touch with their body, to just look at themselves as they are. Yoga gives us that opportunity to face our pain. The more you uncover your pain, that is powerful to transform a person. There has to be a place where we truly connect. Yoga does that.
It will change me.
But taking yoga into townships of South Africa was always going to have its challenges. How do you make people understand the benefits of yoga when most of them don't know what it is?
You will shed light on dark matter. You will make aging optional. You will turn 5G up to 11. Because when you subscribe to Bloomberg, you won't just get news. You'll get insight into limitless possibilities, knowledge, and inspiration to feed your ambition. So before you invent, pioneer, disrupt, before you change the world, Bloomberg.
Hello, I'm Emma Barnett, and I'm a journalist and presenter. This is my new show, Emma Barnett Meets. First, I'll be meeting Chinese artist and dissident Ai Weiwei, and I'll talk to the novelist and political scientist Elif Shafak. Tune in to watch those who shape our world explain how the world shapes us. This is Emma Barnett Meets on Bloomberg Quicktake.
How worried should I be about inflation as a retail investor?
This is Trillions ETF MasterChef, where we interview the chefs of the finance world on their hottest investment recipes.
If you're an investor that really believes in investing for the future, that can handle or withstand some of the volatility that can come, then yeah, it could be used as a core holding.
You have athletes and you have influencers as clients. I'd assume they're into crypto. Are you getting them exposure?
We're absolutely overlaying it on the portfolio.
What's your favorite ticker?
It's the best ticker ever. It really kind of captures the themes.
What you're trying to always deliver is a very simple solution. And if you can deliver that simple solution powerfully, I think that resonates quite well in the market.
Tell us about this portfolio. Where's that spice going to come from?
We're looking for portfolios that have less risk than the market, but that perform better.
You are building a portfolio. It's much like, cooking a meal. And ETFs, I just think, make investing just so convenient and easy.
Trillions ETF MasterChef, only on Quicktake.
Access the financial world on demand. Hear from leading economists, policymakers, and industry experts via live and on-demand webinars, only from Bloomberg. Start exploring to see what's moving the markets. Visit Bloomberg.com/webinars.
Akukho ngingakutshena yona ngeyoka ngazi ngokuyibona phela ngazi mhlawumbe ngiyenze.
Cha ngikaze ngizwe ngeyoka.
I heard my friend talking about yoga, but I don't know what it is exactly.
Cha yoga ngiyazi, ngiyathanda ukuba ngiyazi yoga.
Igama ngiyalazi lithi yoga kodwa yoga ngiyazi. The Township Yogi Project met with resistance and suspicion, especially among church leaders. Classes offered to 2 aid support programs run through churches were turned down.
They don't understand what does yoga do. That is the disadvantage that we have.
Because yoga originated in India, people say, now you're becoming Indian. So we try to explain to them that it's nothing to do with religion.
I've never encountered resistance from any religious group to yoga until I came to South Africa. It's only in South Africa. It's not worldwide. The rest of the world is very open to yoga within their religious framework, most places. I consider myself a good Christian. I was raised in a Catholic family, and I feel no conflict at all. In fact, I have people who practice with me who are Muslim, Christian, Jewish, atheist. Whatever your religious belief, I don't see any conflict there with yoga because yoga increases connection with other people. So there's more likelihood that you're going to feel more open-hearted, more charitable. All these principles are in the Yoga Sutras. And I really feel that it's one of the biggest mistakes of some of the churches trying to assist their community to go in the right way and to try and find God. It's politics.
Some of the leaders of the churches are skeptical about yoga. They do not welcome us because they think yoga is a religion. Some of them, they welcome us with warm hands, but they are same Christians.
The Catholic Church supports the Township Yogi Project because it's doing people good. People in townships who don't have work, who have AIDS, who have tuberculosis, need to change their reality. They can't change their external reality. So that is something that needs to happen within people. And I think that the philosophy behind yoga, as well as the exercise, does their souls an enormous amount of good. In as far as churches don't support these sort of projects because they feel that their religion is being encroached upon, the church has a very deep spirituality of meditation and being at peace. And yoga is a means of finding your center. Religion has a great deal to do with the tradition in which it evolved and developed. Far more important is our personal spirituality. Spirituality is a lot larger than a particular religion. Meditation is a tool to be able to deepen your spirituality. And every human being has a different spirituality. The religion you belong to will give you a framework within which you can be safe about where you're going, because it's easy to get lost on these paths of self-discovery and enlightenment. I cannot believe that God will one day ask you, to what religion did you belong? But I can well imagine him asking you, what did you do with the spirit I gave you to grow yourself, to become closer to me? So, yoga is not a religion, but it can be a path to a deeper spirituality, maybe within the context of being a Catholic, maybe within the context of being a Buddhist, it may be in the context of an atheist who's searching.
Yoga is like a meditation, and we do meditation on a daily basis. I don't see any conflict because it goes hand in hand, especially when we are in a quiet moment.
You gain physically and also you gain spiritually. You get the inner peace. It goes together.
It's like when you inhale, your belly rises. And when you exhale,
Even if you overload it in mind, when you come out of the yoga, you feel just fine.
Yoga helps a lot to our sisters. Sister Juliana was having a frozen shoulder. Since she started yoga, she's much better. Sister Solange now can move in her wheelchair and help herself to bed instead of calling someone to help her.
We're happy to be helped, to get healthy. I'm 82 years. I couldn't walk because of my legs. It's painful and it's black. After doing yoga, I can move a little bit. My hands were not able to move well. Now I move, do something. Not big things, but I can move and do something when they ask me to help. I can do yoga everywhere. In my wheelchair, I can do it.
Resistance to yoga has not been restricted to fear or ignorance in a religious context or to white teachers coming into black areas. The township yogi teachers themselves encountered many impediments and challenges from people living in their own communities.
we have come across problems. Most of the NGOs, when they come, they give handouts and food and clothing. But we're coming to give them something to do with their lives. We come to them just to give the hand up in a yogic way, because it builds who you are, it broadens your mind, it makes you accept who you are, it makes you think, what can you do to go and get those things that you want, rather than asking for handouts. It opens a lot of opportunities if you are somebody who's optimistic about life.
Being a yoga teacher, at first it was a challenge. Township has always been what you have, what you're made of. It's about how would I use that to my own advantage. It's rare to get support in a township. I want to make a township become one people out of many people. Yoga, it's something that everybody needs.
There's so much negativity out there these days. There's so much confusion and so much tension. And when we learn to see these things for what they actually are, then we can start to say, do I need to accept that? Do I need to take it into my life? Do I need to take it on? By doing yoga, you de-stress the body and you learn to deal with life as it is, here and now. You learn to become quiet inside, and you can be in the place of the greatest chaos and still find that inner peace.
I may live in this place, but my mind isn't living here.
One of the biggest challenges being faced in the townships is TB. In 2012, South Africa was reported to have the second highest rate of new tuberculosis cases in the world, and the highest rate of drug-resistant TB in Africa.
I had a problem for breaking down. because of having TB. I was seriously sick. I went to have medication for TB.
Just as we started the teacher training, Kwazi was diagnosed with TB. He still came for a little while, and he was really ill. He started taking his medication, and the side effects of the medication were horrendous. His energy levels became absolutely zero. He had terrible pain and numbness in his feet and legs. He would sit in the sun with a blanket around him and shivering, and he'd be able to do a little bit of yoga and no more.
I have to break maybe for about 2 months while I was sick. On that month, I went back to yoga, continued doing yoga while I was doing medication.
When he came back, we started giving him pranayama to do, just natural breathing. And then we started teaching him full yogic breathing. He was able to do more and more. And within 3 or 4 weeks, he was no longer having to sit out. He started putting on weight again. Now, you can't even believe that he was ever sick because he really looks so strong. And he shines.
A study in the International Journal of Current Research on the average recovery time of tuberculosis patients in the northern region of Ghana reported a median recovery time of 22 weeks. But other studies of TB cases, like Kwazi's, have shown improvements in lung function in only 8 weeks, proving that there is a complementary role for yoga in the management of pulmonary tuberculosis.
Yoga really helps our TB client. It helps their breathing. It does help TB recovery.
Doing yoga with medication for TB makes me a speedy recovery in my life.
But Kwazi's battle with TB not only affected him physically, emotionally and psychologically, it took a tremendous toll on him. And he is still unable to talk openly about his dark time in his life because he just doesn't want to remember.
The community didn't speak well about him at that time. There's a whole stigma when you're sick. He went through physical pain and so much emotional and mental trauma. I think of all of them, he has grown the most and really embraced the yoga to such a deep place because of his experience with it.
Even though he was HIV negative, Kwazi was still demeaned because of people's perception of his TB symptoms and the stigma surrounding AIDS that still exists in townships all over South Africa today. South Africa is reported to have the largest population in the world living with HIV/AIDS. And a 2010 study by the South African Department of Health records the highest HIV prevalence in KwaZulu-Natal. For the Township Yogi Project, the biggest question was whether yoga could help people in township communities ravaged by the effects of HIV and AIDS.
Growing up with pain and anger, living without my mom and knowing that she's positive, it didn't make sense. I didn't understand anything. Now I know what HIV is and what it does to people. After my parents told me they were HIV positive, I always told myself that I will never, ever, ever do an HIV test. All of my results came back positive and came the same treatment that my mother got. I always thought that would destroy me. The time I got sick, The doctor said we all need to do a test. And for my baby's sake, I had to do one. After finding out that I'm HIV positive, I didn't know how to feel. I have that disappointment.
Being a mother was wonderful, but when my baby got sick, I became very stressed out. We went to a clinic to do the HIV test. They tested Jabulo, and then his blood just came out positive. I was so scared. And then they test me, my blood default. They said we have to take ELISA test. We wait about 7 days. When I got my second result, I came positive, and I was so afraid maybe I'm gonna die. I felt like my dreams, my goals, everything I worked for disappeared. I was so depressed. I never eat, bunk school, and don't have anyone to tell. If you are positive, people around the township, they take you like you have Ebola. They take you like you're an animal, something that I'm not ready to face right now. I'm not ready to disclose around here. I'm not ready to disclose to my family. Even my mother, because she's a traditional person, she will never understand that I'm HIV positive. I'm a breadwinner at home. I'm the one who supports them. The only thing they get at home is my mom's grant. So I can't just tell them another trouble. I feel like I'm alone. I still need to live my life. But to live life with a secret, it's going to be hard for me. I was feeling maybe I'm going to lose Lutando. I'm going to let him alone, suffer. Because when I'm not here, I don't think another person will take care of my baby as I did. No one's gonna love him as I do.
A few months after finding out their own HIV status, Njabulo and Sabatle were forced to face more heartbreaking news. Lutando also tested HIV positive.
Sibusiso, Sipho, Mimi, Ukwezi, Uthando. They all passed. So now we only have Njabulo and no Lutando. So things are not going very well. But we are living. We are living.
Empilweni la nje phakathini ngiyaguliwa ngoba nami ngiyagula ngokwami. Nami ngipositive. Jabulo disclose the status, but no problem. Sazoqhubeka nje nelife yakhe. Yena akabukela isibonelo kumina nakubabu wakhe ukuthi siyaphila. Ngithi mina uzosebenza, uzofunda bese yasebenza. Akwazi ukungakhela umuzi, sihlale kahle nobabu wakhe. Bathi wase banaleli phupho ke lokudansa. Nje bese siwafika naku yoga ke nje.
I asked him to teach me how to do yoga, how to stretch. When I see him put his hand down and his leg up, I say, oh my gosh, how can I do this? But he will teach me the yoga.
When I started at 8th class, I told myself, I need to be part of these people. I need to be like family. So I wouldn't feel scared. I will also be affected in somehow. Because people in a situation like that, you need to give them love and make them feel like they are normal people. It was challenging at the beginning, but as the time goes on, I have the love of it, and I think it worked. Since we started working with them, I think they saw light in their lives. They would see that there are some people who are caring for them, just like everybody else.
The biggest problem is HIV and AIDS and TB. Sometimes you can't treat the patient physically. You can even treat spiritually. Some, they commit suicide if they are positive. The problem stays on my shoulder. I know yoga helps us a lot. Just take the breath in and out.
Most of South Africa's social issues feed off each other. HIV/AIDS can lead to unemployment. Poverty can lead to violence and crime. But poverty in South Africa has also manifested in a new drug called Wunga, which is ravaging township communities countrywide.
HIV and AIDS, it's affecting a lot. You see funerals every week. It's so bad to see people I know infected. Kids here that are infected. Some of them, they lose hope. They start Wunga just to forget that they do have HIV and AIDS. Every street around here, you'll find someone that is into Wunga. It's a drug that have actually take over in our neighborhood.
The Wunga is all over here. Drug is all over the place. There's no place that you can go without drug. It's resulted in high crime rates here and a high rate of dropouts of school. These youths end up phone snatching, house breaking. They're uncontrollable. Yeah, it's uncontrollable.
Consisting of third-grade heroin and a combination of chemicals, the drug has resulted in many thousands of people becoming users and in countless Wunga-related deaths. Also known as sugars, Wunga is unique to South Africa and is leading to negative physical, economic, social, and psychological ramifications that affect not only the individual, but the families and the wider community as well.
I was mugged on my way to work by the youngsters. I lost my valuable stuff, but I thank God that I didn't lose my life. I wanted to let it go, but it keeps on coming.
Sike sabanjwa inkunzi noma abantu umlaliswe khona la ngiboshwe ngeentambo la ngemuva uma abantu abamehlezi la ehlezi khona umfana wayesikhombisa uba wayeme khona la bangena-ke bathatha uma abantu abamthatha batakhomba imali yonke imali bathatha yonke into namaselfoni.
Kunzima esihlangabezana nabo ukuthi uthi uhamba la ngendlela abafana babamba abantu inkonzo uyiphumela emsebenzini uyahamba uyidayisa lonto yakho umphuca ifoni umphuca imali uyahamba uyobhema usuke kwenza lokho hayi ngoba nakho mhlambe naye ethanda ukuthi ngoba nakho vese ufuna ukubhema kwangaloso sikhathi. Intsha yanamhlanje ayifuni ukusebenza. Intsha yanamhlanje ibhema lesi sidakamizwa. Umuntu athi mangabe engasitholanga engacabanga ukuthi kufuneke angene nalana ngikhona athathe into ahambe ayoyidayisa kuze akwazi ukuthi abheme eseyibhemile lento yakhe sengiyifuna lento into yami akasenayo.
My name is Kosnatsi Ngwenya. I'm 33 years old. I live here Wamashu H section. But before I get into Unga, I was smoking marijuana. I thought I was still smoking marijuana, but the other guys, they confused me for Unga.
They look like they're old and like they are street kids. They start to stealing things from their family.
I feel like something's running in your stomach, you know? You're not feeling all right. You want to get escape. I ended up selling things from my home. Small things like rings, watch, CDs. And then my mother found out that I was hooked on Wunga. They tried many things to get me out of Wunga, but it doesn't matter what people say, it's up to you. You know, when you are smoking Wunga, even your family gets tired of you.
They have dreams to fulfill, goals to achieve. But when you're doing Wunga, you think of it. You stop thinking about your dreams, your goal. You can see that they think their life has come to an end.
I finished Standard 10 in 2000. Then I went to University 2001. I enrolled for LLB degree. I did 2 years there. And then I got hooked to drugs. Now I do nothing. I don't have a job. Sometimes I go to my mother's garden, go in and clean up, and then put some water on some new seeds. And then sometimes he give me money. So sometimes I go to scrapyard to sell some old items so I can get one. Right now I just want to quit Wunga. I'm trying to reduce the way I used to smoke. I want to quit it. I'm trying to. Yeah, it's difficult.
Aside from petty crime to support their drug habit, Wunga addicts have been robbing HIV patients in the townships of their life-saving antiretroviral drugs, which they falsely believe enhances the rush, and which they combine with detergent powder and rat poison to make up the drug.
The old grannies, they are the victims of these drug abuse. So we bring them to come and do yoga here. Yoga just gives them that peace of mind. It's giving them that mental strength. Just cuts them from my unbearable suffering that they, yoga keeps them strong. But that hour, it's like a golden hour to them. It's just a great thing to them. In the community, there's no infrastructure that you can keep the youth busy with. And we don't have role models, something to avoid the drugs.
In the township, kids are suffering. They are stranded. They don't know what to do. They need to be taken care of. There's not enough activities for them. They don't have skills. They don't have relaxation like yoga that will totally change their mindset and give them health and hope.
We are dealing with the youth who are emotionally abused, who are physically abused. The youth that doesn't have hope they will ever have a future. They become sick. Others that are smoking, using drugs, some committing suicide. So if the yoga can go around the township, people will benefit, families will benefit. It doesn't even choose that you are old or younger. So everybody will benefit from yoga.
Wunga addicts often need more than yoga in isolation to overcome their addiction. Practicing yoga is an excellent complement to conventional chemical dependency treatment. A 12-step program and the 8-fold path of yoga both emphasize truth, meditation, surrendering to a higher power, and developing self-awareness while healing body, mind, and spirit. Effective interventions for those who are addicted to Wunga has become a high priority in South Africa. The government has set out plans to build more drug rehabilitation centers across the country and introduce community-based programs to reach rural and informal settlement areas, And it is through programs like these that the Township Yogi Project is trying to help change the lives of Woonga addicts.
My name is Golani. I started the Woonga in 2012. I was working on a furniture company, then I quit because of Woonga. I lied to them. I said I got knocked by the car. Then they give me an unemployment form. I got that money. Only thing I buy is Woonga. When the money is finished, then I decided to rob people, just take the phone or the money. And I'm really making messed up by the family because I stole things from my mother, from my brothers, just to buy the Woonga. That's how my life was. And I know inside I need to change myself. That's why I went to rehab. What I like about yoga, it helped me to focus, it helped me to concentrate on what we're doing. After class, I feel very free. The stress that forced me to smoke, it's getting released. I believe that doing yoga, I understand myself. Now I'm feeling very excited. I feel like I can be the father for my child. The last seen her, it's about maybe 3 years. I'm hoping that I'm gonna get the job. Maybe they will give me a chance. Yoga is very important for my recovery because I'm free.
Impilo yami yayikade ikahle kakhulu ekhaya Zwana basho khona ukuthi ngokuzwana nabangani ngagcina sengingena kuyo Woonga sengisebenzisa idakamizwa. Ngizizwa ngi-right ngoba manje into engiyifundile urelaxisa umzimba ngaphakathi umoya ubreathe in nobreathe out kumele wenze kanjani.
I used to sell up my body to gay people and take the money and go and smoke Woonga. My family don't want me anymore. It makes me feel so sad. First time I know about yoga here, it helped me very much and it's made me forget about stressing about my family.
Woonga, it changes you and make everybody that lives around them suffer. The philosophy of yoga can change their mind.
Our dance routine is showing that there are a lot of people doing drugs because they are stressed and doesn't care about life anymore. The yoga spirit will touch and change the situation, refreshing the mind, the soul, and the body. That person becomes aware of the life, of the surroundings, of the living.
We're gonna use dance to teach people about yoga, how yoga helps people and how it affects people.
We are dancers. Now we came to understanding what yoga does. It's not about dance anymore. It's about the bigger picture. Maybe then we'll be able to change bad influences on people.
They share things about their life. They share worries about what is coming tomorrow or how they deal with problems. How they feel connected since they're doing yoga. the impact of yoga goes much further than I'd ever thought.
Maybe this is the only time in the week that you can really let go, so relax here.
When I first came, I felt the peace. Township living is cars, people are talking, laughing, everything is noisy. I don't feel safe. Biggest difference, peaceful. I can think straight now. It's changed my life.
Before, it wasn't easy. Our neighbors, they weren't happy with us because we were from C-section. We couldn't even walk there, and the kids couldn't play there. They want nothing to do with us. We've tried so many times to make peace with them, but as the yoga started, they started to let their children to go to yoga. That was big to us. Then as the time goes, they see us in a different way. We've got peace now. It's a very nice feeling. All the street now, the kids, they go to yoga. I think it's the spirit of yoga works a lot for us in the family and started to work for others. It opened their minds, their hearts as well.
Before Zweli came here in our school to introduce the yoga, we got so many problems. Some learners, they don't know how to read and write. So many learners that dropping, and then learners that fail to come to school. After Zweli came here, we see the learners, they got learning barriers. They start liking to come to school because they know now they got something that they can do. They like the yoga. When they get this opportunity to work with Zweli, they start being happy. Zweli help these learners that don't know how to read and write. It's a release in their mind, the yoga. It makes them to think quickly. They think differently to the others that they don't know yoga. It's helped us as teachers to teach these learners that they're doing yoga. They work with us proper. We benefit from yoga. It's help here in the school.
If people start telling you how the yoga they're doing in the last year really changes their attitude towards neighbors who are fighting with them, or towards family disputes that they have, that yoga brings a certain peace to their lives and that is reflecting in their surrounding already, then I'm really touched and I'm really grateful to be part of the project, because I think it's amazing what you can do.
Studies show that people who practice yoga develop more compassion and find it easier to forgive. They can express themselves more creatively through words, music, and art. Yoga teaches nonviolence, kindness, and patience, and builds personal strength, centeredness, and fulfillment.
One of the main things that yoga does is it teaches you who you are. Because on your mat is just you and your body, you and your breath. And it brings you into a center. We learn so much about ourselves.
Yoga, it calms a person. It clears your mind. It's giving you a space in your mind where you can become creative deep down in your soul. You tend to find your spirit. Find your inner self.
I'm still in the process of developing who I am. Dance took me somewhere, but yoga uplifted me, took me to another level. Going into teacher's training, open up my mind and see the world in a different view. I feel like I'm somebody's mentor. I feel like I'm a role model somehow, especially in schools. That love, that support, the smile that you get from kids makes me feel like I'm some part of the big thing. Sharing yoga in my township, teaching people, seeing people doing amazing things with their bodies, seeing people changing their minds. It's been amazing. So being a yoga teacher, it's like I'm a change to my township.
And bancane abantu abamnyama abateacher iyoga. And abayenzayo iyoga bancane. That's why nje ngithi ngikelele ngijabule. Kumanje nje ngijabule.
Lots of things has been changed. My soul has been changed, also my thinking and my behavior. I had a passion for also being a yoga teacher. Now I can open the yoga class in my community, have my own studio for yoga, so that the yoga will be forever. The sign of change.
My yoga journey, it has not been so easy. I had to collect myself in order to be ready for doing yoga. Now I've regained my strength. So when we fall, then we have to pick ourselves up and go forward. As a teacher, I feel so excited. I feel grateful. Yoga is like the foundation of whatever you want to do in your life. It's been my dream. It's been a great journey.
With my uncle and my siblings, yoga helped a lot. My uncle always felt like he disappointed us. He never did enough, but he did more than enough. My uncle learned to live day by day. It wasn't easy. He dealt with his anger. He taught them how to deal with their feelings, how to channel their emotions, how to allow themselves to feel that pain and go through it and survive after it. How to change the negative, the hurts, the disappointment into something greater and bigger in a new direction.
My brother can see life differently now. Before, we wanted to give up all the time. But since yoga, he understands life better now.
Yoga unlocked my confidence. I'm stronger in my mind. What I couldn't do all these years, I am doing it now. I am a teacher. I am happy. I am free. This township yoga, it's something special. It seemed to be the beginning of my journey in life.
We're not where we were before. We're not where we want to be, but we're somewhere heading towards the right direction.
Yoga is going to help me to feel free to tell people, to make people understand that if you are HIV positive, you are not an animal, you're just a person like everyone else. I'm still scared for Lutando because he's HIV positive. He's still young. But I'm still gonna keep my goals as they are. My blood's gonna flow the way I want it to flow, in my emotions as well. I'm gonna start where I ended.
The Township Yogi Project is not claiming that yoga alone changes communities. Many factors contribute to improved well-being, including government and non-governmental intervention programs. But through the Township Yogi Project, people are changing. Through yoga, people's lives are changing.
I've been changing most of my life, and change is important, especially good change. By influencing one person, you can influence the whole nation.
In my yoga journey, I started teaching. That's where I got to understand how we differ and why we do what we do. Before, I'm a short-tempered person. I'm more calm now because of yoga. There are a lot of things that I've learned along the way under different teachers. In Jivananda, then Cape Town, then India. Then I went to start the organization in Namibia. I love to teach primary children. You dealing with their soul, their mind, the stress, and the stories. If you groom young children, they're going to grow to be wise adults doing wise decisions. In future, I see a big change in our township. I think it will be an exciting journey for us trying to change what is happening around in our township. They can feel the change, experience what yoga is, because I've seen the change.
Ngicabanga kona ukuthi njengoba uzwelenza kanje kusho ukuthi ikona nokuthi akabaqoqa bonke abatwana bahambe naye khona bezoba njengaye.
Township Yogi, it has changed me a lot. And it will continue to change me.
So if I get the opportunity to do yoga, I will do it with open arms.
You will shed light on dark matter. You will make aging optional. You will turn 5G up to 11. Because when you subscribe to Bloomberg, you won't just get news. You'll get insight into limitless possibilities, knowledge, and inspiration to feed your ambition. So before you invent, pioneer, disrupt, before you change the world, Bloomberg.
Hello, I'm Emma Barnett, and I'm a journalist and presenter. This is my new show, Emma Barnett Meets. First, I'll be meeting Chinese artist and dissident Ai Weiwei. And I'll talk to the novelist and political scientist Elif Shafak. Tune in to watch those who shape our world explain how the world shapes us. This is Emma Barnett Meets on Bloomberg Quicktake.
How worried should I be about inflation as a retail investor?
This is Trillions ETF MasterChef, where we interview the chefs of the finance world on their hottest investment recipes.
If you're an investor that really believes in investing for the future, that can handle or withstand some of the volatility that can come, then yeah, it could be used as a core holding.
You have athletes and you have influencers as clients. I'd assume they're into crypto. Are you getting them exposure?
We're absolutely overlaying it on the portfolio.
What's your favorite ticker?
It's the best ticker ever. It really kind of captures the themes.
What you're trying to always deliver is a very simple solution. And if you can deliver that simple solution powerfully, I think that resonates quite well in the market.
Tell us about this portfolio. Where's that spice going to come from?
We're looking for portfolios that have less risk than the market, but that perform better.
You are building a portfolio. It's much like, cooking a meal. And ETFs, I just think, make investing just so convenient and easy.
Trillions ETF MasterChef, only on Quicktake.
Access the financial world on demand. Hear from leading economists, policymakers, and industry experts via live and on-demand webinars, only from Bloomberg. Start exploring to see what's moving the markets. Visit Bloomberg.com/webinars.
Hello, I'm Emma Barnett. This is my news show. First, I'll be meeting Chinese artist and dissident Ai Weiwei, and I'll talk to the novelist and political scientist Elif Shafak. This is Emma Barnett Meets on Bloomberg Quicktake.
You will shed light on dark matter. You will make aging optional. You will turn 5G up to 11. Because when you subscribe to Bloomberg, you won't just get news. You'll get insight into limitless possibilities, knowledge, and inspiration to feed your ambition. So before you invent, pioneer, disrupt, before you change the world, Bloomberg.
Welcome to the 26th annual Uri Ice Park competition. Because of COVID, we had to do it virtually.
Matches in with the left. You got it! Double your power!
Well done.
Oh, he's on! Ladies and gentlemen, it's Robbie Ware safety equipment.
I'm shooting for first place.
This is really exceptional climbing.
Peer pressure made me do it.
There's nothing else like it in the state of Colorado.
Here's the tip of the box. Let's go!
In the end, that's why we climb.
For the past 25 years, elite ice climbers from all around the world descend on the tiny town of Ouray in southwestern Colorado to compete in the annual Ouray Ice Festival and competition. And it draws more than 3,000 fans who come to witness the best of the best ascend to the top. But with the pandemic raging on, 2021 is now a year of reckoning for the world of competitive ice climbing. Despite the fact that virtually every ice climbing competition around the world has been cancelled, the folks behind Ouray's ice competition are on a mission to move forward and reimagine this year's event.
Welcome to the 26th annual Ouray Ice Park Festival and competition. It means a lot to me and to the town and to the Ouray Ice Park staff and board that we're able to do this. My name is Peter O'Neill. I'm the executive director of the Ouray Ice Park. And this year, because of COVID, in order to operate and run an ice festival, we had to do it virtually. It's a unique opportunity to showcase the Ouray Ice Park, the state of Colorado, the city of Ouray, to the rest of the world through the festival.
For the first time in Ouray's competition history, the finals will be live streamed. In fact, it's one of only a few ice competitions even scheduled this year.
First and foremost, we want this to be a safe event. So the world is going to be watching. I want to set a good example that we can do this safely.
But doing it safely also means the usual 3,000 strong crowd won't be allowed.
You can't have friends or family with you to watch. It's just a hard no spectators rule. The whole area will be closed.
The group here can spectate?
Yeah. Try to spread out and not be a group of 10 people in front of a camera. But yeah. 29?
Yeah.
Oh, that's me.
Besides being safe, the competition must go on, not only to keep the sport alive in 2021, but also to keep the town of Ouray alive.
The ice park is to the town of Ouray as the ski hill is to the town of Telluride. Quite literally, 60% of the Ouray winter economy comes from the ice park. The Ouray Ice Park, in one sense, is the heart of the Ouray winter economy.
More than 100 years before the ice competition, the town of Ouray was known for another notable livelihood.
Ouray is located in southwest Colorado in the San Juan Mountains, and they're some of the most epic mountains in Colorado. Ouray is a mountain mining town. It was founded on October 2nd, 1876, by miners that were looking for silver and gold during the boom. The history here is pretty steep in mining, and then it changed to tourism after the mining boom busted right before the First World War. Miners were here originally to try to get under the mountains. Most people come here now to get on top of our mountains.
And on top of those mountains is some of the best ice climbing in the world, thanks to the creation of the Ouray Ice Park.
I like to refer to the Ouray Ice Park as the epicenter of ice climbing in North America. The big steel pipe that you see running through the park, it's called the penstock. It has water running through it that drives the hydroelectric power plant. Back in the mid-90s, there were leaks that dripped down the Untitled River Gorge and formed large pillars of ice. And some locals thought, wow, let's do something with this, and the Ouray Ice Park was born.
And one of those locals was Bill Witt.
I was one of the founders of the Ouray Ice Park. I moved here from Long Beach, California, and I moved here specifically to ice climb. That's a good place to live, and I've been here ever since.
Back in 1991, Bill partnered with Gary Wild and Eric Jacobson to connect hoses and shower heads to the holes in the pipeline in order to create ice flows.
When we first started this, the town couldn't have thought we were crazy. Now it's kind of come around where people are actually moving here because of the ice park.
The Ouray Ice Fest was started 26 years ago by Jeff Lowe, a legendary mountaineer, rock climber, ice climber. It was his idea to really celebrate the sport of ice climbing when it was very much in its infancy.
With that, eventually came a competition that Jeff Lowe put out. Eventually, they would bolt a new line each year, and the competitors had no idea what it was. And this would attract all the best climbers from all around the world, and now it's the most well-known ice festival in the world.
This is a real jewel in the crown. There is nothing else like it in the state of Colorado in the winter.
With the 2021 virtual ice competition just 1 week out, the park's ice farmers get to work, prepping the competition route called Mighty Aphrodite.
Ice farming. There's probably no job description in an HR manual called ice farming, but it's literally about diverting water in pipes through sprinkler heads and turning the water on at night, and you get huge cliffs and icicles of ice that people can climb.
I'm Xander Bianchi, and I'm an ice farmer.
Farming ice for the competition, the competition is focused really in a specific zone. Mighty Aphrodite, we do farm ice at the top, and it's fairly straightforward. It tends to form in the same way each year, as long as we put water on the apex of that prow. Oftentimes we'd have to go down and groom it. We'd create too much ice, and there's a giant curtain, so we'll go down and kind of groom the curtain back.
With farming underway, it's time to prep and set the competition route. And leading the charge this year is a veteran competitor, Marcus Garcia.
My name is Marcus Garcia, and this year I'm the head route setter. Yeah, I've been ice climbing or climbing in general for 30 years, and I've been a URA competitor for the last 15 years. I have never set the route for the URA Ice Comp. I've always been a competitor. So the process for setting this competition is you really gotta, one, know who you're setting for. Maybe this is their first competition. So my role was to really make sure it's fun and inviting competition, but also at the same time creating a unique challenge as we go into qualifiers, so we actually get more of the elite athletes into the final category. New this year to the structure is the extension of the diving board, is what we're calling that. And it just adds some more steepness, creativity, and the ability to make a little more dynamic moves. Feet cutting creates a lot of spectator-friendly movement.
Hello, I'm Emma Barnett. This is my new show. First, I'll be meeting Chinese artist and dissident Ai Weiwei, and I'll talk to the novelist and political scientist Elif Shafak. This is Emma Barnett Meets on Bloomberg Quicktake.
How worried should I be about inflation as a retail investor?
This is Trillions ETF MasterChef, where we interview the chefs of the finance world on their hottest investment recipes.
If you're an investor that really believes in investing for the future, that can handle or withstand some of the volatility that can come, then yeah, it could be used as a core holding.
You have athletes and you have influencers as clients. I'd assume they're into crypto. Are you getting them exposure?
We're absolutely overlaying it on the portfolio.
What's your favorite ticker?
It's the best ticker ever. It really kind of captures the themes.
What you're trying to always deliver is a very simple solution. And if you can deliver that simple solution powerfully, I think that resonates quite well in the market.
Tell us about this portfolio. Where's that spice going to come from?
We're looking for portfolios that have less risk than the market, but that perform better.
You are building a portfolio. It's much like, cooking a meal. And ETFs, I just think, make investing just so convenient and easy.
Trillions ETF MasterChef, only on Quicktake.
Access the financial world on demand. Hear from leading economists, policymakers, and industry experts via live and on-demand webinars, only from Bloomberg. Start exploring to see what's moving the markets. Visit Bloomberg.com/webinars.
You will shed light on dark matter. You will make aging optional. You will turn 5G up to 11. Because when you subscribe to Bloomberg, you won't just get news. You'll get insight into limitless possibilities, knowledge, and inspiration to feed your ambition. So before you invent, pioneer, disrupt, before you change the world, Bloomberg.
The festival has always drawn top climbers from all over the world, like 5-time World Cup winner and last year's champion, Maxim Tomilov from Russia. But with COVID restrictions in place all over the world, the 2021 Ice Fest competitors all live in the US, and with 46 men and women competing, this is one of the biggest fields ever in URA's history. First day of qualifying rounds, the field of 46 is ready to compete. Only 8 men and 8 women will make it to the finals.
I'm really excited, yeah.
First, the women are up. and it's rookie Keiko Tanaka kicking in.
They're ready?
Yep.
All right.
You grab your tools, start climbing. On you.
I have been climbing for about 14 years. I have never competed at the Ouray Ice Fest before. Peer pressure made me do it. Pretty much just all the people on the ice scoop team told me I had to. In this competition, I'm most nervous about not getting past the rock section. Hopefully I make it to finals, but there's gonna be a really strong group of women competing this year.
A total of 13 women are competing, including top contenders Catalina Shirley, Angela Limbach, Beth Goralski, Lauren Chartel, and Corey Buhay, who's making her second appearance in the Ice Fest.
You ready, Corey? She's ready, Lance.
My name is Corey Buhay, and I'm a member of the U.S. World Cup team and the ice scoop team. I've been ice climbing competitively for about 3 years now. I've only competed in the 2019 Ouray Ice Fest, and I placed third for women. For me, getting onto the tower is the most challenging part. I've never made it to the tequila shot, but I hear that there's one on top.
But without the typical crowd of 3,000, competitors cheer each other on. And with COVID rules in place, this year's fest looks nothing like last year's.
Well, if you can imagine this area around here with thousands of people, 40 booths with demo gear, it would be a super spreader crowded event. So there are no spectators this year.
Next, 33 men start their qualifying climbs. And veteran Tyler Kempney is hoping this is his year.
I'm Tyler Kempney. I'm part of the U.S. ice climbing team. I started ice climbing in 2013. I competed in the World Cup last year, got 11th in China, and then it placed 19th in Korea. I've competed in Ouray twice. I got 5th in 2018, 3rd in 2020. This year, of course, I'm shooting for first place. My strategy is to honestly keep calm. I can get really excited, and when you do get too excited, that's when you make mistakes. And whoever makes the least mistakes wins. That's kind of like what it's going to be.
Other top contenders this year include Cody Stevenson, Kevin Lindlaw, Wesley Fowler, and Liam Foster.
My name's Liam Foster, and I'm a member of the U.S. ice climbing team. I've been climbing for like 5 or 6 years. The first year that I did the Ouray Ice Fest, I think I was the youngest ever to compete. The strategy for this comp is just to go have fun. In the end, that's why we climb. I think Cody, Wes, and Keenan probably have the best chance this year. I always want to beat Tyler, but he always wants to beat me, and that's why it's so much fun.
But one of the youngest competitors blazing trails in the sport is 16-year-old Keenan Griscom.
I've been part of the USA ice climbing team for 4 years. I'll be the youngest competitor in Ouray this year. I'm currently 16, but I've been climbing my whole life. My dad's a rock and ice climber, so he started me rock climbing when I could walk. This will be my 3rd year competing in the Ouray Ice competition. When I first competed in Ouray, I was 13. I think I got 16th place. I barely made it to the structure. I really want to get through the rock and natural section faster, so I have more time to sort out the top. With Marcus Garcia setting this year, he's a really good setter. He's also a big mentor and coach to me, so I'm really looking forward to see what he set. That's really tough to say who's the most competitive. Liam Foster, Tyler Kempney, myself, we're all going to be really gunning for the top 3 positions. Tyler better not be holding some secrets. Yo, you got secrets?
No.
After 2 days of outstanding qualifying rounds, for the women, we saw some spectacular performances, including World Cup climber Corey Buhay, who was consistently top-notch, giving her the #1 qualifying spot going into the finals. Newcomers Keiko Tanaka, Roz Reynolds, and Spartan champion Nicole Miracle came out of the gate with strong climbs. Unfortunately, Nicole had an early fall on a second route, bumping her out of a finals qualifying position. The women's final lineup is completed by Lauren Chartel, Beth Goralski, Angela Limbach, Catalina Shirley, and Lindsay Hastings. 16-year-old Keenan Griscom is undoubtedly one of the most notable stories to come out of the men's competition. He topped out both routes with incredible times, in addition to Tyler Kempney, Kevin Lindlaw, and Cody Stevenson. For the men, all 8 finalists are or have been World Cup climbers, including Liam Foster, Tomas Gerlein, JJ, and Andrew Lamb, who rounds out the field of finalists.
I topped the route, so I'm locked in for finals tomorrow. I'm really excited.
Okay, yeah. I was able to top, did it pretty smooth.
And tomorrow you'll be in the finals?
That's the plan.
You have a strategy for tomorrow?
Just keep it chill. Don't overthink it.
All right.
A lot of the finalists for this year's competition have been training at one of the most unique climbing facilities in the world. Located 6 hours northeast of Ouray in Boulder, Colorado.
This is the Ice Coop. We opened in August 2019. So the Ice Coop, being this little garage gym, is actually a state-of-the-art training facility. Go to the big blue jug on the other side of this thing. There you go. This is the first dedicated dry tooling gym in the world. We have different types of plywood to kick into to help replicate different structures and plywoods in the world. We have holds from Russia, Korea, Switzerland, France, just for us to train on so that we can be better prepared for the World Cup competitions and international competitions. The people that are training in here definitely have an advantage at a competition like Ouray.
Hello, I'm Emma Barnett. This is my new show. First, I'll be meeting Chinese artist and dissident Ai Weiwei, and I'll talk to the novelist and political scientist Elif Shafak. This is Emma Barnett Meets on Bloomberg Quicktake.
How worried should I be about inflation as a retail investor?
This is Trillions ETF MasterChef, where we interview the chefs of the finance world on their hottest investment recipes.
If you're an investor that really believes in investing for the future, that can handle or withstand some of the volatility that can come, then yeah, it could be used as a core holding.
You have athletes and you have influencers as clients. I'd assume they're into crypto. Are you getting them exposure?
We're absolutely overlaying it on the portfolio.
What's your favorite ticker?
It's the best ticker ever. It really kind of captures the themes.
What you're trying to always deliver is a very simple solution. And if you can deliver that simple solution powerfully, I think that resonates quite well in the market.
Tell us about this portfolio. Where's that spice going to come from?
We're looking for portfolios that have less risk than the market, but that perform better.
You are building a portfolio. It's much like, cooking a meal. And ETFs, I just think, make investing just so convenient and easy.
Trillions ETF MasterChef, only on Quicktake.
You will shed light on dark matter. You will make aging optional. You will turn 5G up to 11. Because when you subscribe to Bloomberg, you won't just get news. You'll get insight into limitless possibilities, knowledge, and inspiration to feed your ambition. So before you invent, pioneer, disrupt, before you change the world, Bloomberg.
Hello, I'm Emma Barnett, and I'm a journalist and presenter. This is my new show, Emma Barnett Meets. First, I'll be meeting Chinese artist and dissident Ai Weiwei, and I'll talk to the novelist and political scientist Elif Shafak. Tune in to watch those who shape our world explain how the world shapes us. This is Emma Barnett Meets on Bloomberg Quicktake.
Months in the making, and after 4 days of competition, it's finally time for the 2021 Ouray Ice Fest finals. With just hours to go before the first ever live stream competition begins, the production crew is doing final checks to make sure there are no glitches.
We've got 7 cameras set up for now. We throw in an 8th beauty camera to show you the natural beauty of Colorado. We've got mics planted all over the place so we can hear all the action. Everything's hardwired, so hopefully no signal interruptions.
The signal to broadcast the finals live takes a production truck and hours of microphone and camera checks.
Ready to.
After the competition route is set, it's showtime. Thank you for joining us here at the 26th edition of the Ouray Ice Festival, ready for the finals of this prestigious elite mixed climbing competition. So there is our first athlete. It's Lindsay Hastings, 28 years old. Ladies will have 10 minutes to climb this route. Here we go.
It will be interesting to see if the snow continues today, how it affects this portion of the route. As you can tell, it's starting to accumulate some.
While I'm broadcasting live from my home in the Bay Area, my colleague Vince Anderson is broadcasting live from the rescue barn in the ice park.
All these competitors tune their equipment very specifically to their own preferences. Some of them may even take some of the front teeth that help grip the ice off a little bit.
Next climber will be Kat Shirley. When I talk about adversity, this competition has really faced it all. It was questionable whether it would go ahead or not for a long time, but the organisers have been motivated throughout. Oh, and there she goes! Great effort from Kat Shirley. As the rest of the ladies tackle the course. Oh, big reach with the right hand, and look at how she catches the tip of the box. Great effort from Angela Limbach. Oh, and there she goes.
Great effort.
Corey Buhay, 27 years old, and into the figure 9 now. Commits to the box, look at that.
We are watching the winning climb.
Yeah, it's Corey Buhay who defends her #1 standing throughout the competition, taking home the gold, with Angela Limbach in second, Catalina Shirley in third, and rookie Keiko Tanaka in fourth place.
I was pumped out of my gourd. Some of those steep moves are pretty challenging. Honestly, it was just a blast.
After Marcus resets the route, it's time for the men to begin. Oh, he's right into the ice. Thomas Gerlein briefly held the lead until Kevin Lindlaw and Cody Stevenson surpassed his high point. Really solid effort for the 17-year-old. Then Tyler Kempney came out strong, but made a questionable move.
Oh, watch out, watch out.
No, Tyler!
Not sure
Tyler's
if
attempt out, that's it. Maybe he's been given the benefit of the doubt because he didn't make progression. That's up to the judges to interpret.
That was the move we needed to see right there. The figure 4 gets him to the log.
And that puts him in first place.
He's on the log. Absolutely.
Incredible effort. And leaves a very, very high bar for Keenan Griscom to come back and see if he can take the first place. And Keenan Griscom gave him a run for his money. Really showing us what he's made of right now. Oh, he's off!
He's off.
But he hasn't topped, which means he will be in second place behind Tyler Kempney. Of course, there is contention about Tyler Kempney's top. There was that out-of-bounds moment where he placed his tool on that red line. Let's watch again. That's the left hand in the out-of-bounds zone, and there's the right-hand movement. That looks like the judge's ruling has said that Tyler Kempney did advance off that out-of-bounds zone, so 8th place, very sad for Tyler Kempney. And then the podiums, a bronze medal for Cody Stevenson, a silver medal for Kevin Lindlaw, and a gold medal for 16-year-old Keenan Griscom. Absolutely incredible men's final. For Keenan, the award ceremony was a little bittersweet.
How did it feel to win?
Felt not quite earned. I feel like Tyler Kempney should be in the first place, but I'm very excited to have taken the win.
These are sick. I've been following this competition for years and competed for my first time 2 years ago and never thought that I would be able to win like some of the ladies competing today have been my heroes for years. So I still feel a little bit just like I got lucky.
But the first live stream was more than luck. It was a huge success, reaching more than 200 million households worldwide, potentially setting a new precedent for ice climbing competitions for years to come.
What makes Ouray so amazing is that it has really pushed the sport forward. You hear so many people say, Ouray changed my life in a way that I pushed myself in a way I've never done before. And these are people that are like, they could be their first time ice climbing, it could be a competitor. So it's really grown in that sport. And the next step is hosting a World Cup. So the next step is what we're looking for.
Thousands of people come to the Ice Fest every year. If and when COVID is gone and we can operate a quote-unquote normal Ice Fest next year, I'm willing to bet that it's going to be a sea of people coming here to experience the Uray Ice Park in person.
Hello, I'm Emma Barnett. This is my new show. First, I'll be meeting Chinese artist and dissident Ai Weiwei, and I'll talk to the novelist and political scientist Elif Shafak. This is Emma Barnett Meets on Bloomberg Quicktake.
How worried should I be about inflation as a retail investor?
This is Trillions ETF MasterChef, where we interview the chefs of the finance world on their hottest investment recipes.
If you're an investor that really believes in investing for the future, that can handle or withstand some of the volatility that can come, then yeah, it could be used as a core holding.
You have athletes and you have influencers as clients. I'd assume they're into crypto. Are you getting them exposure?
We're absolutely overlaying it on the portfolio.
What's your favorite ticker?
It's the best ticker ever. It really kind of captures the themes.
What you're trying to always deliver is a very simple solution. And if you can deliver that simple solution powerfully, I think that resonates quite well in the market.
Tell us about this portfolio. Where's that spice going to come from?
We're looking for portfolios that have less risk than the market, but that perform better.
You are building a portfolio. It's much like, cooking a meal. And ETFs, I just think, make investing just so convenient and easy.
Trillions ETF MasterChef, only on Quicktake.
You will shed light on dark matter. You will make aging optional. You will turn 5G up to 11. Because when you subscribe to Bloomberg, you won't just get news. You'll get insight into limitless possibilities, knowledge, and inspiration to feed your ambition. So before you invent, pioneer, disrupt, before you change the world, Bloomberg.
Hello, I'm Emma Barnett, and I'm a journalist and presenter. This is my new show, Emma Barnett Meets. First, I'll be meeting Chinese artist and dissident Ai Weiwei, and I'll talk to the novelist and political scientist Elif Shafak. Tune in to watch those who shape our world explain how the world shapes us. This is Emma Barnett Meets on Bloomberg Quicktake.
But also, we do our 4 affirmations. And so I'd like the guys, y'all know what to do. Number 1. Number 2. Number 3. And number 4. All right. The time has come for us to stop looking for others outside our community to rebuild those communities. We must raise up supermen and women to take back our communities and provide them with direction and vision. No one's going to do it for us. We've got to do it. We've got to do it.
Three homicides in one weekend are keeping Kansas City, Missouri police busy tonight.
Some poverty maps of Kansas City, and you could trace the higher levels of poverty straight down Troost Avenue. This was just done last year.
Police say 31-year-old Darnell Pearson was murdered outside his apartment building.
People believe that the closer you get to Troost, the more violent life becomes.
Last night's deadly shooting of one of his employees and also a friend crushed his good intention.
It's amazing. It's like 2 different cultures are living side by side. One is successful, the other not so successful.
Disinvestment means that there's a gap. If you want to gain on and close that gap, you have to do extraordinary things.
Just as police were called to that shooting last night.
I'm tired of the murders. I'm tired of the robberies. I'm tired of the kids getting chased home. People trying to pick them up off school bus. I can't take my kid. I have to take them to the bus stop.
The struggle that's happened within our culture and within our American history regarding racism and prejudice is well known, but there are certain cities that sort of highlight this more than others, Kansas City being one of them. We suffer from hyper-segregation.
Troost has always had the stigma of being a dividing line. In fact, when I was running for mayor, I used to say that people treated Troost like some form of demilitarized zone.
When you have a demilitarized zone, it's where two opposite armies have decided this is where we're going to have a truce at. And so usually the demilitarized zone is very barren.
I wanted to ask a question about crime. I'm a true believer in the actual Troost area. I was also born and raised here as well. And I chose to be on Troost. I didn't end up there.
I opened Barbershop 67 at 3402 Troost. I wanted to open a business within the urban core, specifically in an area that was underserved. But on November 16th, things just changed for the worse.
A business owner hoping to breathe new life into an East Side neighborhood is now mourning the loss of his employee and friend.
People come into your life and they are there for a long time and they make a huge impact, and sometimes they come into your lives and they're there for a short period of time and they have just as powerful an impact.
Although police have not released his name, Craig says it was Joe Jackson, who had only worked there a month. Craig hasn't given up on the area. He's keeping his business open.
Because of what happened on that night, as a business owner, you have to make some tough choices. So when those dollars dry up, it can deliver a serious blow. And to make a business decision, as difficult as it was, I decided that closing the business was really all I could do.
I do believe that we have to, look at crime, and specifically crime in areas where it is the, highest, as a severe problem.
Okay. Okay. Does anybody have comments on that?
Yeah, I do. There is a distrust of police and citizen that has existed in this city for quite some time. Fortunately, there is a police chief who is doing everything that he can to break that down, and so am I. I agree with you, Craig, but stopping crime isn't something that you do with the snap of a finger and is multifactorial, and you're not going to stop the crime until you address the root problems of the crime. And we have done a poor job, not just here, but in every other city in this country, of addressing the root causes of crime.
We're going to have this problem until it becomes a citywide problem. And until we embrace this as one city and not just say, well, it's them folks. It isn't them folks. We live in one city. And until we embrace that concept, we're going to continue to have bigger challenges than that.
I grew up in Kansas City, and I went through the public schools of Kansas City, which is why my heart bleeds when I think about where we are now. I remember 31st and Troost had a look much like Brookside, with lots of little individually owned shops, but then some big anchors as well. And it was a vibrant area.
The teens in the 20s, one of our great local heroes is J.C. Nichols, who was the head of the real estate board in the nation, but started here in Kansas City. And he had planned one of the first shopping malls, an outside mall called the Plaza, the Country Club Plaza, which was based on Seville, Spain. It was a beautiful spot, still is. But what people are unaware of is sort of the dark side, was that he also had come up with this idea of racially restrictive neighborhood associations. And so these neighborhood associations had that they could only have in their association, or homeowners association, people of the white race. Troost was not always that way. It was originally a trail that wove back and forth along this area to the Missouri River, where the Osage people would take their canoes to the Missouri River.
My ears took heed to our corner today, motor cars and buses heard, but as mind from heart began to pray, echoes of distant times emerged. Soldat du Chien and Osage trails, weaving and leaving their footprints soft, oak leaves swishing by the tails of gentle deer en route to trough. Balanced, peaceful, and serene, each moving at their pace, man and beast, flora, fowl, all could sense a kind of grace, until the wheels of iron broke the silence of the ancient place.
That land became prime real estate. So in the 1880s, what they had developed eventually became known as Millionaire's Row. So that by around 1910, 1915, this corner ended up becoming like a business district, until by 1922, there was actually 186 businesses here within 2 blocks. That's when Walt Disney began his work. So from the 20s until the late 40s, everything was going along that way. But in the birth of the civil rights era, when you had the call to desegregate the schools, in 1954 you had Brown versus Board in Topeka.
I was in grade school when integration of the schools came about. And change, and particularly this kind of change, the potential of the races being in school together, which some folk were afraid would lead to social interaction, et cetera, et cetera. So there was a lot of fear, and there were people who took advantage of that. There's a term called blockbusting, and there were a lot of realtors who would knock on, literally, knock on the doors of white people who lived in the urban core and say to them, did you know that a black family moved in down the street from you? And in some instances, it was blatant. In others, there were inferences made that this was going to be detrimental to property values, to personal safety, the whole bit. So this was spurred by the integration of schools. And it was also spurred by housing legislation, which said that a person could move wherever they could afford to live.
Every city in America had a district like 18th and Vine because of segregation. The blacks in those cities still needed services. And when you are segregated, then they have to come from within. And then as integration came, folks could put businesses anywhere. What ends up occurring is that those who can leave, leave.
And so if you had essentially middle class and above, you had working class, middle class and above white people, and they left. And then you had middle class black people and above who left. Who was left then were people who could not really financially support, or at least that's the way the businesses felt. And so they left. And this is where the term disinvestment comes from.
Avarice and greed once more did hide behind the guise of safety and pride. Realtors, bankers, insurance, and school together built apartheid's rule. Fear was cast on black and white, quickly move to make it right. Blacks go east and whites go west. Of truce wealth we must divest. In the wake of fortunes made, a ghost town felt so void of trade. A stigma, a byword, a place of woe. Who can change this status quo?
It wasn't until 2003 that Governor Blunt issued an order to take out the racially restrictive language from the neighborhood associations. So it's like, we often have this idea, this idea of racism and prejudices way back then. I mean, look at all that we gained in the 50s and the 60s in the civil rights movement. But in Kansas City, and especially along Troost Avenue, we've come to realize that that is very much just a beginning point. There's a lot of work to do.
People talk about the lack of resources in these communities. These communities have tremendous resources. The problem is we're not allowing them to use them.
Martin Luther King had talked about this idea that it's not just helping the man on the side of the road and the Good Samaritan, but actually also dealing with eventually we're going to have to deal with the thieves that keep robbing people along the road from Jerusalem to Jericho.
We know that an average person who goes out into the city in the metro area can gather at least 35 signatures in about an hour, or about 2.5 hours, and that's about how long you're going to be out.
We're a faith-based community organizing network located in the urban core of Kansas City, and we work with about 40 congregations throughout the metro on quality of life issues. One of the longest running issues that we've been working on since 1998 is this issue of payday loans, payday lending reform. Our residents in just Kansas City are paying $26 million every single year in interest alone. So that's money that's just buying debt. Right? It's not money that's contributing to the local economy. It's not producing goods or services. It's not, contributing to sales tax. It's debt.
Now, how can a community with no resources provide $25 million in profit to a predatory industry? So it's not that we don't have resources, it's that we're spending them badly.
Kansas City is unique in that it was really one of the two birthplaces of payday lending. When we look at how did payday loans emerge nationally and also like specifically locally as a problem, it's really one side of a two-sided coin. The other side being traditional mainstream banking disinvestment from a lot of low-income communities. So throughout the 1980s, you saw significant banking deregulation under the Reagan administration. And as a result of that, you saw a lot of small community banks combine into large corporate entities that we know really well now, like Bank of America, Wells Fargo, Chase. And as they did that, they typically pulled up shop in some of the low-income communities. So at the same time, in places like Tennessee, where Advance America was starting, and in Kansas City, which is the birthplace of QC Holdings, which we typically know on the street as Quick Cash, well, they could go to state legislatures, they could go to the Missouri General Assembly and say, hey, look, these banking deregulations have really created a flight of capital from low-income communities. And the only way to serve subprime borrowers is to charge them higher interest rates. You know, they're risky clientele. And in doing so, in making that argument, the payday lenders were very, very successful in all but destroying the usury laws in the state of Missouri. So historically, there was a cap on all lending products in the state of Missouri at 28% APR. And that was our usury law, meaning anything higher than that is usurious. It is outside the realms of what is moral or legal. In the state of Missouri, we eliminated almost all limits for payday lenders, and it wasn't until 2002 we had any limit put into place. That effective limit in the state of Missouri on a payday loan is 1,950% APR.
Y'all, can we finish up real quickly in large group? Thank you. We're trying to use the tool of the initiative petition process to build power for something we haven't been able to get our legislators to build power for. So throughout the entire state of Missouri, we need to gather 240,000 signatures, which is like a scary number, right? But we know that there are pockets of people all over the state that are gathering signatures on beautiful Saturdays like this, just like us. And we have some math that proves our power and that proves that what we're doing today can work and can get this on the ballot.
Missouri doesn't have campaign contribution limits. It doesn't have limits on lobbying. The payday lending industry is one of the largest lobbies in the entire state. And we knew that the game was rigged and that we needed to work outside of that game if we were going to be able to achieve real reform for our people. And so we began researching the idea of a ballot initiative. And we found that this was overwhelmingly supported by the public, that almost 3/4 of folks would support a strong interest rate cap on payday loans in the state of Missouri. And so we brought a lot of people of faith together, and we brought labor groups together, and we brought grassroots groups together, and we brought community groups and social service agencies together, and we said, wouldn't we be a lot better off if there was a 36% APR cap on payday loans? And the Cap the Rate initiative was born from that.
This issue is important to me as a member of this community, that I know that predatory lenders are seeking out predominantly African American and Latino communities where it's difficult for people to find conventional banking or lending products that they are being preyed upon here.
Well, the average person who does not have $300 today is not going to have $351 in 2 weeks, and the payday lenders know that. This product was designed for folks to fail.
We've been ignored, we've been insulted, we've been thrown off of properties, but because of this cause, we were not discouraged, we packed up and moved someplace else.
This strikes at the gut of your community. This strikes at the gut of the economic capacity of your community. And this strikes at the gut of your moral and your faith traditions, and that you can't stand idly by while we continue to be just ravaged in this way.
The other thing that we have to think about is that there's a difference between income and wealth. Wealth is built over generations. Income is something you receive as long as you're working or through investments. But wealth is something that's built over generations. In order for that to occur, somebody in a generation has to say, I am willing to sacrifice for those who are coming after me. The unfortunate thing in the black community is that almost every generation has to start from scratch.
Hello, I'm Emma Barnett. This is my new show. First, I'll be meeting Chinese artist and dissident Ai Weiwei, and I'll talk to the novelist and political scientist Elif Shafak. This is Emma Barnett Meets on Bloomberg Quicktake.
How worried should I be about inflation as a retail investor?
This is Trillions ETF MasterChef, where we interview the chefs of the finance world on their hottest investment recipes.
If you're an investor that really believes in investing for the future, that can handle or withstand some of the volatility that can come, then yeah, it could be used as a core holding.
You have athletes and you have influencers as clients. I'd assume they're into crypto. Are you getting them exposure?
We're absolutely overlaying it on the portfolio.
What's your favorite ticker?
It's the best ticker ever. It really kind of captures the themes.
What you're trying to always deliver is a very simple solution. And if you can deliver that simple solution powerfully, I think that resonates quite well in the market.
Tell us about this portfolio. Where's that spice going to come from?
We're looking for portfolios that have less risk than the market, but that perform better.
You are building a portfolio. It's much like, cooking a meal. And ETFs, I just think, make investing just so convenient and easy.
Trillions ETF MasterChef, only on Quicktake.
Operation Breakthrough came about by accident. Sister Karita and I came here in 1968, and those were the days that when they sent nuns places, you didn't have any choice. They said, next year you're going to Kansas City, so you went. And one day, a mom said, we need a place for our little kids. And we lived in this big old house, and we said, we could do that in our house. A lot of the struggles right now, they weren't so much true when we first came, is many of these children have very limited food resources at home. Many of them are homeless, either live in shelters or often in their mom's cars. Last summer, we had a mom that lived on a bus stop for a week with 2 kids. I mean, our kids live without the basics that we feel people need in order to exist. And it's not because their families aren't trying. It's just that the system's built against them. A young person is killed in a car wreck on 125th Street. The very next line in the newspaper is, there will be a counselor at the school to help the children deal with this person's death. I dare you to find that in a drive-by shooting. Is it because our kids are so used to the kid next to them being dead in the morning? Or is it we don't care enough? I mean, why? It should be the same thing. There'll be a counselor at the school. I dare you to find that line in the paper. It's never there. I had a foster child that was in my car one day. He had seen his mom's boyfriend kill his little sister. And we drove by a gas station. He was 4 years old. He was strapped in his car seat, and he said to me, if I grow up, I want to be a fireman. And 4-year-olds should say, when I grow up.
Children are part of an ecosystem. They do not drive their own cars, they do not live in their own homes, they do not buy their own food. If that ecosystem is toxic, then the results to those children are going to be toxic. 71% of all children in juvenile detention and long-term inmates, fatherless homes. 75% of high school dropouts, fatherless homes. 80% of children in drug and alcohol rehab, fatherless homes. Under slavery, more black children grew up with both parents than they do today. Now, Slavery was a horrific tradition in America. Do not get me wrong. And I would no way condone it. But the fact still remains. And sometimes in order for us to move forward, we have to look in the mirror and look at some ugly truths.
And I am convinced if we could get many, many of these young men to finish grade school, finish high school, go to college, get a job, support their families, we'd all be out of business because there'd be no need for agencies like this. But we're a ways from doing that. We have to pay attention to these young guys, not just throw them in jail and say, oh, well, we've solved that problem.
Of the problem. See, a lot of folks didn't think that men needed help. Huh?
Yeah.
Oh no. They thought that once you reach a certain age, y'all knew what to do. That's what he wanted to say. Dr. King's biggest fear was that after the dogs stopped biting, after they turned off the water hose, after the police stopped beating them, and the doors of opportunity were finally opened, that there wouldn't be people prepared to go through them. That is my concern as well. For those of you who don't know, the man class is it started out as a vision, as the mayor says. I began to see around me a need. The need was there were males who didn't know how to be men. It wasn't that they didn't want to be men. But the thing of it is that we're born male and female. We learn how to be men and women. But in the absence of teachers, how do we learn? The man class is basically 12 sessions or lessons that a father normally would teach his son. Okay, so there are a number of different knots you can tie with the tie. Nobody wants to come and see a man locked up like an animal. Nobody likes that. That's why some folks won't even come see you, right?
I used to wonder why they be crying and stuff. I'm the one in here. I should be the one crying.
Well, no, because you the one who said, I want to be here. So you don't get to cry, because you made the decision. Your crying days is over. Now, them other folks had nothing to do with it. They crying because they know that this was not what you were sent here to do. And it breaks their heart that you still choose to do it. That's the problem. See, they see in you what you don't see in yourself. See, we see ourselves as being these things. I'm the stick-up kid. I'm the dope dealer. I'm whatever. But the ones that love us don't see us like that, right? They get a vision of us that sometimes we don't see. So it breaks their heart when you choose this crazy stuff over the vision that is for your life. That breaks everybody's heart.
Yeah, I went to jail numerous times. I was a street guy, a street kid, an older gentleman trying to play a young man's role out here. I was still on boy status. When I came in, I was already in school, but I was lollygagging in school. But when I got here and I got an understanding of what a man's supposed to do and what a man is and how he conducts himself.
Right now we headed up to Fifth Valley. I gotta drop off some homework.
It kind of got me on the right path of, more on my schoolwork and, just out here in general in life.
Right now I'm taking History 121, and we're discussing the slave trade. That's my #1 subject right there, history. Love history. It helps everything else come together.
And I'm trying to get on the same level as you.
Right.
I want to get back to the community.
Right.
And as far as do my part in that, and kind of same thing as you, accumulate jobs for other people.
Right.
I've been going to the Tuesday support class after I graduated the men's class, and Rodney got me the hookup on this job. Called me up, he said they need 3 positions and it'll be eventually go to permanent, putting in solar panels. And I'll find out more this Tuesday night at the next meeting.
Unfortunately, in this country, we've had a one-way conversation. And that conversation is that men in general, and fathers specifically, are optional in the lives of their children. What kind of man would take his wife, his woman, his children, his family out in the woods and leave? One of the things I share with my men is that men do 3 things. They protect those they love, they provide for those they love, and they praise those they love. I tell them, the women who come into their lives should leave them better for knowing them, not broke, pregnant, and confused, as they are now.
These young ladies is laying down with different guys.
But no.
They make that.
No. They are not having virgin births. They're not having virgin births. In other words, there is a man laying with them. No! You are those men! You are those men. These are not alien men that just pop up, boof, E.T., phone on. No! You cannot put this on them.
No, I wasn't putting it all on them at you didn't let me finish.
Our community is suffering because males do not want to step up and be men. So I'm hoping and praying that things do change in my life and others as well.
These men realize something is missing. They're not sure what it is, but if you can provide them with what's missing, they get it. You guys are leaders. You guys are conquerors. You guys are warriors. Okay? But you won't be if you don't believe it. See, if every time a battle comes up, you go run and hide, well, you ain't no warrior, right? In your mind, you're a coward, but you're not. All you have to do is stand up to the first battle, and then you realize, I'm a warrior.
I don't believe that lowering crime by any means is all left up to the police. When I've talked to my friends, some of them believe that in suburban areas that crime is the way it is because the people are white. And my argument is no, crime is lower because in those areas they don't stand for it. And sometimes within the urban core, we kind of have a live and let live mentality. Almost like, well, and hey, that's what's going on down the street. But we fail to realize that down the street will eventually be you, and someone further up the block is going to say that's just down the street. So we have to take a more proactive, role in that, and not be afraid of what may happen, because whatever you are afraid of today, it will be worse if you do nothing.
Every day in or near or travel through the Truist corridor and it's a part of your daily lives?
The people of the community absolutely have to be involved in their own future. They have to find the strength to believe that it can be better, and to act upon it.
This idea that someone's going to come in and fix our community is not based in any reality, in my opinion. Look at a relationship where one is giving and the other receiving. That is automatically an unequal relationship. The giver always stands over the receiver. And so what we've done is we've created this environment where those who receive think less not only of themselves, but of their community. How does that translate? It's translated in the fact that because my community is less, then I can throw trash. I don't have to pick up. I don't have to vote. I don't have to report crime. I don't have to do all of those things that make a community and a society function successfully. You men are the supermen who our communities have been waiting for. The time has come for us to stop looking for others outside our community to rebuild those communities. When a group comes from outside of the community, they don't know what the problems of that community are. For so many of the past decades, we have had folks come in and solve problems, but they've solved the wrong problems. In the sense of they came in saying, we know what your problem is and we're going to fix it. Well, what you do when you do that is you begin to devalue and dehumanize the folks who live in that community. What you're basically saying to them is that your gifts, your talents, your abilities, we don't need.
You come in and you say, what are you doing and what do you want? You don't come in and say, I'm here to help.
I think the days of waiting for government to solve all problems, whether it's city, state, or federal, are over.
I want to make sure that you understand that we're here to work.
The role of the mayor is to set the tone, tell the truth, and set priorities in conjunction with the city council. To then focus on those priorities in such a way that it affects the quality of life in a positive way. None of that is possible without a collaborative effort with the people who live in the city. At least 10, 15 times a week, there's a group who comes to my office or to whose meeting I go that wants city help or involvement. I've eliminated some of my headaches and problems by asking one simple question, and that is, who are you collaborating with? Because if you're not collaborating with somebody, we don't have the money to fund 15 organizations doing the same thing, nor do we have the desire.
Who has been in this fight a lot longer than I have, I think has gone a long way in involving and integrating and bringing folks together to participate in this process.
Instead of it being one person's baby, I mean, it's like a whole bunch of people all of a sudden, almost at the same time, started realizing this is time, let's make this happen.
In 2005, members of St. Mary of Egypt Orthodox Church and others formed Reconciliation Services, and part of our overarching vision is to change Troost from a dividing line to a gathering place. I think the most important thing that we've learned is that it's moving from this idea of charity to actually building community. And in that respect, one of the things that we've looked at is how are we going to change this for the long haul? And that brings us to this idea of village.
Well, the Thursday night meetings have been going on as the Troost folks since the very first, when we got started. I like the idea that everybody is involved. I mean, we have a wide range of people that come to the meetings, participate. I like the idea that everyone has something to contribute, that we don't have to get our power from someplace else. We have all the resources and the energy right here that we can work with. And people just need to know that they can do that. They don't need to go find it from someplace else.
In 2005, at the same time we started the agency, we started the first Troost Festival. And that Troost Festival was a gathering of people on a day in May to have a day of shutting down Troost and having a party. So we had blues, jazz, reggae, gospel, artists, community association people, community groups, individual neighbors just having a good time all day long. One May morning, clear and bright, neighbors gathered without fright. Instead of darkness, gloom, and night, they turned from fear to regain sight. They planted gardens, sang their songs, made a council to right their wrongs. From the ruins of racist pillage, there would emerge a new Truce village. With children's art and poets' song, all will know they do belong. Some will build and some will plant, some will teach and some will chant. From the strands of all these years, a new bright tapestry appears. The worthless released, the precious embraced, creating together this most loving space. And so what we've shared with our board at Reconciliation Services that our long-term strategy is to not be here as an agency, but to actually see a functioning village emerge. That the very best thing that we can do is to be able to help stimulate and to serve others to the point where they can be able to find their work, their life work, so that they can begin to do that in this context.
I think that there are people here that care, that truly care and want to make a difference and are working to make a difference. And they're not just working on it from the outside, trying to, oh, we'll fix that. It's people working on themselves too and saying, you know, why am I having this reaction to this problem? How much of this problem am I contributing? You know, my attitude is contributing to it.
So as we look forward, I think it's the idea of less of me and more of we, you know? So the idea of really promoting the sense of all of us together, finding our voices and doing our part.
In this past 10 years, there's begun a renaissance to begin to pull us together from, instead of thinking of Truce as a dividing line, we're now beginning to think of it as a gathering place, as a place where we can come together and find each other in music, find each other in arts, find each other in a common value, that every person matters. Deliberately make a friend on the other side of Truce. Whatever side of Truce you currently find yourself on, deliberately enter into a relationship with someone on the other side of Truce. My wife recently passed. The whole experience that I've had around 31st and Truce, really much of that's emerged from the love that the two of us shared together. And I mention this because if it wasn't for her, there would be no way that I would be involved with what I'm doing right now. And I just say there's no substitute for the power of relationship.
You know when the spinach scare was on and you were gonna die if you ate fresh spinach? Different people who are friends of the center, no big stores, just people who have families. During that period of time, in the 2-week period after that, we had 1,000 cans of spinach donated. Now, it scared me to death because, let me tell you, good people opened their cabinets. There wasn't anything wrong with canned spinach. We used every can. Good people opened their cabinets and said, this could hurt my family. I'll give it to them. Now, these are good people, right? But the them and us, when you're at parties, when you're with groups, there is no them and us. As long as there's a them and us, we'll have Truce dividing it. One of the things I don't think is in this area is a hope in tomorrow. And our children have to have a hope in tomorrow, because otherwise it doesn't matter what I do today. If there's no tomorrow, it doesn't matter. So if you redo this for these kids, if I do this, no, it's when you do it. And I think we have to keep putting the future in front of them, that you have a future. and you need to work on it, and we'll all work on it with you.
Good job, you beat the time, that's what's up.
I always say to people, the kid that could find the cure for cancer could be in this building, and we better make sure that this child gets all the opportunities they need. These kids have the hope to do anything, just like any other kid does. You know, I want to do this, I want to do that. Not if I grow up. It's when I grow up, I want to be a doctor, I want to be an engineer. But we have to provide them with the tools they need to do that. If we have a 15-year-old who says, I'd like to be a doctor, and he's reading on a 3rd grade level, that won't work. And we have to make sure he's reading on the right level when he gets out of high school.
My name is Nicholas Cooper. When I grow up, I want to be an ER doctor.
I want to be an animator when I grow up.
I want to be a professional dancer.
A social worker.
Police officer.
My name is Mila Smith, and what I want to be when I grow up is a teacher.
My name is Jada Davis. When I grow up, I want to be a vet and a ballet dancer.
I want to be a professional singer and a producer when I grow up.
When I grow up, I want to be an architect.
So as we stop and we reflect upon the dividing line and we think about the disparity, one of the striking issues is inequity. But if we begin to work together towards really beginning to work at this as individuals and as working this as agencies and businesses and the community, we can begin to have this feeling of village that transcends any particular group so that all the ships rise together.
Thank you so much. It's a wonderful time and an opportunity for us to be able to gather this evening and be able to celebrate what we've done up to this point.
This is a place where people are from here and they live here and they love it here, but not a lot ever seems to change. We've got the same lines of demarcation that have been scarring us up for 60 years. We have the same systems that are keeping people poor and keeping people powerless. And powerlessness becomes a physical thing. You can feel it settle in the hollow space between your shoulder blades, and it's like lead. But what we did in this campaign, and what we're still doing, is we said we don't want to endure anymore. Because our people deserve better than this.
So
Joseph Jackson, the barber. We cannot forget who they are. Hopefully one day I will open a business again within the Trouser area.
My wife and I are committed to Truce. We live off 28th and Truce.
So Dr. King said, the arc of the moral universe is long, but it bends towards justice. And we really see the cap the rate fight as a critical bend in that justice arc, but we're not done. So this is one critical step in that fight. And when we win, we'll have moved us that much further to the justice bend.
The black community can no longer do nothing and allow us to continue to lose generation after generation after generation. We must stand up and do what needs to be done. You men are the first fruits of many who will begin a revolution in our communities to rebuild, restore, and re-engage.
Michael Long. Simpson.
And I look at my neighborhood and I look at my community, and that's the inspiration to me. Don't quit. Don't quit. Just keep going.
Bobby Thompson.
We stand so we can reach down and teach others to stand. When others begin to stand, then our communities will improve. Our children will once again get their dreams, their wishes, and their imagination back.
Took heed to our corner today. Footpaths worn and children played. Look and see what truce became. Creation together, again aflame.
Hello, I'm Emma Barnett. This is my new show. First, I'll be meeting Chinese artist and dissident Ai Weiwei, and I'll talk to the novelist and political scientist Elif Shafak. This is Emma Barnett Meets on Bloomberg Quicktake.
How worried should I be about inflation as a retail investor?
This is Trillions ETF MasterChef, where we interview the chefs of the finance world on their hottest investment recipes.
If you're an investor that really believes in investing for the future, that can handle or withstand some of the volatility that can come, then yeah, it could be used as a core holding.
You have athletes and you have influencers as clients. I'd assume they're into crypto. Are you getting them exposure?
We're absolutely overlaying it on the portfolio.
What's your favorite ticker?
It's the best ticker ever. It really kind of captures the themes.
What you're trying to always deliver is a very simple solution. And if you can deliver that simple solution powerfully, I think that resonates quite well in the market.
Tell us about this portfolio. Where's that spice going to come from?
We're looking for portfolios that have less risk than the market, but that perform better.
You are building a portfolio. It's much like, cooking a meal. And ETFs, I just think, make investing just so convenient and easy.
Trillions ETF MasterChef, only on Quicktake.
You will shed light on dark matter. You will make aging optional. You will turn 5G up to 11. Because when you subscribe to Bloomberg, you won't just get news. You'll get insight into limitless possibilities, knowledge, and inspiration to feed your ambition. So before you invent, pioneer, disrupt, before you change the world, Bloomberg.
People on this earth, they do not know how to use water. That's why we're running out.
Which in Navajo means water is life.
Water carries memory. It's a living being, and we're dependent on it.
The planet is running out of clean water. It's not that we don't have water somewhere, but we polluted and diverted and mismanaged the world's water very badly.
You drank that glass of water, literally your blood might rise to a level that you could be hospitalized. One glass of water.
Oh, we just went and paid for our water, our poison for the month.
People just assume that once your water is running, it's safe, that someone out there is taking care of it on our behalf.
In 2010, I covered the resurgence of uranium mining in the Grand Canyon area.
I'm at the Arizona 1 uranium mine, and this is the uranium ore, which has been dug up from 400 meters underground.
Get one more.
Get one more? If you were in a high rise in downtown London, this would be a 120-story building equivalent. That's what you're going from the top of that building down to the bottom of that building.
So this is what we call a radiometric probe, and it directly reads out in percent U308.
Is it like a Geiger counter?
That's what it is.
Exactly,
basically. Yeah. Almost 1% ore.
You feel happy about mining uranium? You don't feel concerned at all about toxicity? It's all over your face, right?
Yeah, it washes off.
But when I went to the nearby Navajo Native American reservation, I saw a different side. People told me uranium mining had poisoned their drinking water. I met a sheep herder, Milton Yazi, and he showed me the old mine pit filled with rainwater where he swam as a kid. Aged 50, had been told he'd not got long to live. Later on, I saw him coughing up blood. The next morning, I had an interview with the local woman. When she didn't turn up, I assumed she'd got a flat tire, but I later found out she had died that morning of cancer.
This seemed like a big scandal, yet back at the BBC I wasn't allowed to include anything about people getting ill. There wasn't enough evidence at the time to link the deaths to uranium contamination. As a journalist, this was so frustrating, as I knew there was more to say. I was crushed. I knew I had to return to America and give the story the time it needed to properly investigate. So I've come back out to Arizona. The Navajo Reservation was heavily mined for uranium from the mid-1940s to the mid-80s for nuclear weapons. Cancer rates doubled from the 1970s to the 1990s.
What other possibilities does the future hold for the use of uranium?
The implication of the future of uranium is simply fantastic. And it's my guess that the minerals and the metals that we will extract from them will be the basis of our very life for a long, long time to come.
I'm meeting a young woman, Janine Yazi, who helped organize her community water testing.
I remember getting the texts and the calls, the results. There's uranium in Sanders School's water system at almost 2 times the acceptable drinking water limits. And you're now a part of that never-ending struggle to prove that this was unjust, that our babies didn't deserve to be poisoned. And the last thing you want to know is that you are unable to protect your babies from something that you know is extremely harmful for them.
So, Flourish, what do you do when there's no water at school?
If I don't take a water bottle, there's no water in school.
See you later again. It's just a letter that they sent home to the parents saying that, like, yeah, the standards are 30 and years 34.6. But there's nothing you can really do. If you have a compromised immune system, if you're an infant, pregnant, or elderly, you may have increased risk and you should seek advice from your healthcare provider about if you should drink this water or not.
We've gotten pretty much no assistance from any governmental agency. I said, why don't you have water trucks up here? Live with it, basically, is what I was told.
Janine, did you go to that school?
Yes, I went to both the Sanders Elementary School and the middle school.
So you were drinking uranium-contaminated water?
Yeah, and we didn't know it then either. So all of us were severely exposed over a very long period of time. And, considering the size of this issue and the fact that the school itself serves about 5 to 6 communities in the surrounding area, we don't have cancer screening.
What do you suspect might be to do with the contamination?
I definitely suspect that the Church Rock uranium spill of 1979 was a major contributing factor.
What was the Church Rock uranium mine spill?
The Church Rock dam break of July 16th, 1979 remains the largest release of radioactive waste by volume in U.S. history. Right now, it probably in terms of radioactivity release, it ranks 3rd behind Fukushima and Chernobyl. This is bad stuff. You don't want to be exposed to it and you don't want it to be released. That's why they put it in ponds behind dams. But that morning the dam broke.
So that must be all radioactive. Yeah, this is...
The fluids went from the site northeast of Gallup, New Mexico in the community of Church Rock, about 75, 80 miles downstream.
The government said they couldn't assign responsibility, and that was it. It wasn't until a curious PhD student, 37 years later, decided to do some water testing that the truth was finally uncovered.
This is where the spill happened back in '79. This is where all the problem began for Sanders. The groundwater contamination.
But when he took his results to the authorities, he found out something chilling.
They knew all along that there was elevated uranium in the public water system in Sanders, but nothing was done.
Sanders, undoubtedly has the highest concentration of those metals, but we have no data to show why. And in this case, since we're taking gamma readings, it is showing that there is some sort of deposit of uranium. I mean, it's all this yellow stuff that seems be making this pop off. I started to get really sick in college around 2005. They told me that I had ovarian cancer. I was extremely scared. But I kind of just resolved myself to die. I got treated using alternative medicine. Go back to a traditional diet, an indigenous diet. It wasn't until I found out I was pregnant that I got really scared. They were going to do an ultrasound and find that I was never better, that I was worse. And they're like, oh, you have 2 spots on your ovaries, but that's not a big deal. Like, don't let it freak you out. I remember like nearly falling out of that chair. It was real. It was real. I was going to be a mom. And have this miracle baby.
That's amazing that Janine recovered and went on to have children. And it seems plausible that she got ovarian cancer from drinking uranium-contaminated water. But I remain unsure if this could have been the origin of her illness. So I'm going to meet an expert who fed rats water with uranium at similar levels to that found on the reservation to see what she has to say.
The Navajo, unfortunately, have had a lot of exposure to uranium, both in their water and dust that blows around the reservation. Our study was proof of principle that exposure to uranium in your drinking water might lead to gynecological problems, uterine cancer, ovarian cancer. Given some of the health problems that are well known on the reservation, young girls, high school age girls having hysterectomies and so forth, it makes you think, is there a link?
Great power and great crimes are inseparable. It is only those with great political, economic power who can, with the stroke of a pen or the utterance of an order, or even an unknowing nod of its head, send thousands of people to their deaths or consign millions to lives of unrelenting want and misery. When economic and political powers pursue common interests, the potential for harm is magnified. These harmful collaborations are called state-corporate crime. All American Indian tribes have and continue to experience extreme exploitation. Since the 1950s, multinational mining corporations went to the Navajo reservation to mine uranium, with the only customer being the United States government at the time.
Many of the Navajo men are employed in the uranium mines, where they are valued as conscientious workers. Day by day, they take their places in operating power machinery and the numerous other jobs about the mines.
So this is a map of the Navajo Nation, and it spans Arizona, New Mexico, Utah, Colorado. And if you can see here, all these red dots, these are all the uranium mines. Am I afraid to be here? Yes, I am. It's radioactive. But the point is that this is not the only abandoned uranium mine. There are 520 abandoned uranium mine sites, and with more than one mine at each site, there's something like 1,300 abandoned uranium mines on the Navajo reservation alone. That's not including piles like this one, which is just exposed and out blowing in the wind. Some of it has been covered with clean dirt, but a lot of it hasn't. I really want to meet someone from the uranium industry about this. Unfortunately, all the companies that operated here have closed, but the Uranium Producers Association is in Santa Fe, New Mexico.
The U.S. was the major producer of uranium in the 50s, 60s, 70s. There are several abandoned mines on the reservation. You see numbers that range from 100 to 1,000. The uranium is just a small particle of, on a piece of sand, and you break that off the sand. The product is then dried in what we call U3O8 or yellow cake, and it's called yellow cake because that's what it looks like.
Is yellow cake dangerous?
Not really. It's like we mentioned, you could eat it. It doesn't really he wouldn't advise you to do that, but it's not terribly dangerous. It's not very radioactive.
This place is the highest readings that I've got. I mean, I maxed out the Geiger counter, the highest reading possible.
You were reading 5,000. That's higher than the levels around Chernobyl. Much higher. What I found that keeps me up at night is I found readings that were half of what you found in an unmarked uranium mine that was next to a grade school. And it's not just the external dose, which is what you measure, but they'll be breathing in dust. They'll be getting it on their hands and swallowing it. And anything that's edible becomes radioactive and then contributes to the dose.
24 hours spent at this site exposed me to the yearly maximum dose of a nuclear worker. This freaks me out. But imagine what it's like living here. And that's not all. The Bureau of Land Management and the Environmental Protection Agency say there's at least 15,000 abandoned uranium mines across the western United States. How radioactive they are and how they're impacting communities is not known, at least not publicly anyway. At the same time as residents in Sanders proved their water was contaminated, so did residents in Flint, Michigan, on the other side of the country.
This morning, a lead poisoning alert near a major American city. Residents in Flint, Michigan, under a state of emergency, being told don't drink the water, don't even touch the water.
In Flint, the water is contaminated with lead after the city switched from a clean source to the Flint River and didn't treat the water properly. The river water was actually more corrosive and dissolved the lead pipes into the water, and that's what people drank. I'm on my way to Flint to find out more, because this willful neglect that I see here on the Navajo Nation is so shocking to me. I want to know if it's because of racism against Indigenous Americans, which I feel must play a part, or if there's something more widespread going on.
Flint residents Christina and Adam have agreed to meet me.
I mean, people have died from this freaking water, and then they're gonna charge us for it.
Funerals are cheaper than paying everyone back for everything they took.
Or treating you. Treatment's gonna cost more than it is to bury somebody.
Adam used to earn good money as a millwright at the General Motors plant, but that life is gone now.
The toxins have attacked my central nervous system.
Yeah, you get the tremors though real bad.
It's a bad roller coaster ride. It's like,
What's going on with you right now?
it's like everything's tense. Yeah, I gotta take a break.
Yeah. Can I help at all?
I'll be right back.
Be right. That's what my husband goes through all the time. That's why we don't go to all the meetings, because he's a wreck. Our doctor gave us a packet to get our will together. So, you know, we don't know if he's gonna die or not.
How can a brand new parts on these machines like just fall apart, corrode, and then warp these engine blocks that they were cutting? So it's corroding their parts, but they don't tell the public, hey, don't drink this water.
What did they tell the workers? How did they explain this to the workers who live in Flint?
They shut off all the drinking fountains in the plants.
They did?
Yeah. Yeah, they had them all.
Never.
Yeah, they had them all off, and they had these water jugs next to them. So you get water from these water jugs, you couldn't use the plant's water to drink from the fountain.
Yeah, so they knew.
Mr. Murphy presented to my office on April of 2017. We did a number of different tests to actually prove that he had problems with neurotoxicity. He did have seizures, of course. His lead levels were found to be in excess of 6 times higher than what they should have been, to the point where he was dysfunctional and disabled.
Protests at the City Hall are now relatively regular in Flint. It's not so much that local officials aren't listening, but they were stripped of their powers as Flint was put under an austerity manager whose sole goal was to save money.
General Motors engine plant in Flint said, we have a problem. Since the switchover engine parts are rusting before we even get it out of the factory. The emergency manager allowed General Motors to change back to the Detroit system. Yet, when the Flint City Council voted to return to the Detroit system, the emergency manager overruled that vote. Capital was protected and people were poisoned. Period.
Hi everybody, we are here to celebrate the life of Shayonda Robertson. She's 30 years old today. She's truly missed. We doing what as a family is supposed to do. We keeping her name alive. Happy birthday to you. October 31st, 2015, my daughter, she wasn't feeling good and they told her she had pneumonia. Monday morning, we called 911 and she was unresponsive. They rushed her to McLaren. They was able to resuscitate her. Then she started seizing. She was having anywhere from 100 to like 150 seizures a day. And she was 28 years old. And that's when they found out it was the Legionnaire that opened the threshold for the season. And they couldn't stop the season because the Legionnaire was so far in her body.
We had recently done experiments that said if a city should ever do what Flint did, which is to stop adding corrosion control to their water, they would have a serious problem with dangerous bacteria called Legionella. So who's responsible for the deaths? Interesting question.
We're gonna have to collect data ourselves. I kept all my water.
Okay.
Like this crap, I kept it all. I mean, we didn't drink it when it looked like that. We would let it run. Like they told us let it run and then boil it. And then this was I think this was out of my hot water tank. And then like this one's had like slime in it.
There's got to be an explanation for this. This can't be so horrible. The government couldn't possibly be changing data, and this doesn't make sense. Now when you're in my world of science and experiments and conclusions and you're still ignoring it, that was scary. When I got sick, I had to be in isolation because I had dysentery and it's so incredibly contagious. And then coming to my home, and I was afraid of my house. If I wash my hands with antibacterial soap, what do I rinse my hands with? The Medical Society of Genesee County put a statement out saying, we recognize that there are certain populations, pregnant women, infants, elderly people, people with autoimmune diseases, should drink bottled water. But the state had extended an idea to the physicians in Flint that perhaps physicians could write prescriptions to people who need bottled water. And then with a prescription, somebody could go to one of these pods and get their bottled water. And the doctors found it ridiculous and said, absolutely not. And at this meeting that I was at, the representatives of the state were so incredibly disappointed with the physicians who weren't willing to work out an arrangement because, you know, there's so many people who are just taking this bottled water and maybe they don't really actually deserve it.
We need water! When do we want it? Now!
Sometimes it'll smell like poop or it would smell super chlorine-y. People were taking their water down to the city council meetings, but the thing is those city council meetings, nobody had any power. So now we pay like the highest rates in the country for water that now we can't use, and it's poisoned people and it's killed people. Some people, like, their water bills are more than their mortgage. They're paying $200 to $300 a month just in the water. In Michigan, if you don't have running water, your home could be condemned. They can remove your children and put them in foster care.
You're listening to Stateside. I'm Cynthia Canty. It has been nearly 2 years now since the first indictments were handed down in the state's investigation into the Flint water crisis. 15 current and former state and city government officials were charged.
And we're on the record with People versus Nicholas.
Lyon. I find this behavior over this time period corrupt based upon misconduct in office for probable cause standards. Therefore, these 4 charges will be bound over to circuit court for further proceedings. Again, involuntary manslaughter, count 1, involuntary manslaughter, count 2, misconduct in office, count 3, as well as the willful neglect of duty of office on count 4.
So, does this mean Flint residents will get justice?
It's quite challenging in a situation like this to prove cases against higher and higher up officials. Frankly, it's not unlike organized crime. In organized crime, you're typically able to catch the low-level people red-handed. They're the ones who are doing the dirty work. The higher-ups are usually by design insulated from the illegal actions that occur on the ground. Government and government decisions often result in people being polluted, poisoned, losing the quality of their life and losing their life itself. In a very harsh way, that's how our environmental law system works.
I've come back to see Janine because she's actually trying to get uranium banned in this county, and she's petitioning the town hall here. I'm pretty excited because she could really make a difference here.
Now we know New Mexico State is looking to reopen uranium mining because they're currently considering legislation to classify nuclear energy as a renewable energy source, and we know that we will again be ground zero for the type of uranium operations that will be needed to support that type of industry. We implore you to at least reconsider the moratorium.
I've lived in New Mexico all of my life. I went to school at Los Alamos High School. I lived down in Alamogordo. I used to play volleyball out at White Sands Missile Range. And I'm full of tumors.
We live between 2 uranium mines and just like half a mile away from a uranium mill. Our younger generation, we're raising them up. And what are we teaching them? To destroy the land? To destroy this world?
I feel like we're voted in to represent us and to protect us, and if we contaminate the water, we're kind of done for.
I am for the moratorium. And we've had people here from the state land office threatening to sue us if we passed a moratorium.
Unfortunately, our hands are tied.
Those were some really strong testimonies, but I can't believe that the local officials say they don't have any power to do anything about it, just like in Flint. I mean, here in the Southwest, they don't have an emergency manager to officially take away local authorities' powers, but it seems like business interests take priority again.
One of the things we recommended was that all the people who lived along the Parco River who may have been exposed to the tailing spill in '79, that there should be a registry set up, and so to examine their health over time. We were laughed at, we were ridiculed. There was this constant voice